did not campaign in this runoff election, but in a radio interview, he called the race critical and said Reverend Warnock supports things the people of Georgia care about. Former President Trump, who endorsed Herschel Walker, has also stayed out of the state, but he did hold a virtual rally overnight for Walker. Now, if Walker wins, this would give Democrats a majority in the Senate. And without Warnock, Democrats would still have control of the chamber, but they would need to rely on Vice President Harris to break a 50-50 tie. Philip?
All right. Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
The Supreme Court weighing a pivotal case this morning that pits free speech against LGBTQ rights. Kelly O'Donnell has the details.
This Colorado web designer reached the highest court in the land. Lori Smith argues she should not be compelled by the state to design wedding websites for same-sex couples.
Colorado is trying to force me to promote ideas inconsistent with my faith and the core of who I am.
Under public accommodation laws, businesses open to all cannot deny services based on a customer's race, gender, or sexual orientation.
You can't define your service so you exclude an entire category of people.
Liberal Justice Elena Kagan said gay couples want to buy the same services for wedding websites as straight couples.
And the question is, can a website designer say, sorry, that's not my kind of marriage?
Smith contends her work is her personal artistic expression, protected by the First Amendment. Justice Sonia Sotomayor differed.
You're not inviting them to the wedding. Lily and Mary are. So how has it become your message?
But conservative Justice Clarence Thomas noted that creative businesses are different.
This is not a hotel. This is not a restaurant. This is not a riverboat or a train. I'm interested in the intersection of public accommodations law and speech.
While Lori Smith's views are rooted in her Christian faith, her case is about whether her choice to exclude gay weddings is free speech, not religious freedom.
Kelly, thank you.
Time now to turn to your Tuesday weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Morning, Michelle. How are things looking out there?
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Well, we're looking at some rain falling in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the southeast, into the lower Appalachians, mid-Atlantic, also in the northeast. So it's going to be a wet one for many in the east today. Heavy rain falling in portions of the lower Mississippi Valley to the Tennessee Valley. We had a heavy rain yesterday. We're seeing it once again today and then again tomorrow. So brighter colors showing up on radar. That's showing us where that heavy rain is falling and will continue to fall throughout this Tuesday. We have a warm front that's moving through. It's moving through very slowly. It's triggering these showers. Notice all the bright colors too from New England into the northeast. That's showing us where some heavier rain could fall. Not quite as heavy as into the Tennessee Valley, but still a dreary and gray day in the northeast. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that lingering front fueling more storms in the southeast, another cloudy and damp day in the northeast. And then by Thursday, we're looking at next round of soaking rain moving into the Midwest. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's a frigid morning, frigid day in the northern plains, teens, 20s, and we're looking at the northern plains. That's enough for some snow to fall. We're going to see accumulating snow. Then big difference in the south. Temperatures above normal for this time of year, 77 in Montgomery. All right, we're going to look more into today's forecast. Also look at those warm temperatures in the south in just a bit.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. See you later. In today's Quick Hits, Nike says it has officially cut ties with Kyrie Irving a month after suspending its relationship with a basketball star. In October, Irving posted the link to an anti-Semitic film on social media. He later apologized, adding he doesn't stand for hate speech.
Justin Verlander is headed to the Big Apple. ESPN reports the reigning AL Cy Young winner signed a 2-year deal with the New York Mets worth over $86 million.
And Kenan Thompson hosts the People's Choice Awards. You've got Lizzo, Shania Twain, and Ryan Reynolds. They'll be honored with Icon Awards.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
New this morning, Tampa's police chief has resigned after she appeared to use her position to get out of a traffic citation. Mary O'Connor and her husband were riding in a golf cart in Oldsmar, Florida, when local sheriff's deputies pulled them over for not having license plates. In body cam footage, she flashes her badge and says, quote, "I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight." O'Connor has been on the job since February. She has since apologized for what she calls poor judgment.
In Hawaii, the eruption of the world's largest active volcano is now in its second week. And while the images may be awe-inspiring, the lava is threatening a vital part of the Big Island's infrastructure. Here's Steve Patterson.
From across the ocean, the spectacular sight of Mauna Loa's brilliant fury is awe-inspiring. But for residents, it's also a slow-motion menace.
It's just spreading out on flat ground like you'd expect, kind of like really, really thick pancake batter.
Searing hot lava is currently spewing from a fissure on the volcano's northeast slope. The eruption no longer a danger to commercial air travel or in the path of communities, but right now it is on a collision course with one of the island's most critical highways, with no way to stop it.
There's a lot of lava that's coming out, and it makes it very difficult to divert a flow like that.
That fissure's flow, now a little under 2.5 miles from Big Island's Daniel K. Inouye Highway, a thoroughfare between two major cities connecting east with west. If lava reaches the road, it would shut down a vital supply route and add hours to commuter travel.
If this lava did make contact with the highway, what would that mean for the population there?
People would have to take the coastal routes. It would add a little bit more time to their trips. It would slow things down quite a bit.
The lava is flowing at about 50 feet per hour. Still, eruptions are unpredictable, and officials are stressing vigilance as Mother Nature's molten threat creeps ever closer. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Plenty more ahead, including another reason why Peyton Manning may not love Tom Brady's longevity on the gridiron.
And crowning a new national champion in college soccer. And what a match it was. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's third down. Underneath, and touchdown, Rachaad White.
A Monday night comeback for the ages. Tom Brady found Rachaad White with 3 seconds left, and he muscled his way into the end zone. The Saints led by 13 points in the final minutes, but Brady orchestrated a pair of terrific drives to give the Bucs the lead. Tampa completes the comeback, 17-16. And that was Tom Brady's 44th fourth-quarter comeback in his career, breaking a tie with Hall of Famer Peyton Manning for the most in NFL history.
Now to another incredible comeback, this time in the soccer field, capping off a championship season for one college team. North Carolina led by 2 in the 80th minute, but here come the Bruins. UCLA gets the equalizer with just seconds left in regulation. Tied at 2 apiece, the game would go into double overtime. And in double OT, Mary Carmen Reyes beat the goalkeeper for the go-ahead score. UCLA wins 3-2 and captures the program's second women's soccer title ever.
All right, from the College Cup to the World Cup in an undeniable performance from a Brazilian star. Neymar became the 3rd Brazilian to score in 3 different World Cups, joining Pelé and Ronaldo in that illustrious group. Brazil scored plenty on South Korea. They get back to the quarterfinals for the 8th straight World Cup, winning it 4-1. In 120 minutes, it wasn't enough for Croatia and Japan. The game went into penalty kicks, where the 2018 runners-up came out on top. Croatia earns the win 3-1 on penalties. The final round of 16 games kick off in just a few hours as Morocco looks to shock the world against Spain. Then it is a showdown between Portugal and Switzerland.
One of college football's best will be striking a pose in New York later this week. USC's Caleb Williams, Georgia's Stetson Bennett, Ohio State's C.J. Stroud, and TCU's Max Duggan were named this year's finalists for the Heisman Trophy. 3 of the 4 quarterbacks will also be competing in the college football playoff. All 4 would break decades-long Heisman droughts for their schools if they win. The Heisman Trophy will be presented Saturday evening.
Stick around. Our top stories are ahead, including new details surrounding the FedEx driver and the death of a young girl who was abducted.
And the man who shot Lady Gaga's dog walker is sentenced to 21 years behind bars. Those details coming up.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Frigid temperatures to the north, only in the teens and 20s from Montana to the Dakotas into Minnesota. Big difference in the south, though. We're looking at near record highs. Temperatures anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees above normal. Look at these temperatures, not looking like December. We're looking at temperatures of 53 degrees in D.C., 78 degrees in Montgomery, 71 in Nashville, 71 in Little Rock as well. Well above normal for this time of year. And then tomorrow it's going to be another warm one. New York City near 60 degrees. That's 13 degrees above normal. Still in the 50s, 60s, 50s also in St. Louis. We're looking at 73 in Atlanta. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Our top stories are next, including Stormy Daniels, former attorney, facing over a dozen years behind bars. We're back in a minute.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In today's top stories, the FedEx driver who the Wise County Sheriff says confessed to killing a 7-year-old in Texas is facing murder and kidnapping charges this morning. Tanner Lynn Horner is being held in jail on $1.5 million bond. Police say the 31-year-old delivered a package to the home around the same time Athena Strand was discovered missing last Wednesday. In her hometown of Paradise, Texas, just north of Fort Worth, community members held a prayer vigil last night and wore Athena's favorite color, pink, to show their support for her family.
The man charged with shooting Lady Gaga's dog walker and stealing her 2 pups was sentenced to 21 years in prison. James Howard Jackson pleaded no contest to an attempted murder charge in the 2021 robbery. The dog walker was struck in the chest but did survive. Lady Gaga's 2 French bulldogs were returned unharmed after the pop star offered a $500,000 reward.
Disgraced lawyer Michael Avenatti has been sentenced to 14 years in prison for stealing millions from clients. He was also ordered to pay more than $10 million in restitution to 4 clients and the IRS. According to a U.S. district judge in Santa Ana, California, the sentence should run consecutive to the 5-year prison term he is currently serving for separate convictions in New York. Before he was sentenced, Avenatti apologized to the 4 victims in the case, saying in part that he is deeply remorseful and contrite. 3 of them were in the courtroom.
The band Guns N' Roses is taking legal action against a Texas store. They are demanding that the shop, which is called Texas Guns N' Roses, to change its name. The rock stars say they don't want to be associated with a firearms dealer, even if the store also sells roses. In addition to a name change, the band is also asking for damages, lawsuit costs, and attorney's fees.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced more help for Hurricane Ian victims. The state will provide $25 million toward an effort to buy building materials. The resources will be made available to nonprofit organizations. The state is stepping in after a FEMA request was denied due to the agency's limited authority over this type of work. FEMA says more than $3.3 billion in federal assistance has gone toward Hurricane Ian response.
And a group of tug-of-war competitors in Japan might take the phrase break a leg literally. Check this out. The Slipping Festival returned for the first time in 3 years as these athletes gathered on the ice skating rink to see if they could stand their ground on that slippery track. Teams of 5, including a children's division, battled it out on the ice, and they also fought to stay upright themselves. It does look fun, I gotta say.
There can be more than just bruises in that. You get some broken bones falling on that ice, but all in fun, I guess.
Hey, right. All right, thanks for waking up with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. See you right back here tomorrow.
Be careful out there.
Breaking overnight, 3 people have died as a small plane crashes near Oklahoma City. We've got new details just ahead.
She shot to stardom playing Rebecca Howe on the blockbuster Cheers and went to greater fame on the big screen. This morning, we are remembering Kirstie Alley, who died suddenly at just 71.
Voters in Georgia will have the final say today as they choose between the incumbent and the football star.
A pivotal Supreme Court hearing and how the court may be leaning towards a web designer's refusal to work on same-sex weddings.
And Tom Brady just gave Peyton Manning another reason not to root for him as we kick off your Tuesday. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with breaking news out of Oklahoma. At least 3 people are dead after a small plane crashed and caught fire overnight. It happened at a municipal airport near Yukon. The Oklahoma City Fire Department said when they arrived on scene, the plane and surrounding grass were on fire. They extinguished the flames and used drones with infrared technology to check surrounding areas to ensure there weren't any more victims.
Now to Georgia. On Election Day, the sequel. More than 1.8 million people voted early in the runoff election that will decide if Raphael Warnock or Herschel Walker will serve in the Senate. Election Day voting starts at 7 a.m. Eastern. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, good morning. What final pitches are we seeing from the candidates?
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, this race is razor tight, and we've seen both candidates really go on the offense in this final stretch. Herschel Walker is going after Warnock as a rubber stamp for President Biden, attacking him for voting with the president 96% of the time. Warnock, speaking with MSNBC's Joy Reid, called Walker unfit to serve.
We know that he is unprepared. We know he's unqualified,
And it gives me no pleasure to say this, but as a preacher, I'm in the business of truth-telling. He's unfit.
If you don't vote, you're going to get more Chuck Schumer and also President Biden. If you vote for Herschel Walker, you're going to get someone that's going to give you a voice in Washington.
President Biden did not campaign in this runoff election, but in a radio interview, he called the race critical and said Reverend Warnock supports things the people of Georgia care about. Former President Trump, who endorsed Herschel Walker, has also stayed out of the state, but he did hold a virtual rally overnight for Walker. If Warnock wins, this would give Democrats a majority in the Senate, but without Warnock, Democrats would still hold control of the chamber, but they would need to rely on Vice President Harris to break any 50-50 ties in the Senate. Back to you.
We'll know soon enough. Bree, thank you.
Well, we are pouring one out this morning for the Boston bar manager where everybody knew your name. Actress Kirstie Alley, the two-time Emmy Award winner, passed away after a short battle with cancer. Alley made millions of Americans laugh on the sitcom Cheers. Co-star Ted Danson remembering this scene.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
Of course I won't.
Huh?
What? That was a mistake. Ask me again.
Will you marry me?
No.
In a tribute, he wrote, Kirstie was truly brilliant in it. Her ability to play a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown was both moving and hysterically funny. In 1989, her on-screen romance with John Travolta was palpable in Look Who's Talking. That film would go on to have 2 sequels. In a 2018 interview, Alley admitted that if she hadn't been married, she would have run off with Travolta. After hearing of her passing, the Grease star said Kirstie was one of the most special relationships he has ever had and knows that the two will see each other again.
After Cheers, Alley went on to star in Veronica's Closet, where she played a businesswoman who dumps her cheating husband and runs a mail-order lingerie company. When that show debuted in 1997, it was #3 show in primetime. Off-screen, Alley was very public about her battle with fluctuating weight. In 2004, she became a Jenny Craig spokesperson after losing 75 pounds on the program. Well, that sparked the Showtime comedy Fat Actress, a show she co-wrote and starred in. In 2007, she gained the weight back. Years later, the actress stepped onto the dance floor competing in Dancing with the Stars and eventually lost 100 pounds. But whether she was making us laugh or cry, her passing is being felt around the globe. Tributes pouring in from Hollywood as actors shared their condolences. Tim Allen called her a sweet soul, and singer Kristen Chenoweth tweeting, R.I.P. Kirstie, I loved you so. Kirstie Alley was 71 years old.
35,000 utility customers remain in the dark after 2 power substations were attacked in Moore County, North Carolina. Police have not identified suspects or provided a motive. Investigators say they are looking into all leads. In a statement, the FBI's Charlotte office said that it's investigating the willful damage to power facilities there in Moore County. Here's Dan Sheneman with more.
Moore County, North Carolina, nearly powerless. Authorities say gunfire damaged 2 electric substations.
I can say this individual that done this, it was targeted. It wasn't random.
A state of emergency is in place. Entire communities spent the night with below freezing temperatures without heat. Traffic lights and street lights are dark. The damage at the substations is described as extensive. It could take days to restore.
We had a pretty sophisticated repair with some fairly large equipment, and so we do want citizens of the town to be prepared that this will be a multi-day restoration for most customers, extending potentially as long as Thursday.
The Red Cross has set up a shelter for those in need, while those without power try to make the best of it.
Our gas logs work just fine, so we'll probably be camping out in the living room.
Authorities say they are still looking for whoever is responsible and a motive.
I never thought in my 40 years in law enforcement we would be seeing things and dealing with folks that are dealing with things that we're dealing with. But unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with this.
Thousands of people now forced to cope with a cold and dark few days. Dan Sheneman, NBC News.
The Supreme Court weighing a pivotal case this morning that pits free speech against LGBTQ rights. Kelly O'Donnell has the details.
This Colorado web designer reached the highest court in the land. Lori Smith argues she should not be compelled by the state to design wedding websites for same-sex couples.
Colorado is trying to force me to promote ideas inconsistent with my faith and the core of who I am.
Under public accommodation laws, businesses open to all cannot deny services based on a customer's race, gender, or sexual orientation.
You can't define your service, so you exclude an entire category of people.
Liberal Justice Elena Kagan said gay couples want to buy the same services for wedding websites as straight couples.
And the question is, can a website designer say, sorry, that's not my kind of marriage?
Smith contends her work is her personal artistic expression, protected by the First Amendment. Justice Sonia Sotomayor differed.
You're not inviting them to the wedding. Lily and Mary are. So how has it become your message?
But conservative Justice Clarence Thomas noted that creative businesses are different.
This is not a hotel. This is not a restaurant. This is not a riverboat or a train. I'm interested in the intersection of public accommodations law and speech.
While Lori Smith's views are rooted in her Christian faith, her case is about whether her choice to exclude gay weddings is free speech, not religious freedom.
Kelly, thank you.
Goblin mode has been declared the Oxford English Dictionary's word of the year. The word of the year is meant to capture the mood of the past 12 months, with this phrase reflecting self-indulgence, rejecting social norms and expectations. The term first gained buzz earlier this year after a fake headline claimed that rapper Ye and Julia Fox broke up after she went goblin mode. The tweet with that fake headline had been liked more than 100,000 times.
We were talking about this, never even heard of it. We got to do a little bit more research to get the whole concept of goblin mode. Let's see if Michelle knows it. At least she knows the weather. We can check in with her with that.
I feel like today is going to be goblin mode, right? With all the rain falling, lazy on the couch. Maybe that's the day to start implementing this, because we're looking at really heavy rain falling throughout Tennessee, Georgia, also South Carolina, and that's going to be the theme throughout the day. Also looking at rain expanding into the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, also parts of New England. Could see a little bit of snow, too, in northern New England. So looking at satellite radar, we are looking at some heavy rain falling this morning, where you see those brighter colors, and that's what we're going to see throughout this Tuesday and really into Wednesday. That's why we do have a flash flooding threat as well in portions of the Tennessee Valley, lower Mississippi Valley into the southern Appalachians. Rain is already expanding into the mid-Atlantic, also in the Northeast. Tomorrow, another cloudy and damp day, so goblin mode continues tomorrow. Lingering front fueling more storms in the southeast, and that will continue on Wednesday as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures so frigid in the north, teens and 20s, and with snow falling in portions of the northern plains as well. Big difference. Looking a little summer-like in the south. Temperatures in the 70s, near 80 degrees in many spots. All right, we're going to talk about the summer-like weather in the south and then really frigid air in the north. That's coming up in just a bit.
All right, sounds good, Michelle. Thank you. Early today's back in 60 seconds with good news for drivers as we cruise into the holidays.
And the feds say Chinese hackers siphoned millions in American COVID aid, and it could just be the tip of the iceberg.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, an early present for drivers across the country this holiday season. The average price of gas has dropped nearly 40 cents in the past month, down to $3.40 a gallon. And projections show it could fall under $3 by Christmas. In 9 states, including Texas, Georgia, and Louisiana, prices have already plummeted below $3. However, the relief could be short-lived. The European Union's ban on Russian oil has already begun, along with price caps for how much other countries can spend. If the Kremlin retaliates, it could pull petroleum off the market and send prices higher, not just for oil, but also for natural gas to heat homes this winter.
Fox News founder Rupert Murdoch will be deposed next Tuesday by lawyers representing Dominion voting systems. That's according to court documents obtained by the Washington Post. Dominion is suing for defamation, saying that Fox made false claims that its voting machines interfered with the 2020 presidential election results. Fox says the claims are protected by the First Amendment. Murdoch's son and Fox CEO Lachlan Murdoch was deposed yesterday. Dominion is seeking $1.6 billion in damages. Fox has not responded to a request for comment.
Hackers linked to the Chinese government stole millions in COVID aid meant for struggling Americans at the height of the pandemic. According to the Secret Service, the Chengdu-based hacking group APT41 stole at least $20 million in COVID relief benefits. While it is the first instance of pandemic fraud tied to foreign cyber criminals, experts say it may just be the tip of the iceberg. Officials told NBC News that other federal investigations into the fraud seem to point back to foreign state-affiliated hackers.
New York Magazine is highlighting 39 reasons to love New York in their latest issue. You've got 72 celebrities here. Look closely. They're all sprinkled into this one iconic cover. You can spot Chuck Schumer there waving, Paul Rudd waving too, Spike Lee, Julia Fox, Z-Way. This was taken by a photographer, Pel Cass. He's known for these still time-lapse photos. This one took over 10,000 shots. And the photo was taken on the intersection of Little West 12th and Washington Streets. Little Where's Waldo for you.
Yeah, probably in the wee hours of the morning, too, to be able to get all of them in one shot, you know, in a New York City street. So fascinating.
Yeah,
how they do
it's
that.
a fascinating place.
Still to come, a curveball from Justin Verlander, where the ace pitcher is heading next, fresh off of his World Series win with the Astros.
Maybe he'll be in that picture next year. And the volunteers helping to fight loneliness this holiday season.
That was a good hit.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nike says it's officially cut ties with Kyrie Irving a month after suspending its relationship with the basketball star. In October, Irving posted the link to an anti-Semitic film on social media. He later issued an apology, adding he does not stand for hate speech.
Fresh off his World Series win, Justin Verlander is headed to the Big Apple. ESPN reports the reigning AL Cy Young winner signed a 2-year deal with the New York Mets, worth just over $86 million.
And Kenan Thompson hosts the People's Choice Awards that will include Lizzo, Shania Twain, and Ryan Reynolds, each honored with Icon Awards. The People's Choice Awards starts at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC and E!
The pandemic made many Americans far too familiar with loneliness and isolation, but as our Kate Snow reports, those feelings can be alleviated by helping out in the community.
It's the midday rush at Gather 55.
This place is very important for the community.
A restaurant in Hartford, Connecticut, where it's pay what you can for a quality meal. Those who can't are never turned away. Instead, they can opt to volunteer their time. It's run by Hands On Hartford, a nonprofit that focuses on housing, health, and food insecurity.
Good morning. So who's got the pasta?
And it depends in part on outside volunteers like Linda Mason.
The customers that come in here are just the most lovely people.
Mason was a special education teacher for 33 years. Like so many others, she struggled with feelings of isolation during the pandemic.
I was extremely lonely. I managed it. You know, I was aware of it. Hey, Mark.
When she decided to retire, she knew she had to find something bigger than herself to be part of.
What is the emotion that you feel coming here?
When I come here, I feel purpose. When I leave here, I feel happiness. I've helped in a small way, and that's a really important human thing for all of us to be trying.
The loss of human connection due to the pandemic has been felt far and wide. One survey found 36% of Americans frequently felt lonely.
Good morning.
And the cure could be as simple as helping others. Research shows volunteering can not only ease feelings of loneliness, but has a positive impact on mental health and physical health, reducing the risk of mortality and lowering feelings of depression.
When the pandemic hit, I was really isolated, shut off.
In Springfield, Massachusetts, 41-year-old Atia Wilkins volunteers with AmeriCorps, mentoring kids in high school.
I'm so glad.
She was a certified nursing assistant, but when her license expired during the pandemic, she became a stay-at-home mom and fell into what she calls a sunken place. She says going out to help others saved her.
I'm getting up, doing my part. I feel like I'm giving back something when I felt like I couldn't give anything.
Experts say if you're looking to start, search for opportunities that have meaning to you, including in your own community.
Just give it a try, because it might really pull you out of that place that you've been stuck in for so long.
For Linda Mason, giving back has become a two-way street.
Every time you come here, what are you building?
I am building those people connections, those human connections.
Connections that pay it forward and back.
It's not filling time, it's filling space within me. It's filling my heart space. It's giving me a purpose bigger than myself.
Kate Snow, NBC News, Hartford, Connecticut.
That is fantastic.
Nothing like that fulfillment when you can help somebody else.
That's right. Coming up, a pair of wild comebacks on the gridiron and the soccer field.
And a race against time as a volcano threatens critical infrastructure in Hawaii.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training measure? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training measure? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. It's going to be a warm one in the east near record highs with temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal. And looking at temperatures, we're near 80 degrees in some spots. So a really warm one. 78 degrees in Montgomery. Look at Dallas, 75 degrees. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. The GOAT gets it done. Tom Brady makes NFL history with yet another crazy comeback.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training measure? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's third down. Underneath, and touchdown, Rashad White.
A Monday night comeback for the ages. Tom Brady finds Rachaad White, who muscles his way into the end zone with just 3 seconds left. The Saints led this one by 13 in the final minutes, but Brady orchestrated a pair of terrific drives to give the Bucs the late lead. Tampa completes the comeback 17-16. And that was Brady's 44th fourth-quarter comeback in his career, breaking a tie with Hall of Famer Peyton Manning for most in NFL history.
Now to another incredible comeback, this time on the soccer field, capping off a championship season for one college team. North Carolina led by 2 in the 80th minute, but here come the Bruins. UCLA gets the equalizer with just seconds left in regulation. Tied at 2 apiece, the game would go in a double overtime and in double OT. Mary Carmen Reyes beat the goalkeeper for the go-ahead score. UCLA wins 3-2 and captures the program's second women's soccer title ever.
Unbelievable. In Hawaii, the eruption of the world's largest active volcano is now in its second week, and the lava is threatening a vital part of the Big Island's infrastructure. Here's Steve Patterson.
From across the ocean, the spectacular sight of Mauna Loa's brilliant fury is awe-inspiring. But for residents, it's also a slow-motion menace.
It's just spreading out on flat ground like you would expect, kind of like really, really thick pancake batter.
Searing hot lava is currently spewing from a fissure on the volcano's northeast slope. The eruption no longer a danger to commercial air travel or in the path of communities, but right now it is on a collision course with one of the island's most critical highways, with no way to stop it.
There's a lot of lava that's coming out, and it makes it very difficult to divert a flow like that.
That fissure's flow, now a little under 2.5 miles from Big Island's Daniel K. Inouye Highway, a thoroughfare between 2 major cities connecting east with west. If lava reaches the road, it would shut down a vital supply route and add hours to commuter travel.
If this lava did make contact with the highway, what would that mean for the population there?
People would have to take the coastal routes. It would add a little bit more time to their trips. It would slow things down quite a bit.
The lava is flowing at about 50 feet per hour. Still, eruptions are unpredictable, and officials are stressing vigilance as Mother Nature's molten threat creeps ever closer. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Beautifully destructive. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. More stunning images to share with you. These are from the Artemis flight, making its second close flyby to the moon before it begins its journey home. It's soared about 79 miles above the lunar surface, capturing this amazing view.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, decision day again. This morning, polls are back open in Georgia for one final midterms contest. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is claiming momentum against Republican challenger Herschel Walker in what's become the longest, most contentious race of the year.
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker. Period. If we sit on the sideline, y'all see what we're going to get. We're going to get people that you can't trust anymore.
And already this runoff race has seen a record turnout. We have team coverage with the latest. In the dark this morning, tens of thousands of people waking up to another day without power in North Carolina after gunfire at 2 major electrical substations. More on what investigators are calling a targeted attack, plus why restoring power could take several more days. Remembering an icon. Tributes this morning to Emmy Award-winning actress Kirstie Alley, who died at the age of 71. We'll look back on her decades-long career in Hollywood. And Gen Z in 2023. Believe it or not, it's almost the new year, and that means new trends. We'll break down a new report by Instagram on what matters right now to the younger generation and how it could shape culture in the coming year. I gotta say, Gen Z, to me, they're really cool.
Yeah, too cool. It's intimidating.
I like it.
Yeah.
So
not bad.
It's good to see you this morning. But we begin with that high-stakes runoff in Georgia.
Yeah, this morning, after days of record early voting turnout, voters are heading to the polls one more time to decide on the runoff between incumbent U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker. More than 1.8 million mail and early in-person ballots have already been cast, potentially giving Warnock an edge, while Walker is banking on turnout today to take the lead.
Get out and vote, because if you don't vote, you're going to get more Chuck Schumer and also President Biden. We know that he is unprepared. We know he's unqualified. He's unfit to represent the people of Georgia in the United States Senate.
We have full team coverage of today's crucial election on the ground with NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee and senior political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Greg Bluestein. Good morning to both of you. And Tremaine, starting off with you, if you could take us through the state of the race and where do we stand on Election Day, what both candidates are going to do today.
That's right, Stephen. You mentioned that heavy early vote turnout, which favored Democrats. But both of these candidates, Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker, are hoping for a heavy turnout today. As you can see behind me, there's already a line gathering at this polling place. It's kind of a cold, wet, and rainy day. But both of these candidates are hoping for heavy turnout. Reverend Warnock, because he says the fight's not over until it's over, so he wants everyone to still come out, even though they feel good with the momentum they have. But Herschel Walker is hoping that those Republicans who might not have voted early, they tend not to. They tend to show up the day of Election Day. He's hoping that they turn out. And so both of these men are out doing meet and greets and canvassing in the suburbs of Atlanta today. But again, the polls just opened. There's already a line behind me. And it's exactly what these candidates are hoping for.
So, Greg, of course, this is not the first time Georgia has been at the center of a high-stakes runoff election. What are you watching for today?
I'm watching for Election Day turnout. It's so huge, as we just heard. It seems like Senator Warnock built a solid advantage in early voting. That's because more voters in Democratic strongholds voted than in Republican strongholds, and a disproportionately high number of African-American voters cast ballots, and they tend to back Democrats overwhelmingly. And so Republicans are relying on huge Election Day turnout today. Herschel Walker, if he doesn't get a surge of turnout at the polls, he does not win.
So, Tremaine, unlike 2020, this is not a race where the fate of the Senate is on the line, but there were more than 77,000 new voters, people who did not vote in November, who did turn out for the runoff. So what do you think is motivating people this time around to show up when they didn't just a couple months ago?
You know, I've been talking to a number of organizers who say that, you know what, the stakes were so high that they had to pull out all the stops, right? The machinery and apparatus of voting, especially here in Georgia, which is kind of ground zero for this kind of mobilization, that folks are making the message clear that the stakes are too high to stay home. Now, Republicans are hoping that those folks, again, who might not have showed up before, that they show up today without Governor Kemp on the ticket, which, you know, drew a lot of Republicans out. It may be tough for them, but again, the stakes are so high in this election. Even without the balance of power, clear, the Democrats could get a clear majority if Senator Warnock retains his seat, and that's what they're hoping for.
And it just looks so uncomfortable right there, Tremaine. We see people in line behind you, like you mentioned. So, Greg, early voting traditionally has favored Democrats. As we've heard, Senator Warnock has held a very narrow lead in many of the polls. So what does Herschel Walker have to do to actually flip that seat?
Well, he's trying to drive up that Election Day turnout itself. He's now trying to make the case that this race is a referendum on Joe Biden, is a referendum on Democratic control of the U.S. Senate. He said at his final campaign stop last night that a vote for Senator Warnock is a vote for Chuck Schumer, is a vote for Joe Biden. That's a case that he's struggled to make in recent weeks. He's instead focused more on culture war issues, transgender sports, gendered pronouns, issues like that are motivating to some in the far-right base, but aren't as appealing to the middle-of-the-road voters, that he frankly lost a big number of them in the November midterm. We saw 200,000 fewer voters back him than Governor Brian Kemp, his fellow Republican, in that November midterm. And so Senator Warnock, he is making a clear and sustained appeal to those swing voters by saying that he can work across party lines, that he can work with Republicans and, of course, with Democrats as well. Herschel Walker, he wants to nationalize this race and make it all about Joe Biden and his 40% or so approval rating here in Georgia.
It'll be interesting to see whose strategy pays off today. Tremaine, Greg, thank you.
Thank you.
And sticking with politics and the ongoing controversies surrounding former President Trump, Republican lawmakers are being put on the spot, forced to take a stance about a recent Trump post on social media where he called for abolishing certain parts of the Constitution. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the story.
The Republican Party once again forced to answer uncomfortable questions about Donald Trump.
So I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made.
The party's only announced candidate for president and the GOP's de facto leader proposing on his Truth Social channel that parts of the Constitution should be terminated to allow the 2020 election to be overturned. Trump's claims of widespread election fraud are baseless, but he argues that, quote, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules and regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want, would not condone false and fraudulent elections. It is a position some Republican leaders were forced to navigate.
Well, obviously, I don't support that. The Constitution is set for a reason, to protect the rights of every American. And so I certainly don't endorse that language or that sentiment.
While some, like Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, were able to distance themselves from the former president, other Republican leaders, like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and the House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, have yet to respond, despite repeated asks of their offices. Trump walking back his words with the following statement. The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution. This is simply more disinformation and lies. John Bolton, the former national security advisor under Trump, now one of his critics, speaking out with harsh words for his former boss.
It's not merely wrong and outrageous. It is disqualifying.
This just the latest in a long line of controversy that continues to surround the former president since he announced his intention to run for president again.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for president of the United States.
It was less than a month ago that Trump was dining with rapper Kanye West and a white nationalist, Nick Fuentes. Trump has yet to apologize for hosting the pair, and just days after their dinner, Ye, as he is now known, went on Alex Jones's InfoWars to declare his admiration for Hitler. Thursday night, Trump expressing solidarity with January 6th insurrectionists in a fundraising video.
People have been treated unconstitutionally, in my opinion, and very, very unfairly. And we're going to get to the bottom of it.
While Trump remains the most prominent member of the GOP, there are signs even some of his Republican supporters may be open to other nominees.
I just don't think that at this point he'll be able to get there because I think there's a lot of other good quality candidates out there.
And the new Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, warning Republicans that Trump is only part of their problem.
The Republicans are going to have to work out their issues with the former president and decide whether they're going to break from him and return to some semblance of reasonableness.
Our thanks to Ryan Nobles for that report. And in a statement Sunday, White House spokesman Andrew Bates said that attacking the Constitution was anathema to the soul of our nation and should be universally condemned.
And all of this is playing out as the House is back in session this morning, trying to tackle key funding issues before the end of the year. Lawmakers are fast approaching deadlines for several pieces of must-pass legislation, including government funding and defense spending. But the question is, will they be able to get anything done in this lame duck session? NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on this. Julie, good morning to you. So let's start with keeping the government's lights on. Pretty important. Congress funding deadline is coming up on December 16th, but some Republicans want to delay it until next year so the new Congress can have more input in all of this. So how likely is it that they're able to hash out a funding deal during the lame duck session? And what options do they have if they actually miss that deadline?
Yeah, good morning. Well, look, the bad news is the government funding deadline is literally 10 days away. But the good news is we often find ourselves in this position when it comes to December, that end of the year deadline, because both sides are often pushing their work until the last minute. And that's because both sides have something to gain if they stretch out the process longer and longer. So if the past years are indicative of what's going to happen this year, they will likely get it together. And that's in large part because leaders on the Democratic side and on the Republican side want to get this done. There is virtually no appetite for a shutdown. There's no appetite even to kick this to next Congress, although there are some Republicans that you mentioned, especially in the House, that are looking to do this because, of course, Republicans are going to take control of the House next Congress. But look, the bottom line here is both sides in leadership want to get this done. I was talking to senators last night. They're trading numbers back and forth. Leader Schumer told me walking out of a meeting with McConnell that things are moving along. They're still working. They're not there yet, but they're hoping to be there soon. And I should also note they are still $25 billion apart, but we're looking to see if that could shake out in the next coming days.
All right, let's talk about the defense budget, Julie. It's a major point of contention on Capitol Hill. A group of Republicans want to use that bill to end a COVID vaccine mandate for service members, and they've threatened to stall that bill if the mandate is not repealed. How do we see this all playing out?
Yeah, there was a press conference last week with some of those Republican members, including Rand Paul, who I should note never really votes for the NDA, that defense bill that Congress needs to pass. But there is a separate effort that's been moving over the last couple of months that I reported on yesterday of a group of Republicans in the Armed Services Committees pushing to end this mandate for service members. It's something the Biden administration put in. It's something they're still saying is a readiness issue. They're advocating for the mandate to stay in place, of course. But yesterday, some things kind of fell apart. I was talking to some of the top Republicans and Democrats, including on the Armed Services Committee. Senator Inhofe, for example, who's the top Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, told me that Democrats are putting in extraneous last-minute asks in order to get this vaccine mandate, sort of a tit-for-tat going on here that we normally see in the last couple of weeks before the Congress ends. But all things said, the National Defense Bill is a must-pass bill. There is virtually no appetite for that not to pass either. I mean, it's literally something they need to get done to keep our military running, to keep our partners overseas funded as well. Ukraine, a great example of that. So we expect this also to be solved, but not without a political fight and exceedingly political tensions.
It seems like nothing happens without a political fight these days. And Julie, speaking of things that are pending, the January 6th committee also preparing a report for a December 31st deadline. Do we have any insight on what we might learn from that?
Yeah, it's a great question. When the House was last in on Friday, I was chasing the halls with my colleagues, trying to get an answer to that, talking to members on the committee, and they were still coming out of a meeting. I mean, they are literally deciding as we speak how to present this, when to present this, perhaps criminal referrals. Of course, the number one question on the minds of many is whether they plan to make any to the Department of Justice. Former President Trump, the number one name, of course, that they are considering in that. But look, they have until the end of the year. They know that. So they plan to present in some way. We plan to see them again, I'm told, by the end of the year. This report, we don't know what setting that will be in, but all signs are pointing to some kind of meeting, some kind of presentation they plan to have before they hit the expiration date on their committee.
A lot to pay attention to. All right, Julie, thank you.
And more than 30,000 customers in North Carolina are still without power this morning, days after two major power stations were seriously damaged in what officials are calling a targeted attack. The lights in Moore County aren't expected to come back on for days. A state of emergency is in effect as investigators race to find a motive. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from outside of the sheriff's office in Carthage, North Carolina, with more. Antonia, good morning. So we know the FBI has joined in on the investigation, but what else do we know this morning? And are you hearing anything about a possible motive or who might be involved?
Morning, Zinkley. Right now, we still have no information about a motive and no suspect. And this is as we're now at the third consecutive morning with people waking up without heat in their homes, in many cases without running water, and without a school for their kids to be able to go to right now. And so residents are really frustrated as there's sort of two tracks to the story now, Zinkley. One about this community trying to get back on its feet after being destabilized by all of this, and the other piece being this investigation. This is what we do know from authorities, that this is an intentional attack, that they believe that there was criminal intent here from the individual or individuals involved. And they repeatedly use the word intention and then phrasing like this is a person who knew what they were doing. In other words, not a group of teenagers just pulling an accidental prank. They emphasize that whoever did this very much knew what they were doing that night and knew what the resulting consequences would look like. And of course, residents here and really people around the country are keeping an eye on this closely because of the concerns about what this might represent for our infrastructure more broadly and the vulnerabilities that might be there, Zinkley.
Absolutely, and it's not lost on me that this is happening in December when it's already so cold. And Antonia, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper has also spoken out about this attack. What exactly did he have to say, and how is he helping residents that still, as you said, don't have power, don't have heat this morning?
Well, first, the most important thing for people to know is if you're in this area in Moore County and your home is cold, you need help or resources, the county has set up a shelter and is encouraging people to take advantage of that. They're also still responding to emergency calls. You know, this is a community with a lot of elderly people who depend on things like oxygen to be connected. And the county is still sending people out and helping residents when those issues come up. But the Governor Roy Cooper, really focused on this question of infrastructure and some of the national implications here. You know, the governor said that for a long time he's been aware of potential security threats, cybersecurity threats, and threats to our infrastructure, and said that likely, you know, as we learn more about the motive in this case, that is going to mean that additional security measures are going to have to be taken in communities like Moore and around the rest of the state to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. Take a listen to some of his remarks.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack. Regardless of motive, violence and sabotage will not be tolerated.
There are multiple layers of law enforcement involved on the ground here, from the FBI to the State Bureau of Investigation and, of course, the Sheriff's Office behind me here. And we expect to hear more potentially this afternoon around 4 p.m. Zinkley.
I mean, we'll be waiting for that. And Antonia, briefly, what are some of the major concerns that local officials have over these outages?
Well, first, people's safety and security, because it has gotten cold at night here. It's not quite freezing temperatures today, but it's been down close to 30 and 32 at night on other days. And that poses a serious risk for the elderly people in this community, for the littlest people in our community, you know, people's infants and young toddlers trying to get through this. They don't even have schools to go to. As you drive around this community, traffic lights aren't working. And so there have been concerns about potential car crashes. That's part of the reason why there's a 9 p.m. curfew in place here. So I think safety and security and people, you know, having food to eat, gas in their tanks, and the resources that they need in place is the top concern of people here while they're still trying to figure out the motive here. Zinkley.
Absolutely. Hoping people stay safe. Antonia Hilton, thank you.
Emmy-winning actor Kirstie Alley has died of cancer, according to her family. Alley rose to fame after her breakout role as bar manager Rebecca in the NBC comedy Cheers. She went on to star alongside her friend John Travolta in the Look Who's Talking movies. More recently, she competed on Dancing with the Stars in 2011 and earlier this year was on The Masked Singer. Kirstie Alley was 71 years old.
She'll be missed. And now to your weather this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with a check of our forecast. Good to see you, Michelle.
Great to see you both. And we are tracking some rain today. Some of it is heavy, some of it will be heavy, and we could see the potential for some flash flooding, not only today, but also tomorrow. And you can see on satellite radar, most of the east is covered by rain, and we're seeing those pockets of more moderate rainfall. That's where you see those brighter colors. So portions of Georgia and the South Carolina, Tennessee, also North Carolina, and even a little isolated moderate rain up in upstate New York. So we're going to see rounds of showers, rounds of rain today, and also tomorrow. That's going to pose the impact or pose a threat for flash flooding in portions of the lower Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into portions of the southern Appalachians. So that satellite radar over the past 6 hours, it's all due to a warm front that's moving through. It's moving very slowly. It's bringing that heavy rain. It's bringing the potential for that flash flooding. And that rain is now expanding into the mid-Atlantic and also the Northeast. Now, we're not expecting the heaviest rain in the Northeast or the mid-Atlantic. Most of that will be in the lower Tennessee Valley and also the Mississippi Valley. And then tomorrow, we're going to remain unsettled as well. Another cloudy and damp day in the Northeast. That lingering front is going to fuel more storms in the Southeast. By Thursday, the next round of soaking rain moves into the Midwest. And we're going to see high rainfall rates. That's going to lead to more flooding. It's going to be saturated. The ground's going to be saturated. So we're going to be watching this very closely over the next several days. Locally, we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain, especially where you see those yellows and oranges. That's extending into the Ohio Valley as well. And then we do have pockets of isolated moderate rainfall amounts expected in the Northeast as well. Along with that rainfall, we are warm in many spots in the east. Temperatures in December near 80 degrees in Montgomery, Alabama. That's 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. Into the mid-70s in Dallas, even into the low to mid-50s in D.C. Boston, you're warm too, 53 degrees. We'll hold on to that warmth tomorrow, 59 degrees in New York City, 13 degrees above normal for this time of year. But then we cool it down by the weekend, back to reality, into the 40s by Saturday. Back to you guys.
Back to reality.
Yeah, that is the word for it. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a power struggle in Ukraine after the break, the latest on the war, including the new missile wave of attacks impacting the country's power grid.
Plus, tens of millions of dollars in COVID relief stolen, and who the Secret Service says could be behind what is being called an elaborate cyber attack. We'll be right back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. With a new escalation in the war in Ukraine this morning, Moscow says Ukraine was behind explosions that rocked 2 military air bases deep inside Russia. According to Russia's defense ministry, the blasts were the result of a Ukrainian drone attack that killed 3 military personnel. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Kyiv. Ellison, it's good to see you. So what else can you tell us about these explosions and their significance?
He's in Clay. So, yeah, as far as we understand, what we're talking about are 3 different strikes that have been reported
inside Russia. 2 of them, strikes on Russian airfields pretty deep in Russia. Those took place reportedly on the morning of December 5th. There was another strike this morning on an oil depot in Russia. The 2 strikes on Russian airfields were significant because they were so deep in Russia. We're talking about 300 miles beyond the Ukrainian-Russia border. Most of the weapons that have been provided to Ukraine to date by Western allies, they're medium-range missiles, weapons that don't really have the capability to go this far. Russia's Ministry of Defense, they're saying that Ukrainian forces used Soviet drones to hit these targets. Ukraine, they have not publicly commented, but assuming these were in fact carried out by Ukraine, which seems very likely, this suggests not only a new willingness by Ukrainian forces to push the fight to military bases in Russia, but it also suggests their weapons capability and their ability to use weapons effectively to attack Russia at a distance is perhaps growing. So Ukraine, they've asked Western allies to send more long-range missiles, but up until now, Western allies, the U.S. included, they have not agreed to do that. They've been hesitant to do that because they fear that it will bring NATO into this conflict and that the conflict will become even bigger than it is right now. But what this appears to show is that perhaps, given that Russia's Ministry of Defense is saying these were drones that are Soviet-era drones, that Ukraine has figured out a way to sort of do the longer, further away stuff on their own. There's this discussion when we're talking about this fight of if Ukraine can actually be successful if they're only able to use the majority of the weapons that they have within their own borders, right? The argument is they need to go and take this fight directly at the source, hit the places where Russia is firing these missiles instead of intercepting them when they're already in the air over Kyiv. They've asked for those weapons from the West. They haven't gotten it, but what it looks like here is they figured out a way to use some of the stuff they had, Soviet-era weapons, to sort of achieve those goals. And from a military standpoint, Zinclay, it could suggest a shift in the way this war is being fought. Zinclay.
Ellison, you talked about missiles being fired. Russia fired a barrage of missiles into Ukraine yesterday, including Kyiv, where you are. Those strikes, I know, impaired electricity and water in several regions. So as temperatures dip below freezing, what is the feeling on the ground there? Are people worried about more attacks?
Yeah, I mean, Russian forces fired more than 70 missiles, according to Ukrainian forces yesterday. And that yesterday was one of the coldest days of winter so far. About 60 of those were reportedly intercepted, 10 headed towards Kyiv, 9 of those intercepted. But 3 different regions, Odessa, Kyiv, Vinnytsia, they all, according to local officials there, they all saw energy infrastructure hit by these missile strikes, and it sent a lot of people into darkness. The power was out, electricity, no heat, difficulty accessing water, if at all. When you talk to Ukrainian people, it's hard to kind of capture the layers of emotions they often feel. There's stress, there's sadness, there's fear, there's bravery, there's anger, there's hope, there's a lot there. But one thing we consistently see and what we saw in the days leading up to this latest missile attack were communities coming together. That's how a lot of people in places like Kyiv are fighting back right now. They will tell you that these missile strikes aren't breaking them. Instead, they're coming together. They're building warming centers so they can take care of each other and look out for their neighbors and just weather this until they hope it ends, and they hope it's soon. Zinclay.
Yeah, the nuances of war. Ellison Barber, thank you for covering it for us.
All right, turning now to an NBC News exclusive. Hackers linked to the Chinese government stole at least $20 million in COVID relief funds, according to the Secret Service. This would also be the first instance of pandemic fraud connected to foreign cyber criminals. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, good morning to you. Just how serious is this fraud that the Secret Service is talking about?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, the context here is that there was a massive amount of fraud in pandemic relief programs, particularly the unemployment programs. As much as $400 billion, as much as 40% of all the money that the federal government handed out in special unemployment benefits was stolen, and about half of that experts tell us went to foreign criminal groups. And so this is a specific subset. It's a small number in the context, $20 million, but it may just be the tip of the iceberg, that the Secret Service says was stolen by a particular Chinese hacking group with ties to Chinese intelligence. And that's what's really significant here, is that this wasn't just some run-of-the-mill criminal group. This was a group of hackers that has been identified by the U.S. government and by private experts as having participated in Chinese government-backed hacks before. Some members of this group have been indicted by the Justice Department. So these are the A-team of hackers, and it's believed that they infiltrated state government systems and stole at least $20 million. And that really alarms our sources, Stephen.
Now, Ken, we've heard a lot about these COVID relief fraud cases. This is the first we've heard that's tied to a foreign state-sponsored cybercriminal group that the U.S. has acknowledged publicly anyway. Are there any other instances that the government may have not told us about?
Our sources are indicating that there may well be, that they continue to investigate. They don't believe that this one instance of $20 million is the only one. One person told us they believe this Chinese hacking group probably targeted all 50 states, because the sad reality is this was easy pickings. I mean, the state unemployment systems use antiquated 1980s computer systems. These programs were designed really without security in mind. They wanted to get the money out quickly, and they were just pillaged by all manner of criminal groups. And so these sophisticated hackers found an easy time in stealing this money, Stephen.
Yeah, we've heard about these thefts basically happening since the very beginning of these relief funds being distributed. So is there anything the government can do in the future to prevent this same type of fraud?
There's a lot they can do. The Labor Department Inspector General has been begging for years that states upgrade their computer systems, for example. And sadly, there doesn't seem to be a lot of political will to do it, because it would cost a lot of money. Again, antiquated systems, not a lot of checks for fraud. The people that pay close attention to this say the federal government, state governments need to do a lot more to make sure that this never happens again, Stephen.
Certainly a lot of work to be done, and it does come with a price tag. Ken Delanian, thank you.
Now to California, where celebrity lawyer Michael Avenatti was sentenced yesterday to 14 years in prison for fraud. Avenatti, known for representing adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels in lawsuits against former President Trump, was accused of cheating 4 of his clients out of millions of dollars and obstructing the IRS's efforts to collect taxes from his coffee business. This latest sentence will run consecutively after the 5-year prison term he is currently serving for 2 separate convictions here in New York.
Well, coming up this morning, growing concerns about the so-called triple-demic. Up next, the new warning about a significant surge in cases of COVID, RSV, and the flu. Plus tips on how to keep your family healthy.
And have you heard of gentle parenting, the controversial and at times confusing trend taking over TikTok? Next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back taking a look at the latest on the triple threat plaguing hospitals. The recent surge in RSV cases appear to be slowing down, but flu and COVID cases are still on the rise.
And that's as new numbers from the CDC show flu hospitalizations reaching record highs, while average daily COVID cases are spiking. NBC News correspondent Perry Russum joins us now for more. Perry, good morning. So the CDC numbers show that flu cases spiked during Thanksgiving week. What's driving this increase in cases? Is it the nature of all the gatherings we see during the holidays? And are doctors concerned that the spike will continue as people prepare for other holidays like Hanukkah, Christmas?
And remember, we have New Year's Eve coming up as well. Really the first time since the pandemic started that we are going to have strangers celebrating inside in large numbers. Look, the CDC says simply, flu season is just starting earlier, significantly earlier than they expected. And in terms of hospitalizations for the flu for this time of year, we are seeing numbers that we haven't seen in a decade. And the main question that is being asked right now, does this mean that flu season will spike and go down sooner, or are we going to see a prolonged season? In terms of vaccination rates for some of those most at risk, the elderly and children, the CDC says vaccination rates are lower compared to last year. And we asked a doctor here in Chicago about what can be done.
It's never too late to get vaccine. For influenza, even if you have just had influenza last week, there's actually 4 strains of flu that are covered in the vaccine. Influenza A is what's out and about right now. I fully expect influenza B to come later in the year, which is how it usually does. So there's still absolutely value to getting your vaccine and COVID boosters as well.
And some good news from the CDC in terms of the flu vaccine. They say this year's vaccine is working well with the current strains that are going around.
So, Perry, we know hospitals across the country are already stretched thin due to RSV and COVID. And yesterday, the CDC put out numbers showing the average daily COVID hospital admissions have increased about 18% over the last 2 weeks. So what effect will the rise in COVID and flu have on those already strained hospitals?
Well, today we are seeing some of the effects starting today in Indiana. Some hospitals in Indiana, because of the flu, they are restricting visitors. So only immediate family can visit, 2 at a time, under the age of 18, and they have to wear masks at all times. So we are already seeing this happen here in the Midwest.
And Perry, you mentioned it, right? Inevitably, people will be gathering during the holidays. That's what this time is about. So what can people do to stay safe this holiday season, to stay out of the hospital? I see you're in front of a hospital right now.
So we took this question to Dr. Bartlett yesterday, and she says, look, COVID, the flu, RSV, these are things that we simply are going to have to live with. But she says, wash your hands, make sure you're visiting people that you know or family. If you can, visit outside. And as she told us, make sure you get vaccinated.
Important message there. Perry, thank you.
All right, it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. New research shows COVID might be altering the structure of teenage brains. We have more on what you need to know.
Plus, we look at a new style for raising kids that's taking over social media called gentle parenting.
It sounds nice. We have questions about it. We'll ask the award-winning psychotherapist and reporter, Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
We wanted to ask about that study, the effects of COVID on teenage brains. So how could this change the structure, and how could that affect mental health?
So what the study looked at was how stress impacts the brain. And what they found was it seemed to age the brain, which is not good. So for those out there who think, oh, it's just stress, it's all in your head, now we're able to see that there are physiological changes. And those changes lead to mood issues. So it's really a powerful study, and I think it helps people to realize that it's not just your emotions or it's just all in your head, that this is pretty dangerous.
And let's talk about something I've been seeing a lot on TikTok, which is gentle parenting. A lot of the new parents in my life are talking about it. What are the benefits? What exactly is it? And what do you think of it as a form of discipline, or maybe a lack of discipline, some think?
I think the word gentle throws everybody off because we think of being permissive, and that's not what this is about. It's about connecting to your child and having appropriate expectations and setting limits based on that. So the study studies show that if you are shaming your child or yelling at your child, that it basically makes them anxious, with low self-esteem. It could lead to substance abuse disorders. So this is a different way of connecting to your child so that their psyche is intact and they feel understood.
Yeah, remembering that they have agency too.
Yeah. That's great. It's
and
more than just gentleness, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think the word, I like the idea of thoughtful parenting because it's really thinking through what does your child need, not being highly reactive and being proactive in your approach when it's possible.
And finally, Doctor, talking about the holidays, they are here. We're seeing warnings about romanticizing the holidays, which I guess happens all the time. We see these TV movies that make it all look amazing and incredible. Are there some risks associated with that for ourselves and also the people we're putting pressure on?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have this script in their head and then there's reality, which never matches the script. And if you're unaware of that, it could lead to increased depression because you're expecting something that may not happen. So if you are a person that has high expectations, try to remember reality is different and to take care of yourself by connecting with those that you love, making sure you are exercising and eating right and managing your money and connecting to people so you're not alone if that's the case during the holidays.
And remembering the holidays hit everyone differently, right?
That's right. That's exactly
true.
right.
Something for everybody in there. Great advice, Dr. Robbie Ledwig. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, from social issues to side hustles, young people are turning to Instagram for more than just filters.
More than just filters. When we return, we'll take a closer look at what matters most to Gen Zers on social media and the trends to watch for in the coming year. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. This morning, Instagram is releasing what it's calling its Gen Z Trend Report for 2023. It features the topics, issues, and trends that are projected to matter most to teenagers in the upcoming year.
That's right. And after a year full of movements, memes, and all the feels on social media, what better way to end 2022 than look ahead to 2023? And joining us to do that is Instagram creator DeAndre Brown, also known as the corporate baddie, and Instagram creator and activist Deja Fox. Thank you both so much for being here. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. So I want to start with you, DeAndre. First of all, we're seeing more and more teenagers use Instagram to make cold, hard cash. How effective is that, really?
Yeah, I think that it's very effective, honestly. And I can even just speak from my personal opinion and perspective as a content creator and as somebody who was working in corporate America as well and just doing both and having like these two side hustles at the same time. And we see now that 64% of people are now trying to turn their passion projects into careers. So I think that that's going to be a huge trend, especially amongst Gen Z within 2023.
And Deja, let's bring you in here and talk a bit about activism on Instagram. A lot of younger people are using the platform to speak up about social issues. What are we seeing there, and what are we expecting in the year ahead?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when only 30% of Gen Z is of voting age, we're voting with our dollars, with the brands we're buying, right? We're voting with our follows, the folks we're following, and amplifying every day. We're setting the narrative online, right? And it's influencing our elections and our policy. You know, I was just on the ground in Georgia out there creating reels with my friends while we were TikToking, normalizing getting out there, voting, and taking that next action step.
And I know something, and first of all, I love that you use TikToking as a verb. That's awesome.
Very cool.
But I know something that a lot of Gen Zers who tend to be out of college and young think about is personal finance and financial literacy. What are we seeing around there? I want to ask you, corporate baddie.
Yeah, for sure. So just giving some stats, 85% of people plan on utilizing these platforms and just making another form of income within the next year. And we're seeing that, then that comes directly from the Trend Report. And we're seeing that one of those, when we're making money on social media, and the way in which we're doing it, it's, you know, by making content and just putting ourselves out there, you know, and I think that it's important, especially Gen Zs, we're starting our lives, we're starting our careers. And one of those ways now is we're starting to think about, well, now we have to be financially literate and not only just set ourselves up successfully with our careers, but set ourselves up successfully financially as well.
Really incredible.
Very smart and forward thinking. Deja, I was wondering about sort of the pitfalls we've seen for social media. The prior generations have definitely fallen into them. Gen Z trying to avoid them. How do they do that? How do they sort of expand their circles in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, I also want to speak to what you were saying about Gen Z is also building their authenticity and their authority online. I think Instagram is really the place to do that, right? It's this place where you build a deep community. People are engaging with you, they can message you, and we've never seen in the scope of human history a time where anyone, anywhere can connect in a moment, right? This is like an epic change, and it's Gen Z's superpower. And we're using these platforms like Instagram to build communities around us of care, communities that help us not only feel personally well, but be professionally successful, right? I've gotten some of my best opportunities from people who I've met online who, you know, I didn't grow up in a household where my dad was gonna get me an internship or my cousin was gonna tap me in. I was able to create those connections on platforms like social media and build those relationships and then, you know, mobilize those personal relationships to really create professional opportunities and social mobility for myself and the people around me.
I love that. I look so much, I think, at the negatives of social media. It's so refreshing to hear such a positive take of it.
100% refreshing. And I wanted to ask, because I know we said 2023 may be the year of the side hustle. So corporate baddie, is it true? And if so, why? Real brief here.
Oh, yes, absolutely true. And just quickly speaking for me, like I did it as well myself, working in corporate America and also creating content as well. And that was my side hustle. And we see a lot of other young Gen Zers doing the same as well. So definitely looking forward to those 2023 side hustles and seeing a lot of new content coming out as well.
Well, we'll be watching your TikToks and your Reels, DeAndre Brown and Deja Fox. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
All right, more financial headlines now. One of tech's big names in investing in more manufacturers in the U.S.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us now to talk about this. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, good morning. Stephen, good morning to you as well. The world's largest chip maker, Taiwan Semiconductor, announcing today it's tripling its investment in the United States. The company is promising to spend $40 billion on 2 new manufacturing hubs in Phoenix. The first of those facilities is scheduled to open by next December. President Biden will attend an event today in Phoenix with Taiwan Semi's founder, Apple CEO Tim Cook, and the head of other chip makers to mark the occasion. Taiwan Semi is a key supplier of chips for the iPhone. PepsiCo is reportedly laying off hundreds of workers in its snack and beverage divisions. The Wall Street Journal says the cuts will be heavier in the beverage unit, which is based in New York State. The snack division, which is based in Chicago and Texas, has already trimmed jobs through a voluntary retirement program. In a memo sent to staff, PepsiCo says the layoffs are aimed at simplifying and making its operations more efficient. In October, PepsiCo said it was cutting costs amid worsening economic conditions. Microsoft is raising prices for new video games for the Xbox. Starting next year, the company will charge $69.99 for new first-party and next-generation games such as Starfield and Forza Motorsport. Previously, those games cost about $10 less. The move comes after roughly 2 decades without price increases from major game publishers, guys. So add it to the list of things that have going up in price.
It's a long list.
Oh, yeah.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, turning now to a revolutionary new art exhibit in Brooklyn that's celebrating the lives of those who died as a result of police violence.
That's right. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has that story.
It's a space celebrating birthdays that never were.
Love you. Just know we miss you terribly.
An art exhibit in Brooklyn, 1-800-HAPPY-BIRTHDAY, focused on people killed after encounters with the police. For each of the 12 celebrants, as they are called here, there's a phone booth featuring details about their lives and voices of their loved ones. There's Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland.
Hey, sis, I just want to tell you happy heavenly 35th birthday.
At Tony Robinson's phone booth, it's his grandmother singing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
His aunt, Lolo, says Robinson, who was killed by police in Wisconsin at 19, loved celebrating his big day.
He liked to have fun. He would always be the one to keep us together and bring us together.
His family cherishes seeing his legacy live on here.
It's powerful. They have created an actual space where we're not reduced to these hashtags.
The exhibit's artistic director says that is the goal.
The idea is to shift the lens and to bring light to these people as individuals and not as headlines, and to get some insight into who they were as people, not just victims.
Visitors who come can also leave their own messages.
Happy birthday, Sandra. Sorry that I have to leave this kind of voicemail under these kind of circumstances.
An experience with lasting impact.
The exhibition for me, I mean, it really brings it home.
Brings what home?
Brings the horror, the absolute horror of Black young people, basically, in my opinion, being shot every damn week.
Personal items are also featured.
These are the clothes they wore, their jerseys, their shoes, like their favorite items.
An exhibit to celebrate lives and not mourn their deaths. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Brooklyn.
Very important topic. Thanks, Yamiche, for that. Well, coming up this morning, some think it's cool, others say it's pretty creepy.
Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll talk about a new kind of chatbot that has people divided. We'll be right back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. A new online chatbot is making waves on social media for both its precise and also painfully honest answers.
It's called ChatGPT, which stands for Generative Pre-Trained Transformer, and it's fully powered through artificial intelligence.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt. Good to see you, Callan. So most of us have used chatbots for things like customer service questions. Can be a little frustrating. So what makes this one different?
So this chatbot is really unique in that you can use sort of natural language in order to ask it a question. So you're asking this thing, how do I code a website? But could you describe it to me as a Valley girl? And you don't have to use this like really contrived language. It's very funny in that you can ask it to do things like explain something to me as Snoop Dogg lyrics or in a limerick, and it understands what you're saying and will sort of respond with these very natural language responses. So it kind of takes that sort of contrived nature of AI out of the equation and makes it almost like you're talking to a person, which when you're talking to a chatbot for a company can be a little frustrating when it feels like you're not getting a response from a human being. This kind of sounds like you're talking to a person.
Wow, I think I'm erring on the creepy side of all of this, Callan. So what are some of the consequences, though, risks of people not realizing about talking to this new chatbot?
So some of the concerns about this chatbot being so intelligent and being able to ask it any question is, what if someone, a bad actor, asks it a question to sort of, how do I build, a device for nefarious purposes? How do I, potentially build a homemade explosive device? And some researchers have tried what I've been told is a pretty common test, which is they've asked it how to build a Molotov cocktail. Now, they had to get around a few content sensors, and they were able to do so. And they were able to get the bot to explain how to build a Molotov cocktail. Apparently, another one of these tests is how to hotwire a car. So these are some tests that researchers and programmers use to see, like, where is the bot at? Where's the content filter at? And OpenAI, who built ChatGPT, has said that, they know it's not perfect yet, that there are going to be some issues with it, and they're still working out the bugs. So this is hopefully just a temporary issue, but it's one that is really troubling some researchers and programmers.
And Callan, when we talk about tech, sometimes we'll talk about it in the context of replacing people. So will other companies try and duplicate the capabilities of the chatbot almost to put us out of a job one day? Briefly here on this.
Well, I think, people are already saying that ChatGPT is the new Google. So I think some people who either run search engines or who have built search engines may be looking to this as the future. I mean, some people have said it's made its way to their iPhone's homepages where they're using it already as their search engine. So I think we may see this technology popping up in search engines in the future.
Well, time will tell there. Hopefully they won't. I know they've talked about AI replacing us, actually, anchors. Yeah, that was a story back in the day, but hopefully that won't happen. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Election Day Part 2. Today, voters in Georgia are casting their ballots again, this time for the critical runoff Senate race between current Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker, period.
We need to get back to people who become leaders. We don't need followers no more. So he's been following Joe Biden around.
We'll show you the final pitches from both candidates, plus the latest polling showing just how close this race could be. Fighting the flu, the U.S. is now seeing its worst flu outbreak in more than a decade. The new spike, likely fueled by Thanksgiving and recent travel, will show you what makes this year's strain different and what you can do to try to stay healthy. Also this morning, remembering Kirstie Alley, the actress known for her role on the sitcom Cheers and more, has died after a battle with cancer. How the world is honoring her life on and off the big screen this morning. Plus, lending a hand. From war to natural disasters and inflation, millions have been in need of help, and worldwide, people are stepping up. We'll show you the biggest causes and fundraisers people supported in 2022. A lot going on this morning. Great to be with you, Zin Clay.
Great to be with you, and it's always good to hear about people giving back, so I'm excited for that one.
I love the optimism. A lot of positivity going on. And we begin this morning in Georgia, where the polls are now open in the state's Senate runoff.
And we're all watching it. Voters are casting their ballots today in the race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Our chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on the candidates' closing arguments.
Good day to you, and it is a wet one as they get started on this election day here in Georgia. And interest in this runoff remains extremely high, with the early voting record already being set. More than 1.8 million people casting their ballots. For Raphael Warnock, this is his fourth election in just 2 years, and it has some serious implications what happens here. It's the difference between an outright majority for Democrats in the Senate and a 50-50 split.
This morning, it's Election Day in Georgia again.
I'm ready to keep on pushing. Keep pushing for democracy. So it is time for us to stand up, but stand together.
Both Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, who won a runoff in 2021, and Republican challenger Herschel Walker campaigning for last-minute votes in a race that'll determine whether Democrats can build on their razor-thin Senate majority and pick up a 51st seat.
The Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. Why does a 51st seat matter here?
This is about who is going to represent 11 million people for 6 years. Georgia is better than Herschel Walker.
While Warnock slammed Walker for lacking the competence and character to serve, Walker's hit Warnock for voting with President Biden 96% of the time, arguing every seat matters in a closely divided Congress.
A 50-50 Senate is better than a 51-49 Senate because we can still keep Joe Biden in check.
Already one of the most expensive Senate races of all time, with more than $400 million spent. In just the last 4 weeks, Warnock and Democrats have bombarded Walker on the airwaves, outspending the former football star and his Republican allies by a more than 2-to-1 margin. It comes as Walker has faced numerous scandals, including accusations that he urged 2 former girlfriends to have abortions, which he has vehemently denied, and a new domestic abuse allegation from 2005. His campaign has not responded to requests for comment. We met Republican Judy Sarton, a lawyer and mom, who says she's voting for Walker.
I think that people need to take the emotion out of it and just think, how is Herschel going to vote? And I think that we can count on him to vote conservative.
Warnock is hoping for strong turnout from, among others, young voters like college student Camille Leak.
In your views, what's at stake in this election?
I feel like women's rights are definitely at stake. Healthcare is the big thing that's at stake. Immigration laws, just basic human rights.
As for President Biden, he has not been to Georgia in months. He's been raising money from a distance to help Raphael Warnock's campaign. And former President Trump, who helped propel Herschel Walker to the Republican nomination, he's steered clear of this state in recent weeks. But last night, notably, he hosted a virtual rally for the former football star. Back to you.
Peter, thanks so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Mark, good morning to you. Let's talk a bit about the state of this race. It has been neck and neck, but we've seen the record early voting turnout. So does that mean Senator Warnock maybe considered the favorite here?
Senator Warnock is coming from a few positions of strength, Stephen, including those early vote numbers. Also, the fact that Warnock is outspending Walker and the Republicans over the airwaves by more than a 2-to-1 margin, and just the overall situation right now where it does seem that Herschel Walker needs a really strong election day turnout to be able to win Warnock. However, it's important to know that we've seen so many surprises in our politics, going back to Donald Trump's victory in 2016, or even the most recent midterm results in the 22 elections back in November. And so it is important to note that even though you might think that one candidate or one party has the edge, we've been thrown for some surprises in politics.
Absolutely nothing is promised for any candidate. And I know that former President Trump held a rally last night, but it was widely pointed out he was on the phone. And President Biden has not set foot in Georgia. We heard Peter talk about that. So why are the essential standard bearers of their parties and likely presidential candidates in 2024 not campaigning more intensely for what appears to be a consequential race?
Yeah, it underscores their own unpopularity. Our most recent NBC News poll ended up finding both President Biden and former President Donald Trump underwater with voters when you're asked, do you have positive or negative feelings about them? Although it's worth noting that Trump's numbers were worse than President Biden's. And even though the midterm election results were pretty positive for Democrats, they did better than expected, President Biden's approval rating in the national exit poll was still around 44%. And so that's one of the reasons why you saw last week former President Barack Obama and not current President Joe Biden campaign in Georgia. And it's also why you've actually seen former President Donald Trump at arm's length with Herschel Walker, despite the fact that it was Trump who really ended up making Herschel Walker the Republican nominee in this Senate race.
A lot of fascinating dynamics. And this isn't even about the balance of power in the Senate like it was in 2020. Democrats will be in control of that chamber. So why beyond the borders of Georgia does the nation put so much significance on this race?
Yeah, a couple important reasons. One, it gives Democrats more breathing room. Remember, in this 50-50 Senate where Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema can become power brokers, well, you know, when you end up having one more senator, you can afford to lose a Joe Manchin. You can afford to lose a Kyrsten Sinema or any other person. Just gives you a little bit more breathing room. But the other reason why this matters is that when you have the 50-50 Senate, there was a power sharing agreement between Democrats and Republicans on how you constitute the committees. And that actually made it where committee membership was even. Democrats have a 51-49 majority. They will have a majority on these committees, which could matter.
All right, Mark Murray, thanks so much for that breakdown.
And now to North Carolina, where authorities are searching for a motive and a suspect or suspects in what they say was a targeted attack on 2 power stations. Thousands are still under a state of emergency this morning, bracing for the cold weather with no electricity. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Moore County, North Carolina, with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Zinkley, good morning to you. More than 30,000 people this morning are waking up yet again without power. There are some places, crucial places like the sheriff's station, that are operating on backup generator power. But even with crews working around the clock, this is a slow and painstaking process. In fact, a spokesperson tells me that some of the damage was so extensive that some of the pieces have to be completely replaced. That means actually shipping them in, and that takes several days, as we're seeing now. Meanwhile, all of this is coming as authorities are still trying to figure out who is responsible.
After more than 48 hours in frigid temperatures and pitch black nights.
We have no heat. We have no cooking facilities. We have none of that.
How are you getting by?
Barely.
This morning, more than 30,000 North Carolina residents are bracing for their 3rd straight day in the dark after officials say at least one gunman broke into a pair of power substations Saturday night and opened fire, causing extensive damage and a widespread blackout.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack, and federal, state, and local law enforcement are actively working to bring those responsible to justice.
Officials say so far, no motive and no suspects, but they've not ruled anything out.
Are you possibly looking for somebody who was an employee?
We're looking at all aspects of it. This was not no random act. This was something targeted.
This morning, Duke Energy, which runs the substation, says they will take a closer look at security measures after the breach, but would not say whether surveillance cameras may have captured those responsible.
How were they able to access these areas so easily?
Well, you know, we maintain hundreds of thousands of miles of overhead lines, equipment that's all around. It's impossible to protect everything from any type of interaction. We have robust security measures.
This morning, the county remains under a state of emergency with a 9 p.m. curfew in place until power is restored. The Red Cross has opened a 24-hour shelter for those struggling to stay warm. And with the majority of impacted customers likely to remain in the dark until Thursday, this grocery store, one of the few with power, is a rare refuge.
It's cold, and I come over here a couple of times a day to get some hot food.
Just to get warm?
Yeah.
It just doesn't affect one person. It affects the whole community, literally.
And the sheriff tells me that among his biggest concerns, traffic accidents. He says there have already been a number of accidents because the power is out, and some people who come through town and don't even know that they're experiencing power outages, so just speed through those intersections. He says that's one of the reasons why this curfew is so crucial, and that goes into effect again at 9 p.m. tonight. Sinclair.
Thanks so much, Blaine Alexander. Thank you.
All right, turning now to the surge in flu cases. A new report from the CDC showing flu numbers on the rise across the country, along with an increase in hospitalizations and deaths. The recent spike causing concern among health officials who say it's early in the season for this explosion of activity. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this. Good morning, Sam.
Stephen, good morning. Look, the early signs are not good. You talk about increased hospitalizations. We just saw over the Thanksgiving week the highest level of flu hospitalizations in more than a decade. Now, Stephen, in terms of the overall numbers here in Florida, they are elevated. They have not seen that yet here in South Florida with Jackson Health, but they're closely coordinating with local hospitals to keep an eye on things. Meantime, as far as these numbers are concerned, they certainly portend for a big bump in cases this winter.
This morning, doctors nationwide gearing up for a major fight with the flu.
I've seen a lot of young, healthy people come in, just feeling about as bad as they've ever felt.
In California, one of the hardest hit states, Dr. Andrew Eads says his ER is feeling the crunch.
We're already at kind of mid-January levels. You know, it'll be interesting and a little bit scary to see where this goes from here.
It's a scene that's playing out coast to coast, with nearly all states seeing high or very high flu activity ahead of schedule.
I am very concerned about it because I myself am immune compromised.
The CDC says over Thanksgiving week, outpatient visits for flu-like illness tripled the national baseline, and hospitalizations nearly doubled from the previous week. Since flu season began, the agency estimating 4,500 people, including 14 children, have died. That's already close to the total number of deaths for last year's entire flu season. In Dallas-Fort Worth, pediatric hospitals are near capacity. Doctors say the best line of defense is to get the flu shot.
I need to be protected, and I believe in the vaccines.
Though some blame vaccine fatigue for their inaction so far.
I haven't gotten a flu shot since I was a kid, and the last shot I got was the COVID shot. And to get an appointment for that, it was a hassle to go in and wait.
Experts worry about high-risk populations like older Americans and pregnant women and warn places with lots of close contact like daycares, classrooms, and college dorms can be settings for super spreaders. Michael Allegrini just caught a bad case of the flu after recently attending a wedding.
Since I had just had COVID a few weeks prior, I felt completely safe and my guards were completely down.
Doctors recommend you consider pandemic precautions like masking and remind people that a little vigilance could go a long way to ensure a healthy holiday season.
And Stephen, to answer a question, no doubt many people are wondering, it is not too late to get the flu shot. Even if you have already had the flu this season, you can get it again. It might be worse the second time, so keep that in mind. This is a recent survey found that about 4 out of 10 Americans say they are not getting a flu shot. Back to you.
Wow, good reminder there. Sam, thank you.
And sad news from the entertainment world. We learned overnight that actress Kirstie Alley has passed away.
Yeah, the Emmy Award winner who starred on both the big and small screens died after a battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with a look back at her life. A lot of people shocked by this news, Ann.
Absolutely. It was stunning. She was only 71, and it was her children, Kirstie Alley's children, who first tweeted the news last night that their mom had passed away from a brief bout with cancer. She leaves behind a legacy of laughter and many unforgettable television moments.
Hello, cheers.
This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and weep for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. This morning, her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Ali parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. "Kirsty was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again." In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Ali played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's Closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Ali was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Ali spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security. You look awesome.
Well, yes, you do. And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
This morning, there has been an outpouring of support on social media from fellow actors and fans alike, including Cheers co-star Kelsey Grammer, who told Variety, "I always believed grief for a public figure is a private matter, but I will say I loved her." And so did a lot of people who watched Cheers and Look Who's Talking and all those shows.
A moving tribute. Ann Thompson, thank you.
Well, turning now to a check of our weather this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with more on today's forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And you will need the umbrella in most part of the east half of the nation because we're looking at heavy rain falling in some spots, more moderate, some light showers in others. It's going to be rounds of showers as we go throughout this Tuesday, and it's going to continue into our Wednesday, too. So that's the first big weather story of the day. We have some really warm air, too, on the east in the eastern half of the nation with Gulf Coast warm temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. In contrast, it is chilly, frigid in the northern plains. Temperatures 15 to 30 degrees below normal. It's going to feel like 35 below zero as we go throughout the overnight tonight into Wednesday. So that Arctic chill is in place. That's enough to make some snow. We're going to have some snow in the northern plains, also the Rockies. So those are the two big weather stories. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, more rain from New England into the northeast and mid-Atlantic, portions of the Tennessee Valley once again, and then heavy rain also in the central plains. So we'll see that axis of heavy rain shift a little bit further into the central plains. Still snow in the Rockies. We could see up to a foot over the next couple of days, and some snow also falling in portions of the upper Midwest. This is what it looks like on satellite and radar. You can see green showing up. That's where we're seeing the light showers falling. Also seeing some brighter colors. We're going to see pockets of heavier rain, and we could see some flash flooding in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the southern Appalachians. So for today, that rain is expanding into the northeast, into the New England area. We could see a little bit of snow, too, in northern New England, and then tomorrow, another cloudy and damp day in the northeast. That front is moving so slowly. It's bringing rounds of showers and also the chance for some thunderstorms. So for tomorrow, we have more rain falling, and you can even see some pinks and blues showing up on the futurecast. That's indicating where some wintry weather could fall. We're locally seeing 3 to 5 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain on some wet grounds already. That's why we're concerned for the chance of flash flooding, and mainly that would be in the Tennessee Valley and also portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll definitely pack our umbrellas wherever we are in the country. Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, another royal visit, this time from Prince Harry and Meghan.
We've got more on their visit to New York City today and the backlash they're facing over their new documentary next.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with a look at the royals. Last week, Prince William and Princess Kate hit the streets of Boston for their first U.S. visit in more than a decade.
And now, this week, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are taking on New York City. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Stephanie.
Guys, good morning to you. You know, there will be no shortage of the controversial royal couple in the coming days and weeks. An award ceremony tonight here in New York City, a 6-part Netflix series, and Prince Harry's memoir to be released in January. So fans and critics alike are clamoring, while the palace is no doubt bracing for what's to come.
It's really hard to look back on it now and go, what on earth happened?
A new trailer taking direct aim at the palace and the media.
There's a hierarchy of the family. You know, there's leaking, but there's also planting of stories.
The first episodes in Netflix's 6-part series, Harry and Meghan, drop on Thursday.
It's a dirty game. The pain and the suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
I realized they're never going to protect you.
And it appears Prince Harry is holding no punches.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth.
But before anyone has seen it, the royal couple are already under fire. In the trailer, a photo is used to suggest an invasion of their privacy. But a reporter who covers the royals says he was there, and it was actually taken with the couple's permission on an official trip to South Africa.
Doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
The teaser released last week used this image of a mob of photographers, apparently a stock photo taken back in 2011 at a Harry Potter movie premiere, before Harry and Meghan had even met.
It's standard procedure to use stock images to illustrate certain things, but you would hope that in the actual episodes themselves, they will be used in the right context. Otherwise, unfortunately, it does discredit the wider programme.
Just days after the Prince and Princess of Wales visited the U.S. for the first time in 8 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be honored tonight in New York City by Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, receiving the Ripple of Hope Award for their work in racial justice and other social causes. For Harry and Meghan, accolades come with recriminations, as critics accuse the couple of demanding privacy while at the same time willingly putting their lives on public display. NBC reached out to Netflix, but they are not commenting on the record. It will be a star-studded gala tonight. Also receiving awards, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the late basketball player Bill Russell. The event will be emceed by Alec Baldwin. Guys, it's going to be his first public appearance since that fatal shooting on the movie set of Rust. So there is a lot happening tonight.
No kidding. It's a talker, for sure.
It is indeed. Yep.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now to England and the mystery of an American warship missing since World War I. On this day in 1917, the USS Jacob Jones became the first major American Navy ship sunk during the war. But for more than a century, the ship was lost at sea. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Brookwood American Cemetery in England. Good morning, Raf.
St. Clair, good morning. 105 years ago today, the USS Jacob Jones set sail for what should have been a quick journey from France to Ireland, but it never made it. Its voyage cut short by a German torpedo. And so every year this anniversary has come and it's gone, but the ship itself was missing until now. Out of the shadows of the Atlantic Ocean, the shape of a bell emerges. And then, little by little, a ghostly outline. The remnants of the long-lost USS Jacob Jones, sunk by a German submarine on December 6, 1917. The once proud U.S. destroyer torpedoed 8 months after America entered World War I. Of the 110-man crew, 64 were killed. For more than a century, the ship was lost to the depths of the sea, until it was discovered this summer by a team of volunteer British divers known as Dark Star.
So fair to call you guys Navy history enthusiasts?
Navy history.
Nerds.
Determined to solve a 105-year-old mystery.
We were looking for a needle in a haystack. We had 3 positions we could plot on a chart, and from that we could identify our search area.
The team headed 60 miles off the British coast, following clues a U.S. historian discovered in the diary of the German U-boat commander.
So you're on the surface, you know something is down there,
yes,
but you don't know what it is.
Exactly. We go over the top of it on the boat, and we can see the seabed. It's flat, then there's a little lump.
And then, nearly 400 feet below the surface, there it was.
Guns, torpedo tubes, the bell of the ship, which was just an amazing sight to see it just lying there. You could actually see the name Jacob Jones in the side of the bell, which was just, it was the icing on the cake.
And in terms of what you actually saw down there, what stays with you?
Just the wonderful nature that was getting down onto the USS Jacob Jones, which had not been seen for 105 years.
The captain of the Jacob Jones left a detailed account of his ship's final moments. I ran along the deck and ordered everybody I saw to jump overboard, he wrote. While the sailors' bodies will never be recovered, their sacrifice is commemorated at this U.S. military cemetery outside London. Among them, 23-year-old Lieutenant Stanton Kalk, who gave his own life trying to save his men.
We never take it for granted that we are diving on war graves where sailors have sometimes died for freedom.
An American warship and her crew, gone but no longer lost.
And the U.S. Navy tells NBC News they have no plans to bring artifacts up from the Jacob Jones because they consider the wreck an official American military war grave, just like the ones here. And they will now list the underwater site as the final resting place for dozens of American sailors. Sinclair?
Important that they could have their moment, Raf. Thank you so much.
More international headlines now. A landslide has killed dozens of people in Colombia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, that landslide came down a hill in western Colombia on Sunday morning following heavy rain, and it buried in rocks and mud several vehicles that were driving past, including a bus full of passengers. The president of Colombia said that at least 3 children are among the dozens of people who died. Let's go to Indonesia, where sex outside marriage is set to become a crime punishable by up to a year in prison. The measure is part of a new criminal code approved by the country's parliament that is expected to come into effect in 3 years. The changes, which also include a ban on insulting the president, will apply to both Indonesians and foreigners. And let's head to Qatar, where aside from the Soccer World Cup, another competition has caught the eye of the world. It's the Camel Beauty Pageant. Mind you, this is a serious competition. A doctor makes sure the animals don't use fillers or Botox to make them more beautiful. In the end, Naza, a beautiful female camel with long eyelashes and a flashy smile, won the, well, $50,000 first prize, guys.
Another reason not to Botox your camels.
Oh,
beautiful.
I did not think I would hear the word Botox and camel in the same sentence this morning. But Claudio, you keep us on our toes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Claudio. You never know what you're going to get. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, another good reason to cut back on fast food.
I don't know about this one. I don't like it. Up next, we'll have more on how processed foods could play a major role in increasing health risks, including that for dementia. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with some new findings that link certain foods to a greater risk of cognitive decline.
Yeah, a new study points to an increased risk of dementia in people that eat ultra-processed foods, which includes burgers, French fries, and, yes, ice cream. So here to discuss this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So how concerned should we be? How high of a correlation did researchers find between people who ate processed foods and then went on to show signs of cognitive decline? And over how long of a period were they observed exactly?
Yeah, Zinkley, Stephen, this study had me even opening my fridge last night and reevaluating what we put in it, because let me tell you, so this was a study done in Brazil. It's one of the largest of its kind, which is why it's interesting. And as you point out, Zinkley, it's correlation, meaning we don't know that eating ultra-processed foods, things like hamburgers, donuts, processed pasta, causes dementia. But in a study of over 10,000 Brazilians, studied up to 10 years with a pretty even divide between men and women of different ages, they found that people who had 20% or more of their calories from these ultra-processed foods actually had a significant rate of decline of executive function. What does that mean? That's our higher level of being able to process things, recall information, and make decisions. This was significant enough that this study in the Journal of the American Medical Association Neurology actually pointed out that Americans, and here's the kicker, Americans estimate that 48% of our diets are ultra-processed. So think about it. That adds up to just years of a decrease in cognitive function that should give all of us some pause.
Some big numbers there, a little scary.
Yeah, and we're showing the video of pizza and cookies, and I am starving. This is a bad combination right here, Dr. Patel.
It is.
I wanted to ask you, though, we mentioned a few types of processed foods. So are there any other foods people want to avoid that could be linked to an increased risk of cognitive decline?
Yeah, you know, Stephen, this is the hardest thing, especially when you're busy and you're shopping and you're trying to think about it. When you're in the grocery store, if you look at the ingredients and they are not ingredients you recognize, these are chemicals, things that are, you know, words that do not relate back to whole foods that you can recognize, that should be an alarm signal. That means that it's processed. And then a lot of our common snacks, anything that's been manufactured that has to sit on a shelf and stay shelf stable for a long time, Stephen, that is another alarm bell. And so as you point out, it's all the things that we love around the holidays and that I love to even send in my kids' lunches because it's convenient. But really, the best thing to do is to go natural. Think whole grains, think things that you make at home. That is not easy for the average American to do. When you think about it, on average, an American will consume at least one meal a day that is processed. So this is a reminder for all of us not to overthink it. Go back to the basic things you have to make in the home or that you know that somebody has made and that you can identify the ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, that's even diets. I don't eat meat, but I know a lot of meat alternatives can also be ultra-processed, so that's something to look out for. So, Doctor, I know that this study also found people who had high-quality diets reduce the effects of processed foods. So what are some high-quality foods you recommend we eat to stay healthy or to maybe offset some of those former habits?
Yeah, look, again, I'm going to go out. I've got a shopping list for myself. So, okay, fruits and vegetables. Again, any fruits and vegetables that you can get from a local grocer, farmer's market. There are even some boxes that you can get that are cheaper that can be delivered to your house that use some of those leftover fruits that people don't like because it's got a little mark in it, but they're perfectly fine. Fruits, vegetables, grains. When we're thinking about whole grains, it's an intact whole grain. That usually means like whole wheat, quinoa, oats. All of those things can be incredibly healthy. And as you point out, Zinkley, can actually reverse not just cognitive decline, but improve our memory and higher function. That's what we all want as we age. And remember, it starts early. This is even demonstrated. Diet in children can have a long-lasting effect. So just try to do a substitute and a healthy swap. Don't overthink it. If you like macaroni, there are recipes out there for whole grain macaroni where you can substitute and add in spaghetti squash that's mashed up and looks orange. So think about healthy swaps, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do it today myself, guys.
I was going to say, it sounds like everyone watching needs to have a very healthy breakfast this morning.
I love that.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Well, a massive evacuation is underway on Indonesia's most densely populated island after a volcano erupted, sending a mountain of ash streaming down below. And this comes just 1 week after the world's largest active volcano erupted in Hawaii, with lava now threatening a major highway on the Big Island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
Thousands of Indonesians in a desperate scramble to evacuate the East Java province after this terrifying wall of ash erupted from Mount Semeru on Sunday. The volcano unleashing a river of lava and smoke on Indonesia's most densely populated island, covering some in a layer of soot. And sending plumes of ash thousands of feet into the sky. Nearly 2,000 people have fled their homes, according to Indonesia's disaster management agency. So far, no deaths have been reported, but this eruption comes exactly 1 year after Mount Semeru's explosion last year, which killed 51 people. This just the latest volcanic activity across the globe. In Hawaii, the world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, erupting last week and is now edging closer to the Big Island's main highway, only 2 miles away.
We have such limited roadways on this island, and anytime we lose a roadway, it just shifts all that traffic somewhere else.
But officials say the speed of the lava has slowed, now moving at about 50 feet per hour.
We feel pretty certain that the lava is not going to impact any population area.
But people are flocking to the island to catch a glimpse of the volcano, and local officials are still warning them.
What are you telling people right now who want to see the lava?
As long as you stay by your car and you don't start trekking out into the lava fields, we highly recommend against that. That is dangerous.
Geologists with the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory expect the eruption to continue, possibly for 2 more weeks.
A lot of my family's on the Puna side, and we have other family in Kona, and we use this road to see each other, especially with the holidays coming up.
When I think about how it's going to affect me, it's really devastating.
Wow, some incredible video there. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Officials in Hawaii are remaining hopeful that that lava flow will cool before reaching the Big Island's main highway.
And coming up, let's talk holidays. A lot of us will be relying on fast shipping as we approach Christmas. But what happens when bad weather hits? How one of the biggest mail carriers is making sure storms don't dampen your holiday season.
Plus, a romantic trip turned rescue mission. A couple finds a lost hiker after he was stranded in the forest for days. We'll show you the life-saving mission to get him out. That's coming up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It might be hard to believe, but Christmas is now just 20 days away. And with the holiday season in full swing, online shopping is expected to set new records this year, with demand for quick shipping hitting new heights. But what happens to your package when bad weather hits? NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders traveled to FedEx's World Hub in Memphis to find that out. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, weather like you're heading to the airport and it's drizzling or raining, which it is here, and you're thinking already my plane's going to be delayed. Well, think about how that impacts when you have more than 100 planes coming and going, like right here in Memphis for FedEx. So they have a team of meteorologists who are watching weather, not just here, but around the world, because a delay there, a delay anywhere, when you add it all up, can cost $1 million a minute. And as you just pointed out, we're in the holiday season. So right now, the pressure is absolutely on.
Down this nondescript road, cleverly named Urgent Avenue, sits a highly restricted area where we were given rare access. Inside, a team of 15 meteorologists working around the clock to make sure nasty winter weather does not delay your holiday packages.
This time of year, especially during peak with the holiday season, it becomes even more intense because everything is so much more critical than it would normally be throughout the year.
Jeff Woodard began monitoring weather for the U.S. Air Force during Desert Storm. His battle today and every day is now making sure FedEx planes get through all types of weather across the globe and on time.
What's going on in Hawaii right now?
Right now, the volcano still has a constant lava flow.
And what does that mean to the pilots?
When it did erupt, that really impacted how we get in there. So our pilots would have to route and fly south and avoid where it was actually, the ash was going to the northeast.
That's because ash spewing 30 to 40,000 feet can shut down a jet engine.
The airplane comes into Dubai.
Doug Jenkins is a flight dispatcher. It's his job to know where every one of the more than 100 airborne flights is at any moment.
What is it the pilots don't know?
Well, it's the big picture, so they can see what they have going on, what's happening right at their aircraft.
Because of FedEx, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., Memphis International becomes the busiest cargo airport in the world. Every flight color-coded on this massive board.
This is the controlled chaos.
Yes.
And the weather, that's your problem potentially every day.
It could delay delay these arrivals. So if we can get the airplanes in here on time, then it keeps the whole system operating on time.
Ready for takeoff, Captain Don Olsch, a former Marine F-18 pilot. His mission now, getting those packages where they need to be. The fastest route, always point A to point B.
We don't worry about the comfort as much as the passenger carriers do.
As you're flying more than 500 miles an hour, when you look out the window and see Santa, does he go by faster?
Oh, yeah. He's way faster than a jet.
Of course, he's faster, but where am I? Now I'm inside the plane. This is a Boeing 777. Hello! You can see how cavernous this is, but imagine this plane later today will be filled up with 30,000 boxes, many of them with presents, because this season, about 90 million packages are going to be set. So if you're going to be sending something, just know that you need to recognize that the later you wait, the more expensive it becomes, and you want that package to arrive on time. So if you're going to send it however you're going to send it, just remember that, like, December 17th really is your true deadline. And, well, you know what? Santa, all the other overnight delivery companies, they're working hard to make sure everybody has a happy holiday, Stephen.
They sure are, Carrie, with the wardrobe change and location change. Very impressive. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Carrie Sanders, thank you. And now to a miracle rescue out of California. A man stranded managed to survive on his own out in the wild for weeks without food, enduring frigid temperatures until he was spotted by a couple hiking in the area. NBC News correspondent Nyla Charles has that story.
An amazing encounter when a romantic camping trip turned into a rescue mission for a California couple.
Sorry to put a damper on your guys' camping trip.
Oh, bro, this is a story.
Quite a story. Finding a lost hiker who told them he was stranded for about 2 weeks in the San Bernardino National Forest.
I heard somebody yelling, help. And so I called out like, hello, pretty loud. And he heard us and kept yelling.
Allison Scott and boyfriend Freddie Valdivia followed those desperate cries for half an hour through boulders and rocks until they found him. When they did, he was struggling to stay alive, trying to shelter in a creek bed.
He couldn't walk anymore because his feet were so swollen and infected.
No food, drinking just creek water.
He was pretty out of it. He was obviously starving.
Miraculously surviving freezing temperatures. The couple finding him when he thought all hope was lost.
He was pretty close to the creek and right under a flight path, so he just started camping out there, waiting for somebody to maybe notice him, and he said he had given up a few days prior.
After the couple called 911, the rescue team's arrival a sound of relief. Pilot Doug Brimmer airlifted the hiker to safety.
That was the first report we had heard. We had not received any initial missing person reports. Just the rescue was the only call that came in for us.
So without this call from the couple, it's possible no one would have ever known about his whereabouts.
That's correct.
The hiker walking barefoot to paramedics. The life-saving moment now captured forever. The picture almost as special as the memory.
I've never thought that I would be the person to find a missing person. So this is very, very incredible.
He did look very thankful. He had a look on his face that he was extremely happy that we were there to get him out of there.
The rescuing pilot we spoke to says there's actually a lot more hikers that get lost than you may think during this time of year because so many people try to take advantage of the cooler temperatures here in California. But experts say there are some things you can do to prevent getting lost during your hike. That includes staying on trail, researching your hike before you start, and also taking a compass or GPS with you. Back to you.
Important report. Nyla Charles, thank you.
Well, as we set to close out 2022, we're taking a look back at all the ways communities and individuals helped out each other through these tough times.
This morning, GoFundMe is releasing its annual Year in Help review that breaks down just how generous people were over the past 12 months.
And who better than to talk about this than Margaret Richardson? She's GoFundMe's Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. Margaret, good morning to you. If you would first walk us through some of the highlights from this year's report, just how much money and time was actually donated through GoFundMe.
Thank you so much for having me. We're really proud to share a milestone towards our vision of becoming the most helpful place in the world. GoFundMe, together with Classy, a leading nonprofit fundraising software company, empowered people and organizations to raise more than $25 billion since 2010. We had one donation every second, and we had 28 million people who have sent or received help this year. And we're incredibly proud of the community and the connections that people have been able to build through the use of our platform.
I mean, really incredible numbers. One donation every second. And it's needed given that this year has been marked by so many hardships, inflation, natural disasters, and also Russia's invasion of Ukraine. How has GoFundMe responded to that specific conflict? And how do you think it's impacted the sheer scope of this year's donations?
So GoFundMe offers people an opportunity to engage with each other about what's happening in their lives, communities, and societies. And as you said, we saw fundraisers reflect macroeconomic trends, including inflation. And we saw a spike in fundraising for everyday essentials, including a 60% increase in fundraisers for gasoline, 110% increase in fundraisers for baby formula, and a 10% increase in fundraisers for groceries. We had 85,000 donations were made through our crisis hubs to people and communities that were forever changed in the wake of natural disasters, violence, and accidents. And we, as you mentioned, we had an incredible campaign fundraising to support Ukraine and the impact this year. Our GoFundMe and Classy communities donated $250 million from 2.1 million donations to individuals and nonprofits supporting the Ukrainian people with food, shelter, and basic needs, including journalists who are continuing to report on the ground and vulnerable communities in need of essential medical supplies and survival equipment.
Very important
Mila
help received there as well. Margaret, I was going to ask you quickly here if you could tell us what part of this stands out most to you and what are you most proud of in this report?
Well, I'm incredibly proud of the ways in which people were able to connect with each other. We had our second biggest fundraiser ever. Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher's Stand With Ukraine fundraiser was the biggest this year and our second all-time biggest. And again, 28 million people were sent and received help. And that is just an incredible testament to the power of people to take agency and to be able to support each other. 1 in 3 of these fundraisers was started for someone else. And I think one of the things that is incredibly powerful is that 1 in 11 people turned around and donated after they had started a fundraiser themselves. I think one thought which one of our key fundraisers had shared was, this isn't about me. He said it's about us and about helping each other and how we all move forward together. And I think that's really what I'm most proud of in this report and in our work.
Yeah.
Pay it forward, as they say.
Absolutely. Margaret Richardson, thanks so much.
And coming up, the city that never sleeps is coming back.
Yeah, and there's a list to prove it. New York Magazine is out with annual Reasons to Love New York and how more than 2 years since the pandemic, the city is bouncing back. That's coming up next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, love it or hate it, there's no city quite like New York City. And from its food to its parks, this month's New York Magazine is highlighting 39 of the reasons people love New York. Jody Kwan is the photo director at New York Magazine and joins us now to talk about it. Good morning, Judy. First off, let's start with the cover. This is an amazing picture. I have seen it everywhere and really admire it. So how did you decide who to include, and how did you even go about capturing so many big names in the same frame?
Well, you know, as you were introducing the project earlier on, Reasons to Love New York is a major franchise for us. It's an annual project that we've been doing for the last 18 years. This year was a pretty special year because, you know, really it's been the first full run of a reawakening of the city that we've had since the pandemic that started just about 3 years ago. So what we wanted to do for the cover was we wanted to celebrate the incredible, magical melting pot of the city. And so we came up with a huge list of, people, famous, known New Yorkers from different disciplines, from film, art, theater, food, politics, business. And we wanted to celebrate iconic, ambassadors from those disciplines on the cover of the magazine. So we reached out to, we realized that, we wanted the cover to feel like this incredible intersection. It's like a New Yorker's New York, where you're walking down the street and you just happen to see so-and-so. Sometimes they're a friend, sometimes it's a celebrity, but New York has that all those wonderful moments of serendipity, and that's the cover that we wanted to portray. So we just, the whole staff got on board, and we called, the wonderful thing about New York Magazine is that, we have Grub Street, we have Intel, we have The Cut, we have, Vulture. So we have experts in every part. So everybody used their contacts, and we just called upon everybody. And basically everybody said they wanted to sign on because everyone has felt this kind of isolation for so long, and they just really bought into the idea.
You nailed it.
You certainly captured the serendipity there. And we don't have a ton of time left, but I did want to ask you, for people who don't live in New York or know a ton about the city, what is the takeaway from this article?
I mean, listen, it's like New York is like, it's a metropolis. It's like such a unique city. It's only in New York that you can, walk out of your door, whether you're going to the corner deli to buy some milk or you're just going to the office. You walk out, and the minute you're outside, you're people watching. It's like you either bump into somebody or you see somebody that you've heard of, you see somebody that you saw on television the night before, and it's just this wonderful, there's so much theater in the street at all times. And that's the takeaway. It's like it's only in New York that you feel this. And that's what this issue is meant to project. Only in New York. And that was the mission for the cover.
Absolutely. You nailed it. And after this period of isolation, I think the community was felt. Jody Kwan with New York Magazine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Decision Day again. This morning, polls are back open in Georgia for one final midterms contest. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is claiming momentum against Republican challenger Herschel Walker in what's become the longest, most contentious race of the year.
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker. Period. If we sit on the sideline, y'all see what we're going to get. We're going to get people that's you can't trust anymore.
And already this runoff race has seen a record turnout. We have team coverage with the latest. In the dark this morning, tens of thousands of people waking up to another day without power in North Carolina after gunfire at two major electrical substations. More on what investigators are calling a targeted attack, plus why restoring power could take several more days. Remembering an icon. Tributes this morning to Emmy Award-winning actress Kirstie Alley, who died at the age of 71. We'll look back on her decades-long career in Hollywood. And Gen Z in 2023. Believe it or not, it's almost the new year, and that means new trends. We'll break down a new report by Instagram on what matters right now to the younger generation and how it could shape culture in the coming year. I gotta say, Gen Z, to me, they're really cool.
Yeah, too cool. It's intimidating.
I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's good to see you this morning. But we begin with that high-stakes runoff in Georgia.
Yeah, this morning, after days of record early voting turnout, voters are heading to the polls one more time to decide on the runoff between incumbent U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker. More than 1.8 million mail and early in-person ballots have already been cast, potentially giving Warnock an edge, while Walker is banking on turnout today to take the lead.
Get out and vote, because if you don't vote, you're going to get more Chuck Schumer and also President Biden.
We know that he is
unprepared. We know he's unqualified. He's unfit to represent the people of Georgia in the United States Senate.
We have full team coverage of today's crucial election on the ground with NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee and senior political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Greg Bluestein. Good morning to both of you. And Tremaine, starting off with you, if you could take us through the state of the race and where do we stand on Election Day, what both candidates are going to do today.
That's right, Stephen. You mentioned that heavy early vote turnout, which favored Democrats. But both of these candidates, Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker, are hoping for a heavy turnout today. As you can see behind me, there's already a line gathering at this polling place. It's kind of a cold, wet, and rainy day. But both of these candidates are hoping for heavy turnout. Reverend Warnock, because he says the fight's not over until it's over. So he wants everyone to still come out, even though they feel good with the momentum they have. But Herschel Walker is hoping that those Republicans who might not have voted early, they tend not to. They tend to show up the day of Election Day. He's hoping that they turn out. And so both of these men are out doing meet and greets and canvassing in the suburbs of Atlanta today. But again, the polls just opened. There's already a line behind me. And it's exactly what these candidates are hoping for.
So, Greg, of course, this is not the first time Georgia has been at the center of a high-stakes runoff election. What are you watching for today?
I'm watching for Election Day turnout. It's so huge, as we just heard. It seems like Senator Warnock built a solid advantage in early voting. That's because more voters in Democratic strongholds voted than in Republican strongholds, and a disproportionately high number of African-American voters cast ballots, and they tend to back Democrats overwhelmingly. And so Republicans are relying on huge Election Day turnout today. Herschel Walker, if he doesn't get a surge of turnout at the polls, he does not win.
So, Tremaine, unlike 2020, this is not a race where the fate of the Senate is on the line, but there were more than 77,000 new voters, people who did not vote in November, who did turn out for the runoff. So what do you think is motivating people this time around to show up when they didn't just a couple months ago?
You know, I've been talking to a number of organizers who say that, you know what, the stakes were so high that they had to pull out all the stops, right? The machinery and apparatus of voting, especially here in Georgia, which is kind of ground zero for this kind of mobilization, that folks are making the message clear that the stakes are too high to stay home. Now, Republicans are hoping that those folks, again, who might not have showed up before, that they show up today without Governor Kemp on the ticket, which, you know, drew a lot of Republicans out. It may be tough for them. But again, the stakes are so high in this election, even without the balance of power, clear. The Democrats could get a clear majority if Senator Warnock retains his seat, and that's what they're hoping for.
And it just looks so uncomfortable right there, Tremaine. We see people in line behind you, like you mentioned. So, Greg, early voting traditionally has favored Democrats. As we've heard, Senator Warnock has held a very narrow lead in many of the polls. So what does Herschel Walker have to do to actually flip that seat?
Well, he's trying to drive up that Election Day turnout itself. He's now trying to make the case that this race is a referendum on Joe Biden, is a referendum on Democratic control of the U.S. Senate. He said at his final campaign stop last night that a vote for Senator Warnock is a vote for Chuck Schumer, is a vote for Joe Biden. That's a case that he's struggled to make in recent weeks. He's instead focused more on culture war issues, transgender sports, gendered pronouns, issues like that are motivating to some in the far-right base, but aren't as appealing to the middle-of-the-road voters, that he frankly lost a big number of them in the November midterm. We saw 200,000 fewer voters back him than Governor Brian Kemp, his fellow Republican, in that November midterm. And so Senator Warnock, he is making a clear and sustained appeal to those swing voters by saying that he can work across party lines, that he can work with Republicans and, of course, with Democrats as well. Herschel Walker, he wants to nationalize this race and make it all about Joe Biden and his 40% or so approval rating here in Georgia.
It'll be interesting to see whose strategy pays off today. Tremaine, Greg, thank you.
Thank you.
And sticking with politics and the ongoing controversies surrounding former President Trump, Republican lawmakers are being put on the spot, forced to take a stance about a recent Trump post on social media where he called for abolishing certain parts of the Constitution. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the story.
The Republican Party once again forced to answer uncomfortable questions about Donald Trump.
So I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made.
The party's only announced candidate for president and the GOP's de facto leader proposing on his Truth Social channel that parts of the Constitution should be terminated to allow the 2020 election to be overturned. Trump's claims of widespread election fraud are baseless, but he argues that, quote, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules and regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want, would not condone false and fraudulent elections. It is a position some Republican leaders were forced to navigate.
Well, obviously, I don't support that. The Constitution is set for a reason, to protect the rights of every American. And so I certainly don't endorse that language or that sentiment.
While some, like Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, were able to distance themselves from the former president, other Republican leaders, like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and the House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, have yet to respond, despite repeated asks of their offices. Trump walking back his words with the following statement. The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution. This is simply more disinformation and lies. John Bolton, the former national security advisor under Trump, now one of his critics, speaking out with harsh words for his former boss.
It's not merely wrong and outrageous. It is disqualifying.
This just the latest in a long line of controversy that continues to surround the former president since he announced his intention to run for president again.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for president of the United States.
It was less than a month ago that Trump was dining with rapper Kanye West and a white nationalist, Nick Fuentes. Trump has yet to apologize for hosting the pair, and just days after their dinner, Ye, as he is now known, went on Alex Jones's InfoWars to declare his admiration for Hitler. Thursday night, Trump expressing solidarity with January 6th insurrectionists in a fundraising video.
People have been treated unconstitutionally, in my opinion, and very, very unfairly. And we're going to get to the bottom of it.
While Trump remains the most prominent member of the GOP, there are signs even some of his Republican supporters may be open to other nominees.
I just don't think that at this point he'll be able to get there because I think there's a lot of other good quality candidates out there.
And the new Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, warning Republicans that Trump is only part of their problem.
The Republicans are going to have to work out their issues with the former president and decide whether they're going to break from him and return to some semblance of reasonableness.
Our thanks to Ryan Nobles for that report. And in a statement Sunday, White House spokesman Andrew Bates said that attacking the Constitution was anathema to the soul of our nation and should be universally condemned.
And all of this is playing out as the House is back in session this morning, trying to tackle key funding issues before the end of the year. Lawmakers are fast approaching deadlines for several pieces of must-pass legislation, including government funding and defense spending. But the question is, will they be able to get anything done in this lame duck session? NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on this. Julie, good morning to you. So let's start with keeping the government's lights on. Pretty important. Congress funding deadline is coming up on December 16th, but some Republicans want to delay it until next year so the new Congress can have more input in all of this. So how likely is it that they're able to hash out a funding deal during the lame duck session? And what options do they have if they actually miss that deadline?
Yeah, good morning. Well, look, the bad news is the government funding deadline is literally 10 days away. But the good news is we often find ourselves in this position when it comes to December, that end of the year deadline, because both sides are often pushing their work until the last minute. And that's because both sides have something to gain if they stretch out the process longer and longer. So if the past years are indicative of what's going to happen this year, they will likely get it together. And that's in large part because leaders on the Democratic side and on the Republican side want to get this done. There is virtually no appetite for a shutdown. There's no appetite even to kick this to next Congress, although there are some Republicans that you mentioned, especially in the House, that are looking to do this because, of course, Republicans are going to take control of the House next Congress. But look, the bottom line here is both sides in leadership want to get this done. I was talking to senators last night. They're trading numbers back and forth. Leader Schumer told me walking out of a meeting with McConnell that things are moving along. They're still working. They're not there yet, but they're hoping to be there soon. And I should also note they are still $25 billion apart, but we're looking to see if that could shake out in the next coming days.
All right, let's talk about the defense budget, Julie. It's a major point of contention on Capitol Hill. A group of Republicans want to use that bill to end a COVID vaccine mandate for service members, and they've threatened to stall that bill if the mandate is not repealed. How do we see this all playing out?
Yeah, there was a press conference last week with some of those Republican members, including Rand Paul, who I should note never really votes for the NDA, that defense bill that Congress needs to pass. But there is a separate effort that's been moving over the last couple of months that I reported on yesterday of a group of Republicans in the Armed Services Committees pushing to end this mandate for service members. It's something the Biden administration put in. It's something they're still saying is a readiness issue. They're advocating for the mandate to stay in place, of course. But yesterday, some things kind of fell apart. I was talking to some of the top Republicans and Democrats, including on the Armed Services Committee. Senator Inhofe, for example, who's the top Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, told me that Democrats are putting in extraneous last-minute asks in order to get this vaccine mandate, sort of a tit-for-tat going on here that we normally see in the last couple of weeks before the Congress ends. But all things said, the National Defense Bill is a must-pass bill. There is virtually no appetite for that not to pass either. I mean, it's literally something they need to get done to keep our military running, to keep our partners overseas funded as well. Ukraine, a great example of that. So we expect this also to be solved, but not without a political fight and exceedingly political tensions.
Seems like nothing happens without a political fight these days. And Julie, speaking of things that are pending, the January 6th committee also preparing a report for a December 31st deadline. Do we have any insight on what we might learn from that?
Yeah, it's a great question. When the House was last in on Friday, I was chasing the halls with my colleagues, trying to get an answer to that, talking to members on the committee, and they were still coming out of a meeting. I mean, they are literally deciding as we speak how to present this, when to present this, perhaps criminal referrals. Of course, the number one question on the minds of many is whether they plan to make any to the Department of Justice. Former President Trump, the number one name, of course, that they are considering in that. But look, they have until the end of the year. They know that. So they plan to present in some way. We plan to see them again, I'm told, by the end of the year. This report, we don't know what setting that will be in, but all signs are pointing to some kind of meeting, some kind of presentation they plan to have before they hit the expiration date on their committee.
A lot to pay attention to. All right, Julie, thank you.
And more than 30,000 customers in North Carolina are still without power this morning, days after two major power stations were seriously damaged in what officials are calling a targeted attack. The lights in Moore County aren't expected to come back on for days. A state of emergency is in effect as investigators race to find a motive. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from outside of the sheriff's office in Carthage, North Carolina, with more. Antonia, good morning. So we know the FBI has joined in on the investigation, but what else do we know this morning? And are you hearing anything about a possible motive or who might be involved?
Morning, Zincle. Right now, we still have no information about a motive and no suspect. And this is as we're now at the third consecutive morning with people waking up without heat in their homes, in many cases without running water, and without a school for their kids to be able to go to right now. And so residents are really frustrated as there's sort of two tracks to the story now, Zincle. One about this community trying to get back on its feet after being destabilized by all of this, and the other piece being this investigation. This is what we do know from authorities, that this is an intentional attack, that they believe that there was criminal intent here from the individual or individuals involved. And they repeatedly use the word intention and then phrasing like this is a person who knew what they were doing. In other words, not a group of teenagers just pulling an accidental prank. They emphasize that whoever did this very much knew what they were doing that night and knew what the resulting consequences would look like. And of course, residents here and really people around the country are keeping an eye on this closely because of the concerns about what this might represent for our infrastructure more broadly and the vulnerabilities that might be there, Zincle.
Absolutely, and it's not lost on me that this is happening in December when it's already so cold. And Antonia, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper has also spoken out about this attack. What exactly did he have to say, and how is he helping residents that still, as you said, don't have power, don't have heat this morning?
Well, First, the most important thing for people to know is if you're in this area in Moore County and your home is cold, you need help or resources, the county has set up a shelter and is encouraging people to take advantage of that. They're also still responding to emergency calls. You know, this is a community with a lot of elderly people who depend on things like oxygen to be connected. And the county is still sending people out and helping residents when those issues come up. But the Governor Roy Cooper, really focused on this question of infrastructure and some of the national implications here. You know, the governor said that for a long time he's been aware of potential security threats, cybersecurity threats, and threats to our infrastructure, and said that likely, you know, as we learn more about the motive in this case, that is going to mean that additional security measures are going to have to be taken in communities like Moore and around the rest of the state to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. Take a listen to some of his remarks.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack. Regardless of motive, violence and sabotage will not be tolerated.
There are multiple layers of law enforcement involved on the ground here, from the FBI to the State Bureau of Investigation and, of course, the Sheriff's Office behind me here. And we expect to hear more potentially this afternoon around 4 p.m. Zinkley.
I mean, we'll be waiting for that. And Antonia, briefly, what are some of the major concerns that local officials have over these outages?
Well, first, people's safety and security, because it has gotten cold at night here. It's not quite freezing temperatures today, but it's been down close to 30 and 32 at night on other days. And that poses a serious risk for the elderly people in this community, for the littlest people in our community, you know, people's infants and young toddlers trying to get through this. They don't even have schools to go to. As you drive around this community, traffic lights aren't working. And so there have been concerns about potential car crashes. That's part of the reason why there's a 9 p.m. curfew in place here. So I think safety and security and people, you know, having food to eat, gas in their tanks, and the resources that they need in place is the top concern of people here while they're still trying to figure out the motive here. Zinkley.
Absolutely. Hoping people stay safe. Antonia Hilton, thank you.
Emmy-winning actor Kirstie Alley has died of cancer, according to her family. Alley rose to fame after her breakout role as bar manager Rebecca in the NBC comedy Cheers. She went on to star alongside her friend John Travolta in the Look Who's Talking movies. More recently, she competed on Dancing with the Stars in 2011 and earlier this year was on The Masked Singer. Kirstie Alley was 71 years old.
She'll be missed. And now to your weather this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with a check of our forecast. Good to see you, Michelle.
Great to see you both. And we are tracking some rain today. Some of it is heavy, some of it will be heavy, and we could see the potential for some flash flooding, not only today, but also tomorrow. And you can see on satellite radar, most of the east is covered by rain. And we're seeing those pockets of more moderate rainfall. That's where you see those brighter colors. So portions of Georgia and the South Carolina, Tennessee, also North Carolina, and even a little isolated moderate rain up in upstate New York. So we're going to see rounds of showers, rounds of rain today, and also tomorrow. That's going to pose the impact or pose a threat for flash flooding in portions of the lower Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into portions of the southern Appalachians. So that satellite radar over the past 6 hours, it's all due to a warm front that's moving through. It's moving very slowly. It's bringing that heavy rain. It's bringing the potential for that flash flooding. And that rain is now expanding into the mid-Atlantic and also the Northeast. Now, we're not expecting the heaviest rain in the Northeast or the mid-Atlantic. Most of that will be in the lower Tennessee Valley and also the Mississippi Valley. And then tomorrow, we're going to remain unsettled as well. Another cloudy and damp day in the Northeast. That lingering front is going to fuel more storms in the Southeast. By Thursday, the next round of soaking rain moves into the Midwest. And we're going to see high rainfall rates. That's going to lead to more flooding. It's going to be saturated. The ground's going to be saturated. So we're going to be watching this very closely over the next several days. Locally, we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain, especially where you see those yellows and oranges. That's extending into the Ohio Valley as well. And then we do have pockets of isolated moderate rainfall amounts expected in the Northeast as well. Along with that rainfall, we are warm in many spots in the east. Temperatures in December near 80 degrees in Montgomery, Alabama. That's 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. Into the mid-70s in Dallas, even into the low to mid-50s in D.C. Boston, you're warm too, 53 degrees. We'll hold on to that warmth tomorrow, 59 degrees in New York City, 13 degrees above normal for this time of year. But then we cool it down by the weekend, back to reality, into the 40s by Saturday. Back to you guys.
Back to reality.
Yeah, that is the word for it. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a power struggle in Ukraine after the break, the latest on the war, including the new missile wave. of attacks impacting the country's power grid.
Plus, tens of millions of dollars in COVID relief stolen, and who the Secret Service says could be behind what is being called an elaborate cyber attack. We'll be right back.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. With a new escalation in the war in Ukraine this morning, Moscow says Ukraine was behind explosions that rocked 2 military air bases deep inside Russia. According to Russia's defense ministry, the blasts were the result of a Ukrainian drone attack that killed 3 military personnel. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Kyiv. Ellison, it's good to see you. So what else can you tell us about these explosions and their significance?
Hey, Clay. So, yeah, as far as we understand, what we're talking about are 3 different strikes that have been reported inside Russia. 2 of them, strikes on Russian airfields pretty deep in Russia. Those took place reportedly on the morning of December 5th. There was another strike this morning on an oil depot in Russia. The 2 strikes on Russian airfields were significant because they were so deep in Russia. We're talking about 300 miles beyond the Ukrainian-Russia border. Most of the weapons that have been provided to Ukraine to date by Western allies, they're medium-range missiles, weapons that don't really have the capability to go this far. Russia's Ministry of Defense, they're saying that Ukrainian forces used Soviet drones to hit these targets. Ukraine, they have not publicly commented, but assuming these were in fact carried out by Ukraine, which seems very likely, this suggests not only a new willingness by Ukrainian forces to push the fight to military bases in Russia, but it also suggests their weapons capability and their ability to use weapons effectively to attack Russia at a distance is perhaps growing. So Ukraine, they've asked Western allies to send more long-range missiles, but up until now, Western allies, the U.S. included, they have not agreed to do that. They've been hesitant to do that because they fear that it will bring NATO into this conflict and that the conflict will become even bigger than it is right now. But what this appears to show is that perhaps, given that Russia's Ministry of Defense is saying these were drones that are Soviet-era drones, that Ukraine has figured out a way to sort of do the longer, further away stuff on their own. There's this discussion when we're talking about this fight of if Ukraine can actually be successful if they're only able to use the majority of the weapons that they have within their own borders, right? The argument is they need to go and take this fight directly at the source, hit the places where Russia is firing these missiles instead of intercepting them when they're already in the air over Kyiv. They've asked for those weapons from the West. They haven't gotten it, but what it looks like here is they figured out a way to use some of the stuff they had, Soviet-era weapons, to sort of achieve those goals. And from a military standpoint, Zinclay, it could suggest a shift in the way this war is being fought. Zinclay.
Ellison, you talked about missiles being fired. Russia fired a barrage of missiles into Ukraine yesterday, including Kyiv, where you are. Those strikes, I know, impair electricity and water in several regions. So as temperatures dip below freezing, what is the feeling on the ground there? Are people worried about more attacks?
Yeah, I mean, Russian forces fired more than 70 missiles, according to Ukrainian forces yesterday. And that yesterday was one of the coldest days of winter so far. About 60 of those were reportedly intercepted, 10 headed towards Kyiv, 9 of those intercepted. But 3 different regions, Odessa, Kyiv, Vinnytsia, they all, according to local officials there, they all saw energy infrastructure hit by these missile strikes, and it sent a lot of people into darkness. The power was out, electricity, no heat, difficulty accessing water, if at all. When you talk to Ukrainian people, it's hard to kind of capture the layers of emotions they often feel. There's stress, there's sadness, there's fear, there's bravery, there's anger, there's hope, there's a lot there. But one thing we consistently see and what we saw in the days leading up to this latest missile attack were communities coming together. That's how a lot of people in places like Kyiv are fighting back right now. They will tell you that these missile strikes aren't breaking them. Instead, they're coming together. They're building warming centers so they can take care of each other and look out for their neighbors and just weather this until they hope it ends, and they hope it's soon. Zinclay.
Yeah, the nuances of war. Ellison Barber, thank you for covering it for us.
All right, turning now to an NBC News exclusive. Hackers linked to the Chinese government stole at least $20 million in COVID relief funds, according to the Secret Service. This would also be the first instance of pandemic fraud connected to foreign cyber criminals. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, good morning to you. Just how serious is this fraud that the Secret Service is talking about?
Good morning, Stephen. Well, the context here is that there was a massive amount of fraud in pandemic relief programs, particularly the unemployment programs. As much as $400 billion, as much as 40% of all the money that the federal government handed out in special unemployment benefits was stolen, and about half of that, experts tell us, went to foreign criminal groups. And so this is a specific subset. It's a small number in the context, $20 million, but it may just be the tip of the iceberg, that the Secret Service says was stolen by a particular Chinese hacking group with ties to Chinese intelligence. And that's what's really significant here, is that this wasn't just some run-of-the-mill criminal group. This was a group of hackers that has been identified by the U.S. government and by private experts as having participated in Chinese government-backed hacks before. Some members of this group have been indicted by the Justice Department. So these are the A-team of hackers, and it's believed that they infiltrated state government systems and stole at least $20 million, and that really alarms our sources, Stephen.
Now, Ken, we've heard a lot about these COVID relief fraud cases. This is the first we've heard that's tied to a foreign state-sponsored cybercriminal group that the U.S. has acknowledged publicly anyway. Are there any other instances that the government may have not told us about?
Our sources are indicating that there may well be, that they continue to investigate. They don't believe that this one instance of $20 million is the only one. One person told us they believe this Chinese hacking group probably targeted all 50 states because the sad reality is this was easy pickings. I mean, the state unemployment systems use antiquated 1980s computer systems. These programs were designed really without security in mind. They wanted to get the money out quickly, and they were just pillaged by all manner of criminal groups. And so these sophisticated hackers found an easy time in stealing this money, Stephen.
Yeah, we've heard about these thefts basically happening since the very beginning of these relief funds being distributed. So is there anything the government can do in the future to prevent this same type of fraud?
There's a lot they can do. The Labor Department Inspector General has been begging for years that states upgrade their computer systems, for example. And sadly, there doesn't seem to be a lot of political will to do it because it would cost a lot of money. Again, antiquated systems, not a lot of checks for fraud. The people that pay close attention to this say the federal government, state governments need to do a lot more to make sure that this never happens again, Stephen.
Certainly a lot of work to be done, and it does come with a price tag. Ken Delanian, thank you.
Now to California, where celebrity lawyer Michael Avenatti was sentenced yesterday to 14 years in prison for fraud. Avenatti, known for representing adult entertainment star Stormy Daniels in lawsuits against former President Trump, was accused of cheating 4 of his clients out of millions of dollars and obstructing the IRS's efforts to collect taxes from his coffee business. This latest sentence will run consecutively after the 5-year prison term he is currently serving for 2 separate convictions here in New York.
Well, coming up this morning, growing concerns about the so-called triple-demic. Up next, the new warning about a significant surge in cases of COVID, RSV, and the flu. Plus tips on how to keep your family healthy.
And have you heard of gentle parenting, the controversial and at times confusing trend taking over TikTok? Next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back taking a look at the latest on the triple threat plaguing hospitals. The recent surge in RSV cases appear to be slowing down, but flu and COVID cases are still on the rise.
And that's as new numbers from the CDC show flu hospitalizations reaching record highs, while average daily COVID cases are spiking. NBC News correspondent Perry Russum joins us now for more. Perry, good morning. So the CDC numbers show that flu cases spiked during Thanksgiving week. What's driving this increase in cases? Is it the nature of all the gatherings we see during the holidays? And are doctors concerned that the spike will continue as people prepare for other holidays like Hanukkah, Christmas?
And remember, we have New Year's Eve coming up as well, really the first time since the pandemic started that we are going to have strangers celebrating inside in large numbers. Look, the CDC says simply flu season is just starting earlier, significantly earlier than they expected. And in terms of hospitalizations for the flu for this time of year, we are seeing numbers that we haven't seen in a decade. And the main question that is being asked right now, does this mean that flu season will spike and go down sooner, or are we going to see a prolonged season? In terms of vaccination rates for some of those most at risk, the elderly and children, the CDC says vaccination rates are lower compared to last year. And we asked a doctor here in Chicago about what can be done.
It's never too late to get vaccine. For influenza, even if you have just had influenza last week, there's actually 4 strains of flu that are covered in the vaccine. Influenza A is what's out and about right now. I fully expect influenza B to come later in the year, which is how it usually does. So there's still absolutely value to getting your vaccine and COVID boosters as well.
And some good news from the CDC in terms of the flu vaccine. They say this year's vaccine is working well with the current strains that are going around.
So, Perry, we know hospitals across the country are already stretched thin due to RSV and COVID. And yesterday, the CDC put out numbers showing the average daily COVID hospital admissions have increased about 18% over the last 2 weeks. So what effect will the rise in COVID and flu have on those already strained hospitals?
Well, today we are seeing some of the effects starting today in Indiana. Some hospitals in Indiana, because of the flu, they are restricting visitors. So only immediate family can visit, 2 at a time, under the age of 18, and they have to wear masks at all times. So we are already seeing this happen here in the Midwest.
And Perry, you mentioned it, right? Inevitably, people will be gathering during the holidays. That's what this time is about. So what can people do to stay safe this holiday season, to stay out of the hospital? I see you're in front of a hospital right now.
So we took this question to Dr. Bartlett yesterday, and she says, look, COVID, the flu, RSV, these are things that we simply are going to have to live with. But she says, wash your hands, make sure you're visiting people that you know or family. If you can, visit outside. And as she told us, make sure you get vaccinated.
Important message there. Perry, thank you.
All right, it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. New research shows COVID might be altering the structure of teenage brains. We have more on what you need to know.
Plus, we look at a new style for raising kids that's taking over social media called gentle parenting.
It sounds nice. We have questions about it. We'll ask the award-winning psychotherapist and reporter, Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
We wanted to ask about that study, the effects of COVID on teenage brains. So how could this change the structure, and how could that affect mental health?
So what the study looked at was how stress impacts the brain. And what they found was it seemed to age the brain, which is not good. So for those out there who think, oh, it's just stress, it's all in your head, now we're able to see that there are physiological changes. And those changes lead to mood issues. So it's really a powerful study, and I think it helps people to realize that it's not just your emotions or it's just all in your head, that this is pretty dangerous.
And let's talk about something I've been seeing a lot on TikTok, which is gentle parenting. A lot of the new parents in my life are talking about it. What are the benefits? What exactly is it? And what do you think of it as a form of discipline, or maybe a lack of discipline, some think?
I think the word gentle throws everybody off because we think of being permissive, and that's not what this is about. It's about connecting to your child and having appropriate expectations and setting limits based on that. So the studies show that if you are shaming your child or yelling at your child, that it basically makes them anxious, with low self-esteem. It could lead to substance abuse disorders. So this is a different way of connecting to your child so that their psyche is intact and they feel understood.
Yeah, remembering that they have agency too.
Yeah. That's great. It's more than just gentleness, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think the word, I like the idea of thoughtful parenting, because it's really thinking through what does your child need, not being highly reactive and being proactive in your approach when it's possible.
And finally, Doctor, talking about the holidays, they are here. We're seeing warnings about romanticizing the holidays, which I guess happens all the time. We see these TV movies that make it all look amazing and incredible. Are there some risks associated with that for ourselves and also the people we're putting pressure on?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have this script in their head, and then there's reality, which never matches the script. And if you're unaware of that, it could lead to increased depression because you're expecting something that may not that happen. So if you are a person that has high expectations, try to remember reality is different and to take care of yourself by connecting with those that you love, making sure you are exercising and eating right and managing your money and connecting to people so you're not alone if that's the case during the holidays.
And remembering the holidays hit everyone differently, right?
That's right. That's exactly
true.
right.
Something for everybody in there. Great advice, Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, from social issues to side hustles, young people are turning to Instagram for more than just filters.
More than just filters. When we return, we'll take a closer look at what matters most to Gen Zers on social media and the trends to watch for in the coming year. This is Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. This morning, Instagram is releasing what it's calling its Gen Z Trend Report for 2023. It features the topics, issues, and trends that are projected to matter most to teenagers in the upcoming year.
That's right. And after a year full of movements, memes, and all the feels on social media, what better way to end 2022 than look ahead to 2023? And joining us to do that is Instagram creator DeAndre Brown, also known as the corporate baddie, and Instagram creator and activist Deja Fox. Thank you both so much for being here. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. So I want to start with you, DeAndre. First of all, we're seeing more and more teenagers use Instagram to make cold, hard cash. How effective is that, really?
Yeah, I think that it's very effective, honestly. And I can even just speak from my personal opinion and perspective as a content creator and as somebody who was working in corporate America as well and just doing both and having like these two side hustles at the same time. And we see now that 64% of people are now trying to turn their passion projects into careers. So I think that that's going to be a huge trend, especially amongst Gen Z within 2023.
And Deja, let's bring you in here and talk a bit about activism on Instagram. A lot of younger people are using the platform to speak up about social issues. What are we seeing there, and what are we expecting in the year ahead?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when only 30% of Gen Z is of voting age, we're voting with our dollars, with the brands we're buying, right? We're voting with our follows, the folks we're following and amplifying every day. We're setting the narrative online, right? And it's influencing our elections and our policy. You know, I was just on the ground in Georgia out there creating reels with my friends while we were TikToking, normalizing getting out there, voting, and taking that next action step.
And I know something, and first of all, I love that you use TikToking as a verb. That's awesome.
Very cool.
But I know something that a lot of Gen Zers who tend to be out of college and young think about is personal finance and financial literacy. What are we seeing around there? I want to ask you, corporate baddie.
Yeah, for sure. So just giving some stats, 85% of people plan on utilizing these platforms and just making another form of income within the next year. And we're seeing that, and that comes directly from the Trim Report. And we're seeing that one of those, when we're making money on social media, and the way in which we're doing it, it's, you know, by making content and just putting ourselves out there, you know, and I think that it's important, especially Gen Zs, we're starting our lives, we're starting our careers. And one of those ways now is we're starting to think about, well, now we have to be financially literate and not only just set ourselves up successfully with our careers, but set ourselves up successfully financially as well.
Really incredible.
Very smart and forward-thinking. Deja, I was wondering about sort of the pitfalls we've seen for social media. The prior generations have definitely fallen into them. Gen Z trying to avoid them. How do they do that? How do they sort of expand their circles in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, I also want to speak to what you were saying about Gen Z is also building their authenticity and their authority online. I think Instagram is really the place to do that, right? It's this place where you build a deep community. People are engaging with you, they can message you, and we've never seen in the scope of human history a time where anyone, anywhere can connect in a moment, right? This is like an epic change, and it's Gen Z's superpower. And we're using these platforms like Instagram to build communities around us of care, communities that help us not only feel personally well, but be professionally successful, right? I've gotten some of my best opportunities from people who I've met online who, you know, I didn't grow up in a household where my dad was gonna get me an internship or my cousin was gonna tap me in. I was able to create those connections on platforms like social media and build those relationships and then, you know, mobilize those personal relationships to really create professional opportunities and social mobility for myself and the people around me.
I love that. I look so much, I think, at the negatives of social media. It's so refreshing to hear such a positive take of it.
100% refreshing. And I wanted to ask, because I know we said 2023 may be the year of the side hustle. So corporate baddie, is it true? And if so, why? Real brief here.
Oh, yes, absolutely true. And just quickly speaking for me, like I did it as well myself, working in corporate America and also creating content as well. And that was my side hustle. And we see a lot of other young Gen Zers doing the same as well. So definitely looking forward to those 2023 side hustles and seeing a lot of new content coming out as well.
Well, we'll be watching your TikToks and your Reels, DeAndre Brown and Deja Fox. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us.
All right, more financial headlines now. One of tech's big names in investing in more manufacturers in the U.S.
That's right. CNBC Silvana Hanau joins us now to talk about this. Good morning, Silvana.
Zinkley, good morning, Stephen. Good morning to you as well. The world's largest chip maker, Taiwan Semiconductor, announcing today it's tripling its investment in the United States. The company is promising to spend $40 billion on 2 new manufacturing hubs in Phoenix. The first of those facilities is scheduled to open by next December. President Biden will attend an event today in Phoenix with Taiwan Semi's founder, Apple CEO Tim Cook, and the head of other chip makers to mark the occasion. Taiwan Semi is a key supplier of chips for the iPhone. PepsiCo is reportedly laying off hundreds of workers in its snack and beverage divisions. The Wall Street Journal says the cuts will be heavier in the beverage unit, which is based in New York State. The snack division, which is based in Chicago and Texas, has already trimmed jobs through a voluntary retirement program. In a memo sent to staff, PepsiCo says the layoffs are aimed at simplifying and making its operations more efficient. In October, PepsiCo said it was cutting costs amid worsening economic conditions. Microsoft is raising prices for new video games for the Xbox. Starting next year, the company will charge $69.99 for new first-party and next-generation games such as Starfield and Forza Motorsport. Previously, those games cost about $10 less. The move comes after roughly 2 decades without price increases from major game publishers, guys. So add it to the list of things that have going up in price.
It's a long list.
Oh, yeah.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
All right, turning now to a revolutionary new art exhibit in Brooklyn that's celebrating the lives of those who died as a result of police violence.
That's right. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has that story.
It's a space celebrating birthdays that never were.
We love you. Just know we miss you terribly.
An art exhibit in Brooklyn. 1-800-HAPPY-BIRTHDAY, focused on people killed after encounters with the police. For each of the 12 celebrants, as they are called here, there's a phone booth featuring details about their lives and voices of their loved ones. There's Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland.
Hey, sis, I just want to tell you happy heavenly 35th birthday.
At Tony Robinson's phone booth, it's his grandmother singing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
His aunt, Lolo, says Robinson, who was killed by police in Wisconsin at 19, loved celebrating his big day.
He liked to have fun. He would always be the one to keep us together and bring us together.
His family cherishes seeing his legacy live on here.
It's powerful. They have created an actual space where we're not reduced to these hashtags.
The exhibit's artistic director says that is the goal.
The idea is to shift the lens and to bring light to these people as individuals and not as headlines, and to get some insight into who they were as people, not just victims.
Visitors who come can also leave their own messages.
Happy birthday, Sandra. Sorry that I have to leave this kind of voicemail under these kind of circumstances.
An experience with lasting impact.
The exhibition for me, I mean, it really brings it home.
Brings what home?
Brings the horror, the absolute horror of Black young people, basically, in my opinion, being shot every damn week.
Personal items are also featured.
These are the clothes they wore, their jerseys, their shoes, like their favorite items.
An exhibit to celebrate lives and not mourn their deaths. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Brooklyn.
Very important topic. Thanks, Yamiche, for that. Well, coming up this morning, some think it's cool, others say it's pretty creepy.
Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll talk about a new kind of chatbot that has people divided. We'll be right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. A new online chatbot is making waves on social media for both its precise and also painfully honest answers.
It's called ChatGPT, which stands for Generative Pre-Trained Transformer, and it's fully powered through artificial intelligence.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt. Good to see you, Callan. So most of us have used chatbots for things like customer service questions. Can be a little frustrating. So what makes this one different?
So this chatbot is really unique in that you can use sort of natural language in order to ask it a question. So you're asking this thing, how do I code a website? But could you describe it to me as a Valley girl? And you don't have to use this like really contrived language. It's very funny in that you can ask it to do things like explain something to me as Snoop Dogg lyrics or in a limerick, and it understands what you're saying and will sort of respond with these very natural language responses. So it kind of takes that sort of contrived nature of AI out of the equation and makes it almost like you're talking to a person, which when you're talking to a chatbot for a company can be a little frustrating when it feels like you're not getting a response from a human being. This kind of sounds like you're talking to a person.
Wow, I think I'm erring on the creepy side of all of this, Callan. So what are some of the consequences, though, risks of people not realizing about talking to this new chatbot?
So some of the concerns about this chatbot being so intelligent and being able to ask it any question is, what if someone, a bad actor, asks it a question to sort of, how do I build, a device for nefarious purposes? How do I, potentially build a homemade explosive device? And some researchers have tried what I've been told is a pretty common test, which is they've asked it how to build a Molotov cocktail. Now, they had to get around a few content censors, and they were able to do so. And they were able to get the bot to explain how to build a Molotov cocktail. Apparently, another one of these tests is how to hotwire a car. So these are some tests that researchers and programmers use to see, like, where is the bot at? Where's the content filter at? And OpenAI, who built ChatGPT, has said that, they know it's not perfect yet, that there are going to be some issues with it, and they're still working out the bugs. So this is hopefully just a temporary issue, but it's one that is really troubling some researchers and programmers.
And Callan, when we talk about tech, sometimes we'll talk about it in the context of replacing people. So will other companies try and duplicate the capabilities of the chatbot almost to put us out of a job one day? Briefly here on this.
Well, I think, people are already saying that ChatGPT is the new Google. So I think some people who either run search engines or who have built search engines may be looking to this as a future. I mean, some people have said it's made its way to their iPhone's homepages where they're using it already as their search engine. So I think we might see this technology popping up in search engines in the future.
Well, time will tell there. Hopefully they won't. I know they've talked about AI replacing us, actually, anchors. Yeah, that was a story back in the day, but hopefully that won't happen. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Election Day Part 2. Today, voters in Georgia are casting their ballots again, this time for the critical runoff Senate race between current Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker, period.
We need to get back to people who become leaders. We don't need followers no more. So he's been following Joe Biden around.
We'll show you the final pitches from both candidates, plus the latest polling showing just how close this race could be. Fighting the flu, the U.S. is now seeing its worst flu outbreak in more than a decade. The new spike, likely fueled by Thanksgiving and recent travel, will show you what makes this year's strain different and what you can do to try to stay healthy. Also this morning, remembering Kirstie Alley, the actress known for her role on the sitcom Cheers and more, has died after a battle with cancer. How the world is honoring her life on and off the big screen this morning. Plus, lending a hand. From war to natural disasters and inflation, millions have been in need of help, and worldwide, people are stepping up. We'll show you the biggest causes and fundraisers people supported in 2022. A lot going on this morning. Great to be with you, Zin Clay.
Great to be with you, and it's always good to hear about people giving back, so I'm excited for that one.
I love the optimism. A lot of positivity going on. And we begin this morning in Georgia, where the polls are now open in the state's Senate runoff.
And we're all watching it. Voters are casting their ballots today in the race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Our chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on the candidates' closing arguments.
Good day to you, and it is a wet one as they get started on this election day here in Georgia. And interest in this runoff remains extremely high, with the early voting record already being set. More than 1.8 million people casting their ballots. For Raphael Warnock, this is his fourth election in just 2 years, and it has some serious implications what happens here. It's the difference between an outright majority for Democrats in the Senate and a 50-50 split. This morning, it's Election Day in Georgia again.
I'm ready to keep on pushing. Keep pushing for democracy. So it is time for us to stand up, but stand together.
Both Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, who won a runoff in 2021, and Republican challenger Herschel Walker campaigning for last-minute votes in a race that'll determine whether Democrats can build on their razor-thin Senate majority and pick up a 51st seat. The Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. Why does a 51st seat matter here?
This is about who is going to represent 11 million people for 6 years. Georgia is better than Herschel Walker. While Warnock slammed Walker for lacking the competence and character to serve, Walker's hit Warnock for voting with President Biden 96% of the time, arguing every seat matters in a closely divided Congress. A 50-50 Senate is better than a 51-49 Senate because we can still keep Joe Biden in check. Already one of the most expensive Senate races of all time, with more than $400 million spent. In just the last 4 weeks, Warnock and Democrats have bombarded Walker on the airwaves, outspending the former football star and his Republican allies by a more than 2-to-1 margin. It comes as Walker has faced numerous scandals, including accusations that he urged 2 former girlfriends to have abortions, which he has vehemently denied, and a new domestic abuse allegation from 2005. His campaign has not responded to requests for comment. We met Republican Judy Sarden, a lawyer and mom, who says she's voting for Walker.
I think that people need to take the emotion out of it and just think, how is Herschel going to vote? And I think that we can count on him to vote conservative.
Warnock is hoping for strong turnout from, among others, young voters like college student Camille Leak.
In your views, what's at stake in this election?
I feel like women's rights are definitely at stake. Health care is a big thing that's at stake. Immigration laws, just basic human rights.
As for President Biden, he has not been to Georgia in months. He's been raising money from a distance to help Raphael Warnock's campaign. And former President Trump, who helped propel Herschel Walker in the Republican nomination, he's steered clear of this state in recent weeks. But last night, notably, he hosted a virtual rally for the former football star. Back to you.
Peter, thanks so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Mark, good morning to you. Let's talk a bit about the state of this race. It has been neck and neck, but we've seen the record early voting turnout. So does that mean Senator Warnock maybe considered the favorite here?
Senator Warnock is coming from a few positions of strength, Stephen, including those early vote numbers. Also, the fact that Warnock is outspending Walker and the Republicans over the airwaves by more than a 2-to-1 margin, and just the overall situation right now where it does seem that Herschel Walker needs a really strong election day turnout to be able to win Warnock. However, it's important to know that we've seen so many surprises in our politics, going back to Donald Trump's victory in 2016, or even the most recent midterm results in the 22 elections back in November. And so it is important to note that even though you might think that one candidate or one party has the edge, we've been thrown for some surprises in politics.
Absolutely nothing is promised for any candidate. And I know that former President Trump held a rally last night, but it was widely pointed out he was on the phone. And President Biden has not set foot in Georgia. We heard Peter talk about that. So why are the essential standard bearers of their parties and likely presidential candidates in 2024 not campaigning more intensely for what appears to be a consequential race?
Yeah, it underscores their own unpopularity. Our most recent NBC News poll ended up finding both President Biden and former President Donald Trump underwater with voters when you're asked, do you have positive or negative feelings about them? Although it's worth noting that Trump's numbers were worse than President Biden's. And even though the midterm election results were pretty positive for Democrats, they did better than expected, President Biden's approval rating in the national exit poll was still around 44%. And so that's one of the reasons why you saw last week former President Barack Obama and not current President Joe Biden campaign in Georgia. And it's also why you've actually seen former President Donald Trump at arm's length with Herschel Walker, despite the fact that it was Trump who really ended up making Herschel Walker the Republican nominee in this Senate race.
A lot of fascinating dynamics. And this isn't even about the balance of power in the Senate like it was in 2020. Democrats will be in control of that chamber. So why beyond the borders of Georgia does the nation put so much significance on this race?
Yeah, a couple important reasons. One, it gives Democrats more breathing room. Remember, in this 50-50 Senate where Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema can become power brokers, well, you know, when you end up having one more senator, you can afford to lose a Joe Manchin. You can afford to lose a Kyrsten Sinema or any other person. Just gives you a little bit more breathing room. But the other reason why this matters is that when you have the 50-50 Senate, there was a power sharing agreement between Democrats and Republicans on how you constitute the committees. And that actually made it where committee membership was even. Democrats have a 51-49 majority. They will have a majority on these committees, which could matter.
All right, Mark Murray, thanks so much for that breakdown.
And now to North Carolina, where authorities are searching for a motive and a suspect or suspects in what they say was a targeted attack on 2 power stations. Thousands are still under a state of emergency this morning, bracing for the cold weather with no electricity. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Moore County, North Carolina, with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Zinkley, good morning to you. More than 30,000 people this morning are waking up yet again without power. There are some places, crucial places like the sheriff's station, that are operating on backup generator power. But even with crews working around the clock, this is a slow and painstaking process. In fact, a spokesperson tells me that some of the damage was so extensive that some of the pieces have to be completely replaced. That means actually shipping them in, and that takes several days, as we're seeing now. Meanwhile, all of this is coming as authorities are still trying to figure out who is responsible.
After more than 48 hours in frigid temperatures and pitch black nights.
We have no heat. We have no cooking facilities. We have none of that.
How are you getting by?
Barely.
This morning, more than 30,000 North Carolina residents are bracing for their 3rd straight day in the dark after officials say at least one gunman broke into a pair of power substations Saturday night and opened fire, causing extensive damage and a widespread blackout.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack, and federal, state, and local law enforcement are actively working to bring those responsible to justice.
Officials say so far, no motive and no suspects, but they've not ruled anything out.
Are you possibly looking for somebody who was an employee?
We're looking at all aspects of it. This was not no random act. This was something targeted.
This morning, Duke Energy, which runs the substation, says they will take a closer look at security measures after the breach, but would not say whether surveillance cameras may have captured those responsible.
How were they able to access these areas so easily?
Well, you know, we maintain hundreds of thousands of miles of overhead lines, equipment that's all around. It's impossible to protect everything from any type of interaction. We have robust security measures.
This morning, the county remains under a state of emergency with a 9 p.m. curfew in place until power is restored. The Red Cross has opened a 24-hour shelter for those struggling to stay warm. And with the majority of impacted customers likely to remain in the dark until Thursday, this grocery store, one of the few with power, is a rare refuge.
It's cold, and I come over here a couple of times a day to get some hot food.
Just to get warm?
Yeah.
It just doesn't affect one person. It affects the whole community, literally.
And the sheriff tells me that among his biggest concerns, traffic accidents. He says there have already been a number of accidents because the power is out, and some people who come through town and don't even know that they're experiencing power outages, so just speed through those intersections. He says that's one of the reasons why this curfew is so crucial, and that goes into effect again at 9 p.m. tonight. Sinclair.
Thanks so much, Blaine Alexander. Thank you.
All right, turning now to the surge in flu cases. A new report from the CDC showing flu numbers on the rise across the country, along with an increase in hospitalizations and deaths. The recent spike causing concern among health officials who say it's early in the season for this explosion of activity. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this. Good morning, Sam.
Stephen, good morning. Look, the early signs are not good. You talk about increased hospitalizations. We just saw over the Thanksgiving week the highest level of flu hospitalizations in more than a decade. Now, Stephen, in terms of the overall numbers here in Florida, they are elevated. They have not seen that yet here in South Florida with Jackson Health, but they're closely coordinating with local hospitals to keep an eye on things. Meantime, as far as these numbers are concerned, they certainly portend for a big bump in cases this winter.
This morning, doctors nationwide gearing up for a major fight with the flu.
I've seen a lot of young, healthy people come in, this feeling about as bad as they've ever felt.
In California, one of the hardest hit states, Dr. Andrew Eads says his ER is feeling the crunch.
We're already at kind of mid-January levels. You know, it'll be interesting and a little bit scary to see where this goes from here.
It's a scene that's playing out coast to coast, with nearly all states seeing high or very high flu activity ahead of schedule.
I am very concerned about it because I myself am immune compromised.
The CDC says over Thanksgiving week, outpatient visits for flu-like illness tripled the national baseline, and hospitalizations nearly doubled from the previous week. Since flu season began, the agency estimating 4,500 people, including 14 children, have died. That's already close to the total number of deaths for last year's entire flu season. In Dallas-Fort Worth, pediatric hospitals are near capacity. Doctors say the best line of defense is to get the flu shot.
I need to be protected, and I believe in the vaccines.
Though some blame vaccine fatigue for their inaction so far.
I haven't gotten a flu shot since I was a kid, and the last shot I got was the COVID shot. And to get an appointment for that, it was a hassle to go in and wait.
Experts worry about high-risk populations, like older Americans and pregnant women, and warn places with lots of close contact, like daycares, classrooms, and college dorms, can be settings for super spreaders. Michael Allegrini just caught a bad case of the flu after recently attending a wedding.
Since I had just had COVID a few weeks prior, I felt completely safe and my guards were completely down.
Doctors recommend you consider pandemic precautions like masking and remind people that a little vigilance could go a long way to ensure a healthy holiday season.
And Stephen, to answer a question, no doubt many people are wondering, it is not too late to get the flu shot. Even if you have already had the flu this season, you can get it again. It might be worse the second time, so keep that in mind. This is a recent survey found that about 4 out of 10 Americans say they are not getting a flu shot. Back to you.
Wow, good reminder there. Sam, thank you.
And sad news from the entertainment world. We learned overnight that actress Kirstie Alley has passed away.
Yeah, the Emmy Award winner who starred on both the big and small screens died after a battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with a look back at her life. A lot of people shocked by this news, Ann.
Absolutely. It was stunning. She was only 71, and it was her children, Kirstie Alley's children, who first tweeted the news last night that their mom had passed away from a brief bout with cancer. She leaves behind a legacy of laughter and many unforgettable television moments.
Hello, cheers.
This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and wait for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. This morning, her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
Never! I don't know what's happening!
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Ali parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. "Kirstie was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again." In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Ali played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Ali was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Ali spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security.
You look awesome. Well,
yes,
you do. And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
This morning, there has been an outpouring of support on social media from fellow actors and fans alike, including Cheers co-star Kelsey Grammer, who told Variety, "I always believed grief for a public figure is a private matter, but I will say I loved her." And so did a lot of people who watched Cheers and Look Who's Talking and all those shows.
A moving tribute. Ann Thompson, thank you.
Well, turning now to a check of our weather this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with more on today's forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And you will need the umbrella in most part of the east half of the nation because we're looking at heavy rain falling in some spots, more moderate, some light showers in others. It's going to be rounds of showers as we go throughout this Tuesday, and it's going to continue into our Wednesday, too. So that's the first big weather story of the day. We have some really warm air, too, on the in the eastern half of the nation with Gulf Coast warm temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. In contrast, it is chilly, frigid in the northern plains. Temperatures 15 to 30 degrees below normal. It's going to feel like 35 below zero as we go throughout the overnight tonight into Wednesday. So that Arctic chill is in place. That's enough to make some snow. We're going to have some snow in the northern plains, also the Rockies. So those are the two big weather stories. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, more rain from New England into the northeast and mid-Atlantic, portions of the Tennessee Valley once again, and then heavy rain also in the central plains. So we'll see that axis of heavy rain shift a little bit further into the central plains. Still snow in the Rockies. We could see up to a foot over the next couple of days, and some snow also falling in portions of the upper Midwest. This is what it looks like on satellite and radar. You can see green showing up. That's where we're seeing the light showers falling. Also seeing some brighter colors. We're going to see pockets of heavier rain, and we could see some flash flooding in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the southern Appalachians. So for today, that rain is expanding into the northeast, into the New England area. We could see a little bit of snow, too, in northern New England, and then tomorrow, another cloudy and damp day in the northeast. That front is moving so slowly. It's bringing rounds of showers and also the chance for some thunderstorms. So for tomorrow, we have more rain falling, and you can even see some pinks and blues showing up on the futurecast. That's indicating where some wintry weather could fall. We're locally seeing 3 to 5 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain on some wet grounds already. That's why we're concerned for the chance of flash flooding, and mainly that would be in the Tennessee Valley and also portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll definitely pack our umbrellas wherever we are in the country. Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, another royal visit, this time from Prince Harry and Meghan.
We've got more on their visit to New York City today and the backlash they're facing over their new documentary next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with a look at the royals. Last week, Prince William and Princess Kate hit the streets of Boston for their first U.S. visit in more than a decade.
And now, this week, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are taking on New York City. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Stephanie.
Guys, good morning to you. You know, there will be no shortage of the controversial royal couple in the coming days and weeks. An award ceremony tonight here in New York City, a 6-part Netflix series, and Prince Harry's memoir to be released in January. So fans and critics alike are clamoring, while the palace is no doubt bracing for what's to come.
It's really hard to look back on it now and go, what on earth happened?
A new trailer taking direct aim at the palace and the media.
There's a hierarchy of the family. You know, there's leaking, but there's also planting of stories.
The first episodes in Netflix's 6-part series, Harry and Meghan, drop on Thursday.
It's a dirty game. The pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
I realized they're never going to protect you.
And it appears Prince Harry is holding no punches.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth.
But before anyone has seen it, the royal couple are already under fire. In the trailer, a photo is used to suggest an invasion of their privacy, but a reporter who covers the royals says he was there, and it was actually taken with the couple's permission on an official trip to South Africa.
Doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
The teaser released last week used this image of a mob of photographers, apparently a stock photo taken back in 2011 at a Harry Potter movie premiere, before Harry and Meghan had even met.
It's standard procedure to use stock images to illustrate certain things, but you would hope that in the actual episodes themselves, they will be used in the right context. Otherwise, unfortunately, it does discredit the wider programme.
Just days after the Prince and Princess of Wales visited the U.S. for the first time in 8 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be honored tonight in New York City by Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, receiving the Ripple of Hope Award for their work in racial justice and other social causes. For Harry and Meghan, accolades come with recriminations, as critics accuse the couple of demanding privacy while at the same time willingly putting their lives on public display. NBC reached out to Netflix, but they are not commenting on the record. It will be a star-studded gala tonight. Also receiving awards, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the late basketball player Bill Russell. The event will be emceed by Alec Baldwin. Guys, it's going to be his first public appearance since that fatal shooting on the movie set of Rust. So there is a lot happening tonight.
No kidding. It's a talker for sure.
It is indeed. Yep.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now to England and the mystery of an American warship missing since World War I. On this day in 1917, the USS Jacob Jones became the first major American Navy ship sunk during the war. But for more than a century, the ship was lost at sea. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Brookwood American Cemetery in England. Good morning, Raf.
St. Clair, good morning. 105 years ago today, the USS Jacob Jones set sail for what should have been a quick journey from France to Ireland, but it never made it. Its voyage cut short by a German torpedo. And so every year this anniversary has come and it's gone, but the ship itself was missing until now. Out of the shadows of the Atlantic Ocean, the shape of a bell emerges. And then, little by little, a ghostly outline. The remnants of the long-lost USS Jacob Jones, sunk by a German submarine on December 6, 1917. The once proud U.S. destroyer torpedoed 8 months after America entered World War I. Of the 110-man crew, 64 were killed. For more than a century, the ship was lost to the depths of the sea until it was discovered this summer by a team of volunteer British divers known as Dark Star.
So fair to call you guys Navy history enthusiasts? Navy history
nerds?
Determined to solve a 105-year-old mystery.
We were looking for a needle in a haystack. We had 3 positions we could plot on a chart, and from that we could identify our search area.
The team headed 60 miles off the British coast, following clues a U.S. historian discovered in the diary of the German U-boat commander.
So you're on the surface, you know something is down there, yes, but you don't know what it is.
Exactly. We go over the top of it on the boat, and we can see the seabed. It's flat, then there's a little lump.
And then, nearly 400 feet below the surface, there it was.
Guns, torpedo tubes, the bell of the ship, which was just an amazing sight to see it just lying there. You could actually see the name Jacob Jones in the side of the bell, which was just, it was the icing on the cake.
And in terms of what you actually saw down there, what stays with you?
Just the wonderful nature that was getting down onto the USS Jacob Jones, which had not been seen for 105 years.
The captain of the Jacob Jones left a detailed account of his ship's final moments. I ran along the deck and ordered everybody I saw to jump overboard, he wrote. While the sailors' bodies will never be recovered, their sacrifice is commemorated at this U.S. military cemetery outside London. Among them, 23-year-old Lieutenant Stanton Kalk, who gave his own life trying to save his men.
We never take it for granted that we are diving on war graves where sailors have sometimes died for freedom.
An American warship and her crew, gone but no longer lost. And the U.S. Navy tells NBC News they have no plans to bring artifacts up from the Jacob Jones because they consider the wreck an official American military war grave just like the ones here, and they will now list the underwater site as the final resting place for dozens of American sailors. Sinclair?
Important that they could have their moment. Raf, thank you so much.
More international headlines now. A landslide has killed dozens of people in Colombia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, that landslide came down a hill in western Colombia on Sunday morning following heavy rain, and it buried in rocks and mud several vehicles that were driving past, including a bus full of passengers. The president of Colombia said that at least 3 children are among the dozens of people who died. Let's go to Indonesia, where sex outside marriage is set to become a crime punishable by up to a year in prison. The measure is part of a new criminal code approved by the country's parliament that is expected expected to come into effect in 3 years. The changes, which also include a ban on insulting the president, will apply to both Indonesians and foreigners. And let's head to Qatar, where aside from the Soccer World Cup, another competition has caught the eye of the world. It's the Camel Beauty Pageant. Mind you, this is a serious competition. A doctor makes sure the animals don't use fillers or Botox to make them more beautiful. In the end, Naza, a beautiful female camel with long eyelashes and a flashy smile, won the, well, $50,000 first prize, guys.
Another reason not to Botox your camels.
Oh,
beautiful.
I did not think I would hear the word Botox and camel in the same sentence this morning, but Claudia, you keep us on our toes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Claudia. You never know what you're going to get. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, another good reason to cut back on fast food.
I don't know about this one. I don't like it. Up next, we'll have more on how processed foods could play a major role in increasing health risks, including that for dementia. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with some new findings that link certain foods to a greater risk of cognitive decline.
Yeah, a new study points to an increased risk of dementia in people that eat ultra-processed foods, which includes burgers, French fries, and, yes, ice cream. So here to discuss this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So how concerned should we be? How high of a correlation did researchers find between people who ate processed foods and then went on to show signs of cognitive decline? And over how long of a period were they observed exactly?
Yeah, Zinkley, Stephen, this study had me even opening my fridge last night and reevaluating what we put in it, because let me tell you, so this was a study done in Brazil. It's one of the largest of its kind, which is why it's interesting. And as you point out, Zinkley, it's correlation, meaning we don't know that eating ultra-processed foods, things like hamburgers, donuts, processed pasta, causes dementia. But in a study of over 10,000 Brazilians, studied up to 10 years with a pretty even divide between men and women of different ages, they found that people who had 20% or more of their calories from these ultra-processed foods actually had a significant rate of decline of executive function. What does that mean? That's our higher level of being able to process things, recall information, and make decisions. This was significant enough that this study in the Journal of the American Medical Association Neurology actually pointed out that Americans, and here's the kicker, Americans estimate that 48% of our diets are ultra-processed. So think about it. That adds up to just years of a decrease in cognitive function that should give all of us some pause.
Some big numbers there, a little scary.
Yeah, and we're showing the video of pizza and cookies, and I am starving. This is a bad combination right here, Dr. Patel.
It is.
I wanted to ask you, though, we mentioned a few types of processed foods. So are there any other foods people want to avoid that could be linked to an increased risk of cognitive decline?
Yeah, you know, Stephen, this is the hardest thing, especially when you're busy and you're shopping and you're trying to think about it. When you're in the grocery store, if you look at the ingredients and they are not ingredients you recognize, these are chemicals, things that are, you know, words that do not relate back to whole foods that you can recognize, that should be an alarm signal. That means that it's processed. And then a lot of our common snacks, anything that's been manufactured that has to sit on a shelf and stay shelf stable for a long time, Stephen, that is another alarm bell. And so as you point out, it's all the things that we love around the holidays and that I love to even send in my kids' lunches because it's convenient. But really, the best thing to do is to go natural. Think whole grains, think things that you make at home. That is not easy for the average American to do. When you think about it, on average, an American will consume at least one meal a day that is processed. So this is a reminder for all of us not to overthink it. Go back to the basic things you have to make in the home or that you know that somebody has made and that you can identify the ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, that's even diets. I don't eat meat, but I know a lot of meat alternatives can also be ultra processed. So that's something to look out for. So, Doctor, I know that this study also found people who had high quality diets reduce the effects of processed foods. Yes. So what are some high quality foods you recommend we eat to stay healthy or to maybe offset some of those former habits?
Yeah, look, again, I'm going to go out. I've got a shopping list for myself. So, okay, fruits and vegetables. Again, any fruits and vegetables that you can get from a local grocer, farmer's market. There are even some boxes that you can get that are cheaper that can be delivered to your house that use some of those leftover fruits that people don't like because it's got a little mark in it, but they're perfectly fine. Fruits, vegetables, grains. When we're thinking about whole grains, it's an intact whole grain. That usually means like whole wheat, quinoa, oats. All of those things can be incredibly healthy. And as you point out, things like can actually reverse not just cognitive decline, but improve our memory and higher function. That's what we all want as we age. And remember, it starts early. This is even demonstrated. Diet in children can have a long-lasting effect. So just try to do a substitute and a healthy swap. Don't overthink it. If you like macaroni, there are recipes out there for whole grain macaroni where you can substitute and add in spaghetti squash that's mashed up and looks orange. So think about healthy swaps, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do it today myself, guys.
I was going to say, it sounds like everyone watching needs to have a very healthy breakfast this morning.
I love that.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Well, a massive evacuation is underway on Indonesia's most densely populated island after a volcano erupted, sending a mountain of ash streaming down below. And this comes just 1 week after the world's largest active volcano erupted in Hawaii, with lava now threatening a major highway on the Big Island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
Thousands of Indonesians in a desperate scramble to evacuate the East Java province after this terrifying wall of ash erupted from Mount Semeru on Sunday. The volcano unleashing a river of lava and smoke on Indonesia's most densely populated island, covering some in a layer of soot. And sending plumes of ash thousands of feet into the sky. Nearly 2,000 people have fled their homes, according to Indonesia's disaster management agency. So far, no deaths have been reported, but this eruption comes exactly 1 year after Mount Semeru's explosion last year, which killed 51 people. This just the latest volcanic activity across the globe. In Hawaii, the world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, erupting last week and is now edging closer to the Big Island's main highway, only 2 miles away.
We have such limited roadways on this island, and anytime we lose a roadway, it just shifts all that traffic somewhere else.
But officials say the speed of the lava has slowed, now moving at about 50 feet per hour.
We feel pretty certain that the lava is not going to impact any population area.
But people are flocking to the island to catch a glimpse of the volcano, and local officials are still warning them.
What are you telling people right now who want to see the lava?
As long as you stay by your car and you don't start trekking out into the lava fields, we highly recommend against that. That is dangerous.
Geologists with the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory expect the eruption to continue, possibly for 2 more weeks.
A lot of my family's on the Puna side, and we have other family in Kona, and we use this road to see each other, especially with the holidays coming up.
When I think about how it's going to affect me, it's really devastating.
Wow, some incredible video there. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Officials in Hawaii are remaining hopeful that lava flow will cool before reaching the Big Island's main highway.
And coming up, let's talk holidays. A lot of us will be relying on fast shipping as we approach Christmas. But what happens when bad weather hits? How one of the biggest mail carriers is making sure storms don't dampen your holiday season.
Plus, a romantic trip turned rescue mission. A couple finds a lost hiker after he was stranded in the forest for days. We'll show you the life-saving mission to get him out. That's coming up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Now, it might be hard to believe, but Christmas is just 19 days away. And with the holiday season in full swing, online shopping is expected to set new records this year, with demand for quick shipping hitting new heights. But what happens to your package when bad weather hits? NBC's senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders traveled to FedEx's World Hub in Memphis to find that out. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, weather like you're heading to the airport and it's drizzling or raining, which it is here, and you're thinking already my plane's going to be delayed. Well, think about how that impacts when you have more than 100 planes coming and going, like right here in Memphis for FedEx. So they have a team of meteorologists who are watching weather, not just here, but around the world, because a delay there, a delay anywhere, when you add it all up, can cost $1 million a minute. And as you just pointed out, we're in the holiday season. So right now, the pressure is absolutely on.
Down this nondescript road, cleverly named
Urgent Avenue sits a highly restricted area where we were given rare access. Inside, a team of 15 meteorologists working around the clock to make sure nasty winter weather does not delay your holiday packages.
This time of year, especially during peak with the holiday season, it becomes even more intense because everything is so much more critical than it would normally be throughout the year.
Jeff Woodard began monitoring weather for the U.S. Air Force during Desert Storm. His battle today and every day is now making sure FedEx planes get through all types of weather across the globe and on time.
What's going on in Hawaii right now?
Right now, the volcano still has a constant lava flow.
And what does that mean to the pilots?
When it did erupt, that really impacted how we get in there. So our pilots would have to route and fly south and avoid where it was actually, the ash was going to the northeast.
That's because ash spewing 30 to 40,000 feet can shut down a jet engine.
The airplane comes into Dubai.
Doug Jenkins is a flight dispatcher. It's his job to know where every one of the more than 100 airborne flights is at any moment.
What is it the pilots don't know?
Well, it's the big picture, so they can see what they have going on, what's happening right at their aircraft.
Because of FedEx, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., Memphis International becomes the busiest cargo airport in the world. Every flight color-coded on this massive board.
This is the controlled chaos.
Yes.
And the weather, that's your problem potentially every day.
It could delay these arrivals. So if we can get the airplanes in here on time, then it keeps the whole system operating on time.
Ready for takeoff, Captain Don Olsch, a former Marine F-18 pilot. His mission now, getting those packages where they need to be. The fastest route, always point A to point B.
We don't worry about the comfort as much as the passenger carriers do.
As you're flying more than 500 miles an hour, when you look out the window and see Santa, does he go by faster?
Oh, yeah. He's way faster than a jet.
Of course, he's faster, but where am I? Now I'm inside the plane. This is a Boeing 777. Hello! You can see how cavernous this is, but imagine this plane later today will be filled up with 30,000 boxes, many of them with presents, because this season, about 90 million packages are going to be set. So if you're going to be sending something, just know that you need to recognize that the later you wait, the more expensive it becomes, and you want that package to arrive on time. So if you're going to send it however you're going to send it, just remember that, like, December 17th really is your true deadline. And, well, you know what? Santa, all the other overnight delivery companies, they're working hard to make sure everybody has a happy holiday, Stephen.
They sure are, Carrie, with the wardrobe change and location change. Very impressive. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Carrie Sanders, thank you. And now to a miracle rescue out of California. A man stranded managed to survive on his own out in the wild for weeks without food, enduring frigid temperatures until he was spotted by a couple hiking in the area. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles has that story.
An amazing encounter when a romantic camping trip turned into a rescue mission for a California couple.
Sorry to put a damper on your guys' camping trip.
Oh, bro, this is a story.
Quite a story. Finding a lost hiker who told them he was stranded for about 2 weeks in the San Bernardino National Forest.
I heard somebody yelling, help. And so I called out, like, hello, pretty loud. And he heard us and kept yelling.
Allison Scott and boyfriend Freddie Valdivia followed those desperate cries for half an hour through boulders and rocks until they found him. When they did, he was struggling to stay alive, trying to shelter in a creek bed.
He couldn't walk anymore because his feet were so swollen and infected.
No food, drinking just creek water.
He was pretty out of it. He was obviously starving.
Miraculously surviving freezing temperatures. The couple finding him when he thought all hope was lost.
He was pretty close to the creek and right under a flight path, so he just started camping out there, waiting for somebody to maybe notice him, and he said he had given up a few days prior.
After the couple called 911, the rescue team's arrival a sound of relief. Pilot Doug Brimmer airlifted the hiker to safety.
That was the first report we had heard. We had not received any initial missing person reports. Just the rescue was the only call that came in for us.
So without this call from the couple, it's possible no one would have ever known about his whereabouts.
That's correct.
The hiker walking barefoot to paramedics. The life-saving moment now captured forever. The picture almost as special as the memory.
I've never thought that I would be the person to find a missing person. So this is very, very incredible.
He did look very thankful. He had a look on his face that he was extremely happy that we were there to get him out of there.
The rescuing pilot we spoke to says there's actually a lot more hikers that get lost than you may think during this time of year because so many people try to take advantage of the cooler temperatures here in California. But experts say there are some things you can do to prevent getting lost during your hike. That includes staying on trail, researching your hike before you start, and also taking a compass or GPS with you. Back to you.
Important report. Nyla Charles, thank you.
Well, as we set to close out 2022, we're taking a look back at all the ways communities and individuals helped out each other through these tough times.
This morning, GoFundMe is releasing its annual Year in Help review that breaks down just how generous people were over the past 12 months.
And who better than to talk about this than Margaret Richardson? She's GoFundMe's Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. Margaret, good morning to you. If you would first walk us through some of the highlights from this year's report, just how much money and time was actually donated through GoFundMe.
Thank you so much for having me. We're really proud to share a milestone towards our vision of becoming the most helpful place in the world. GoFundMe, together with Classy, a leading nonprofit fundraising software company, empowered people and organizations to raise more than $25 billion since 2010. We had one donation every second, and we had 28 million people who have sent or received help this year. And we're incredibly proud of the community and the connections that people have been able to build through the use of our platform.
I mean, really incredible numbers. One donation every second. And it's needed given that this year has been marked by so many hardships, inflation, natural disasters, and also Russia's invasion of Ukraine. How has GoFundMe responded to that specific conflict? And how do you think it's impacted the sheer scope of this year's donations?
So GoFundMe offers people an opportunity to engage with each other about what's happening in their lives, communities, and societies. And as you said, we saw fundraisers reflect macroeconomic trends, including inflation. And we saw a spike in fundraising for everyday essentials, including a 60% increase in fundraisers for gasoline, 110% increase in fundraisers for baby formula, and a 10% increase in fundraisers for groceries. We had 85,000 donations were made through our crisis hubs to people and communities that were forever changed in the wake of natural disasters, violence, and accidents. And we, as you mentioned, we had an incredible campaign fundraising to support Ukraine and the impact this year. Our GoFundMe and Classy communities donated $250 million from 2.1 million donations to individuals and nonprofits supporting the Ukrainian people with food, shelter, and basic needs, including journalists who are continuing to report on the ground and vulnerable communities in need of essential medical supplies and survival equipment.
Very important help received there as well. Margaret, I was going to ask you quickly here if you could tell us what part of this stands out most to you and what are you most proud of in this report?
Well, I'm incredibly proud of the ways in which people were able to connect with each other. We had our second biggest fundraiser ever. Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher's Stand With Ukraine fundraiser was the biggest this year and our second all-time biggest. And again, 28 million people were sent and received help. And that is just an incredible testament to the power of people to take agency and to be able to support each other. 1 in 3 of these fundraisers was started for someone else. And I think one of the things that is incredibly powerful is that 1 in 11 people turned around and donated after they had started a fundraiser themselves. I think I'll just, one thought which one of our key fundraisers had shared was, this isn't about me. He said it's about us and about helping each other and how we all move forward together. And I think that's really what I'm most proud of in this report and in our work.
Yeah.
Pay it forward, as they say.
Absolutely. Margaret Richardson, thanks so much.
And coming up, the city that never sleeps is coming back.
Yeah, and there's a list to prove it. New York Magazine is out with annual Reasons to Love New York and how more than 2 years since the pandemic, the city is bouncing back. That's coming up next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
All right, love it or hate it, there's no city quite like New York City. And from its food to its parks, this month's New York Magazine is highlighting 39 of the reasons people love New York. Jody Kwan is the photo director at New York Magazine and joins us now to talk about it. Good morning, Judy. First off, let's start with the cover. This is an amazing picture. I have seen it everywhere and really admire it. So how did you decide who to include, and how did you even go about capturing so many big names in the same frame?
Well, you know, as you were introducing the project earlier on, Reasons to Love New York is a major franchise for us. It's an annual project that we've been doing for the last 18 years. This year was a pretty special year because, you know, really it's been the first full run of a reawakening of the city that we've had since the pandemic that started just about 3 years ago. So what we wanted to do for the cover was we wanted to celebrate the incredible, magical melting pot of the city. And so we came up with a huge list of, you know, people, famous, known New Yorkers from different disciplines, you know, from film, art, theater, food, politics, business. And we wanted to celebrate iconic, you know, ambassadors from those disciplines on the cover of the magazine. So we reached out to, you know, we realized that, we wanted the cover to feel like this incredible intersection. You know, it's like a New Yorker's New York, where you're walking down the street and you just happen to see so-and-so. You know, sometimes they're a friend, sometimes it's a celebrity, but New York has that all those wonderful moments of serendipity, and that's the cover that we wanted to portray. So we just, you know, the whole staff got on board and we called, you know, the wonderful thing about New York Magazine is that, you know, we have Grub Street, we have Intel, we have The Cut, we have, you know, Vulture. So we have experts in every part. So everybody used their contacts and we just called upon everybody. And basically everybody said they wanted to sign on because everyone has felt this kind of isolation for so long, and they just really bought into the idea.
You nailed it.
You certainly captured the serendipity there. And we don't have a ton of time left, but I did want to ask you, for people who don't live in New York or know a ton about the city, what is the takeaway from this article?
I mean, listen, it's like New York is like, it's a metropolis. It's like such a unique city. It's only in New York that you can, you know, walk out of your door, whether you're going to the corner deli to buy some milk or you're just going to the office, you walk out and the minute you're outside, you're people watching. It's like you either bump into somebody you know, or you see somebody that you've heard of, you see somebody that you saw on television the night before. And it's just this wonderful, there's so much theater in the street at all times. And that's the takeaway. You know, it's like it's only in New York that you feel this. And that's what this issue is meant to project. Only in New York. And that was the mission for the cover.
Absolutely. You nailed it. And after this period of isolation, I think the community was felt. Jody Kwan with New York Magazine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Election Day Part 2. Today, voters in Georgia are casting their ballots again, this time for the critical runoff Senate race between current Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker. Period.
We need to get back to people who become leaders. We don't need followers no more. So he's been following Joe Biden around.
We'll show you the final pitches from both candidates, plus the latest polling showing just how close this race could be. Fighting the flu, the U.S. is now seeing its worst flu outbreak in more than a decade. The new spike, likely fueled by Thanksgiving and recent travel, will show you what makes this year's strain different and what you can do to try to stay healthy. Also this morning, remembering Kirstie Alley, the actress known for her role on the sitcom Cheers and more, has died after a battle with cancer. How the world is honoring her life on and off the big screen this morning. Plus, lending a hand. From war to natural disasters and inflation, millions have been in need of help, and worldwide, people are stepping up. We'll show you the biggest causes and fundraisers people supported in 2022. A lot going on this morning. Great to be with you, Zincle.
Great to be with you, and it's always good to hear about people giving back, so I'm excited for that one.
I love the optimism. A lot of positivity going on. And we begin this morning in Georgia, where the polls are now open in the state's Senate runoff.
And we're all watching it. Voters are casting their ballots today in the race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Our chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Atlanta with the latest on the candidates' closing arguments.
Good day to you, and it is a wet one as they get started on this election day here in Georgia. And interest in this runoff remains extremely high, with the early voting record already being set. More than 1.8 million people casting their ballots. For Raphael Warnock, this is his fourth election in just 2 years, and it has some serious implications what happens here. It's the difference between an outright majority for Democrats in the Senate and a 50-50 split.
This morning, it's Election Day in Georgia again.
I'm ready to keep on pushing. Keep pushing for democracy. So it is time for us to stand up, but stand together.
Both Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, who won a runoff in 2021, and Republican challenger Herschel Walker campaigning for last-minute votes in a race that'll determine whether Democrats can build on their razor-thin Senate majority and pick up a 51st seat. The Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. Why does a 51st seat matter here?
This is about who is going to represent 11 million people for 6 years. Georgia is better than Herschel Walker.
While Warnock slammed Walker for lacking the competence and character to serve, Walker's hit Warnock for voting with President Biden 96% of the time, arguing every seat matters in a closely divided Congress.
A 50-50 Senate is better than a 51-49 Senate because we can still keep Joe Biden in check.
Already one of the most expensive Senate races of all time, with more than $400 million spent. In just the last 4 weeks, Warnock and Democrats have bombarded Walker on the airwaves, outspending the former football star and his Republican allies by a more than 2-to-1 margin. It comes as Walker has faced numerous scandals, including accusations that he urged 2 former girlfriends to have abortions, which he has vehemently denied, and a new domestic abuse allegation from 2005. His campaign has not responded to requests for comment. We met Republican Judy Sarden, a lawyer and mom, who says she's voting for Walker.
I think that people need to take the emotion out of it and just think, how is Herschel going to vote? And I think that we can count on him to vote conservative.
Warnock is hoping for strong turnout from, among others, young voters like college student Camille Leak.
In your views, what's at stake in this election?
I feel like women's rights are definitely at stake. Healthcare is a big thing that's at stake. Immigration laws, just basic human rights.
As for President Biden, he has not been to Georgia in months. He's been raising money from a distance to help Raphael Warnock's campaign. And former President Trump, who helped propel Herschel Walker in the Republican nomination, he's steered clear of this state in recent weeks. But last night, notably, he hosted a virtual rally for the former football star. Back to you.
Peter, thanks so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Mark, good morning to you. Let's talk a bit about the state of this race. It has been neck and neck, but we've seen the record early voting turnout. So does that mean Senator Warnock maybe considered the favorite here?
Senator Warnock is coming from a few positions of strength, Stephen, including those early vote numbers. Also, the fact that Warnock is outspending Walker and the Republicans over the airwaves by more than a 2-to-1 margin, and just the overall situation right now where it does seem that Herschel Walker needs a really strong election day turnout to be able to win Warnock. However, it's important to know that we've seen so many surprises in our politics, going back to Donald Trump's victory in 2016, or even the most recent midterm results in the 22 elections back in November. And so it is important to note that even though you might think that one candidate or one party has the edge, we've been thrown for some surprises in politics.
Absolutely nothing is promised for any candidate. And I know that former President Trump held a rally last night, but it was widely pointed out he was on the phone. And President Biden has not set foot in Georgia. We heard Peter talk about that. So why are the essential standard bearers of their parties and likely presidential candidates in 2024 not campaigning more intensely for what appears to be a consequential race?
Yeah, it underscores their own unpopularity. Our most recent NBC News poll ended up finding both President Biden and former President Donald Trump underwater with voters when you're asked, do you have positive or negative feelings about them? Although it's worth noting that Trump's numbers were worse than President Biden's. And even though the midterm election results were pretty positive for Democrats, they did better than expected, President Biden's approval rating in the national exit poll was still around 44%. And so that's one of the reasons why you saw last week former President Barack Obama and not current President Joe Biden campaign in Georgia. And it's also why you've actually seen former President Donald Trump at arm's length with Herschel Walker, despite the fact that it was Trump who really ended up making Herschel Walker the Republican nominee in this Senate race.
A lot of fascinating dynamics. And this isn't even about the balance of power in the Senate like it was in 2020. Democrats will be in control of that chamber. So why beyond the borders of Georgia does the nation put so much significance on this race?
Yeah, a couple important reasons. One, it gives Democrats more breathing room. Remember, in this 50-50 Senate where Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema can become power brokers, well, you know, when you end up having one more senator, you can afford to lose a Joe Manchin. You can afford to lose a Kyrsten Sinema or any other person. Just gives you a little bit more breathing room. But the other reason why this matters is that when you have the 50-50 Senate, there was a power sharing agreement between Democrats and Republicans on how you constitute the committees. And that actually made it where committee membership was even. Democrats have a 51-49 majority. They will have a majority on these committees, which could matter.
All right, Mark Murray, thanks so much for that breakdown.
And now to North Carolina, where authorities are searching for a motive and a suspect or suspects in what they say was a targeted attack on 2 power stations. Thousands are still under a state of emergency this morning, bracing for the cold weather with no electricity. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Moore County, North Carolina, with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Zinkley, good morning to you. More than 30,000 people this morning are waking up yet again without power. There are some places, crucial places like the sheriff's station, that are operating on backup generator power. But even with crews working around the clock, this is a slow and painstaking process. In fact, a spokesperson tells me that some of the damage was so extensive that some of the pieces have to be completely replaced. That means actually shipping them in, and that takes several days, as we're seeing now. Meanwhile, all of this is coming as authorities are still trying to figure out who is responsible.
After more than 48 hours in frigid temperatures and pitch black nights.
We have no heat. We have no cooking facilities. We have none of that.
How are you getting by?
Barely.
This morning, more than 30,000 North Carolina residents are bracing for their 3rd straight day in the dark after officials say at least one gunman broke into a pair of power substations Saturday night and opened fire, causing extensive damage and a widespread blackout.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack.
And federal, state, and local law enforcement are actively working to bring those responsible to justice.
Officials say so far, no motive and no suspects, but they've not ruled anything out.
Are you possibly looking for somebody who was an employee?
We're looking at all aspects of it. This was not no random act. This was something targeted.
This morning, Duke Energy, which runs the substation, says they will take a closer look at security measures after the breach, but would not say whether surveillance cameras may have captured those responsible.
How were they able to access these areas so easily?
Well, you know, we maintain hundreds of thousands of miles of overhead lines, equipment that's all around. It's impossible to protect everything from any type of interaction. We have robust security measures.
This morning, the county remains under a state of emergency with a 9 p.m. curfew in place until power is restored. The Red Cross has opened a 24-hour shelter for those struggling to stay warm. And with the majority of impacted customers likely to remain in the dark until Thursday, this grocery store, one of the few with power, is a rare refuge.
It's cold, and I come over here a couple of times a day to get some hot food.
Just to get warm?
Yeah.
It just doesn't affect one person. It affects the whole community, literally.
And the sheriff tells me that among his biggest concerns, traffic accidents. He says there have already been a number of accidents because the power is out, and some people who come through town and don't even know that they're experiencing power outages, so just speed through those intersections. He says that's one of the reasons why this curfew is so crucial, and that goes into effect again at 9 p.m. tonight. Sinclair.
Thanks so much, Blaine Alexander. Thank you.
All right, turning now to the surge in flu cases. A new report from the CDC showing flu numbers on the rise across the country, along with an increase in hospitalizations and deaths. The recent spike causing concern among health officials who say it's early in the season for this explosion of activity. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this. Good morning, Sam.
Stephen, good morning. Look, the early signs are not good. You talk about increased hospitalizations. We just saw over the Thanksgiving week the highest level of flu hospitalizations in more than a decade. Now, Stephen, in terms of the overall numbers here in Florida, they are elevated. They have not seen that yet here in South Florida with Jackson Health, but they're closely coordinating with local hospitals to keep an eye on things. Meantime, as far as these numbers are concerned, they certainly portend for a big bump in cases this winter. This morning, doctors nationwide gearing up for a major fight with the flu.
I've seen a lot of young, healthy people come in, just feeling about as bad as they've ever felt.
In California, one of the hardest hit states, Dr. Andrew Eads says his ER is feeling the crunch.
We're already at kind of mid-January levels. You know, it'll be interesting and a little bit scary to see where this goes from here.
It's a scene that's playing out coast to coast, with nearly all states seeing high or very high flu activity ahead of schedule.
I am very concerned about it because I myself am immune compromised.
The CDC says over Thanksgiving week, outpatient visits for flu-like illness tripled the national baseline, and hospitalizations nearly doubled from the previous week. Since flu season began, the agency estimating 4,500 people, including 14 children, have died. That's already close to the total number of deaths for last year's entire flu season. In Dallas-Fort Worth, pediatric hospitals are near capacity. Doctors say the best line of defense is to get the flu shot.
I need to be protected, and I believe in the vaccines.
Though some blame vaccine fatigue for their inaction so far.
I haven't gotten a flu shot since I was a kid, and the last shot I got was the COVID shot. And to get an appointment for that, it was a hassle to go in and wait.
Experts worry about high-risk populations, like older Americans and pregnant women, and warn places with lots of close contact, like daycares, classrooms, and college dorms, can be settings for super spreaders. Michael Allegrini just caught a bad case of the flu after recently attending a wedding.
Since I had just had COVID a few weeks prior, I felt completely safe and my guards were completely down.
Doctors recommend you consider pandemic precautions like masking and remind people that a little vigilance could go a long way to ensure a healthy holiday season. And Stephen, to answer a question, no doubt many people are wondering, it is not too late to get the flu shot. Even if you have already had the flu this season, you can get it again. It might be worse the second time, so keep that in mind. This is a recent survey found that about 4 out of 10 Americans say they are not getting a flu shot. Back to you.
Wow, good reminder there. Sam, thank you.
And sad news from the entertainment world. We learned overnight that actress Kirstie Alley has passed away.
Yeah, the Emmy Award winner who starred on both the big and small screens died after a battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with a look back at her life. A lot of people shocked by this news, Ann.
Absolutely. It was stunning. She was only 71, and it was her children, Kirstie Alley's children, who first tweeted the news last night that their mom had passed away from a brief bout with cancer. She leaves behind a legacy of laughter and many unforgettable television moments.
Hello, cheers.
This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and weep for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. This morning, her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
Never! I don't know what's happening!
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Alley parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. Kirstie was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again. In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Alley played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's Closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Alley was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Alley spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security.
You look awesome.
Well,
yes, you
thank
do. And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
This morning, there has been an outpouring of support on social media from fellow actors and fans alike, including Cheers co-star Kelsey Grammer, who told Variety, "I always believed grief for a public figure is a private matter, but I will say I loved her." And so did a lot of people who watched Cheers and Look Who's Talking and all those shows.
A moving tribute. Ann Thompson, thank you.
Well, turning now to a check of our weather this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with more on today's forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And you will need the umbrella in most part of the east half of the nation because we're looking at heavy rain falling in some spots, more moderate, some light showers in others. It's going to be rounds of showers as we go throughout this Tuesday, and it's going to continue into our Wednesday, too. So that's the first big weather story of the day. We have some really warm air, too, on the in the eastern half of the nation, with Gulf Coast warm temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. In contrast, it is chilly, frigid in the northern plains. Temperatures 15 to 30 degrees below normal. It's going to feel like 35 below zero as we go throughout the overnight tonight into Wednesday. So that Arctic chill is in place. That's enough to make some snow. We're going to have some snow in the northern plains, also the Rockies. So those are the two big weather stories. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, more rain from New England into the northeast and mid-Atlantic, portions of the Tennessee Valley once again, and then heavy rain also in the central plains. So we'll see that axis of heavy rain shift a little bit further into the central plains. Still snow in the Rockies. We could see up to a foot over the next couple of days, and some snow also falling in portions of the upper Midwest. This is what it looks like on satellite and radar. You can see green showing up. That's where we're seeing the light showers falling. Also seeing some brighter colors. We're going to see pockets of heavier rain, and we could see some flash flooding in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the southern Appalachians. So for today, that rain is expanding into the northeast, into the New England area. We could see a little bit of snow too in northern New England, and then tomorrow another cloudy and damp day in the northeast. That front is moving so slowly. It's bringing rounds of showers and also the chance for some thunderstorms. So for tomorrow, we have more rain falling, and you can even see some pinks and blues showing up on the futurecast. That's indicating where some wintry weather could fall. We're locally seeing 3 to 5 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain on some wet grounds already. That's why we're concerned for the chance of flash flooding, and mainly that would be in the Tennessee Valley and also portions of the lower Mississippi Valley. Back to you guys.
All right, we'll definitely pack our umbrellas wherever we are in the country. Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, another royal visit, this time from Prince Harry and Meghan.
We've got more on their visit to New York City today and the backlash they're facing over their new documentary next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training was it? How you doing, Leslie?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with a look at the royals. Last week, Prince William and Princess Kate hit the streets of Boston for their first U.S. visit in more than a decade.
And now, this week, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are taking on New York City. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Stephanie.
Guys, good morning to you. You know, there will be no shortage of the controversial royal couple in the coming days and weeks. An award ceremony tonight here in New York City, a 6-part Netflix series, and Prince Harry's memoir to be released in January. So fans and critics alike are clamoring, while the palace is no doubt bracing for what's to come.
It's really hard to look back on it now and go, what on earth happened?
A new trailer taking direct aim at the palace and the media.
There's a hierarchy of the family. You know, there's leaking, but there's also planting of stories.
The first episodes in Netflix's 6-part series, Harry and Meghan, drop on Thursday.
It's a dirty game. pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
I realized they're never going to protect you.
And it appears Prince Harry is holding no punches.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth.
But before anyone has seen it, the royal couple are already under fire. In the trailer, a photo is used to suggest an invasion of their privacy. But a reporter who covers the royals says he was there, and it was actually taken with the couple's permission on an official trip to South Africa.
Doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
The teaser released last week used this image of a mob of photographers, apparently a stock photo taken back in 2011 at a Harry Potter movie premiere, before Harry and Meghan had even met.
It's standard procedure to use stock images to illustrate certain things, but you would hope that in the actual episodes themselves, they will be used in the right context. Otherwise, unfortunately, it does discredit the wider programme.
Just days after the Prince and Princess of Wales visited the U.S. for the first time in 8 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be honored tonight in New York City by Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, receiving the Ripple of Hope Award for their work in racial justice and other social causes. For Harry and Meghan, accolades come with recriminations, as critics accuse the couple of demanding privacy while at the same time willingly putting their lives on public display.
NBC reached out to Netflix, but they are not commenting on the record. It will be a star-studded gala tonight. Also receiving awards, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and the late basketball player Bill Russell. The event will be emceed by Alec Baldwin. Guys, it's going to be his first public appearance since that fatal shooting on the movie set of Rust. So there is a lot happening tonight.
No kidding. It's a talker, for sure.
It is indeed. Yep.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now to England and the mystery of an American warship missing since World War I. On this day in 1917, the USS Jacob Jones became the first major American Navy ship sunk during the war. But for more than a century, the ship was lost at sea. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Brookwood American Cemetery in England. Good morning, Raf.
St. Clair, good morning. 105 years ago today, the USS Jacob Jones set sail for what should have been a quick journey from France to Ireland, but it never made it. Its voyage cut short by a German torpedo. And so every year this anniversary has come and it's gone, but the ship itself was missing until now. Out of the shadows of the Atlantic Ocean, the shape of a bell emerges. And then, little by little, a ghostly outline. The remnants of the long-lost USS Jacob Jones, sunk by a German submarine on December 6, 1917. The once proud U.S. destroyer torpedoed 8 months after America entered World War I. Of the 110-man crew, 64 were killed. For more than a century, the ship was lost to the depths of the sea, until it was discovered this summer by a team of volunteer British divers known as Dark Star. So fair to call you guys Navy history enthusiasts? Navy history
nerds?
Determined to solve a 105-year-old mystery.
We were looking for a needle in a haystack. We had 3 positions we could plot on a chart. And from that, we could identify our search area.
The team headed 60 miles off the British coast, following clues a U.S. historian discovered in the diary of the German U-boat commander. So you're on the surface, you know something is down there,
yes,
but you don't know what it is.
Exactly. We go over the top of it on the boat, and we can see the seabed. It's flat, then there's a little lump.
And then, nearly 400 feet below the surface, there it was.
Guns, torpedo tubes, the bell of the ship, which was just an amazing sight to see it just lying there. You could actually see the name Jacob Jones in the side of the bell, which was just, it was the icing on the cake.
And in terms of what you actually saw down there, what stays with you?
Just the wonderful nature that was getting down onto the USS Jacob Jones, which had not been seen for 105 years.
The captain of the Jacob Jones left a detailed account of his ship's final moments. I ran along the deck and ordered everybody I saw to jump overboard, he wrote. While the sailors' bodies will never be recovered, their sacrifice is commemorated at this U.S. military cemetery outside London. Among them, 23-year-old Lieutenant Stanton Kalk, who gave his own life trying to save his men.
We never take it for granted that we are diving on war graves where sailors have sometimes died for freedom.
An American warship and her crew, gone but no longer lost.
And the U.S. Navy tells NBC News they have no plans to bring artifacts up from the Jacob Jones because they consider the wreck an official American military war grave just like the ones here, and they will now list the underwater site as the final resting place for dozens of American sailors. Zinkley?
Important that they could have their moment, Raf. Thank you so much.
More international headlines now. A landslide has killed dozens of people in Colombia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, that landslide came down a hill in western Colombia on Sunday morning following heavy rain, and it buried in rocks and mud several vehicles that were driving past, including a bus full of passengers. The president of Colombia said that at least 3 children are among the dozens of people who died. Let's go to Indonesia, where sex outside marriage is set to become a crime punishable by up to a year in prison. The measure is part of a new criminal code approved by the country's parliament that is expected to come into effect in 3 years. The changes, which also include a ban on insulting the president, will apply to both Indonesians and foreigners. And let's head to Qatar, where aside from the Soccer World Cup, another competition has caught the eye of the world. It's the Camel Beauty Pageant. Mind you, this is a serious competition. A doctor makes sure the animals don't use fillers or Botox to make them more beautiful. In the end, Naza, a beautiful female camel with long eyelashes and a flashy smile, won the, well, $50,000 first prize, guys.
Another reason not to Botox your camels.
Oh,
Beautiful.
I did not think I would hear the word Botox and camel in the same sentence this morning. But Claudio, you keep us on our toes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Claudio. You never know what you're going to get. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, another good reason to cut back on fast food.
I don't know about this one. I don't like it. Up next, we'll have more on how processed foods could play a major role in increasing health risks, including that for dementia. You're watching Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training was it? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are. Oh, you got it.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
We're back now with some new findings that link certain foods to a greater risk of cognitive decline.
Yeah, a new study points to an increased risk of dementia in people that eat ultra-processed foods, which includes burgers, French fries, and, yes, ice cream. So here to discuss this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. So how concerned should we be? How high of a correlation did researchers find between people who ate processed foods and then went on to show signs of cognitive decline? And over how long of a period were they observed exactly?
Yeah, Zinkley, Stephen, this study had me even opening my fridge last night and reevaluating what we put in it, because let me tell you, so this was a study done in Brazil. It's one of the largest of its kind, which is why it's interesting. And as you point out, Zinkley, it's correlation, meaning we don't know that eating ultra-processed foods, things like hamburgers, donuts, processed pasta, causes dementia. But in a study of over 10,000 Brazilians studied up to 10 years with a pretty even divide between men and women of different ages, they found that people who had 20% or more of their calories from these ultra-processed foods actually had a significant rate of decline of executive function. What does that mean? That's our higher level of being able to process things, recall information, and make decisions. This was significant enough that this study in the Journal of the American Medical Association Neurology actually pointed out that Americans, and here's the kicker, Americans estimate that 48% of our diets are ultra-processed. So think about it. That adds up to just years of a decrease in cognitive function that should give all of us some pause.
Some big numbers there, a little scary.
Yeah, and we're showing the video of pizza and cookies, and I am starving. This is a bad combination right here, Dr. Patel.
It is.
I wanted to ask you, though, we mentioned a few types of processed foods. So are there any other foods people want to avoid that could be linked to an increased risk of cognitive decline?
Yeah, you know, Stephen, this is the hardest thing, especially when you're busy and you're shopping and you're trying to think about it. When you're in the grocery store, if you look at the ingredients and they are not ingredients you recognize, these are chemicals, things that are, you know, words that do not relate back to whole foods that you can recognize, that should be an alarm signal. That means that it's processed. And then a lot of our common snacks, anything that's been manufactured that has to sit on a shelf and stay shelf stable for a long time, Stephen, that is another alarm bell. And so as you point out, it's all the things that we love around the holidays and that I love to even send in my kids' lunches because it's convenient. But really, the best thing to do is to go natural. Think whole grains, think things that you make at home. That is not easy for the average American to do. When you think about it, on average, an American will consume at least one meal a day that is processed. So this is a reminder for all of us not to overthink it. Go back to the basic things you have to make in the home or that you know that somebody has made and that you can identify the ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, that's even diets. I don't eat meat, but I know a lot of meat alternatives can also be ultra-processed, so that's something to look out for. So, Doctor, I know that this study also found people who had high-quality diets reduce the effects of processed foods. Yes. So what are some high-quality foods you recommend we eat to stay healthy or to maybe offset some of those former habits?
Yeah, look, again, I'm going to go out. I've got a shopping list for myself. So, okay, fruits and vegetables. Again, any fruits and vegetables that you can get from a local grocer, farmer's market. There are even some boxes that you can get that are cheaper that can be delivered to your house that use some of those leftover fruits that people don't like because it's got a little mark in it, but they're perfectly fine. Fruits, vegetables, grains. When we're thinking about whole grains, it's an intact whole grain. That usually means like whole wheat, quinoa, oats. All of those things can be incredibly healthy. And as you point out, Zinkley, can actually reverse not just cognitive decline, but improve our memory and higher function. That's what we all want as we age. And remember, it starts early. This is even demonstrated. Diet in children can have a long-lasting effect. So just try to do a substitute and a healthy swap. Don't overthink it. If you like macaroni, there are recipes out there for whole grain macaroni where you can substitute and add in spaghetti squash that's mashed up and looks orange. So think about healthy swaps, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do it today myself, guys.
I was going to say, it sounds like everyone watching needs to have a very healthy breakfast this morning.
I love that.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Well, a massive evacuation is underway on Indonesia's most densely populated island after a volcano erupted, sending a mountain of ash streaming down below. And this comes just 1 week after the world's largest active volcano erupted in Hawaii, with lava now threatening a major highway on the Big Island. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
Thousands of Indonesians in a desperate scramble to evacuate the East Java province after this terrifying wall of ash erupted from Mount Semeru on Sunday. The volcano unleashing a river of lava and smoke on Indonesia's most densely populated island, covering some in a layer of soot. And sending plumes of ash thousands of feet into the sky. Nearly 2,000 people have fled their homes, according to Indonesia's disaster management agency. So far, no deaths have been reported, but this eruption comes exactly 1 year after Mount Semeru's explosion last year, which killed 51 people. This just the latest volcanic activity across the globe. In Hawaii, the world's largest active volcano, Mauna Loa, erupting last week and is now edging closer to the Big Island's main highway, only 2 miles away.
We have such limited roadways on this island, and anytime we lose a roadway, it just shifts all that traffic somewhere else.
But officials say the speed of the lava has slowed, now moving at about 50 feet per hour.
We feel pretty certain that the lava is not going to impact any population area.
But people are flocking to the island to catch a glimpse of the volcano, and local officials are still warning them.
What are you telling people right now who want to see the lava?
As long as you stay by your car and you don't start trekking out into the lava fields, we highly recommend against that. That is dangerous.
Geologists with the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory expect the eruption to continue, possibly for 2 more weeks.
A lot of my family's on the Puna side, and we have other family in Kona, and we use this road to see each other, especially with the holidays coming up.
When I think about how it's going to affect me, it's really devastating.
Wow, some incredible video there. Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Officials in Hawaii are remaining hopeful that that lava flow will cool before reaching the Big Island's main highway.
And coming up, let's talk holidays. A lot of us will be relying on fast shipping as we approach Christmas. But what happens when bad weather hits? How one of the biggest mail carriers is making sure storms don't dampen your holiday season.
Plus, a romantic trip turned rescue mission. A couple finds a lost hiker after he was stranded in the forest for days. We'll show you the life-saving mission to get him out. That's coming up next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, it might be hard to believe, but Christmas is just 19 days away. And with the holiday season in full swing, online shopping is expected to set new records this year, with demand for quick shipping hitting new heights. But what happens to your package when bad weather hits? NBC's senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders traveled to FedEx's World Hub in Memphis to find that out. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, weather like you're heading to the airport and it's drizzling or raining, which it is here, and you're thinking already my plane's going to be delayed. Well, think about how that impacts when you have more than 100 planes coming and going, like right here in Memphis for FedEx. So they have a team of meteorologists who are watching weather, not just here, but around the world, because a delay there, a delay anywhere, when you add it all up, can cost $1 million a minute. And as you just pointed out, we're in the holiday season. So right now, the pressure is absolutely on.
Down this nondescript road, cleverly named Urgent Avenue, sits a highly restricted area where we were given rare access. Inside, a team of 15 meteorologists working around the clock to make sure nasty winter weather does not delay your holiday packages.
This time of year, especially during peak with the holiday season, it becomes even more intense because everything is so much more critical than it would normally be throughout the year.
Jeff Woodard began monitoring weather for the U.S. Air Force during Desert Storm. His battle today and every day is now making sure FedEx planes get through all types of weather across the globe and on time.
What's going on in Hawaii right now?
Right now, the volcano still has a constant lava flow.
And what does that mean to the pilots?
When it did erupt, that really impacted how we get in there. So our pilots would have to route and fly south and avoid where it was actually, the ash was going to the northeast.
That's because ash spewing 30 to 40,000 feet can shut down a jet engine.
The airplane comes into Dubai.
Doug Jenkins is a flight dispatcher. It's his job to know where every one of the more than 100 airborne flights is at any moment.
What is it the pilots don't know?
Well, it's the big picture, so they can see what they have going on, what's happening right at their aircraft.
Because of FedEx, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., Memphis International becomes the busiest cargo airport in the world. Every flight color-coded on this massive board.
This is the controlled chaos.
Yes.
And the weather, that's your problem potentially every day.
It could delay delay these arrivals. So if we can get the airplanes in here on time, then it keeps the whole system operating on time.
Ready for takeoff, Captain Don Olsch, a former Marine F-18 pilot. His mission now, getting those packages where they need to be. The fastest route, always point A to point B.
We don't worry about the comfort as much as the passenger carriers do.
As you're flying more than 500 miles an hour, when you look out the window and see Santa, does he go by faster?
Oh, yeah. He's way faster than a jet.
Of course, he's faster, but where am I? Now I'm inside the plane. This is a Boeing 777. Hello! You can see how cavernous this is, but imagine this plane later today will be filled up with 30,000 boxes, many of them with presents, because this season, about 90 million packages are going to be set. So if you're going to be sending something, just know that you need to recognize that the later you wait, the more expensive it becomes, and you want that package to arrive on time. So if you're going to send it however you're going to send it, just remember that, like, December 17th really is your true deadline. And, well, you know what? Santa, all the other overnight delivery companies, they're working hard to make sure everybody has a happy holiday, Stephen.
They sure are, Carrie, with the wardrobe change and location change. Very impressive. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Carrie Sanders, thank you. And now to a miracle rescue out of California. A man stranded managed to survive on his own out in the wild for weeks without food, enduring frigid temperatures until he was spotted by a couple hiking in the area. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles has that story.
An amazing encounter when a romantic camping trip turned into a rescue mission for a California couple.
Sorry to put a damper on your guys' camping trip.
Oh, bro, this is a story.
Quite a story. Finding a lost hiker who told them he was stranded for about 2 weeks in the San Bernardino National Forest.
I heard somebody yelling, help. And so I called out, like, hello, pretty loud. And he heard us and kept yelling.
Allison Scott and boyfriend Freddie Valdivia followed those desperate cries for half an hour through boulders and rocks until they found him. When they did, he was struggling to stay alive, trying to shelter in a creek bed.
He couldn't walk anymore because his feet were so swollen and infected.
No food, drinking just creek water.
He was pretty out of it. He was obviously starving.
Miraculously surviving freezing temperatures. The couple finding him when he thought all hope was lost.
He was pretty close to the creek and right under a flight path, so he just started camping out there, waiting for somebody to maybe notice him, and he said he had given up a few days prior.
After the couple called 911, the rescue team's arrival a sound of relief. Pilot Doug Brimmer airlifted the hiker to safety.
That was the first report we had heard. We had not received any initial missing person reports. Just the rescue was the only call that came in for us.
So without this call from the couple, it's possible no one would have ever known about his whereabouts.
That's correct.
The hiker walking barefoot to paramedics. The life-saving moment now captured forever. The picture almost as special as the memory.
I've never thought that I would be the person to find a missing person. So this is very, very incredible.
He did look very thankful. He had a look on his face that he was extremely happy that we were there to get him out of there.
The rescuing pilot we spoke to says there's actually a lot more hikers that get lost than you may think during this time of year because so many people try to take advantage of the cooler temperatures here in California. But experts say there are some things you can do to prevent getting lost during your hike. That includes staying on trail, researching your hike before you start, and also taking a compass or GPS with you. Back to you.
Important report. Nyala Charles, thank you.
Well, as we set to close out 2022, we're taking a look back at all the ways communities and individuals helped out each other through these tough times.
This morning, GoFundMe is releasing its annual Year in Help review that breaks down just how generous people were over the past 12 months.
And who better than to talk about this than Margaret Richardson? She's GoFundMe's Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. Margaret, good morning to you. If you would first walk us through some of the highlights from this year's report, just how much money and time was actually donated through GoFundMe.
Thank you so much for having me. We're really proud to share a milestone towards our vision of becoming the most helpful place in the world. GoFundMe, together with Classy, a leading nonprofit fundraising software company, empowered people and organizations to raise more than $25 billion since 2010. We had one donation every second, and we had 28 million people who have sent or received help this year. And we're incredibly proud of the community and the connections that people have been able to build through the use of our platform.
I mean, really incredible numbers, one donation every second. And it's needed given that this year has been marked by so many hardships, inflation, natural disasters, and also Russia's invasion of Ukraine. How has GoFundMe responded to that specific conflict? And how do you think it's impacted the sheer scope of this year's donations?
So GoFundMe offers people an opportunity to engage with each other about what's happening in their lives, communities, and societies. And as you said, we saw fundraisers reflect macroeconomic trends, including inflation. And we saw a spike in fundraising for everyday essentials, including a 60% increase in fundraisers for gasoline, 110% increase in fundraisers for baby formula, and a 10% increase in fundraisers for groceries. We had 85,000 donations were made through our crisis hubs to people and communities that were forever changed in the wake of natural disasters, violence, and accidents. And we, as you mentioned, we had an incredible campaign fundraising to support Ukraine and the impact this year. Our GoFundMe and Classy communities donated $250 million from 2.1 million donations to individuals and nonprofits supporting the Ukrainian people with food, shelter, and basic needs, including journalists who are continuing to report on the ground and vulnerable communities in need of essential medical supplies and survival equipment.
Very important help received there as well. Margaret, I was going to ask you quickly here if you could tell us what part of this stands out most to you and what are you most proud of in this report?
Well, I'm incredibly proud of the ways in which people were able to connect with each other. We had our second biggest fundraiser ever. Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher's Stand With Ukraine fundraiser was the biggest this year and our second all-time biggest. And again, 28 million people were sent and received help. And that is just an incredible testament to the power of people to take agency and to be able to support each other. 1 in 3 of these fundraisers was started for someone else. And I think one of the things that is incredibly powerful is that 1 in 11 people turned around and donated after they had started a fundraiser themselves. I think one thought which one of our key fundraisers had shared was, this isn't about me. He said it's about us and about helping each other and how we all move forward together. And I think that's really what I'm most proud of in this report and in our work.
Yeah. Pay it forward, as they say.
Absolutely. Margaret Richardson, thanks so much.
And coming up, the city that never sleeps is coming back.
Yeah, and there's a list to prove it. New York Magazine is out with annual Reasons to Love New York and how more than 2 years since the pandemic, the city is bouncing back. That's coming up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, love it or hate it, there's no city quite like New York City. And from its food to its parks, this month's New York Magazine is highlighting 39 of the reasons people love New York. Jody Kwan is the photo director at New York Magazine and joins us now to talk about it. Good morning, Judy. First off, let's start with the cover. This is an amazing picture. I have seen it everywhere and really admire it. So how did you decide who to include, and how did you even go about capturing so many big names in the same frame?
Well, you know, as you were introducing the project earlier on, Reasons to Love New York is a major franchise for us. It's an annual project that we've been doing for the last 18 years. This year was a pretty special year because, you know, really it's been the first full run of a reawakening of the city that we've had since the pandemic that started just about 3 years ago. So what we wanted to do for the cover was we wanted to celebrate the incredible, magical melting pot of the city. And so we came up with a huge list of, you know, people, famous, known New Yorkers from different disciplines, you know, from film, art, theater, food, politics, business. And we wanted to celebrate iconic, you know, ambassadors from those disciplines on the cover of the magazine. So we reached out to, you know, we realized that, and we wanted the cover to feel like this incredible intersection. You know, it's like a New Yorker's New York, where you're walking down the street and you just happen to see so-and-so. You know, sometimes they're a friend, sometimes it's a celebrity, but New York has that all those wonderful moments of serendipity, and that's the cover that we wanted to portray. So we just, you know, the whole staff got on board and we called, you know, the wonderful thing about New York Magazine is that, you know, we have Grub Street, we have Intel, we have The Cut, we have Vulture. So we have experts in every part. So everybody used their contacts, and we just called upon everybody. And basically everybody said they wanted to sign on because everyone has felt this kind of isolation for so long, and they just really bought into the idea.
You nailed it.
You certainly captured the serendipity there. And we don't have a ton of time left, but I did want to ask you, for people who don't live in New York or know a ton about the city, what is the takeaway from this article?
I mean, listen, it's like New York is like, it's a metropolis. It's like such a unique city. It's only in New York that you can, walk out of your door, whether you're going to the corner deli to buy some milk or you're just going to the office, you walk out, and the minute you're outside, you're people watching. It's like you either bump into somebody or you see somebody that you've heard of, you see somebody that you saw on television the night before, and it's just this wonderful, there's so much theater in the street at all times. And that's the takeaway. It's like it's only in New York that you feel this. And that's what this issue is meant to project. Only in New York. And that was the mission for the cover.
Absolutely. You nailed it. And after this period of isolation, I think the community was felt. Jody Kwan with New York Magazine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Harry Smith, in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, December 6th, facing justice. The shooter, who stands accused of killing 5 people and wounding 17 others at a Colorado Springs nightclub, has been formally charged.
In the dark, a community in North Carolina is still reeling from what authorities are calling a targeted attack on the area's power grid. Many have been living without electricity and heat for 3 days.
Democracy at work. Polls in Georgia are now open as voters cast their ballot in today's critical Senate runoff between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Holiday delivery, Christmas is coming, and for FedEx, each plane has presents for someone. But what happens when Mother Nature interferes? We'll take you inside the company's air traffic control center, where they deal with everything from blizzards to erupting volcanoes, all to get those gifts where they've got to go.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. It's so good to have you with us. Good to have you with us as well.
Pleasure.
We begin with breaking news in Colorado Springs, where prosecutors announced over 300 criminal counts, including murder and hate crimes, against the person accused of carrying out an attack at a gay nightclub last month.
Investigators say the suspect entered Club Q and opened fire with an AR-15 style rifle, killing 5 people and wounding at least a dozen others before being subdued by patrons. The venue was known as a sanctuary for the LGBTQ community.
NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles. Steve, good to have you with us. Tell us about these charges. Walk us through. How were they determined by the prosecutor?
Vicki, the word prosecutors used was voluminous, that there was just an overwhelming amount of evidence that led them to, as you mentioned, more than 300 counts, including first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, first- and second-degree assault, and those bias-motivated crimes, which essentially in the state of Colorado are hate crimes, that these crimes were motivated by a specific bias. That's why the shooter targeted that nightclub. Of course, defense attorneys in the filing for the initial hearing, when there were preliminary charges released, those are 5 first-degree murder charges and then 5 bias-motivated charges. They listed their client as non-binary, using they-them pronouns. That, of course, doesn't mean that this person is part of the LGBTQ community, but there was some question as to whether or not these hate crime charges would still be applied in the formal charging, knowing the sort of specification of their client. Turns out that is a yes. Prosecutors pushing for as far as they can go. The district attorney said that that was very important to the prosecution, that they fight for the people in Colorado Springs, and that using that designation was a key part of what they wanted to do. As you see there just moments ago, The suspect wearing a yellow jumpsuit, appearing in court, doing a lot better than the last time we saw him appear virtually. Last time there was visible markings. You saw the booking photo. The suspect was badly beaten inside that club, thanks to the heroics of patrons that stopped the suspect from doing even more damage inside there. And you see that picture there, doing a lot better, more competent inside court, visibly responding to the judge's orders and making eye contact today. So a lot different than we saw the other day, but 300 charges. Guys, back to you.
Quickly, Steve, just in terms of motive, you talked about motive, you talked about hate crimes being charged. Do we know a little bit more from the inside of what may have driven him to the point where he did what he did?
No, we don't, Harry. And unfortunately, in these cases, you may never know, as you know. We can only infer what has been alleged by prosecutors. And obviously, with the allegement of the bias-motivated crime, we can take what we can from that, but we may never know the inside of a suspect's head like this, Harry.
Steve Patterson, thank you so much. Do appreciate it.
Well, Harry, it has been more than 48 hours and tens of thousands of people in Moore County, North Carolina. They're still in the dark after a targeted attack on 2 power substations. Authorities have yet to confirm a suspect or a motive. Duke Energy crews are now working around the clock to restore power to that area. We have NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who is live in Carthage, North Carolina for us. Antonia, good to have you. So we're talking about at least 35,000 power customers. They still don't have any juice. What are we hearing in terms of when officials are expecting to get the power turned back on for folks? We know it is cold there. And are the community services being offered to help people stay warm in the meantime?
Well, Vicki, in terms of timeline, right now we're looking at Thursday. And as you mentioned, this is the 3rd consecutive morning that people have woken up without heat in their homes, without, in some cases, even running water. And so, just stretching out to Thursday is really frustrating a lot of the folks on the ground here. While there is sort of 2 parts of this story here, the investigation, of course, at the front, there's also just the reality of a community that's been thrown into chaos. And so it's looking like the vast majority of people, that estimation I got from a Duke Energy spokesman, the vast majority of people aren't going to be back to normal until we reach Thursday now, Vicki.
Antonia, can we talk a little bit about what you can suss out in terms of the security around this power substation? We know these are all over the country. They're very important, but they're kind of vulnerable, too. What are we hearing from authorities or Duke Energy in terms of surveillance video and tracking down a potential suspect here?
We asked all these questions. We pressed not only Duke Energy, but we pressed the governor, Roy Cooper, who was here at the sheriff's office just yesterday and taking a lot of questions from the reporters here on the ground. We pressed them about security camera footage. We did not get a clear answer on what's available, but certainly nothing's been released to any of the reporters here. And we asked about security. Duke Energy said that they have multiple layers of security on site at all their substations, but they would not describe what that security actually looks like. They said for security reasons, but they ensured us that there was security and that they were sharing what they had with the authorities involved here. It was interesting, though, to hear the governor reflect on all this because he was really transparent about his concerns, at the top state level about the potential vulnerabilities in the infrastructure here, not just honestly in the state of North Carolina, but potentially around the country. He said that for a long time he's been concerned about potential cybersecurity threats to infrastructure, and now we've seen an example of this physical threat. Take a listen to some of his remarks.
Protecting critical infrastructure like our power system must be a top priority. This kind of attack raises a new level of threat.
I think ultimately a lot of the anxiety we're seeing on the ground here and also hearing from other people around the U.S. as they watch what's happening in North Carolina is this realization that in the matter of just a couple minutes on a Saturday night, a group of bad actors were able to destabilize an entire community for what's looking like almost up to a week. And just all of the fallout that comes with that for the businesses, for the schools here, it has been really hard on people, Vicki.
It sure has. Disruptive and dangerous. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, thank you.
Crowds of Georgia voters are hitting the polls in today's Senate runoff election. They're choosing between Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. It is a highly competitive race that could expand Democrats' 50-seat majority. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now from Atlanta. Tremaine, good to have you with us. For the past month, Georgians have been bombarded by TV ads, the ones we got to get away from. For the rest of us in the country, they've been bombarded still, and more by mail. How are they feeling that Decision Day is finally here?
Harry, Decision Day, how are they feeling here at Southwest Atlanta? I'm across the street from a polling place, and right this moment, they're feeling a little cold and a little damp. It's drizzling out here. It's kind of a miserable day, but how they feeling inside, folks are actually excited despite everything you mentioned, the TV ads, the newspaper ads, being bombarded with all the messaging, the marathon to the general election, then the sprint to this runoff. Folks are feeling a little tired, but they're also mission-driven and feeling pretty focused. I spoke to one voter who put it like this. Check it out.
It's what you have to do. Is your right, and you have to get out and vote. You know, that's the way your voice is heard. So tired or not, we're out. It's a rainy day. It's freezing, but you know I'm here. So if I can do it, everybody else can do it too.
That voter was here across this from this polling place where there's a party at the polls organized by voting rights advocates to make sure folks are at least feeling energized for Decision Day.
Raphael, will this election come down to moderates and independents? Who's really going to swing this election in the end of the day?
I think it depends. Again, Georgians were setting early voting records, and those folks who turned out seem to favor Senator Warnock, the Democrat. But there's a lot of growth here. Herschel Walker lagged by a few 100,000 votes behind Brian Kemp, who is no longer on the ballot, who was elected to the governor's office. And so if there are, there's a lot of room to grow. Are there Republicans who didn't vote for Walker the first time, but wanted to come out today? On the other side, black voters and working class voters and young voters who supported Raphael Warnock may be enthused based on the stakes at hand and the organizing efforts by folks in this state. So I think all of those blocks are important, but turnout is the biggest part. That's the biggest voting block.
Tremaine, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. In a cool, wet Atlanta this morning.
Yeah, the voters are still coming out. We turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Renewables like wind and solar power, they're well on their way to overtaking coal and becoming the world's main source of electricity. It's hard to believe, but the International Energy Agency predicts this major shift in how we power our Earth is going to happen in the next couple of years.
Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deidre Bosa. Deidre, what's pushing countries around the world to turn to these new clean energy sources?
Well, Harry, the IAE says Russia's invasion of Ukraine is responsible for what it calls unprecedented momentum for renewables in the generation of electricity. Sanctions against Russia have cut off a lot of its natural gas and oil exports and raised fossil fuel prices worldwide. The IAE says the global energy crisis sparked by the war is driving a sharp acceleration in the adoption of renewables, with total capacity growth worldwide set to double in just the next 5 years. Also, PepsiCo is cutting hundreds of corporate jobs in its North American snacks and beverages divisions. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which says that this is a signal that cost cutting is extending beyond tech and media. The company declined to comment to CNBC. And Microsoft says that it is ready to release future versions of the popular video game Call of Duty for both Sony's PlayStation and its own Xbox on the same day. Microsoft here is essentially trying to reassure antitrust regulators concerned about its proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard, the company that makes Call of Duty. Back to you two.
Deidre Bosa, thank you so much.
All right, well, straight ahead, setting boundaries with your kids, it can be difficult, but it may actually improve your relationship. We'll have expert advice on how best to tackle it coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
When many of us think of self-care, we don't think about setting boundaries. The word boundary can sound limiting, maybe even a little bit harsh.
Yeah, it can, but the experts say it can actually be a really healthy way to protect your space as a parent. And when you do it right, it can benefit you and everyone that is close to you. Here to help us figure out how to set those boundaries is family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein. So great to have you here on set, and apparently you and Harry go way back, so it's like a little reunion of sorts.
It is a reunion. It is.
I love this.
Exactly. I love it.
So first, let's talk about the concept of a boundary with your kids. What exactly is it, and why is it so important?
So a boundary is kind of the limit we set when we recognize something that makes us uncomfortable, something that causes unnecessary conflict, and it expresses to other people what we want and what we need from them. And that's a really important thing. Otherwise, people have no idea because they cannot read our minds.
Okay.
How do you go about teaching your kids how to set them?
So the first thing we have to do is model it for them, right? We have to be able to know what our own boundaries are, because very often we're like, we say yes when we mean no, we feel resentful, we kind of overextend, and that gets, our kids are always watching us. So our kids start to learn that maybe that's important.
Them so many mixed messages.
We do send them mixed messages. It's very true. So we want to be mindful of modeling for them what they should be doing, maybe practicing with them what they want to say to someone, helping them identify what it is that they might want.
What are some actual examples of that when you're talking about young kids setting boundaries and also maybe the teenagers? Because I imagine it's different for both age groups.
It's totally different. We have to kind of be age appropriate. So for younger kids, you might say, if they say, oh, I don't want to hug Harry because he makes me mad, and we want to try and, sorry, Harry, we want to try and force them often to hug Harry because Harry's a good family friend. Right. We want to say to them, okay, so what can you say to Harry? Can you make a fist bump? Can you do an elbow bang? What can you do? And for older teenagers, teaching them to use their voice and be very clear about what they want. They have the language skills. We want to teach them to use it.
Okay.
And finally, though, my thought is, what's the downside? What if we don't do this?
So there is a big downside, right? Boundaries keep us safe. They help really kind of give us some insulation and protection. So if we don't teach ourselves and other people how to do it, we aren't as safe, we aren't as clear into what we need, we aren't communicating as well as we want, and it can actually really impact our relationships because it can build resentment between us and other people.
This is interesting. So you're really talking about physical boundaries, like, you know, we're getting into the holiday season and everybody's getting together, and sometimes you're not really ready or wanting to, you know, hug Uncle Joe or what have you. But what about like boundaries with time and space and in your own home with the kids against the parents?
Well, I think you need to set, you know, boundaries and rules, right? They overlap. And so what are they? And make them clear, talk about them often, make sure that everybody understands them. Maybe they have a little bit of flexibility. It's kind of like a bowling alley with some bumpers. Maybe there's a little bit of room, but we want to make sure they stay in the lane. And then kind of talk about at each age, how do we need to change those boundaries? What you do for a 3-year-old is going to be different than what you do for a 13-year-old. So being able to have
that you're still talking about boundaries.
No, you feel funny that we're still talking about boundaries because it's just one of those things we're going to keep doing because we still don't do them well. That's the problem.
I would say that's so true. It actually takes practice. It takes discipline.
I'm feeling good about our boundaries.
We have great boundaries. Yeah, we're solid. We're good.
Harry, you have great boundaries with everybody.
Thank you so much. Clinical and family psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein, good to see you again. Such helpful advice, especially this time of year.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll make sure Harry is here for the next time that you come back.
Okay, cool.
All right, moving on now. The Department of Education is correcting a major mistake in the student debt relief program.
About 9 million Americans were told their applications were approved when in fact they were not accepted because the program faced legal challenges. The mistake was made by a contractor of the Department of Education. The contractor blames the mistake on human error and sent corrected emails to recipients. Thousands of Minnesota nurses may not be walking off the job this weekend after all.
Yeah, the Minnesota Nurses Association announces a tentative agreement with the state's major healthcare systems. They're going to avert that planned strike. The details of the agreement, those have not been made public just yet. The nurses union has to approve the new contract, but nurses were planning a 20-day strike starting this Sunday.
The nation's worst flu outbreak in years now turning fears of a triple-demic into reality. Coming up, how you can best protect yourself and your family. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Neo-Nazis in Florida crashed a charity show involving drag queens. Stacey DeSilva from our Tampa NBC affiliate WFLA spoke to the event organizer about this new far-right threat.
It was almost showtime Saturday night at Artifact Studios in Lakeland. Jason DeShazo was getting ready.
One of our volunteers rushed in and said, the police officers are out there. There are Nazis out there protesting. And of course, my first response was like, what?
DeShazo was hosting a charity event for the Rose Dynasty Foundation and Camp Out. It involved drag performances, including DeShazo as Mama Ashley Rose. Drag shows have become a target for members of the far right.
If you look at our climate in the world, I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. But I had no idea that that was happening Saturday night.
The dozen or so protesters wore masks and held signs with neo-Nazi symbols on them. They projected messages on the building.
Our guests were coming in and they were getting yelled at and called pedophiles, and children and families were getting cameras in their face.
Video here shows a masked man walk straight up to the window with a camera. Lakeland police officers stayed on scene throughout. The president of Polk Pride says he is disappointed but not surprised this national trend came to Lakeland.
We've all heard the hate speech coming from around the country that really is zeroing in on drag performers, LGBT people, and now very specifically drag performers.
DeShazo says he has received threats to his safety in the aftermath, but he's not going away.
We're going to continue to do what we're doing, and I'm going to continue to provide that safe space for people every which way I can.
Our thanks to Stacey DeSilva from our Tampa NBC affiliate WFLA.
Two little girls are recovering after separate terrifying animal attacks are caught on camera. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo shows us how their parents fought back.
Their screams for help are enough to get most any parent to spring into action. 2 little girls on both coasts of the country in horrific daytime animal attacks, both of them caught on camera. The first in Los Angeles, where a 2-year-old girl was attacked by a wild coyote.
I heard her screaming and cry. I thought she fall down. And then I saw the coyote with her.
The little girl's parents, still in shock, are speaking out.
Her pants were stained with blood. I took it off, and then I noticed, the scratches that it made on her.
The couple's Ring doorbell camera captured the moment the coyote first approaches the toddler and her dad as they stand near their car. The wild animal then snatches the girl from behind and knocks her to the ground, where it tosses her body around. Soon after, the father is seen scaring off the animal by throwing a water bottle at it and rushing off to get help.
We had to get rabies shots on her and just hope everything is going to be okay.
The family says they've lived in this location for 3 years and nothing like this has happened to them before.
There's a lot of coyotes here that we see. Nothing ever like this. They always just run away.
Officials telling NBC Los Angeles that they took bloody clothes in for DNA matching to begin the process of trapping the coyote. Just last summer, there was another coyote attack on a 2-year-old girl in Huntington Beach. That coyote was shot and killed by officials. In Connecticut, another terrifying animal attack caught on camera. This time, a raccoon seen attacking a 5-year-old girl. Her mother, Logan McNamara, rushing out to help. At one point, her daughter was in one hand and the raccoon in her other. The animal clinging on until the mom manages to fling it into their yard. The little girl was taken to the hospital to get rabies shots. Animal control was not able to track that animal down. The family now setting traps around their home to avoid any future incidents. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Mom of the Year.
Yeah, truly, both of them. Yeah. All right, well, online shopping is at record levels this holiday season, which means more home deliveries. We have a look at what happens to your package when bad weather hits. That's ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily. By the way, you can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that on YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Look at all those choices. Your news continues right after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back this Tuesday. So good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Harry Smith. Making news right now. For the first time ever, the number of same-sex couple households in the United States is now more than 1 million. That's a 120% jump since 2008. Census Bureau numbers show about 59% of those couples are married, a number which has grown exponentially since the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage in 2015.
The man accused of shooting Lady Gaga's dog walker is heading to prison for 21 years. James Howard Jackson pleaded no contest to attempted murder charges. Jackson and 2 other people are accused of stealing the singer's 2 French bulldogs and shooting dog walker Ryan Fisher in the chest. That happened last year. Fisher survived. The dogs were returned just a few days after the robbery.
And New York is now officially the most expensive city in the world, tying with Singapore for the top spot. The Economist Intelligence Unit's annual survey placed the Big Apple at #1 after the average price of Manhattan apartments shot up by 25% this year. Last year's priciest city, Tel Aviv, got bumped down to 3rd place.
We turn now to Ukraine, where the latest wave of deadly Russian airstrikes is shuttering the energy grid on one of the coldest days of the year.
Now, Russia is on defense after a 3rd airstrike attack on its soil since yesterday, pointing blame at Ukraine and drawing attention to their potential new combat drone program. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kyiv with the latest. Ellison, it's dead of winter there in Ukraine. How widespread are the power outages? How long will Ukraine be able to get along without heat and electricity?
Yeah, I mean, so the last 24 hours here have been pretty hard. As you said, yesterday was one of the coldest days we have had this winter, and it's the day that Russia fired some 70 missiles towards Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say they were able to intercept about 60 of those, but we know that energy infrastructure was hit in at least 3 different regions, Vinnytsia, Odessa, and Kyiv. In the hours after yesterday's barrage of missiles, the Kyiv region, 40% of it did not have power. In Odessa, there were reports of widespread blackouts, rolling outages. There were also reports of problems with the water supply. People stuck in their homes without heat, without electricity, and on top of that, without access to running water. But big picture, we now have the Ukrainian prime minister saying overall they feel like things are relatively stable given the amount of missiles that came towards this country, all of them believed to be headed towards key civil energy infrastructure. He says that ultimately at this point in time, they're expecting Ukraine's national energy company to be able to make repairs in the next couple of days to mitigate the substantial damage from the latest missile strikes and go back to what Ukrainians have been experiencing for quite a few weeks now, which are scheduled rolling outages just to try and alleviate some of the pressure on the energy grid. He says because Ukraine's air defense systems were able to intercept so many of the missiles that were fired, that the damage was not as wide spread as it could have been. Harry, Vicki.
Yeah, from the last several months of that, similar sorts of attacks.
Right.
Let me ask you this, Joe. What do we know about these new airstrikes that have have successfully ended up on Russian soil? The Russia is pointing blame at Ukraine. Ukraine at first said, no, that's not us. Where does that all stand right now?
So we're talking about 2 different strikes, one that happened yesterday morning, 2 of them actually that hit Russian airfields deep in Russian territory, another one this morning that hit an oil depot in Russian territory, but a little closer to the Ukrainian border. Those 2 strikes that were deep in Russia are really significant, Harry, because it seems to suggest a shift in Kyiv's willingness to try and take this fight to Russia on their own military bases. Those military bases were about 300 miles beyond Ukraine's border, and up until now, we really haven't seen Ukraine trying to take the fight directly to Russian military bases, in part because they really haven't had the weapons capability. Russia is saying that the drones used in those first two strikes were Soviet drones, so it seems like Ukrainian forces are beginning to be in this position where they are able to use the weapons they have, not necessarily the ones from Western allies, but the ones they already had, to more directly target some military infrastructure in Russia, and it could be a significant shift.
Really interesting turn. Thank you so much, Ellis and Barbara in Kyiv tonight. Appreciate it.
Harry, we've got some new concerning numbers from the CDC. It's got a lot of doctors on edge. Flu cases, they are spiking across the country, and they're continuing to rise, with flu-related hospitalizations at the highest levels we've seen in over a decade. Experts say that numbers like this suggest we are in for a very big bump in all sorts of respiratory infections coming this winter. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live from Jackson Memorial Hospital there in Miami. Sam, good to have you as always. So let's talk about what's behind this surge. Here we are just a few weeks out from Thanksgiving. And also, how can people protect themselves ahead of these other holiday season gatherings? As we see, December's right. We're here.
Yeah, no doubt, Vicki, that the vaccination rate is part of the issue here, and it's the most important thing someone can do. Even if you already had the flu already, you can get it again. It can be worse, so you're going to want to make sure that you're vaccinated. The other element here is think, Vicki, about where we were a year ago. There was an Omicron COVID surge that was sweeping through the country. The numbers were off the charts, and to some extent, people were social distancing, they were wearing masks. That helped with suppressing outbreaks of the flu. Well, fast forward now a year later, that is obviously not the situation for large chunks of the country. And while the COVID numbers are still back, we're seeing a bit of a wave there too. So too are the flu, RSV. That's why we're talking about this triple-demic. But as far as the flu is concerned, we're at a point right now in early December where we would normally be as a country with flu outbreaks in January. So hopefully, these numbers get under control, but it certainly indicates a possibility that those numbers are going to be much larger during the typical peak in January and February.
Sam, real quick, it's good to hear that you say it's not too late to get the flu vaccine. What parts of the country are we seeing the highest number of flu cases right now?
So unfortunately, the answer is pretty much everywhere, Vicki. Check out this map. This is the CDC influenza map, and you'll see the darker the color, generally reds and purples, the higher the transmission rates. Look at that. It's basically the entire country. Now, Texas, California, Colorado, Ohio, maybe they stand out a bit above every other state to some degree, but it's really everywhere, and that's part of the reason why we're seeing a national surge going on right now.
Wash hands, stay home when you're sick, help out those first responders in those hospitals. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. Sam, thank you.
All right, Vicki. We're just 20 days away from Christmas, and this year online shopping alone could set new records. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders shows us how FedEx is navigating the high demand and bad weather.
Down this nondescript road, cleverly named Urgent Avenue, sits a highly restricted area where we were given rare access. Inside, a team of 15 meteorologists working around the clock to make sure nasty winter weather does not delay your holiday packages.
This time of year, especially during peak with the holiday season, it becomes even more intense because everything is so much more critical than it would normally be throughout the year.
Jeff Woodard began monitoring weather for the U.S. Air Force during Desert Storm. His battle today and every day is now making sure FedEx planes get through all types of weather across the globe and on time.
What's going on in Hawaii right now?
Right now, the volcano still has a constant lava flow.
And what does that mean to the pilots?
When it did erupt, that really impacted how we get in there. So our pilots would have to route and fly south and avoid where it was actually, the ash was going to the northeast.
That's because ash spewing 30 to 40,000 feet can shut down a jet engine.
The airplane comes into Dubai.
Doug Jenkins is a flight dispatcher. It's his job to know where every one of the more than 100 airborne flights is at any moment.
What is it the pilots don't know?
Well, it's the big picture, so they can see what they have going on, what's happening right at their aircraft.
Because of FedEx, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., Memphis International becomes the busiest cargo airport in the world. Every flight color-coded on this massive board.
This is the controlled chaos.
Yes.
And the weather, that's your problem potentially every day.
It could delay delay these arrivals. So if we can get the airplanes in here on time, then it keeps the whole system operating on time.
Ready for takeoff, Captain Don Olsch, a former Marine F-18 pilot. His mission now, getting those packages where they need to be. The fastest route, always point A to point B.
We don't worry about the comfort as much as the passenger carriers do.
As you're flying more than 500 miles an hour, when you look out the window and see Santa, does he go by faster?
Oh, yeah. He's way faster than a jet.
That's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
Well, we have sad news from the entertainment world. Beloved Cheers star Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson shows us Alley's legacy of laughter.
Hello, cheers. This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and wait for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. This morning, her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Alley parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. Kirstie was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again. In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Alley played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's Closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Alley was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Alley spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security. You look awesome.
Well, yes, you do. And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Harry, you spoke to Kirstie Alley.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, though, sometimes, just as time marches on and the things that you just don't know about someone's life like that. We woke up, we were pretty surprised by it. It's being called an antacid for the ocean, the interesting new way scientists are fighting climate change. That's ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a good one. It's called an antacid for the ocean and is now a new tool in fighting climate change.
And I love this analogy, this concept, right? NBC News senior investigative and legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden is going to give us a fascinating first-hand look at how this antacid works.
It's a little boat on a big mission. Here in Halifax Harbor, this team of scientists believe they can make a real contribution in the fight against global warming. Oceanographer Will Burt sure does.
Every scientist here on this ship has had a sense of, like, now, this is why I got into this.
This is the real thing.
Yeah. I mean, what more motivation does one need, right?
Here's the concept. The ocean is the world's largest absorber of carbon dioxide, but it's sucked up so much it's now too acidic, and that's a problem. Think harmful algae blooms and bleached out coral reefs. It also means the ocean can't keep up with all the carbon humans continue to pump into the air. So what to do? Give the ocean a giant antacid. That's right, add magnesium hydroxide powder to existing pipes like this one at a Halifax energy plant so it can absorb more greenhouse gases and perhaps even get healthier at the same time.
So a giant Rolade goes into that pipe, pumps it out, makes the ocean less acidic so it can absorb more of the bad carbon and suck it up.
More or less, yeah, that's about right.
Bert's job is to make sure it works. But he and his colleagues at Planetary Technologies are also determined to make sure it does no harm. A better safe than sorry approach with a range of research being funded by the company. Dalhousie University professor Hugh McIntyre is studying something he's an expert on, teeny tiny plankton.
What we're going to do is add the magnesium hydroxide to them, and then we're going to monitor what happens. So far, we have not detected any change in the growth rates, and we have been testing 10 times higher concentrations than Planetary actually intends to use.
With respect, phytoplankton ain't the only thing in the sea.
They're not, absolutely not. So we have to start somewhere, and the logical place to start is the base of the food web.
To those worried about messing with Mother Nature, Planetary's co-founders say they're just trying to amplify what rainwater and rock erosion have been doing for thousands of years.
The natural process that we're trying to replicate is something that happens all day, every day in nature.
Not fast enough to save us.
Not fast enough to save us at all. So we need to crank it up a bit.
Before they can trap a gigaton of carbon, that's 1 billion metric tons, 9 zeros, they have to figure out where to get a lot of antacid.
In order to remove a gigaton of carbon from the atmosphere, we're going to need gigatons worth of alkalinity.
One source, the leftover toxic mine waste from this shuttered asbestos mine in Quebec, which, needless to say, has to be carefully handled.
What comes out of the process is essentially this white powder here, which is magnesium hydroxide.
Why not just buy it?
The way that they're produced today produces more carbon than we would ever take out of the air. The other reason, there's just not enough of it.
We've talked to a variety of experts, a couple of whom said a gigaton of carbon reduction is just over-promising, that they don't believe that you can really do it.
For me, gigaton ambition is required. We can't look at this problem and say, oh, we're only going to do a little bit, because that's not going to make the kind of difference we need to make in the world. Ultimately, it's going to be up to society as to whether we want to solve the climate crisis and how bad we want to let it get. That's it.
I mean, do you believe in your heart of hearts this can solve the carbon problem in the atmosphere?
I think that we're going to need a whole lot of different things to solve the carbon problem. And frankly, all of the carbon removal in the world is not going to make any difference if we can't reduce our emissions first.
So this doesn't get us off the hook.
Not at all.
Hugh McIntyre agrees.
We're going to need every approach that we can find. This one has the potential to be big.
I'm going to just run that story again and again and again and again.
I was just about to text Cynthia to tell her I love this concept of an antacid for the ocean and the idea that that's just not going to be enough, just that solution. We all kind of have a role to play, too.
That was NBC News senior correspondent Cynthia McFadden. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
3 decades after its series finale, the Golden Girls are now back, sort of.
I'm glad to hear it. A new pop-up restaurant celebrating the fierce and fabulous 4 main characters. It's opening tomorrow right here in New York. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer gives us an exclusive behind-the-scenes look.
They call it a Golden Girls playground, a world filled with banana leaf floral prints and other tiny touches inspired by the sitcom.
No, I will not have a nice day.
Among the items on the menu at the Golden Girls kitchen, Sophia's lasagna.
Ooh, what you making? Lasagna al forno. Smells delicious.
So it's all 5 senses being hit for Golden Girls. You know, you eat it, you smell it, you hear it, you taste it.
Derek Barry is with the company Bucket Listers. He was the mastermind behind pop-up restaurants for other popular shows like Saved by the Bell and Beverly Hills 90210. He says for years, fans have been clamoring for the Golden Girls.
You just walked in here. What do you think?
I think this is the best day of my whole entire life.
Cara Reel is 27, so she was born after the sitcom's final episode aired. Yet, as her impressive collection of merchandise suggests, she is a super fan.
Oh my gosh.
Watching every episode at least 3 or 4 times, even buying a wicker purse, like the one always dangling from Sophia's arm.
So I pretend like I bought it strictly for fashion purposes, but when in reality I bought it for Sophia purposes.
So there was no better person to tour the Golden Girls kitchen with than Cara.
What's this?
Can't believe it's the lanai.
It's the lanai.
I think it's my favorite part of the house.
She had an equally strong reaction to this neon sign in the restaurant's entryway.
Thank you for being a friend. Man, I'm gonna get emotional.
Thank you for being a friend.
Honestly, I think it's kind of like the greatest song of all time. It's not about romance, it's not about breakup, it's not about hating anyone. It's literally about friendship, so gotta love it.
These 4 beloved roommates just seem to elicit all kinds of feelings.
We've had people at our LA pop-up who we had proposals happen.
People have gotten emotional over this, right?
Yes, I think it was opening day. We had like multiple groups come in and just crying.
Of course, no Golden Girls experience is complete
Here we are in the middle of a crisis, and there's no cheesecake.
without cheesecake.
Should we cheers?
Cheers with cheesecake?
Cheers.
Tell you what we're going to do, Rose. We're going to eat a cheesecake.
The perfect recipe for any problem.
That's good.
I understand. I understand why they eat it every single night.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
That assignment.
The great actresses made that show.
Truly, Betty White. Oh, well, trending now, Prince Harry proves he is a real-life superhero. Take a look.
But I'm here to assure you that our parents always want us to have fun, okay? So don't feel guilty. You're allowed to have the best time ever, especially with this Scotland Little Soldiers community. So go out there, have the best time, and Merry Christmas.
Unmistakable voice, yeah. The Prince recorded a video message for Scotty's Little Soldiers charity Christmas party. The group helps young people who lost a parent while they were serving in the British Armed Forces. The theme of the party was heroes and villains. With Prince Harry there, he saw him asking the kids to save Christmas.
It's a full circle moment for Penn State quarterback Sean Clifford. He's fulfilling a childhood dream of playing in the Rose Bowl. Clifford posted a picture of his younger self in front of the famous stadium on Twitter with the caption, "Dreams do come true. See you in Pasadena." The 11th-ranked Nittany Lions will play the 8th-ranked Utah Utes on January 2nd. There he is.
See that? There he is. And Grand Theft Tortoise. Staff at the St. Augustine Alligator Farm Zoological Park in Florida, they're asking for help after 2 of their endangered Galapagos tortoises were stolen. A zoo rep says the tortoises were stolen on November 30th. The staff is looking through hours of security camera footage of the theft, and they're really hoping that these animals will be returned unharmed. They're very precious and probably hard to take care of.
In my life, I want to go to the Galapagos.
Yeah, me too.
Right?
It's a life-changing trip, I've heard from people.
That's what
who've been.
everybody says.
Yeah.
I'm Harry Smith.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Harry Smith in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, December 6th. Domestic terrorism. The FBI is searching for a motive behind what authorities are calling a targeted attack on a North Carolina power plant. This as Moore County is entering its third day without power.
Final showdown in Georgia. Voters are heading to the polls to decide once and for all who will represent their state in the Senate. Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock or Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Looting relief. In an NBC News exclusive, the Secret Service is revealing that hackers linked to the Chinese government stole millions of dollars in U.S. COVID benefits.
Royal controversy. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are causing a stir after releasing their trailer for their highly anticipated Netflix docu-series, just as they arrive in New York for an awards ceremony today.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the unsolved mystery behind the targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid that's left tens of thousands of people in the dark.
Nearly 3 days later, most people in Moore County are still without power, some without running water, and authorities have yet to announce leads on a suspect or a motive in the case. The governor's calling it, quote, an act of domestic terrorism.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Carthage, North Carolina. Blaine, thanks for being with us. So how many people are we talking about right now who are still without power, and what is the plan for those who are in the cold? Are there any warming centers or any resources to help people? I mean, we're heading into day 3 of this power outage.
Absolutely, Vicki. We're talking about more than 30,000 people who are still in the dark, and this is the third full day that they're going to have to brave that. Remember, officials say that it's likely not going to be until sometime Thursday before the power comes back on. So we're talking about a long stretch of time. The Red Cross has set up a 24-hour shelter for people who need to go. But really, when we've driven around town, we've seen people at places like a grocery store, for instance, that's powered by a generator, going to other stations just to go inside and charge their phone and stay warm. But when I've spoken with the sheriff, he says, yes, of course, the concern is for people who are in the dark and trying to stay warm. But there are other concerns like just traffic accidents. He says there have been a number of accidents because the traffic lights don't work. People drive through town, maybe not even knowing that there is a power outage, not knowing to treat those intersections like four-way stop signs. There's also concern, he says, about a number of stores potentially being broken into. Already some reports of that as well. That's the reason why we're seeing this 9 p.m. curfew in place, and it's going to remain in place until the power comes back on, guys.
Any ideas about a suspect? Or are you hearing anything about we've got leads? What's going on there?
Suspect, motive, none of that yet, Harry. In fact, officials tell me, I just spoke with one person who's close to this investigation, and he says because there is the kind of unique characteristic, the fact that whoever did this knew what they were doing. We're talking about a very specific person who had knowledge of how the power system worked. So he said because of that, they're treating this investigation a little differently. They're keeping the information very close because that just makes things a little bit more sensitive. Now, we did also, of course, ask officials with Duke Energy just about the ease with which somebody was able to gain access, or seemingly ease that he was able to gain access to these substations. They said that their security measures are up to industry standard, but they're going to take a closer look afterward and see if something could be improved in the wake of this incident. Here's something that the governor said about this, though, yesterday, saying that it raises a red flag across the board. Take a look.
Protecting critical infrastructure like our power system must be a top priority. This kind of attack raises a new level of threat.
And not just here in North Carolina, but across the country. One final point to make, guys, is that we've asked officials whether or not there were cameras at those substations that possibly caught those suspects on video. Duke Energy is not saying they don't want to give any sort of details into their security measures. Guys.
It's so interesting, Blaine, because think about it. This industry has spent billions and trillions of dollars, perhaps, trying to protect against hackers, which they're always under attack, and somebody literally drives into a place like that. Blaine Alexander on the ground for us. Thanks so much.
Harry, we turn now to the triple-demic concerns that still have doctors sounding the alarm. Despite RSV cases starting to decline, well, flu and COVID cases, those are surging. Flu hospitalizations, they are higher than they've been in more than a decade. Doctors are urging people to take preventative measures as they get ready for the winter holiday celebrations. With us now, CNBC reporter Perry Russum live from Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. Perry, good to see you. So let's talk the numbers. The flu has caused over 8 million illnesses nationwide since October 1st. You're there in Chicago. What are the doctors and nurses telling you about what's going on there?
Well, staying on those nationwide numbers, as you were mentioning, Vicki, the CDC yesterday releasing some eye-popping numbers in terms of flu deaths. They say so far this season we have had 4,500 people die from the flu. Compare that to last season, the full season's totality, where 5,000 people died. So 5,000 people last year, and then so far this season, about 4,500 the CDC is estimating. They say this is simply a significantly earlier peak season for the flu. And the question is, how long will this peak last? Will this be a shorter season in terms of it ending sooner than they expect, or this will be a prolonged season? In terms of vaccination rates, the CDC is saying, look, simply not enough people are getting vaccinated compared to last year, especially those who are most vulnerable, children, infants, and the elderly. Doctors here in Chicago tell us they see two trends that are going up, not just the flu, but COVID as well. And we talked to a doctor about that yesterday.
I think there's definitely been a lot of sentiment out in the world that is done with COVID and unwilling to do even a sort of mild modification of their lifestyle. COVID is not a thing of the past, and people who think it is are mistaken. It is here to stay.
And Dr. Bartlett also talked to us about RSV here in Illinois. She says numbers are better in terms of hospitalization rates. But just last month, they were sending children to other states to be looked at. She says numbers aren't that bad, but it will not take that much more for numbers to get that worse again, Vicki.
All right, CNBC's Perry Russum. Perry, thank you.
Let's go to Georgia now, where voters are once again lining up to cast their ballots in today's Senate runoff election. Democrats have already secured control of the Senate, but this race will determine just how large their margin of control will be. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us now from Atlanta. How's it going there today, Tremaine?
Hey, Harry, pretty good. It's a wet, kind of damp day, but as you can see behind me, folks are pretty excited, organizing voters, making sure that folks, don't get complacent, that they come out to vote despite the kind of nasty weather. So folks are out here. The lines have been relatively slow. I'm sorry, they're low. Not many people have been having to wait too long to get in to vote, but folks have been moving pretty briskly.
But it's been an interesting couple of weeks. We've talked to you a couple of times since you've been on the ground there, covering this election day by day. Early voting looked like to be overwhelming. Is there some sense of the so-called smart money, like who might be at an advantage as we're into the final hours of this election?
Here's the thing, 1.9 million, 1.85 or 6 million people voted early, setting single-day early voting records last week. And that vote seems to favor Senator Raphael Warnock. But Republicans tend to vote in person. And so the in-person vote is extraordinarily, impactful for Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker, in order to make up some of that gap from the early vote, will need to win about 60% of the same-day vote. So 60% of the vote today, which is a pretty steep mountain to climb. But again, if his people come out, if Republicans come out en masse, perhaps he might make up some ground. But again, it's pretty nasty out here, and we haven't seen lines at any of the polling places across the state to suggest there's this overwhelming number of folks that are just showing up.
Tremaine, you have talked to voter after voter after voter after voter in the last week or 10 days or so. Do you have a sense from those folks you've talked to about what maybe their most motivating issues have been?
It spans the whole gamut, right? Folks are interested in healthcare, they're interested in policing, but most of all, I've been hearing a lot about the state of democracy, right? And values matter in this election in particular. I spoke to one of those voters, and this is what they had to say. Check it out.
People stand in line for a concert ticket. People stand in line for, a shoe release. People stand in line to go to church. You can't take one day every 2 to 4 years to come and stand in line and make sure that the people who are representing us are actually doing their job.
The question I asked that young man, I said, with all the ads, with all the marathon of the general election, then the sprint to the runoff, whether there was any fatigue at all. And that's how he answered. He said, folks are tired. There's been a lot, but, it's important to come out here and make your voice heard.
How long do you think it'll take to have an answer about who wins once the polls are closed tonight?
That's a tough question. During the general election around midnight, we knew that this race would be going to a runoff election with far fewer votes. It might be a little bit earlier, so I won't want to speculate, but I think we might know sooner rather than later. Harry.
Tremaine Lee on the ground for us in Georgia today. Thank you so much.
We're all going to want those results sooner than later. All right, time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Inflation is putting added strain on everyone's wallets. Now the CEO of Walmart says he is already seeing that actual impact. He says consumers are being more budget conscious and selective about the things they are buying.
Joining us now is CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney. Kate, how is the economic pressure affecting what Americans are buying this holiday season?
Hi, Harry. So they are going to be spending more on practical gifts and a little bit less on those bigger ticket items like electronics. On CNBC's Squawk Box this morning, Walmart CEO Doug McMillon said even higher income families are now feeling the pull of low grocery prices that the retailer really uses to get those people in the door. 3/4 of its grocery market share. And some of those gains are coming from shoppers with a household income of more than $100,000 per year. Also today, a startup is planning to use its self-driving truck technology to help create automated combat vehicles for the U.S. Army. Kodiak Robotics won a 2-year, $50 million Defense Department contract. And finally, the United States is number 2 on a list of the countries with the fewest number of legally required paid leave days and paid public holidays per year. That's as compiled by Resume.io. Many U.S. employers, however, provide more time off than what is mandated technically by law, with the average employee getting 14 vacation days after their first year with the company, plus paid holidays. Back to you guys.
Only Micronesia is worse than us.
Some accomplishment. Thank you.
All right, Kate Rooney, thank you. Well, emotional tributes are now pouring in for iconic actress Kirstie Alley. How the Cheers star is being remembered when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You have sick kids at home, you probably have noticed that medicine aisles are looking a little bare these days.
Yeah, well, both Walgreens and CVS, they are confirming to NBC News that fever and pain-reducing medicines like children's Tylenol and Motrin, those have been in short supply. With us now is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, good to have you. So right now they're not calling this an official shortage. The FDA is not saying that. But how serious is this, and what should we expect heading into? Basically, we're already right in the heart of cold and flu season.
Well, it's a complicated question, Vicki and Harry. You know, we're seeing doctors tweet out photos of empty shelves saying, I tried to get my kid medicine and I can't find it. What's going on? And so while the FDA hasn't acknowledged an official shortage, we are seeing that a lot of people are having trouble getting this medicine. And so the reason we're concerned is because, you know, a main purpose of these medicines is to break a fever at home. And if you can't do that, you might flood your urgent care, you might flood your ER, your doctor's office, looking to do what you could have done at home should you have had access to that medicine.
So the real question, you think of your parents at home, you go, there's nothing there. What's your plan B?
Well, so yeah, it's always good to have a plan B. You know, it depends on what your symptoms are. So if you're having a cough and a sore throat, you know, some people like cough drops or saline rinses, which are basically saltwater rinses in your nose, or honey. Some people have had success with that as well. But it's important here to realize if you have a fever on itself, it doesn't necessarily need to be treated if your child is over the age of 6 months. It really depends on what their symptoms are as well.
So not all fevers require medication. What can you do to make your kids comfortable? I mean, 'cause it's scary for a parent when your child is sick. It might not be an emergency, but you want to keep them comfortable.
Yeah, so fevers of itself aren't harmful. They're actually a sign that your immune system is doing what it should do, which is fight the virus or the bacteria that you have. But you know what parents can do is, if you are concerned, especially if you have a kid who's had seizures in the past, or if you have a kid who's had other symptoms, meaning they're tugging their ear or they have a stiff neck or a headache, you definitely want to call your doctor. There are other medications you can try. Maybe they can prescribe something as well.
Okay.
Boy, that has to be the tough time for parents right now. Sure appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we have sad news from the entertainment world. Actress Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71.
From Cheers to Look Who's Talking, Alley had a legacy of laughter. NBC's news correspondent Ann Thompson looks back on Alley's comedic career.
Hello, cheers. This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and wait for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. This morning, her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Alley parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. Kirstie was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again. In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Alley played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's Closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Alley was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Alley spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security. You look
Awesome.
Well,
yes, you
thank
do.
you.
And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
Ann Thompson, NBC News.
All right, the man accused in the shooting at a Colorado gay nightclub now faces more than 300 charges. Coming up, how long that could put him in prison if he is found guilty. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
We've already been seeing them, and more are coming. Headlines about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle this week as the first episode of their highly anticipated Netflix docuseries drops this Thursday. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on the growing controversy over it.
It's really hard to look back on it now and go, what on earth happened?
A new trailer taking direct aim at the palace and the media.
There's a hierarchy of the family. You know, there's leaking, but there's also planting of stories.
The first episodes in Netflix's 6-part series, Harry and Meghan, drop on Thursday.
It's a dirty game. The pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
I realized they're never going to protect you.
And it appears Prince Harry is holding no punches.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth.
But before anyone has seen it, the royal couple are already under fire. In the trailer, a photo was used to suggest an invasion of their privacy, but a reporter who covers the royals says he was there, and it was actually taken with the couple's permission on an official trip to South Africa.
Doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
The teaser released last week used this image of a mob of photographers, apparently a stock photo taken back in 2011, before Harry and Meghan had even met.
It's standard procedure to use stock images to illustrate certain things, but you would hope that in the actual episodes themselves, they will be used in the right context. Otherwise, unfortunately, it does discredit the wider programme.
Just days after the Prince and Princess of Wales visited the U.S. for the first time in 8 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be honored tonight in New York City by Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, receiving the Ripple of Hope Award for their work in racial justice and other social causes. For Harry and Meghan, accolades come with recriminations, as critics accuse the couple of demanding privacy while at the same time willingly putting their lives on public display. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Now to a thought-provoking art exhibit. The 1-800-HAPPY BIRTHDAY installation celebrates the lives of Black and brown victims of police violence rather than focusing on their deaths. NBC News correspondent Yumichi Alcindor takes us inside the exhibition.
It's a space celebrating birthdays that never were.
Love you. Just know we miss you terribly.
An art exhibit in Brooklyn, 1-800-HAPPY BIRTHDAY, focused on people killed after encounters with the police. For each of the 12 celebrants, as they are called here, there's a phone booth featuring details about their lives and voices of their loved ones. There's Oscar Grant, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland.
Hey, sis, I just want to tell you happy heavenly 35th birthday.
At Tony Robinson's phone booth, it's his grandmother singing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
His aunt, Lolo, says Robinson, who was killed by police in Wisconsin at 19, loved celebrating his big day.
He liked to have fun. He would always be the one to keep us together and bring us together.
His family cherishes seeing his legacy live on here.
It's powerful. They have created an actual space where we're not reduced to these hashtags.
The exhibit's artistic director says that is the goal.
The idea is to shift the lens and to bring light to these people as individuals and not as headlines, and to get some insight into who they were as people, not just victims.
Visitors who come can also leave their own messages.
Happy birthday, Sandra. Sorry that I have to leave this kind of voicemail under these kind of circumstances.
An experience with lasting impact.
Happy birthday. The exhibition for me, I mean, it really brings it home.
Brings what home?
Brings the horror, the absolute horror of Black young people, basically, in my opinion, being shot every damn week.
Personal items are also featured.
These are the clothes they wore, their jerseys, their shoes, like their favorite items.
An exhibit to celebrate lives and not mourn their deaths. Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Brooklyn.
You said your wife has seen that exhibit in person?
Yeah, spellbinding.
Yeah, it seems very powerful. Well, straight ahead, millions of American taxpayer dollars stolen. Why the U.S. government is now blaming foreign hackers for stealing COVID relief funds. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, and that includes all those places you see there on your screen.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this Tuesday. We're so happy you can join us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Harry Smith. Making news right now. The law enforcement officers who defended the U.S. Capitol on January 6th were awarded congressional gold medals earlier today. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling them, quote, heroes. To honor these officers, the medals will be placed at U.S. Capitol Police Headquarters, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Capitol, and the Smithsonian.
Chairman of the House January 6th Committee, Congressman Bernie Thompson, announced today the panel is expected to make criminal referrals to the Department of Justice soon. He didn't specify who would be subject to these referrals or how many would be made.
And after more than 50 years, Boeing plans to roll out the final model of the 747 jumbo jet from its factory in Everett, Washington today. According to Bloomberg, the last model will be delivered to Atlas Air.
Well, the suspected Colorado Springs shooter was formally charged in court today with more than 300 counts of murder and hate crimes.
Prosecutors say the suspect opened fire at an LGBTQ nightclub last month, killing 5 people and wounding at least a dozen others before being taken down by patrons.
NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles joins us now. Nayela, 305 total charges. What do those include, and what are the potential penalties if he is convicted?
Vicki, Harry, it's a lot of charges. Those charges include first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, assault, and bias-motivated crimes, which are essentially hate crimes in the state of Colorado. The defense says its client uses they-them pronouns, which doesn't indicate their sexual identity and clearly hasn't stopped the district attorney with charging them with bias. Prosecutors say there's a voluminous amount of evidence here in this case to support those charges. And as for the penalties in the state of Colorado, there isn't a death penalty, so the suspect is looking at a possible life in prison. In court today, the suspect was in a yellow jumpsuit and significantly less bruised than when we saw them in their last court appearance, after 2 people charged them and prevented them from doing even more damage, hurting even more people. Vicki, Harry?
Are there any indications from the prosecutors about motive?
Well, it's clear that the prosecutors are attempting to indicate a bias motive here, but we won't know for sure for now, and we may never know. So there's a preliminary hearing that's set for February 22nd, and that's expected to last 2 days. We can expect a lot of evidence to be presented there, so it's possible we will learn more then. Vicki, Harry?
Nayela Charles, thank you very much for your help today. Appreciate it. Vicki?
Harry, today is day 2 of jury deliberations in the Trump Organization tax fraud trial. The Trump Corporation and the Trump Payroll Corporation, they're accused of illegally giving tax-free perks. To be clear, Mr. Trump is not on trial. Joining us now from right outside the courthouse, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, remind our viewers about the charges the Trump Organization is facing and what could happen if there is a guilty ruling here.
The charges are basically tax fraud and falsification of business records to cover it up. The tax fraud is essentially the way that they organize payments of these perks that were worth millions and millions of dollars, of homes, apartments, cars, that Alan Weiselberg, the chief financial officer of the company, adjusted the books essentially to cover up so that he didn't have to pay taxes on it. The company didn't pay payroll taxes on some of this. It's fairly complicated in some ways, and in some ways it's a very simple case. The trial only lasted about 14 days. There were just 7 witnesses. So essentially, the defense is saying that these were crimes that Alan Weiselberg committed on his own, by himself, that he has pleaded guilty to in another court. And the prosecution is saying that there was a culture of fraud throughout the Trump organization. And in the closing argument, the prosecutor made a point of saying that Donald Trump himself was aware of all this, although, as you point out, the former president is not on trial. But it is the company that bears his name, it is his reputation, and to some extent, he is being tried in the court of public opinion. If found guilty, these corporations would have to pay about $1.7 million, which is not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things for a company like this. So why this trial is really important, perhaps, is because it's focusing on Donald Trump, even if you don't want it to be the case, in terms of reputation. And remember, there's another criminal investigation going on that's kind of born out of this investigation that does focus directly on the former president and his financial dealings.
Ron, you mentioned him. Alan Weisselberg, a key witness at the center of all of this. He was the longtime finance chief here. He took the plea deal. He testified against the company. So let's talk about what was actually in that deal. And is there a sense that prosecutors are going to try and use him as a witness in the other trials that directly may involve Mr. Trump?
Yeah, he's the star witness because he is a longtime associate of Donald Trump and his family. He even worked for Donald Trump's father. He goes back that far. And he was the man who knew everything, where every dime was in the company, the prosecutors have said. He pleaded guilty to 15 counts of tax fraud, and he spared himself 15 years in prison, potentially, in exchange for 5 months in prison, which he'll serve after this trial, and to testify against the corporation. During this trial, he has not testified directly against Donald Trump himself. The corporation, he's tried to walk that fine line. So the defense has tried to use him. The prosecution has tried to use him. He is the central figure in all this. And yes, he could become a key player if, in fact, there's a prosecution directly of Donald Trump in the weeks and months ahead.
All right, NBC's Ron Allen. Ron, thank you. Harry, over to you.
Thanks. The first instance of pandemic fraud by a foreign entity, according to the Secret Service, hackers linked to the Chinese government stole at least $20 million in U.S. COVID relief funds in over a dozen states in 2020. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, how could something like this happen, and where were the funds stolen from?
Well, Harry, they were stolen from pandemic relief programs, both the Special Unemployment Program and Small Business Administration loans. And sadly, Harry, this is just a drop in the bucket in an epic wave of fraud that besieged these programs. Hundreds of billions of dollars were stolen, most of it by garden variety criminals. What's drawing attention in this case is that these were Chinese hackers, according to the Secret Service, a hacking group linked to Chinese intelligence. Now, our sources don't believe this was a Chinese government operation, but this is a well-known hacking group that does hacking on behalf of the Chinese state. And the way they were able to do this was simply to provide false identities to many of these state unemployment systems, which are not well defended. They use antiquated computer systems, and they were able to siphon these millions of dollars out of there as part of this large wave of fraud, Harry.
Yeah, if people sitting in their basement in their underwear could do this, certainly the Chinese government could do it. I'm wondering along the lines, though, that if Chinese hackers do it, do we know of other foreign governments that may have been involved?
Yeah, our sources are saying this may just be the tip of the iceberg, that there are likely other state-sponsored actors who committed some of this fraud. You know, by one estimate, as much as $400 billion was stolen from the unemployment programs alone. And officials told us that half of that went to foreign criminal groups, Russian hackers, Chinese hackers, even West African criminal groups. And among those, it appears, were some state-sponsored groups, Harry.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Appreciate the information. 105 years ago, on this very day, the USS Jacob Jones became the first major American Navy ship sunk during World War I. That ship was lost in the depths of the ocean for over a century until this summer. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has details now on how this long-lost warship was finally rediscovered.
Out of the shadows of the Atlantic Ocean, the shape of a bell emerges. And then, little by little, a ghostly outline, The remnants of the long-lost USS Jacob Jones, sunk by a German submarine on December 6, 1917. The once proud U.S. destroyer torpedoed 8 months after America entered World War I. Of the 110-man crew, 64 were killed. For more than a century, the ship was lost to the depths of the sea, until it was discovered this summer by a team of volunteer British divers known as Dark Star.
So fair to call you guys Navy history enthusiasts? Navy history...
nerds?
Determined to solve a 105-year-old mystery.
We were looking for a needle in a haystack. We had 3 positions we could plot on a chart, and from that we could identify our search area.
The team headed 60 miles off the British coast, following clues a U.S. historian discovered in the diary of the German U-boat commander.
So you're on the surface, you know something is down there, yes, but you don't know what it is.
Exactly. We go over the top of it on the boat, and we can see the seabed. It's flat, then there's a little lump.
And then, nearly 400 feet below the surface, there it was.
Guns, torpedo tubes, the bell of the ship, which was just an amazing sight to see it just lying there. You could actually see the name Jacob Jones in the side of the bell, which was just, it was the icing on the cake.
And in terms of what you actually saw down there, what stays with you?
Just the wonderful nature that was getting down onto the USS Jacob Jones, which had not been seen for 105 years.
The captain of the Jacob Jones left a detailed account of his ship's final moments. I ran along the deck and ordered everybody I saw to jump overboard, he wrote. While the sailors' bodies will never be recovered, their sacrifice is commemorated at this U.S. military cemetery outside London. Among them, 23-year-old Lieutenant Stanton Kalk, who gave his own life trying to save his men.
We never take it for granted that we are diving on war graves where sailors have sometimes died for freedom.
An American warship and her crew, gone but no longer lost.
That's NBC News foreign correspondent Ralph Sanchez for that report, which to me, right, it's just amazing that you have people in the world who are so fascinated by these kinds of things that would devote the time and the energy and the expertise to really solve a long, long hidden mystery, right?
Right, and they struck gold. I mean, I'm so taken by that bell that they found and the condition. Often, you know, you find these archaeological things, it's a bits and pieces, but that was really well preserved, 400 feet down in the ocean. Incredible.
And when you see those pictures, especially around this time of year, December 7th is tomorrow,
yeah, that's
the
right.
attack on Pearl Harbor. We were just there last year for the 75th anniversary.
Right.
So, yes, may they rest in peace,
Truly.
as they say. Still ahead, a cure for loneliness, what some people are doing to fight feelings of isolation. More NBC News Daily right after this.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Well, this one comes as no surprise. Since the pandemic started, feelings of loneliness, isolation, those have become a real public health issue.
With us right now is senior national correspondent Kate Snow. I saw this piece on Nightly News last night. It was so good. And the answer is maybe not so obvious, but at the same time...
Totally obvious,
yes.
Right? At the same time, you know, we often report on all these negative things, the negative effects, as you said, Vicki, of the pandemic. And yes, we have seen study after study finding more loneliness, more depression, more anxiety. But there is also science behind a super simple solution, volunteering your time. People often begin doing some kind of community service thinking they're going to help somebody else. But it helps them, too.
It's the midday rush at Gather 55.
This place is very important for the community.
A restaurant in Hartford, Connecticut, where it's pay what you can for a quality meal. Those who can't are never turned away. Instead, they can opt to volunteer their time. It's run by Hands On Hartford, a nonprofit that focuses on housing, health, and food insecurity.
Good morning. So who's got the pasta?
And it depends in part on outside volunteers like Linda Mason.
The customers that come in here are just the most lovely people.
Mason was a special education teacher for 33 years. Like so many others, she struggled with feelings of isolation during the pandemic.
I was extremely lonely. I managed it. You know, I was aware of it. Hey, Mark.
When she decided to retire, she knew she had to find something bigger than herself to be part of.
What is the emotion that you feel coming here?
When I come here, I feel purpose. When I leave here, I feel happiness. I've helped in a small way, and that's a really important human thing for all of us to be trying.
The loss of human connection due to the pandemic has been felt far and wide. One survey found 36% of Americans frequently felt lonely.
Good morning.
And the cure could be as simple as helping others. Research shows volunteering can not only ease feelings of loneliness, but has a positive impact on mental health and physical health, reducing the risk of mortality and lowering feelings of depression.
When the pandemic hit, I was really isolated, shut off.
In Springfield, Massachusetts, 41-year-old Atia Wilkins volunteers with AmeriCorps, mentoring kids in high school.
I'm so bad.
She was a certified nursing assistant, but when her license expired during the pandemic, she became a stay-at-home mom and fell into what she calls a sunken place. She says going out to help others saved her.
I'm getting up, doing my part. I feel like I'm giving back something when I felt like I couldn't give anything.
Experts say if you're looking to start, search for opportunities that have meaning to you, including in your own community.
Just give it a try, because it might really pull you out of that place that you've been stuck in for so long.
For Linda Mason, giving back has become a two-way street.
Every time you come here, what are you building?
I am building those people connections, those human connections.
Connections that pay it forward and back.
It's not filling time, it's filling like space within me. It's filling my heart space. It's giving me a purpose bigger than myself.
What a great story.
Truly. Thank you.
So how would you go about, if you were going to do it, how would you go about finding a place to
volunteer?
Yes.
Right, so a lot of people ask that and they're kind of overwhelmed by that. A couple of the experts said to us, you don't have to start huge. You can start with something small. Maybe your neighbor needs groceries. Maybe someone you know just had a baby and you want to help them out. That's okay. If you want to go bigger than that, there are lots of organizations that find all these opportunities and put them online. So one is pointsoflight.org. You go there. I went today, I put my town and I put children. I want to work with children. 5,000 opportunities in my little town. So There's a lot out there. You just kind of have to look for it, and online is probably the easiest place.
It's so interesting, too, because the science is there to show that when we help others, when we sort of step outside of the little world that is us, we do feel less isolated. We start to feel a connection. There's a we aspect to doing this. I love how you said you start out thinking you're going to help someone else, and then you realize, wow, this is helping me. You said that woman was really humble, and she just couldn't even believe you were there to do the story
Linda
about her.
Mason, when we got there, she was like, well, why are you profiling me? I'm just one person. I'm just volunteer. And I said, but that's the whole point, is you're getting something out of this that you didn't expect. Yeah, she's remarkable.
There is some risk involved, though, right? You're going to have to go someplace, and you're giving of yourself in a way that...
And again, Linda, she was super nervous her first day. They asked her to wait tables. She'd never done that in her life. And she said, I don't know how to do that. And she almost walked out. And then no, I'm going to try.
You get out of your comfort zone just a little bit. NBC News senior national correspondent and NBC News Now anchor, Kate Snell, thank you as always.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training pressure? How you doing, Lester?
The popular company Minted is a holiday greeting card staple, but 15 years ago, it almost shut down.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. NBC News contributor Jill Martin spoke exclusively with the CEO of Minted about the struggles she faced before finding success.
I just felt like the design I was seeing out there didn't reflect perhaps the talent that was out there, and I really thought that I could make a market.
Mariam Nafisi has a knack for spotting fresh design. She's the founder and co-CEO of Minted, the online marketplace most known for its holiday cards and wedding invitations, all created from independent artists from around the world.
How did Minted come about? So I did grow up overseas. I was in these countries going to bazaars and markets, and I think I ended up really loving shopping and really loving design. I never thought that I could do that professionally. I never even dared dream that that could become my job.
So when was the light bulb moment?
I thought of this idea where there were artists everywhere who probably couldn't get their goods to market very easily. And we wanted to try to level the playing field and make it possible for people to be discovered by all of us shoppers who really want great design.
Mariam raised funds from friends and family and put her idea into motion. And in 2007, she launched Minted.
It started with just building this tiny little community of designers and artists. How we source is really through design competitions, and the consumer votes to tell us what they really want to buy.
First challenge from her young business, creating save-the-date cards for weddings.
I think we had something like 60 entries. We selected 22 winners from the voting that happened. And I took them to the printer, and he said, you know, in this industry, Miriam, nobody puts a photo on their save-the-date card. No one's going to want this. Now, maybe 98% of all save-the-date cards have a photo of the couple.
But 1 year into launching her business, sales were stagnant, and Miriam almost called it quits.
The business was failing. Nothing sold at all. And I was about to shut the company down, but we decided to give it another shot. So we then pivoted, became a holiday card company, and our sales absolutely went through the roof that Christmas. So it went from like a nightmare situation to a Cinderella situation.
How many orders did you get?
We did about $500,000 in sales in about a month, our first Christmas. It was quite a lot for us. We're a tiny company. We were all sort of sitting on the floors of the office. There weren't enough chairs.
For 15 years, Minted has been a leading pioneer in crowdsourcing platforms, staying true to its mission to empower their community of more than 10,000 independent designers.
We thought we were going to attract stationery designers. It turns out we were attracting creative group of people who might have a day job doing something completely different. Some of them are lawyers, morticians, ice skating coaches, plumbers. And then we decided this is not a stationery company. This is a design community.
These are people who have a passion and a dream inside. So that must have been so gratifying for you to be able to execute that.
Yes.
The online design marketplace has expanded into art, home decor, and weddings, collaborating with stores like Target and West Elm. Today, Minted's products can be found in 75 million homes worldwide. And now, mine.
I've never had a holiday card, and I actually had tears in my eyes when I received something that you made me. What do you think it is about holiday cards that's so important and that has resonated with your consumers?
I think it's something that's a tangible representation of a family that lasts for a long, long time. And that's what we think when we make these cards. And that is really special.
It is so cool when people share their stories of struggle to success, to let everyone know it's not always peaches and cream at the top.
You don't start on third base.
Right? Our thanks to NBC News contributor Jill Martin for that story. All right, here is what is trending now. Basketball star Steph Curry. You may have seen this video. I admit I posted it. I believed it.
What?
This viral video, he's making these full court shots, Harry, but apparently it's fake. Okay, so in a presser, Curry said, look, he made 2 full court shots. He did, but he didn't do it in a row, so the rest of the video was doctored. But you know what? Everybody thinks he's just the greatest of all time, so we just assumed, dang, he did it.
4.
Right?
Yeah. 5.
Fun to watch.
And then it just runs off.
Yeah.
You mean it's not real?
It's not real, because you believe that he can do it because you've seen him do some crazy stuff in the NBA.
I'm Harry Smith.
It's been so great to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. Still dark. Tens of thousands in North Carolina without power for a third straight day. What we're learning about the coordinated attack on the power grid and the search for who may be responsible.
305 counts. The suspect in the Colorado nightclub shooting has been formally charged. The potential punishment they could face if convicted on all counts.
Off and running, voters across Georgia casting their ballots in the high-stakes Senate runoff. The candidate holding an early voting edge in this closely watched race.
And whether or not, millions of Americans shipping gifts and hoping holiday packages arrive on time. How FedEx is using science to map out deliveries come rain or shine. It is 11 a.m. in Medford, Oregon, 1 p.m. in Shreveport, and 2 o'clock here in New York City.
We begin with the massive power grid attack in North Carolina. Now in its third day, there are no arrests, no known motive, and for tens of thousands, no electricity.
Duke Energy, the major utility provider in the state, says crews are working 24/7 to get the lights and the heat back on. For some people, even running water is shut off. Now, the problem started Saturday night. The local sheriff says at least one person shot at 2 substations in a, quote, targeted attack.
The impact is extensive. Schools have been forced to cancel class for a second straight day. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says businesses are suffering too, and hospitals are running on generators. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton leads us off this hour. She's in Moore County, North Carolina. Antonia, what challenges are crews running into as they try to get power restored, and how's the community coping?
Hi, Kate. Well, this is really complicated here because substations, this isn't a matter of just changing some light bulbs or repairing a couple lines, when weather knocks, power lines down. There is sometimes custom equipment at these substations. They have to bring in complicated equipment from, far outside of the county, and they have to remove what has been damaged, and then bring in the new equipment, and then get that stuff commissioned and actually in operation. And all of that means that it's going to take until about Thursday before the vast majority of the people who live in this community get their power back. And so there's sort of two sides to this story here. The investigation, of course, as they try to find out who did this. They see this as an intentional act, but also they just try to get this community back on its feet after it was plunged into the dark on Saturday night. And it looks like people are really just not going to feel like they're back to normal for still 2 more days, Kate.
And Antonia, at this point, are we any closer to actually finding out who's responsible for this attack?
We'll find out more. We expect to hear from officials, including someone hopefully from Duke Energy at 4 p.m. this afternoon. And I and other reporters will be there in the room pressing them for more answers. But as of right now, still no motive and no suspect. When you push the officials here on the ground for answers, including the governor who was here speaking to reporters yesterday, what they keep repeating are the words intentional and then the phrase knew what they were doing. And all of us here have taken that to mean that this wasn't teenagers goofing around in the woods, people making a mistake, that this was somebody who knew how these substations worked and very much knew what the consequences of the actions they took that night, the attack that they did, would look like for this community, Aaron.
All right.
Antonia Hilton, thank you.
We are just hours away now from the end of the 2022 midterm elections. Georgia voters casting their ballots in the Senate runoff election. Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is facing Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Senator Warnock is looking to win a full 6-year term.
Whatever happens, this race will not change the balance of power in the Senate, but it will determine if Democrats have an outright majority or a 50-50 split in the Senate, with Vice President Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is out in Atlanta again for us. Vaughn, early voting in this election has broken records. We keep saying that. More than 1.8 million people have already voted. How is in-person turnout looking, and what do we know about the early voters?
Right, guys, Democrats were encouraged by those early voting record numbers because particularly in the past, historically, those early voters have trended towards Democrats. In this situation here, that'd be Raphael Warnock. So what Herschel Walker needed today was a strong in-person turnout. We are waiting to hear from some of the rural counties, the more conservative counties, what type of turnout they are seeing on behalf of the Republican. But there are a few folks who, in the greater Atlanta area, we're in DeKalb County, to give you an idea, about 84% of voters in this county voted for the Democrat just 1 month ago in the general election. I want to let you hear from one gentleman, Patrick, who we met just a few moments ago, who was coming up here on Election Day itself. Take a listen.
My mom, she told me in the morning, she kind of nagged me. She's like, hey, you got to go vote. Like, go vote now. I voted at 7 a.m. And I was like, I'll go vote. You know, I'm going to do it, but just on my own time.
We have consistently heard Kate and Aaron from Democrats saying, look, we know the importance of this election and we are turning out to vote. Some of them coming out here on this Tuesday.
So in these final hours then, Vaughn, what are you hearing from both campaigns in this race?
You know, Raphael Warnock was actually one of those individuals who voted early last week, though, but he was trying over the course of this weekend, really heavily focusing on the greater Atlanta area, visiting college campuses as well over in Athens, the University of Georgia campus, and then just yesterday at Georgia Tech's campus, trying to drive the greater Atlanta turnout and especially those young voters to show up here today. And then Herschel Walker here, he has been campaigning alongside other U.S. Republican senators, and he focused largely on the rural counties, those conservative counties where he was trying to drive Republican turnout. And of course, Brian Kemp is the governor here who received about 200,000 more votes than Herschel Walker in last month's general election. He has been trying to boost the Republicans' campaign here by going on the television airwaves, convincing conservatives that they want and that they need a Republican partner in the U.S. Senate. We're expecting a close one here tonight, guys.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard down in Atlanta for us in DeKalb County. Thanks so much.
COVID and flu cases are rising nationwide. That's leaving hospitals struggling to deal with this so-called tridemic or tripledemic. The map, take a look at the map here. The states in red reporting high flu activity. The states in purple are reporting very high activity. Altogether, this is really most of the country right now. Since this year's flu season started, the agency, the CDC, estimates that 4,500 people, including 14 children, have died. CNBC reporter Perry Russum is outside a hospital in Chicago for us, which is feeling the impact of this tridemic. So, Perry, let's start with the flu here. So far, how does this season compare to previous seasons?
Well, Aaron, the CDC is saying that this flu season has simply started significantly earlier than expected. They said in terms of hospitalization rates, we are seeing hospitalization rates with the flu for this time of year at rates we haven't seen in a decade. The CDC releasing some eye-popping numbers yesterday. Take a look at this. Since October 1st, 8.7 million illnesses, 78,000 hospitalizations, and 4,500 deaths. For some comparison, 4,500 deaths so far this season. Last year, that entire flu season, 5,000 deaths, Aaron.
I know you also spoke with a doctor at the Children's Hospital there about COVID, about RSV. What are the big concerns there, especially for the younger patients?
So right now, in terms of hospitalization rates with RSV and COVID cases are going up with children. RSV is plateauing, starting to go down. But there's still this vaccine apathy that the doctor is telling us that she is hearing from patients. Take a listen to this.
It is here to stay. I remain hopeful that we don't get new variants that are more contagious or more severe, but we are really struggling in terms of vaccine uptake. We have a way to prevent hospitalizations and death from COVID. But because of the mutations that have happened so far in the Omicron variant now, we've lost some of our ability to prevent infections with other means.
And we have some good news from the CDC in terms of the flu vaccine. The director, Rochelle Walensky, saying that this year's vaccine appears to be working well with the current strains that are out there, Aaron.
Perry Russum for us in Chicago today. Perry, thanks.
Today, fans and co-stars are remembering actress Kirstie Alley. The Emmy and Golden Globe winner died after a recently discovered cancer at the age of 71. Alley's best known for her roles on Cheers and the Look Who's Talking movie series. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson.
Hello, cheers.
This is how most of America knew Kirstie Alley's name, as a member of NBC's hit 80s sitcom Cheers.
Well, I hope you learn from my example I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and weep for me!
Her portrayal of Rebecca Howe would earn her the first of 2 Emmys and a place in the cultural landscape. Her former co-star Ted Danson remembering this episode.
Rebecca, will you marry me?
Never! I don't know what's happening!
He said he watched it yesterday before hearing the news, writing, "She made me laugh 30 years ago when she shot that scene, and she made me laugh today just as hard. I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh." Ali parlayed that talent into the Look Who's Talking films with John Travolta. Travolta writing a tribute to his dear friend last night. "Kirsty was one of the most special relationships I have ever had. I know we will see each other again." In a prolific career that spanned 30 years, Ali played a Vulcan, Saavik on Star Trek.
I'm aware of my responsibilities, mister.
To a romance expert in Veronica's Closet.
I just hate watching myself on TV.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
In recent years, she kept fans on their toes with appearances on Dancing with the Stars and The Masked Singer, and even earned a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Ali was famously open about her weight struggles.
I think I lost the 50 pounds in 44 weeks.
We'll remember Ali spending multiple birthdays with us at Today.
I have my birthday coming up, and of course, I guess I get to collect Social Security.
You look awesome.
Well,
yes,
thank
you do. And I love that you say, I'm 66.
Yes. I'm glad to be alive.
Exactly.
And while fans remember her as a comedy icon, her children say she is best remembered as a loving mother and grandmother.
This is one of the best things that's ever happened in my life, to be a grandmother.
Today, there's been an outpouring of support from fellow actors and fans, including Ali's Cheers co-star Kelsey Grammer. He said, "I always believe grief for a public figure is a private matter, but I will say I loved her, and so did a lot of people." Back to you.
Ann Thompson reporting there. Another major company announces layoffs, and your company's holiday celebration will probably involve a commute.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys, or good afternoon. Let's start with cuts at a major American company. PepsiCo will eliminate hundreds of corporate jobs at its North America snacks and beverage divisions, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal, which says it's a signal layoffs may be spreading now beyond tech and media. But Pepsi tells CNBC it has no comment. Also, Kodiak Robotics, a startup working on self-driving trucks, says it now has a 2-year, $50 million contract to help develop automated combat vehicles for the U.S. Army. And party planners tell CNBC.com that worries about the economy have prompted some companies to scale back their holiday parties. One way to save money is to have your year-end party at the office, which can feel like a novelty in the remote work area if people actually come to the office for the party.
Like a novelty. Okay, we'll go with that. Bertha Coombs, thank you.
Coming up, the hundreds of charges just filed against the accused Colorado gay nightclub shooter. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The suspect from the deadly mass shooting inside an LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs was in court today. Prosecutors charged Anderson Lee Aldrich with more than 300 criminal counts, including hate crimes and murder. I want to bring in NBC's Nyela Charles, who's following this. Nyela, walk us through these charges and what happens next.
Well, Kate, it's a lot of charges, 305 charges to be exact. Those include first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, assault, and bias-motivated crimes, which are essentially hate crimes in the state of Colorado. This is what the district attorney had to say.
We're not going to tolerate actions against community members based on their sexual identity, those types of things. Members of that community have been harassed, intimidated, and abused for too long.
Prosecutors say there's a voluminous amount of evidence here, Kate, to support all of those charges. The defense says its client identifies as non-binary and uses they/them pronouns. That, of course, doesn't determine their sexual identity. But the DA also, that hasn't prevented the DA there from pursuing bias charges, which some people were worried about. Kate?
Nyela, you mentioned the alleged shooter is charged with hate crimes. Have we heard anything from the suspect?
The suspect didn't say anything in the court appearance today, Kate, but we do expect to learn more at the preliminary hearing on February 22nd. There will be a lot of evidence supported there. And of course, prosecutors are attempting to associate that motive with bias, with that hate crime. So we'll expect to learn more then. Kate?
February feels like a long way off. Nyela Charles, thanks so much.
Now to Missouri, where a school district is taking preventative action to keep students safe. That district is using bulletproof equipment as an active shooter defense tool. Alex Fees from our NBC affiliate in St. Louis has more.
So let's say an active shooter comes through the door, and what he's looking for are soft targets.
Executive Wood Products in Sullivan, Missouri deliver steel-reinforced bulletproof furniture and equipment to schools and government buildings all across the country.
On this side,
Paul Alexander is owner of the company.
It's tackable core. The steel is NIJ3. So this one we shot. These are AK-47s, and this is a .308, a much more powerful weapon. Now this is a ½ an inch thick. It's fire retardant.
Alexander talks to a group of Missouri school district administrators about ideal placement of his product.
You have three options, right? Hide, fight, or flight. If you put it over there, it's going to be too close to the door. What you need is time to maneuver it when he comes through the door.
At all of our entrances, we have got glass with this bullet resistant film, but it actually has the special caulk around the edges.
Superintendent Dr. Matt Fredrickson says the bulletproof whiteboards are just part of the district's active shooter defense plan.
Think about threat mitigation, and you think about all the different layers of security that we want to have. I heard about these panels. They seemed intriguing to me as another layer of security within all of our building envelope sorts of adjustments that we've made.
I invite somebody to give it a push.
School resource officer David Barton is a Pike County Sheriff's deputy.
I really like the mobility in them, the fact that, you know, they're
the governor
very innocuous, I think was the word he used.
Yeah. Either side is bulletproof.
Learning a new language in our schools.
When a projectile goes in, or a bullet, it actually cauterizes itself behind the bullet, and no shrapnel or spalling comes out.
And so this is really just an element of the debate around, obviously there are gun laws, but then there's also the argument that says, well, what can we do in the schools?
Harden the schools.
And without, you know, sort of making them forts.
Right.
Yeah, the kids still need to be
Whiteboard's not
protected
obvious,
somehow.
right? It just sort of sits there. Yeah, interesting story. That was Alex Fees reporting there. Still ahead, what Idaho police are ruling out as they investigate the murders of those 4 college students. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's been over 50 years since the first Boeing 747 rolled out of an assembly hangar, and now the final make of the model will roll off the line in Washington State today. CNBC airline industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins me now from Washington State. So, Phil, talk to us about what you're seeing today and why the 747 was so important to the industry.
Well, Kate, this is the very last 747 that will ever be built by Boeing, and it'll roll out of this hangar later today, go into service next year, and that's it. That's the end of more than 50 years of building the 747, and it's hard for a lot of people to appreciate just how revolutionary this aircraft was when it was introduced and began flying in the early 70s. But as things change over time, fuel efficiency, advancements in aircraft technology means that a 4-engine aircraft like this is just not as efficient as a 2-engine aircraft, and as a result, demand started slipping over the last 15, 20 years, and now it's finally to the point where they're saying, you know what, we've got other wide bodies that can replace the 747, if you will.
I do feel a little nostalgic about it, though. I bet other people do, too. What's going to replace the 747?
Well, ultimately, the 777X. Now, look, before the 777X is certified and goes into service in 2025, they've got freighter versions of the 777, as well as the 767 and the 787. So there are enough wide-body aircraft for the freighter market, as well as for the commercial passenger market. The 777X, however, that's the one, if you said, what's going to replace the 747, that's the next aircraft. And again, that's not expected to go into service until 2025.
And will the seats have more leg room? That's the big question, right?
That is not up to Boeing. That is up to the airlines that have the passenger versions.
All right, Phil LeBeau, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Let's go from planes to trucks now. Big changes may be coming to big rigs. Veteran truckers are eyeing a new model. They're going green by driving electric 18-wheelers. NBC's Tom Costello tagged along with drivers who say they are ditching the diesel.
We are inside a beer distributor's truck in New York City. And listen carefully. Listen. Hear that? There is no engine noise because this is an electric 18-wheeler, one of the first in the country to be used for big rig distribution runs. And Josh is the truck driver. Josh, what do you think of driving an EV, an electric 18-wheeler?
I love it. I'm never going back to diesel.
And Tom joins us live now. So, Tom, is there a larger trend of trucking companies actually going green as we head into the holidays now?
Yeah, by the way, Josh said, I love it. I'm never going back to diesel. I don't know if you could hear him. Yeah, this is what's happening. So big companies, Amazon, for example, is taking its small delivery vans. They go into neighborhoods every single day. They're moving to electric vehicles, 100,000 electric vehicles by 2030. UPS and FedEx are adding both natural gas and electric vehicles, and big companies. Tesla has just rolled out its first 18-wheeler. Pepsi bought that one. And Volvo was the truck I was on there. Volvo has now these big 18-wheelers. Here's the challenge. You can go slow, you can go on short-haul routes, lighter routes, not too heavy. You can do that on the battery-powered 18-wheeler. But a heavy long-haul run, for example, New York to Chicago, New York to Denver, it can't do that. It simply doesn't. The technology's not there yet. But you will see electric vehicles in your neighborhood, especially Amazon, this holiday season. And you can tell they're electric if they've got the LED front headlights and the light blue trim around the back. And then you're going to see more and more of these big 18-wheeler EVs, electric vehicles, over the course of the next few years doing the short-haul runs. Denver to Colorado Springs, for example, but the trend is definitely there.
Well, not to get ahead of you, Tom, but is there enough interest? Is there some work being done to get those longer-haul trucks produced to some degree so that companies can go completely electric?
There's definitely, right now, there's a technical hurdle they've got to overcome. The heavier load, the more difficult it is on these batteries. And these batteries are big and heavy, right? So that becomes a challenge. But you've got big companies like Tesla, like Volvo, that are right now working on the technology.
All right, Tom Costello for us in D.C. Tom, thank you. We appreciate it. And you can see Tom's full report tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Up next, the emotional plea from the family of a missing 5-year-old girl whose mom was found dead on Thanksgiving Day. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An arrest has been made in connection to a deadly shooting spree that took place across New York City on Monday. Police took 28-year-old Sundance Oliver into custody after linking him to 3 shootings in less than 16 hours. Police believe that the 2 victims who died were targeted. The 3rd victim was reportedly struck by accident. He's recovering in the hospital.
And 3 people are dead after a plane crash in Oklahoma City. This accident happened just after 9 o'clock last night on airport property. Firefighters say that when they arrived, the plane was on fire, as was the grass around it. The victims' names have not yet been released, and the cause of that crash is still under investigation.
And the University of Virginia has awarded posthumous degrees to 3 football players who were killed at that shooting last month. ESPN reports the dean of the university's College of Arts and Sciences made the request. Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Deshaun Perry died when a gunman opened fire on a bus while they were returning home from a school field trip. A UVA student has been charged.
It has been 3 weeks now since 4 Idaho college students were murdered in their home, and law enforcement still hasn't made any arrests. Now police are investigating whether one of the victims had a stalker and shedding new light on an encounter back in October. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with more on this. So Maya, investigators there in Moscow, Idaho are putting out some new info about a possible stalker here. What are you learning?
Aaron, in a press release last night, Idaho police revealed information about an encounter one of the victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, had at a local business in October. They described a situation where two men were seen inside a business. One of them appeared to follow Gonsalves inside the business and then continued to follow her outside as she walked to her car. Police said the man did not appear to make contact with her, but also added that these two men may be the ones she was talking about when she told friends and family about having a stalker. Aaron?
So, Maya, do law enforcement officials believe that these two men are connected to the murder in some way or another?
Aaron, they do not believe they are connected to the murder, but since there are still no arrests in this case, all information is valuable. Both men told detectives that they were attempting to meet women at this local business, and police believe this was an isolated incident, not an ongoing pattern of stalking. Police are still asking the public to submit any tips to the Moscow Police Department.
Yeah,
Aaron?
Ruling people out, a key way to find the ultimate person who may be responsible. Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thanks.
The family of a missing South Carolina girl is growing more desperate for information. 5-year-old Aspen Jeter is nowhere to be found. Police believe her father took her after her mother was found dead on Thanksgiving Day. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is following this story for us. Lindsay, what are we hearing from the little girl's family?
Kate, the 5-year-old, hasn't been seen since last month. That's when she was spotted in North Carolina with her father and her Jeter on November 28th and then again on November 30th. In a press conference just yesterday, law enforcement and people close to the family pleaded with the girl's father for her safe return. Let's listen.
You know, Mr. Jeter, we understand how much you love your daughter. The smile on your face, Mr. Jeter, the smile on Aspen's face, it's very, very, very clear that your daughter loves you and you love her. And we know that you would never do anything to hurt her. But it's not safe to just be out here.
The search for Aspen began on Thanksgiving Day when a family member called for a wellness check on the girl's mother, Crystal Jumper. Well, officers on the scene found Jumper had been shot, but they noted she could have been dead for several weeks. They have not named a suspect in her murder, but said last week that they do want to talk to Aspen's father. The FBI and U.S. Marshals have also become involved in the search. Kate?
And Lindsay, there's extra concern, right, over Aspen's well-being because of her health. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, Kate. So Aspen actually has a rare neurological syndrome. Basically, the attorney for the family, Justin Bamberg, said she's one of just a handful of children in the United States who suffers from this. She's unable to speak or walk. She can't move on her own. Bamberg said if one were to spot her, she's often being carried or pushed in a stroller or a wheelchair. So given all of this, there's even greater urgency to find Aspen and bring her back home. Kate?
Yeah, she's not able to communicate. So if anyone has seen that little girl, call your police. Lindsay Reiser, thank you. Employees at a Walmart in Canada are being called heroes today. They reunited a missing boy with his mother, who was over 1,000 miles away in Miami. This reunion between Jojo Morales and his mother was made possible thanks to 2 customers in that Walmart. They recognized the boy from a news report about a kidnapping case. It turns out Jojo's father, Jorge, allegedly kidnapped him over 2 months ago. The customers approached store workers who then called the police.
Actually, my youngest granddaughter is Jojo's age, and I just could not imagine not ever seeing her again.
Jorge Morales was taken into custody along with the boy's grandmother, who was found 40 minutes away hiding out in a cabin. Both the father and grandmother are awaiting court hearings.
Your Facebook news feed may soon have a lot less news in it. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is threatening to pull all news content from its service. That's because lawmakers in Washington are considering a bill that would make it easier for small publications to negotiate collectively with the tech giants. Companies like Meta and Google have become major players in distributing news online, boosting their own traffic and revenue along the way. CNBC tech policy reporter Lauren Feiner joins us now. Lauren, how do companies like Facebook and Google benefit from sharing local news content? And also, why are some lawmakers stepping in now?
Yeah, so I mean, Facebook and Google benefit from sharing local news and really all news because people like to find their news on social media sites. You know, if you think about the way that you access news or your parents or other family and friends, a lot of them are getting their news from social media or from, you know, the Google News tab or something like that. So it's something that's important to them and, you know, keeps interest in people coming back to their sites.
So we have this potential, lawmaker maneuver happening. What is Facebook saying specifically about this bill?
Yeah, so Facebook's saying that if they're forced to abide by this law and collectively bargain with these small local news outlets in this way, they think that they're going to have to remove news from their platform altogether. They haven't said definitively they would do that, but they would have to consider that. And that's a really similar threat to what they made in Australia a little while back when they implemented a somewhat similar law about how Google and Facebook would have to pay publishers for links and content to news sites on their platforms. And eventually Facebook reached an agreement with the government there to allow for news content to remain on the site.
All right, we'll wait to see if that happens here as well. CNBC's Lauren Feiner. Lauren, thank you.
The January 6th committee says there's general agreement criminal referrals to the Department of Justice are coming. The committee is meeting today to determine who will be the subject of those criminal referrals. Today on Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties came together as well to honor the police officers and the people who defended the U.S. Capitol the day of the January 6th riot.
Like any other in our nation's history, and for us, it was a day defined by chaos, courage, tragic loss, and resolve.
An unprecedented crisis that called for unprecedented action, and the Congressional Gold Medal is a product of your efforts as guardians of our democracy.
NBC News Capitol Hill reporter Julie Sirkin is in Washington for us. Julie, how are they honoring these officers specifically?
Yeah, Kate, nearly 2 years after the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, lawmakers from both parties, both ends of Congress, honored the officers from the D.C. Police Department and the Capitol Police with Congressional Gold Medals. It's a really high honor. And officers I spoke to who were in the room today just said that it was just an incredible honor. I mean, they had their families there. One officer actually brought his son to see the ceremony and watch his dad receive that honor. And it was truly beautiful. There were speeches from all lawmakers and leadership, including Mitch McConnell, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, and Leader McCarthy, and they really paid tribute to these officers, some of whom, of course, were fallen after that day, including Brian Sicknick, who died after suffering strokes after being sprayed with chemical spray, some sort of chemicals on January 6th. There was a moment, however, in which his family went to accept the medal on his behalf, and they were actually, they snubbed Leaders McConnell and McCarthy, who had reached out their hands to shake them, and they walked right past them. McConnell was asked about this by my colleague Ryan Nobles just a few moments ago, and he dodged, but he did say we admire the officers who served on that day, and he wouldn't really answer that specific question.
Well, I do want to play some of what lawmakers had to say during the actual ceremony. Let's take a listen, and then we'll talk about it.
Days like today force us to realize how much we owe that thin blue line. We're forever indebted to them for their heroism.
Your valor on that dark day is the stuff of legend. And like the Dome, they fought to defend a source of strength and hope.
So that was the Republican leader and the Democratic leader in the House. Despite what they're saying there, I know lawmakers are still very divided over the events of January 6th, as you just alluded to when you talked about McConnell. What are you hearing about these forthcoming criminal referrals by the January 6th committee?
Yeah, we've been chasing this all morning. Our team was talking to Benny Thompson. I chased Liz Cheney. And look, Benny Thompson said probably the committee has agreed to move forward on some sort of criminal referrals. But the big question here is who are they going to refer to the Justice Department? Of course, the number one name being floated is former President Trump. So we don't know the answer to that yet. Liz Cheney had said that they would be meeting today to discuss that, among other things. Remember, we still don't know what format they will even present this report in. But we do know that time is ticking. And of course, they only have a couple weeks until the expiration date hits on their committee when the new Congress takes effect. And of course, Republicans in the House will be sure to disband that committee. So a lot to learn here. Hopefully we'll get answers in the coming days.
Yeah, they have said they'll do that. Julie Sirkin, thank you.
Well, after the break, we go behind the scenes with FedEx. We're going to see what's being done to ensure your holiday gifts are delivered on time. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, the holiday season is in full swing, and with online shopping setting records this year, the demand for fast shipping has really never been greater.
So how do major carriers make sure your packages arrive on time, rain or shine? NBC's Carrie Sanders traveled to FedEx's World Hub in Memphis, Tennessee to find out.
You know that feeling when you're heading to the airport and it's raining, you're like, oh, my plane is going to be delayed. Well, it rained a little bit here in Memphis overnight. It's drizzling still. And so here they have a team of 15 meteorologists who work around the clock, because it's not just the weather here, but around the world, because if they don't know the weather, that can cause delays. And for them, can be millions of dollars every minute delayed. And the pressure now this holiday season is absolutely on. Down this nondescript road, cleverly named Urgent Avenue, sits a highly restricted area where we were given rare access. Inside, a team of 15 meteorologists working around the clock to make sure nasty winter weather does not delay your holiday packages.
This time of year, especially during peak with the holiday season, it becomes even more intense because everything is so much more critical than it would normally be throughout the year.
Jeff Woodard began monitoring weather for the U.S. Air Force during Desert Storm. His battle today and every day is now making sure FedEx planes get through all types of weather across the globe and on time. What's going on in Hawaii right now?
Right now, the volcano still has a constant lava flow.
And what does that mean to the pilots?
When it did erupt, that really impacted how we get in there. So our pilots would have to route and fly south and avoid where it was actually, the ash was going to the northeast.
That's because ash spewing 30 to 40,000 feet can shut down a jet engine.
The airplane comes into Dubai.
Doug Jenkins is a flight dispatcher. It's his job to know where every one of the more than 100 airborne flights is at any moment. What is it the pilots don't know?
Well, it's the big picture, so they can see what they have going on, what's happening right at their aircraft.
Because of FedEx, from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., Memphis International becomes the busiest cargo airport in the world. Every flight color-coded on this massive board. This is the controlled chaos.
Yes.
And the weather, that's your problem potentially every day.
It could delay delay these arrivals. So if we can get the airplanes in here on time, then it keeps the whole system operating on time.
Ready for takeoff, Captain Don Olsch, a former Marine F-18 pilot. His mission now, getting those packages where they need to be. The fastest route, always point A to point B.
We don't worry about the comfort as much as the passenger carriers do.
As you're flying more than 500 miles an hour, when you look out the window and see Santa, does he go by faster?
Oh, yeah. He's way faster than a jet.
So we're now inside the fuselage of the plane. Hello! So it seems really cavernous, but this plane will be filled up, as it is every day, with about 30,000 of the boxes, presents like this. And between now and the holidays, we're talking about 90 million shipments a day.
Carrie Sanders there, very cool shot. Thank you, Carrie. Well, with Christmas 19 days away, but who's counting? The pressure is on for parents looking to get the perfect gifts for their kids. It's a task that really is made a little harder this year because of soaring prices and inflation.
Yeah, in today's modern parenting, we're taking a look at how parents can make the most of their holiday gifts, even if money is tight. Joining us now is author and parenting coach Beatrice Moyse. Beatrice, we appreciate you being here today. We know kids may not always understand that their parents can't afford the latest and greatest, the flashiest toy out there. When and how should parents talk to their kids about their finances?
Well, you can start as young as 3. The minute a child is able to understand the concept of numbers and quantity, you can start to have a conversation about budget and what it looks like. Just be mindful to not to go too deep into your financial situation and what you have going on as a parent, but you can start as soon as they are able to count.
And I think, you know, as a parent, Christmas is sometimes managing expectations, right? So how can you manage kids' expectations to deal with that? Maybe they're not going to get absolutely everything they want.
Right. I mean, sometimes you just can't get everything on that child's list, but a gift that offers a connection with the parent is the most effective gift. So definitely thinking about something that can bring joy to both you and your child together, even something as simple as, you know, putting some time aside to just spend with them, that will definitely soften the blow of not receiving everything on their list.
So do you have any advice, any gift buying tips that parents should keep in mind before they actually hit the stores?
Yes, always less is more, because when you buy fewer things, you're more likely to be more impactful, to think about what it is and how it will make that child feel. So less is more. And most importantly, listen to what your child is saying and what they want. Sometimes we can get a little bit carried away with just getting everything or the thing that we think they would want, but truly listen to your child and really understand that what you get them from their wish list will be more impactful than 20 different things from your own wish list.
Yeah, I think I'm guilty of that a lot. Beatrice Moyes, some really good tips. Thank you so much.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The royal family is bracing for the first episodes of the new Netflix show, Harry and Meghan, which is due out on Thursday. In the trailer, Prince Harry promises to reveal what happens behind closed palace doors. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
It's really hard to look back on it now and go, what on earth happened?
A new trailer taking direct aim at the palace and the media.
There's a hierarchy of the family. You know, there's leaking, but there's also planting of stories.
The first episodes in Netflix's 6-part series, Harry and Meghan, drop on Thursday.
It's a dirty game. The pain and suffering of women marrying into this institution, this feeding frenzy.
I realized they're never going to protect you.
And it appears Prince Harry is holding no punches.
No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth.
But before anyone has seen it, the royal couple are already under fire. In the trailer, a photo is used to suggest an invasion of their privacy, but a reporter who covers the royals says he was there, and it was actually taken with the couple's permission on an official trip to South Africa.
Doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
The teaser released last week used this image of a mob of photographers, apparently a stock photo taken back in 2011, before Harry and Meghan had even met.
It's standard procedure to use stock images to illustrate certain things, but you would hope that in the actual episodes themselves, they will be used in the right context. Otherwise, unfortunately, it does discredit the wider programme.
Just days after the Prince and Princess of Wales visited the U.S. for the first time in 8 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be honored tonight in New York City by Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, receiving the Ripple of Hope Award for their work in racial justice and other social causes. For Harry and Meghan, accolades come with recriminations, as critics accuse the couple of demanding privacy while at the same time willingly putting their lives on public display.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. Now we turn to a piece of American history discovered off the coast of England. NBC's Raph Sanchez has the story of the USS Jacobs, which had been lost for more than 100 years.
Out of the shadows of the Atlantic Ocean, the shape of a bell emerges. And then, little by little, a ghostly outline. The remnants of the long-lost USS Jacob Jones, sunk by a German submarine on December 6, 1917. The once proud U.S. destroyer torpedoed 8 months after America entered World War I. Of the 110-man crew, 64 were killed. For more than a century, the ship was lost to the depths of the sea, until it was discovered this summer by a team of volunteer British divers known as Dark Star.
So fair to call you guys Navy history enthusiasts? Navy history...
nerds. We were looking for a needle in a haystack. We had 3 positions we could plot on a chart, and from that we could identify our search area.
The team headed 60 miles off the British coast, following clues a U.S. historian discovered in the diary of the German U-boat commander.
So you're on the surface, you know something is down there, yes, but you don't know what it is.
Exactly. We go over the top of it on the boat, and we can see the seabed. It's flat, then there's a little lump.
And then, nearly 400 feet below the surface, there it was.
Guns, torpedo tubes, the bell of the ship, which was just an amazing sight to see it just lying there. You could actually see the name Jacob Jones in the side of the bell, which was just, it was the icing on the cake.
The captain of the Jacob Jones left a detailed account of his ship's final moments. I ran along the deck and ordered everybody I saw to jump overboard, he wrote. While the sailors' bodies will never be recovered, their sacrifice is commemorated at this U.S. military cemetery outside London.
We never take it for granted that we are diving on war graves where sailors have sometimes died for freedom.
An American warship and her crew, gone but no longer lost.
And the U.S. Navy tells NBC News it has no plans to bring artifacts up from the Jacob Jones because it considers the wreck an official American military war grave, just like these ones. And it will now list the underwater site as the final resting place for dozens of American sailors. Back to you.
So much history out there to still learn about.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream.
Ask Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, December 6th, 2022, criminal intent. The suspect in that Colorado gay nightclub shooting has been officially charged. The key evidence prosecutors are zeroing in on and the punishment the alleged shooter faces if convicted.
Casting their ballots, voters in Georgia heading to the polls today in a critical Senate runoff. What may tip the scales in the final hours of voting?
Fallen star, Emmy Award-winning actress Kirstie Alley dead at the age of 71. Her private battle with cancer and a look back at her life and career.
And community service, how reaching out and volunteering this holiday season could actually be a form of self-care. We begin this hour with new developments in the Colorado Springs nightclub shooting.
The suspect was formally charged today with more than 300 criminal counts, including hate crimes and murder.
Investigators say Anderson Lee Aldrich entered Club Q last month with a handgun and an AR-style weapon and killed 5 people. At least a dozen others were injured. NBC's Nyla Charles is leading us off this hour. Nyla, walk us through today's hearing and the charges, many charges that were announced.
Well, Kate, Aaron, you're right. It's a lot of charges, 305 charges. Those include first-degree murder, first-degree attempted murder, assault, and bias-motivated crimes, which in the state of Colorado is essentially a hate crime. This is what the district attorney had to say about the charges. Take a listen.
I think the message that we sent is obviously when you file 305 counts in a case, that tells the public, this community, this state, and this nation that we are taking this case as serious as we possibly can, meaning that we are going to prosecute this case to the fullest extent of the law.
The district attorney clearly stating his intent there. There was some question about whether or not he would pursue hate crime charges because the defense says the suspect identifies as non-binary and uses the pronouns they and them. But now the suspect is possibly facing a life in prison without parole since the state of Colorado doesn't have a death penalty. Kate, Aaron?
So, Nyla, do we know much about what happens next here, and have we learned anything about a possible motive at this point?
Well, the suspect didn't speak at the hearing today, didn't say anything about a possible motive, but it's clear the prosecutors are going to attempt to, what it seems is, point to a possible hate crime here. We expect to learn more at the preliminary hearing that's set for February 22nd. That's a ways away, but at that hearing, a lot of evidence will be presented over what will be expected to be a couple of days. The prosecutors will use that evidence to justify the charges, so it's possible we will learn more about why they are using that hate crime charge and also that evidence that they will use to support that. So it's possible we'll learn about the possible motive there. Kate, Aaron?
Nyla Charles for us. Nyla, thank you.
The final race of the 2022 midterms is being decided today with the Georgia Senate runoff. Voters choosing whether to give the Democratic incumbent, Raphael Warnock, a full term or send Republican challenger Herschel Walker to Washington. Voters have been lined up all day, braving the cold and the rain in Georgia, some even before the polls opened this morning. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Atlanta for us now. Tremaine, you've been talking to voters out there all day long. What's bringing them back to the polls now? It's just over a month since the original election.
That's right, Aaron. I'm at a polling place in southwest Atlanta, across the street from the actual polling place, talking to folks all day. And certainly there are the policy issues you can imagine, the economy, health care, reproductive rights. There's certainly on their minds the balance of power in Congress. But for so many voters here, at least that I spoke to in Atlanta, it's also about much more. It's about lifting their voices. Take a listen. Any fatigue at all?
Not for me, no. No, it's not.
Why not?
Because, I mean, it's what you have to do. It's your right, and you have to get out and vote. You know, that's the way your voice is heard. So tired or not, we're out. It's a rainy day. It's freezing, but, you know, I'm here. So if I can do it, everybody else can do it too.
there's been so much political gamesmanship and controversy surrounding this race in particular, but folks were still committed, determined to come out and make sure they mark their ballots.
You know, Tremaine, we saw the note this morning that the Justice Department says it's monitoring polls in 4 counties there in Georgia, including Fulton County, where you are, trying to make sure that voting laws are being followed there. Are you hearing about any sort of concerns from voters or from election officials about that?
You know, again, talking to voters, especially all day long, there have been people who somehow they came in to vote, even if they voted at this polling place in the past, and were turned away and said that they had to go to somewhere else. We spoke to an 82-year-old woman who lived in this community for decades and has voted at this polling place for more than 10 years, and even voted here in November during the general election, and she was turned away, and she was frustrated and incensed. We're hearing concerns like that from people, but that's about the extent of it. Aaron.
All right. Tremaine Lee for us in Atlanta today. Tremaine, thank you.
Well, almost the entire country is experiencing high levels of the flu right now. Take a look at this map. The states in red are reporting high flu activity. The states in purple are reporting very high activity. And keep in mind, we're still a few weeks away from winter and what would normally be the peak flu season. CNBC reporter Perry Russum is outside a hospital in Chicago where they're feeling the impact of this so-called tridemic. Perry, these numbers seem alarming. That map is alarming. But so far, how does the flu season this year compare to previous ones?
Well, Kate, the alarming number to us really is the hospitalization rate that the CDC has been pointing to just for this part of the year, saying this hospitalization rate for the flu has not been this high in a decade. And they are really pointing to how soon this flu season has started. And the question is, how long will this last? And the CDC has been releasing some of these eye-popping numbers. Since October 1st, 8.7 million illnesses, 78,000 hospitalizations, and 4,500 deaths. Compare that death number to last year, where 5,000 people died from the flu in the entire flu season, Kate.
And let's talk about the respiratory virus, RSV. The CDC director, Rochelle Walensky, says that cases remain high, but that there are signs that maybe it's peaked and leveling off in many parts of the U.S. anyway. You spoke with a pediatric hospital director. What did she say about the concern about RSV?
Well, here in Chicago, she is telling us, Kate, that the RSV cases are starting to go down. Hospitalization rates are going down. But at any time, she said that could quickly turn on a dime. And we talked to her about the timing of all of this, RSV and COVID-19 at the same time.
Seeing a surge in RSV cases is not unexpected at all. We just usually see it in the January, February timeframe here in Chicagoland. And same thing for influenza. We usually see it in January. So we are seeing both of those earlier than what typically was seen seasonally, in such a way that they are sort of overlapping against each other.
And Kate, the big question we had for Dr. Bartlett was, what can parents do right now? And she tells us, get your children vaccinated. Kate.
Bottom line, Perry Russum, thank you.
Well, today fans and co-stars are giving a final toast to Cheers actress Kirstie Alley.
Well, I hope you learn from my example. I'm going to show you how a really gracious winner behaves. Read 'em and wait for
Cheers was one of the best shows on television. I stand by that. Allie's manager confirmed to NBC News that she did die from colon cancer. She's best known for her portrayal there of Rebecca Howe on the classic NBC sitcom. Her family saying in a statement, as iconic as she was on screen, she was an even more amazing mother and grandmother. Kirstie Alley was 71 years old.
Let's bring in NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon now to help us sort of talk about her work and her impact. Chris, a lot of us think about Cheers immediately when Kirstie Alley comes up in conversation. She had a long career outside of that, though. Talk to us a little bit about the bigger footprint that she left on the industry.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was smiling when you guys were showing the video of Cheers, because it's kind of interesting. A lot of folks don't know that show came out in 1982 and it was not a hit. What ended up happening was she came onto the show 5 seasons later in an attempt to really kind of revive the series. And she was told it was do or die. If she did not have chemistry with Ted Danson, that show was going to go away. She did. It was due. And the show became a huge success. By the time it wrapped in 1993, 84 million viewers tuned in for the finale. So it was huge. But I think her bigger legacy is more around just who she was and what she stood for. And she stood for being unapologetically real at a time where that wasn't really popular. I watched so many of her old interviews from the 90s, and she was really just open. You could ask her anything, and she kept it real. She was very relatable in terms of, her struggles with her weight. And that was a huge part of her journey when she did a show called Fat Actress on Showtime in 2005. And she later was a for Jenny Craig.
Chris, there have been so many tributes from her fellow actors. Ted Danson, I want to read his. He said in a statement, "I am so sad and so grateful for all the times she made me laugh. I send my love to her children. As they well know, their mother had a heart of gold. I will miss her." What are some of the other notable tributes that you've been seeing?
I mean, one of the best movies I think she ever did was Look Who's Talking with John Travolta. He had a beautiful statement that he put out on Twitter. Christy was one of the most special relationships I ever had. I love you, and I know we will see each other on Other again. Also, Tim Allen, who co-starred with her in a movie called For Richer or Poorer, said a sweet soul pass, and Christy Allen, sad, sad news, prayers for all of her family. She was truly beloved by her co-stars and millions of fans across the world.
Indeed, and so much fun to watch wherever she was. Chris Witherspoon, we appreciate your helping us talk a little bit about Christy Alley's life. Thank you.
Elon Musk's Neuralink is reportedly in the hot seat, and Walmart's CEO says price jumps might be coming, and not because of inflation.
Pippa Stevens joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, guys. Well, let's start here with Neuralink. That's the Elon Musk company working on a brain implant to help paralyzed people walk again. Reuters reports it's being investigated for potential violations of a federal law regulating animal testing. The news service says Neuralink employees are complaining that pressure from Musk to go faster is responsible for errors that require tests to be repeated, and that's increasing the number of animals being tested and killed. Meantime, Walmart's CEO says managers are working with local law enforcement to fight shoplifting, which is a growing headache for many big retailers. Appearing on CNBC this morning, Doug McMillon said prosecutors need to be aggressive. If the problem isn't corrected over time, he warned, prices will rise and some stores will be closed. And HBO Max is returning to Amazon Prime. Warner pulled it a year ago to have more control over its streaming service, but now that Warner has been acquired by Discovery, that decision is being reversed. Back to you.
I can't keep track of all the streamers. Thank you, Pippa. Appreciate it.
Coming up, the power crisis in North Carolina that still has tens of thousands of people in the dark. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Tens of thousands in North Carolina are about to face their fourth straight night without lights or heat. That's because of Saturday's attack on the power grid in Moore County, North Carolina. Authorities say at least one person shot at two substations, knocking power offline. No arrests have been made yet. The FBI is investigating. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is in North Carolina for us. Antonia, we're still in the early stages of this investigation, I know, but what have we learned about how this might have happened?
Here's what we do know in the midst of this investigation that still has a lot of open questions, Kate. We know that this was an intentional and criminal act. That's something that authorities at all levels keep repeating here, that we heard from the governor here at the sheriff's office just yesterday, and that they believe that whoever did this, or the group of people who may have done this, knew exactly what they were doing. In other words, that they don't believe that this was a group of kids goofing around, that this was, a prank or, vandalism, that this was a group or a person who very much knew what the consequences were going to be, and that all is being taken into consideration as they look to confirm a motive and look to find suspects right now. They are asking people in the community to call a tip line and are trying to get as much information as they can from the people who live here as possible.
And I have to ask, Antonia, it's cold out. How are people coping with no power, no heat for a third straight day?
It's hard. I actually just spent some time talking to residents over here, and they have been going to other people's homes to shower. I spoke to a mom and her daughter who've been going to the assisted living place where their grandmother stays to shower and get clean there as best as they can. People are inviting people that they hardly know to come stay with them if they happen to have a generator and additional supplies. But it's hard. School is closed. There's no internet. There's nothing to do. It's hard to find food and gas. And so families are really just praying for the lights to come back on as soon as possible at this point.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us. Antonia, thank you.
Today, the murder trial is underway for the former Texas police officer accused of killing a woman in her home back in 2019. Tatiana Jefferson was babysitting her 8-year-old nephew at the time. That boy, who is now 11 years old, took the stand yesterday. Here's NBC's Zincle Esimwa.
How did she pull the gun out of her purse?
She looked at her purse, and then when she looked at it, she got it and just had it next to her.
The long-awaited murder trial begins for Aaron Dean, the white former police officer who fatally shot and killed a black woman, Tatiana Jefferson, in her family's Texas home. The incident started as a non-emergency call to police. The front door of Jefferson's home was open, according to police. Body camera video showing the officer, Aaron Dean, approaching the front door of the home on October 12, 2019, then walking around the side of the home. In the body cam video, Dean shouts at Jefferson to show her hands moments before fatally shooting the 28-year-old through the rear window of the home with a single bullet.
Put your hands up, show me your hands.
Dean is not heard identifying himself as police. Police say Jefferson was playing video games with her then 8-year-old nephew, who, according to police record, said his aunt pulled out a gun after hearing noises behind the house. It is unclear, based on police records, if Dean knew Jefferson was armed. The shooting sparked widespread outrage and a speedy response from the Fort Worth, Texas Police Department. They promptly released the body cam video. Dean quit and was charged with murder and non-negligent manslaughter just 2 days after the shooting. He pled not guilty and went free on $200,000 bond.
How usual or unusual is it for a police department to respond to a fatal police shooting like this?
Most of the time, police departments will take their time investigating before they take disciplinary action.
But that pace slowed. In contrast, George Floyd, the black man killed by a white officer in 2020, was killed 7 months after Jefferson. And that former officer, Derek Chauvin, went on trial and was convicted over a year and a half ago. Dean's trial is just starting.
It took 3 years for this trial to begin. What do you think factored into the delays?
We shouldn't be that surprised that the trial took this long to happen because we're still in the tail end of COVID. And while the pandemic may be over, the courthouse backups are not over.
Reportedly, trial delays were due to the pandemic, appeals, and recurring illness from Dean's team, according to the Associated Press. Dean's attorney died the same week as jury selection. Dean's team did not immediately respond for comment. The family of Tatiana Jefferson says, in part, they are relieved that it's going forward, but they are extremely anxious during this process.
In a case like this, ultimately, it's going to be what a reasonable officer would have done in the same position and what information was known to that officer in that moment.
And of course, it's important to note the makeup of the jury is always subject to a lot of scrutiny. The AP reports that there is now a jury of 12 jurors and 2 alternates. 8 men were selected, 6 women, and none appear to be black. Back to you.
Zincle Esamoah there. Still ahead, the unexpected rescue of a hiker stranded for weeks in the wilderness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Temperatures are rising all around the world, but we don't always talk about what's behind it.
Now, scientists have an innovative solution to reduce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Here's Cynthia McFadden.
Hey there. Well, get this. Approximately 40% of all the carbon added to the atmosphere for the past 200 years has already been absorbed by the ocean. So we headed to Canada to get a first-hand look at an enterprising new company that believes it can help the ocean help us. Take a look. It's a little boat on a big mission. Here in Halifax Harbor, this team of scientists believe they can make a real contribution in the fight against global warming. Oceanographer Will Burt sure does.
Every scientist here on this ship has had a sense of like, now this is why I got into this.
This is the real thing.
Yeah. I mean, what more motivation does one need, right?
Here's the concept. The ocean is the world's largest absorber of carbon dioxide, but it's sucked up so much it's now too acidic, and that's a problem. Think harmful algae blooms and bleached out coral reefs. It also means the ocean can't keep up with all the carbon humans continue to pump into the air. So what to do? Give the ocean a giant antacid. That's right, add magnesium hydroxide powder to existing pipes like this one at a Halifax energy plant so it can absorb more greenhouse gases and perhaps even get healthier at the same time. So a giant Rolade goes into that pipe, pumps it out, makes the ocean less acidic so it can absorb more of the bad carbon and suck it up.
More or less, yeah, that's about right.
Bert's job is to make sure it works. But he and his colleagues at Planetary Technologies are also determined to make sure it does no harm. A better safe than sorry approach with a range of research being funded by the company. Dalhousie University professor Hugh McIntyre is studying something he's an expert on, teeny tiny plankton.
What we're going to do is add the magnesium hydroxide to them, and then we're going to monitor what happens. So far, we have not detected any change in the growth rates, and we have been testing 10 times higher concentrations than Planetary actually intends to use.
With respect, phytoplankton ain't the only thing in the sea.
They're not, absolutely not. So we have to start somewhere, and the logical place to start is the base of the food web.
To those worried about messing with Mother Nature, Planetary's co-founders say they're just trying to amplify what rainwater and rock erosion have been doing for thousands of years.
The natural process that we're trying to replicate is something that happens all day, every day in nature.
Not fast enough to save us.
Not fast enough to save us at all. So we need to crank it up a bit.
Before they can trap a gigaton of carbon, that's 1 billion metric tons, 9 zeros, they have to figure out where to get a lot of antacid.
In order to remove a gigaton of carbon from the atmosphere, we're going to need gigatons worth of alkalinity.
One source, the leftover toxic mine waste from this shuttered asbestos mine in Quebec, which, needless to say, has to be carefully handled.
What comes out of the process is essentially this white powder here, which is magnesium hydroxide.
Why not just buy it?
The way that they're produced today produces more carbon than we would ever take out of the air. The other reason, there's just not enough of it.
We've talked to a variety of experts, a couple of whom said a gigaton of carbon reduction is just over-promising, that they don't believe that you can really do it.
For me, gigaton ambition is required. We can't look at this problem and say, oh, we're only going to do a little bit, because that's not going to make the kind of difference we need to make in the world. Ultimately, it's going to be up to society as to whether we want to solve the climate crisis and how bad we want to let it get. That's it.
I mean, do you believe in your heart of hearts this can solve the carbon problem in the atmosphere?
I think that we're going to need a whole lot of different things to solve the carbon problem. And frankly, all of the carbon removal in the world is not going to make any difference if we can't reduce our emissions first.
So this doesn't get us off the hook.
Not at all.
Hugh McIntyre agrees.
We're going to need every approach that we can find. This one has the potential to be big.
Elon Musk Foundation is also a believer. It awarded the folks at Planetary Technologies a $1 million X Prize for climate innovation earlier this year. And now the real work begins. The founders told me if all goes well, they hope to launch their first pilot on the open ocean sometime next year. Back to you.
Up next, what led to this brutal attack on a fast food worker in California? You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Mall of America in Minneapolis has settled a lawsuit with the family of a boy who was severely injured there in 2019. That 5-year-old was thrown nearly 40 feet from a balcony by a man who was known for causing public disturbances at the mall. We don't know the details of the settlement, but the mall says it will toughen its trespassing policies to prevent any similar incidents.
The Mississippi Department of Human Services has changed its demands against NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre. The state is now demanding that Favre repay up to $5 million in misspent welfare money, which the state claims was improperly used to pay for a volleyball arena at the University of Southern Mississippi, where Favre's daughter played and where he is an alum. The complaint does acknowledge that Favre has paid back the $1.1 million in welfare funds that he personally received. Favre's attorney said in a statement that the department's new demand is groundless.
Law enforcement officers were honored today for their actions during the January 6th Capitol attack. The leaders of both political parties in the House and Senate recognized the 200 officers who defended the Capitol while with the legislators' highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal. These medals will be placed in several locations, including U.S. Capitol Police Headquarters, the D.C. Police Department Headquarters, and the Smithsonian.
We have an amazing rescue to tell you about out of California. A couple in San Bernardino National Forest discovered a hiker who had been missing for weeks. He survived frigid temperatures and drank only creek water until he was found. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles joins us now with more on this. Nyela?
Well, Kate, it's an incredible story of survival, but also incredible luck. Now everyone involved has an amazing story to tell. An amazing encounter when a romantic camping trip turned into a rescue mission for a California couple.
Sorry to put a damper on your guys' camping trip.
Oh, bro, this is a story. Quite a story. Finding a lost hiker who told them he was stranded for about 2 weeks in the San Bernardino National Forest.
I heard somebody yelling, help. And so I called out like, hello, pretty loud. And he heard us and kept yelling.
Allison Scott and boyfriend Freddie Valdivia followed those desperate cries for half an hour through boulders and rocks until they found him. When they did, he was struggling to stay alive, trying to shelter in a creek bed.
He couldn't walk anymore because his feet were so swollen and infected.
No food, drinking just creek water.
He was pretty out of it. He was obviously starving.
Miraculously surviving freezing temperatures. The couple finding him when he thought all hope was lost.
He was pretty close to the creek and right under a flight path, so he just started camping out there, waiting for somebody to maybe notice him, and he said he had given up a few days prior.
After the couple called 911, the rescue team's arrival a sound of relief. Pilot Doug Brimmer airlifted the hiker to safety.
That was the first report we had heard. We had not received any initial missing person reports. Just the rescue was the only call that came in for us.
So without this call from the couple, it's possible no one would have ever known about his whereabouts.
That's correct.
The hiker walking barefoot to paramedics. The life-saving moment now captured forever. The picture almost as special as the memory.
I've never thought that I would be the person to find a missing person. So this is very, very incredible.
He did look very thankful. He had a look on his face that he was extremely happy that we were there to get him out of there.
Wow, Nyela, I'm a big hiker. That is an incredible story. Is it common for hikers this time of year to get lost?
Well, Kay, the pilot I spoke to actually said it's surprisingly common during this time of year because a lot of hikers try to take advantage of the cooler temperatures here in California. A majority of them come prepared, but experts say to avoid getting lost, being that you're a hiker, Kate, there are some things you can do. You can research your hike, bring a compass and map, and also stay on trail. Kate?
Yeah, Nyela Charles, thank you so much.
Also in California, there's been an arrest in a brutal attack of a fast food worker, and it was all caught on camera. NBC's Maya Eaglin is following that story for us. Maya, what do we know about this attack? What happened?
Hi, Aaron. This assault happened last month at a Habit Burger Grill in Antioch, California. Video shows 19-year-old Bianca Palomera repeatedly punched in the face by the suspect. Palomera told our NBC Bay Area station that it started after she tried to stop the man from bullying a special needs person who was at the restaurant waiting for their relative to get off of work.
He punched me once, and then, my headset and my glasses went flying off my face. He's throwing threats, saying slurs, just saying that he's gonna beat him up. Why does he keep looking his way? And that's when I step in and I say, it's not right what you're doing.
Palomera says she fought back and was hit several more times, and she ended up losing an eye in the attack. But Palomera says she doesn't regret stepping in to help her coworker's brother. Aaron?
Wow. Maya, what can you tell us about the suspect here, the suspected attacker?
So, Aaron, U.S. Marshals arrested 20-year-old Isaac White Carter Monday in connection with the attack. After a weeks-long investigation, he was turned over to the Antioch police and is now facing felony counts of mayhem and aggravated assault causing great bodily injury. Aaron?
Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you.
Big changes could be coming to your news feed. Congress is debating whether to add the Journalism Competition and Preservation Act to an annual defense bill. That act would make it easier for small publications to negotiate collectively with companies like Facebook and Google. But if it passes, Meta says it will remove all news off its platforms. CNBC technology reporter Lauren Feiner joins us now. Lauren, tell us about the issue here and what are these lawmakers looking to do? Why are they getting involved?
Yeah, so basically what this bill would do it would create a safe harbor for certain small local news outlets to kind of band together and negotiate, so they're able to negotiate together against tech platforms about how they should be paid for the distribution of their content. And so, Facebook obviously objects to this because they don't think they should be required by the government to engage in these kind of talks and to pay these content providers for this information.
That's why they're saying that they would threaten to remove all news then from their platforms.
Right, exactly. They don't think that it's the government's place to do this. And, there's also been concerns from some civil society groups, even some that have opposed the tech companies in other ways that say, this might end up making tech platforms host misinformation or just other kind of content that they might not otherwise want to see on there.
Is it just Meta opposing this, or is it more broad?
There's definitely lots of different civil society groups, trade groups that have spoken out, but I think Meta is so far the one company I've seen to speak out on it individually.
All right, Lauren Feiner, thanks so much.
A new report finds nearly half of all schools in this country are operating without a full teaching staff. That's according to data released today by the Education Department. It's a problem that a bigger impact is having a bigger impact on schools that serve low-income and minority students. The report also finds teachers lack the essential supplies they need to help kids learn. More than 4 out of 5 schools report problems getting essential supplies like laptops, furniture, and food services. NBC News reporter Eli Rosenberg is joining us now. Eli, let's talk about teachers first here. Why are schools having such a hard time staffing up?
This is another sign of how the effects of the pandemic are still very much with us. Labor shortages have affected so many industries, and education, and particularly public schools and teachers, have been really hard hit. Some schools have gone to 4-day weeks to try to address this. Some have lowered their requirements to get new teachers into the classroom, some even without college degrees. Others have tried to kind of shake state budgets to give raises to teachers to attract them, but there's no kind of silver bullet here. Schools are still having a really tough time.
So, the supply shortage is partially because of funding. I can understand that. But what else is out there? What other factors are feeding into this problem?
Look, this is one of those problems that has existed for years, but that the pandemic made a lot worse. Teacher pay has not grown at anything close to the rate of other jobs that are available to people with college degrees. That's something likely at the top of mind for potential teachers, especially when inflation is already eating into paychecks. Something we cover here at NBC a lot. We've seen education over the last couple of years become highly politicized. Discussions about things like civil rights, racism, gender, sexuality, even just basic history have taken on a really nasty and hostile tone, become very political and heated. And then there's the pandemic, too. People have been exhausted earlier on by the cycle of openings, closures, debates about masking versus not. And all of these issues are still kind of haunting the education system, clearly.
Yeah, perfect storm. Eli Rosenberg for us in San Francisco today. Eli, thank you.
After the break, the simple steps you can take right now to combat loneliness. It's really simple. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
In today's mental health check, we've talked a lot about the negative impacts of the pandemic. Loneliness is a big one, depression, anxiety. But it turns out some people are overcoming the feeling of isolation simply by helping others.
It's the midday rush at Gather 55.
This place is very important for the community.
A restaurant in Hartford, Connecticut, where it's pay what you can for a quality meal. Those who can't are never turned away. Instead, they can opt to volunteer their time. It's run by Hands On Hartford, a nonprofit that focuses on housing, health, and food insecurity.
Good morning. So who's got the pasta?
And it depends in part on outside volunteers like Linda Mason.
The customers that come in here are just the most lovely people.
Mason was a special education teacher for 33 years. Like so many others, she struggled with feelings of isolation during the pandemic.
I was extremely lonely. I managed it. You know, I was aware of it. Hey, Mark.
When she decided to retire, she knew she had to find something bigger than herself to be part of.
What is the emotion that you feel coming here?
When I come here, I feel purpose. When I leave here, I feel happiness. I've helped in a small way, and that's a really important human thing for all of us to be trying.
The loss of human connection due to the pandemic has been felt far and wide. One survey found 36% of Americans frequently felt lonely.
Good morning.
And the cure could be as simple as helping others. Research shows volunteering can not only ease feelings of loneliness, but has a positive impact on mental health and physical health, reducing the risk of mortality and lowering feelings of depression.
When the pandemic hit, I was really isolated, shut off.
In Springfield, Massachusetts, 41-year-old Atia Wilkins volunteers with AmeriCorps, mentoring kids in high school.
I'm so glad.
She was a certified nursing assistant, but when her license expired during the pandemic, she became a stay-at-home mom and fell into what she calls a sunken place. She says going out to help others saved her.
I'm getting up, doing my part. I feel like I'm giving back something when I felt like I couldn't give anything.
Experts say if you're looking to start, search for opportunities that have meaning to you, including in your own community.
Just give it a try, because it might really pull you out of that place that you've been stuck in for so long.
For Linda Mason, giving back has become a two-way street.
Every time you come here, what are you building?
I am building those people connections, those human connections.
Connections that pay it forward and back.
It's not filling time, it's filling like space within me. It's filling my heart space. It's giving me a purpose bigger than myself.
Food for your soul, right?
Yeah, totally.
You know, I talk to people who say, you know what, I do want to volunteer. I don't know how. I don't know what to do.
Where
How
to
do I
start.
get into it?
Right, and actually some of the experts said to us, you don't have to start big. You could start small, really local. Maybe your neighbor needs help, or maybe someone down the street. Or you can go online. There are a lot of organizations that sort of collate and bring together opportunities. If you go to pointsoflight.org, that's a nationwide one where you can put in your town and find all kinds of opportunities. Just take that first step.
Yeah, go for it. Nice stuff. So do you have a Gen Zer in your life? What do
Two of them.
Two of them, right? What do you know about their hopes and dreams?
Instagram is out with a new survey revealing the biggest issues facing that generation. I love this.
NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt is taking a closer look for us. She joins us now. So Callan, we're talking about like the 10 to 25-year-old set, roughly, right? This report was divided into 10 categories. Can you walk us through some of the highlights?
Sure, Aaron. So some of the things that really stood out to me in this survey was just how much Gen Zers care about things like politics. They said having more members of the government and politicians who are Gen Z is really important to them. And we even saw that reflected in the last election where the first member of Gen Z, Maxwell Frost, was elected to Congress. They said that things like being sustainable is really important to them. You know, Gen Z loves fast fashion, things like Shein, places where you can get some nice clothing for maybe a discount. But they said in 2023, they really want to be more sustainable. They want to have either upcycled clothing or clothing that they make themselves and really be more conscious of the way that they are consuming things and make sure that's really sustainable. And another thing that really stood out to me is the way that social media and Instagram has allowed them to explore other cultures. I think about how, I believe it was earlier this year, late last year, fufu, which is a dish from Ghana, became a huge trend and super popular, and everyone wanted to try that. That was a real big boom from the internet that had social media not been there, maybe these, young people in the US would not have had a chance to try it, but it has sort of connected them globally to other cultures. And so those are some real big points that I think we could take away from the survey and get a sense of who Gen Z really is.
Yeah, and those are very positive things. I have a 17-year-old who shops only at thrift stores, because reuse and recycle, right? How does Gen Z differ from older generations? Like, what are you seeing in terms of differences?
Well, so the survey itself doesn't actually say, we see this difference between Gen Z and millennials. But I think, just taking that point of Gen Z being really politically engaged, and remember, some of these are young people who are too young to vote, but there are young people who are organizing. We see that with things like Gen Z for Change. And then we see, the people who are of the voting age in Gen Z really turning out. I mean, in this last election, some studies said it was the second highest turnout for young people since 2020 of the last 30 years. I mean, these last two elections were really, really highly turned out by young people. And so we see this reflected in this report and this survey that Gen Z really cares a lot about politics, about their future, about climate change, maybe more so than the generations that came before them.
You know, we appreciate you doing this via Skype with us today. We love it when you're in the studio with us even more, though. But, you know, we live in this world where people are remote, right? So after being remote because of the pandemic for so long, how are Gen Zers planning to reconnect with others, with their communities in person?
Well, something that seemed to be really popular on this particular survey is that I believe it was 1/3 of people who were surveyed were really excited to get to meet with content creators in real life. Now, that could be through, you know, experiences where they meet up with other content creators. It could be experiences where, you know, groups of people who have the same interest either go to an event or attend concerts together. We see a lot of these coalescing of young people, and then they're uploaded, of course, to social media where we get to sort of live vicariously through them. But young people are really excited to have these face-to-face collaborations and interactions with the people that they see online every day.
Yeah, and everybody's a content creator, by the way, in that generation.
Callan Rosenblatt, thank you.
There's much more ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Well, if you are a fan of the 80s sitcom The Golden Girls, and who isn't, you may want to plan a visit to New York.
A Golden Girls-themed restaurant opens tomorrow here in Manhattan. The Golden Girls Kitchen is full of food and decor from the beloved 80s sitcom. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer stopped in to take a look.
They call it a Golden Girls playground, a world filled with banana leaf floral prints and other tiny touches inspired by the sitcom.
No, I will not have a nice day.
Among the items on the menu at the Golden Girls kitchen, Sophia's lasagna.
Ooh, what you making? Lasagna al forno. Smells delicious.
So it's all five senses being hit for Golden Girls. You know, you eat it, you smell it, you hear it, you taste it.
Derek Barry is with the company Bucket Listers. He was the mastermind behind pop-up restaurants for other popular shows like Saved by the Bell and Beverly Hills 90210. He says for years, fans have been clamoring for the Golden Girls.
You just walked in here. What do you think?
I think this is the best day of my whole entire life.
Kara Reel is 27, so she was born after the sitcom's final episode aired. Yet, as her impressive collection of merchandise suggests, she is a super fan.
Oh my gosh.
Watching every episode at least 3 or 4 times, even buying a wicker purse, like the one always dangling from Sophia's arm.
So I pretend like I bought it strictly for fashion purposes, but when in reality I bought it for Sophia purposes.
So there was no better person to tour the Golden Girls kitchen with than Kara.
What's this?
Can't believe it's the lanai.
It's the lanai.
I think it's my favorite part of the house.
She had an equally strong reaction to this neon sign in the restaurant's entryway.
Thank you for being a friend. Man, I'm gonna get emotional.
Thank you for being a friend.
Honestly, I think it's kind of like the greatest song of all time. It's not about romance, it's not about breakups, it's not about hating anyone. It's literally about friendship, so gotta love it.
These 4 beloved roommates just seem to elicit all kinds of feelings.
We've had people at our LA pop-up who we had proposals happen.
People have gotten emotional over this, right?
Yes, I think it was opening day. We had like multiple groups come in and just crying.
Of course, no Golden Girls experience is complete
Here we are in the middle of a crisis, and there's no cheesecake.
without cheesecake.
Should we cheers?
Cheers with
Yeah,
cheesecake.
Cheers.
Tell you what we're gonna do, Rose. We're gonna eat a cheesecake.
The perfect recipe for any problem.
That's good.
I understand. I understand why they eat it every single night.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
A new lawsuit alleges writer-director James Toback is a, quote, serial sexual predator. According to the lawsuit, he abused dozens of women at the Harvard Club of New York City. He allegedly lured them to private rooms on the premise of casting them in his films. The Oscar-nominated screenwriter and director was previously accused of sexual misconduct in 2017 by more than 30 women. He denied those allegations.
Kim Kardashian has been granted a restraining order against a man who claimed he was speaking with her telepathically. In court documents obtained by Today.com, Kardashian alleges that a man attempted to get into her home on 4 separate occasions. He allegedly claimed that Kardashian was communicating with him by thought. Kardashian expressed concern that the situation might escalate to physical violence.
The rock band Guns N' Roses is suing a gun shop for using its name. Axl Rose filed a lawsuit on behalf of the band against weapons dealer Texas Guns N' Roses. The owner is accused of intentionally confusing customers into believing the store is associated with the band.
And filmmaker Ava DuVernay has become the first black woman to have her image on a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Her flavor will be called, quote, Lights, Caramel, Action. That's a good one. Directed by Ava DuVernay. It's a mix of vanilla ice cream with salted caramel swirls, graham cracker swirls, pieces of cookie dough. DuVernay's ice cream will be shipped all across the country in January. That sounds really good.
Sounds good, right? We are following some breaking news now out of New York City. The Trump Organization has been found guilty in a sweeping tax fraud trial.
The jury reached their decision on the second day of deliberations just moments ago. We're going to follow this all day. This is a significant development, though. Guilty on all counts. And this is the trial that involved the Trump Organization and payment to executives.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You've been watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin with breaking news. As just moments ago, the jury in the Trump Organization tax trial handed down their verdict, ruling that the Trump Corporation and the Associated Payroll Corporation were guilty on all counts. The company was accused of a longtime tax fraud scheme where executives collected financial perks off the books. The jury took just 2 days to deliberate on their decision before reaching this conclusion. And we are expecting to hear from the reporters who have been covering this trial, including Ron Allen, who is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. As soon as we have him hooked up, we will bring him to you. But again, this is a significant ruling. Again, the jury has found that Trump Organization and Trump Corporation guilty of tax fraud, all 15 counts. And I believe we do have reporters who are rushing to the camera, and as soon as we have them hooked up, we will bring them to you. The implications of this, of course, potentially significant. While the former president has not been found guilty as a part of this tax fraud scheme himself, it does come, of course, after he has launched his candidacy for re-election, and it comes against the backdrop of not only this legal issue in which his organization has been ensnared, but obviously other investigations into the former president, particularly as it relates to the potential mishandling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. The former president has been ensnared not just in legal challenges, but also some recent controversies that have swirled around his latest candidacy as well, most recently calling for ripping up the Constitution, a comment that he tried to walk back but then doubled down on. So this is just one more data point. So again, just to reset, just to remind our viewers of where we are at this hour in this breaking news, a criminal jury in New York today found the Trump Organization guilty of all charges in this sweeping 15-year tax fraud scheme that prosecutors say was orchestrated by top executives at the company, including and the front and center person of all of this is CFO Alan Weisselberg. Now, again, we want to make this very clear. Former President Trump is not personally charged as a part of this scheme. There was never a dispute that there was a tax fraud that occurred. Weisselberg, in fact, pleaded guilty to tax evasion, and he agreed to testify in exchange for a 5-month jail sentence. But this is certainly a significant development in this broader investigation into this potential tax evasion that the jury was deliberating on, again, for less than 2 days. The prosecution in the case alleged that Donald Trump himself knew about key aspects of the scheme, but again, the defense rejected that, saying that the whole narrative that Donald Trump was blissfully ignorant, well, this is what the prosecution said, is just not real. But the defense objected to that argument and to that line of discussion at the trial. We are going to have more on this in a moment when we get our reporters hooked up. But again, the headline here today in the breaking news, a criminal jury in New York on Tuesday found the Trump Organization guilty of all charges in a 15-year tax fraud scheme. Of course, it does come on an already very busy Tuesday. It is Election Day in Georgia. Voters are voting in the final Senate election of the 2022 midterms. It also happens to be one of the most expensive races in history. Incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker facing off in round 2 after neither candidate hit 50% on Election Day last month. Nearly 2 million Georgians voted early. Officials described it as monster turnout, but both candidates are banking on Election Day voters to deliver them a victory. Take a listen.
So I said, we got to get out and vote. Yes, I tell you what, God has been good to us.
How are
so
you?
we're going to keep doing it. I'm feeling good.
About the outcome?
I feel very good about the outcome. I think the early vote was good, and so now I think we're going to win this election.
It's Election Day. I want to tell everybody to go out and vote.
Yeah!
out and vote. We had historic turnout during the early voting period, but we should not rest on our laurels. The job is not done.
Unlike last year's Georgia runoffs, control of the Senate has already been decided, but a lot of Democrats are still viewing this race as a must-win because if Warnock holds his seat, it would give the party a much-needed one-seat cushion in tight votes, not to mention a one-seat cushion heading into a very tough Senate map for Democrats in 2024. For Republicans, a Walker victory would be a sorely needed boost during a tumultuous moment for the party as it grapples with the former president's diminishing influence. In fact, if Walker wins, it'll likely be seen as happening in spite of the former president, as Georgia Republicans turn to an outspoken Trump critic, Republican Governor Brian Kemp, to help get Walker over the finish line. Not to mention, during this runoff, Republicans across the country have been roiled by repeated controversies stemming from Mr. Trump, including today as more top lawmakers rebuke his recent comments calling to terminate the Constitution. We are going to have more on, of course, the Georgia runoff in just a moment, but I am told that we do have NBC's Ron Allen, who is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, with more on this significant decision, Ron. Again, just to remind our viewers of what is happening, where you are a jury there, found the Trump Organization guilty of all charges, 15 counts of tax fraud. So break down specifically what the jury said and what the meaning of this is.
What it means is that the prosecution convinced the jury that the Trump Organization, for a period of 15 years, was essentially running a scheme inside the company that was defrauding the taxpayers of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, the taxpayers of the state of New York, in the way it was conducting business. Now, the chief witness in this case was Alan Weisselberg, who was the former chief financial officer and close associate of Donald Trump and his family for generations, going back for a long, long time. He pled guilty to similar charges of tax fraud some time ago and agreed to testify against the company in exchange for a shorter jail term. He'll serve 5 months instead of 15 months. And he essentially said, along with other top executives from the Trump Corporation, that yes, they were paid in a way for luxury cars, for apartments, for tuition for his grandkids' private schooling and other perks, that they were paid off the books intentionally in a way so that they wouldn't have to pay income tax on it, and that the company didn't have to pay payroll taxes on that kind of income, and that there was a process whereby the records of the company were falsified to try and essentially cover this up. So the DA here, the district attorney, dug into this. This has been part of a 3-year investigation of the Trump Organization and its subsidiary companies. The companies were on trial here, not the individuals, not Donald Trump himself, not Alan Weisselberg, because, again, he had already pleaded guilty. So the jury has found that the company had this practice ongoing, and that was the key thing. The defense said, well, this was a rogue operation by Alan Weisselberg and others, that it wasn't the company, that it was just this individual. But the individual was one of the highest-ranking people in the company, and therefore the jury agreed with the prosecution that this was the culture of the company. This is what they were doing. So the penalty is, at least as I understand it, $1.5 or $6 million. But the damage is to the reputation of the company beyond that. And remember, of course, this is Donald Trump's family business. This is Donald Trump as we knew him before he was president. This is real estate. This is golf clubs. This is all this stuff that Donald Trump used to make millions, if not billions of dollars. And today, a jury here in New York has found that it was essentially running a criminal operation to defraud the taxpayers. So while the fine may be $1 million or more, which is perhaps not a big deal in the grand scheme of things in terms of how much money these companies are dealing with, it is a significant hit, you might argue, to the reputation of the Trump company, the Trump family, and Donald Trump himself. Throughout this whole time, and once the indictment was handed down some time ago, former President Trump has dismissed this all as politically motivated by the democratically elected DA and the Democratic officials and leadership here in the city of New York, which he has never had much love lost between. There has been a lot of friction. However, He has also said that this is part of a witch hunt, that this is the kind of case that a civil tax authority would go after, and that it's only been prosecuted to this extent because it involves Donald Trump. That's his argument. The jury, of course, today didn't buy that. We haven't heard from President Trump just yet on social media in response to the verdict. That's what he's been saying all along. And now the question now is, what's the next step in this process? Remember, this was a 3-year investigation. This part of it was aimed at the company. There is still an ongoing criminal investigation aimed at Donald Trump himself and his practices as a businessman. Was he allegedly inflating the value of his properties, of his assets, of his income, and so forth to get favorable loans from banks and to keep his company going? Remember, this started with the payments, the hush money, alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, the porn star who said that she had an affair with Donald Trump at the beginning of the campaign some time ago. Yes, this has been going on a long time. All these pieces have now come together in this particular case, but there's a much larger case going on that is criminal in nature in the DA's office. And of course, a few months ago, we were reporting on a civil investigation by the New York State Attorney General into Donald Trump's business practices as well. Similar charges, similar allegations, I should say, as in the criminal matter about the inflation of property values and so forth. So it's somewhat complicated, but the jury essentially said this is pretty simple. There's fraud. There were business documents that showed a trail of fraud that had been manipulated, that had been altered and changed to try and cover things up. So while on the one hand, it's a very complicated case that might require some forensic accounting analysis, the jury saw it quite plainly as some top executives who were getting paid off the books and covering it up and defrauding the taxpayers. That's essentially what happened here today.
Ron, you break down something that is very complicated in a way that is very clear to understand, and we appreciate your reporting. And of course, it does come against the backdrop of former President Trump having announced that he is running for re-election in 2024. So that adds yet another element to this. And I think one of the important things that you talk about is just how many legal cases are hanging over the former president. Let me turn to you, Danny Savalos. Before we talk about that big picture, I do want to just delve a little bit more deeply into these arguments by the prosecution and by the defense. The prosecution alleging that Donald Trump, of course, had to know about key aspects of this scheme. One of the prosecutors saying the whole narrative that Donald Trump was blissfully ignorant is just not real. And yet the defense objected to that comment, objected to that line of argument. Break down what we saw from the two arguments in court and how we got here.
It is a quirk of our justice system that a corporation can be held criminally responsible. The reality is corporations are not humans. Corporations are run by humans who make decisions about the corporation. And in this case, the state of New York elected to bring charges against a corporation and really no humans. So ultimately, the liability of the corporation was dependent on what the people at the corporation did, especially and including those who were not charged with a crime. And in this case, the distinction came down to, were the people who made these decisions and profiting from their bad behavior, did it also benefit the corporation? And if so, then the corporation is somehow liable. So with that perspective, it was always likely that this was going to be a guilty verdict, because who was higher in the organization than Alan Weisselberg? Well, obviously Trump, but Alan Weisselberg was a solid 2, 3, or 4 on the org chart. So if Alan Weisselberg was making bad decisions and benefiting for the company, and if the company got any benefit from his bad decisions, be it tax breaks or anything else, then the prosecution had a pretty easy path to showing a connection between Alan Weisselberg's decisions and the benefit, ill-gotten benefit in terms of tax gains, to the corporation. So ultimately, the state of New York today convicted a non-human, a corporation. Whether or not this will spill over into actual people like Trump himself, it appears the New York district attorney is not as interested in pursuing those defendants.
Let me ask you big picture, Danny, about something that you and I have talked about before, which is the constellation of legal troubles hanging over the former president, who is now, of course, a declared candidate for 2024. Just how much legal jeopardy is he in, and is today yet another data point? Yes, it does not directly relate to him and impact him as you just laid out. And yet, obviously, this is his corporation. It's his family business.
The legal challenges that Trump faces are legion, both on the civil and the criminal side. But if we're going to organize them in terms of greatest threat to lesser threats, then probably the greatest threat to Donald Trump is the case that may or may not arise from the documents at Mar-a-Lago. Yes, there is a January 6th referral to DOJ. Yes, there are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of other legal cases against Trump, both in the civil and criminal context. But if you're organizing to greatest threat, then Mar-a-Lago appears to be that right now, because there is a special counsel appointed looking into the same thing that DOJ has already unofficially suggested at least meets the prima facie elements of a crime of obstruction. So that probably the biggest concern for Trump, and he just puts it on the stack with the, like I said, dozens of other pressing civil and criminal investigations against him.
All right. Well, big breaking news here. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. And Ron Allen beforehand, really appreciate it. And as we said before, there is a lot going on today. So with that, I do want to turn back now to the Georgia runoff. NBC's Shaq Brewster is at a polling place in Atlanta. And also with us is Greg Bluestein, political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and an NBC News contributor. Shaq, obviously, we're going to turn from that breaking news that relates to the former president and talk about the former president's hand-picked candidate who's now involved in this runoff in Georgia. Herschel Walker facing off against incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. You've been at a polling place all afternoon. Talk to us about what you're seeing and hearing from voters.
Well, what we're hearing across the state of Georgia is that voting on this election day is going smoothly thus far. That's what you're hearing from the Secretary of State's office. That's what you're hearing from Gabriel Sterling, the Chief Operating Officer for the Secretary of State's office. Waiting lines across the state are about 1 minute. That's about the average right now. So things are going smoothly. But I'll tell you, most of the voters that I've been seeing coming here to this polling location in Atlanta have left not with the I voted sticker, but instead with instructions on their correct voting precinct. This was a big early voting location, so people thought this was their main location. But the election official here telling me that the majority of people who have walked in have been turned away, told to go to a different location because of the confusion over where they can vote and their inability to cast a provisional ballot until 5 p.m. in the state of Georgia. Then there are the dynamics of this actual election. Once people get into the voting booth and they're making that selection between Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent, and Herschel Walker, who's challenging him on the Republican side, there's what goes into their decision over who they're selecting. You heard Warnock really try to frame this entire campaign as one about character and competence, saying that Warnock doesn't have the character to become the next senator. And one interesting conversation that I want to share with you is from a Republican voter, someone who voted for Herschel Walker, but look what he said, or listen to what he said about what he was doing in the debate he was having in his head as he cast that ballot. What were those things that you were thinking about?
Well, voting personal affection versus issues. If I were going to pick somebody to have dinner with, it would definitely be Warnock. He seems like a very interesting guy and has very intelligent, a lot to say. Herschel Walker obviously doesn't present himself nearly as well. But my feeling on the issues aligns more with what I think Herschel would bring. I voted for Walker. I definitely had second thoughts about that, or I thought a lot about whether I should do that or not. But I figured I came down more on the issues than on the personal.
If you only heard a piece of that sound, you may have thought that he was voting for Warnock in this election. But the question is, and the reason why I wanted to play that for you is in the state of Georgia, where there were about 200,000 people who voted for Kemp at the top of the ticket in the general election, but did not vote for Herschel Walker. Are those people going to come out for Herschel Walker in this runoff election? Is there going to be any gap in enthusiasm once we see what ultimately happens with the election day results? For Herschel Walker, it comes down to who comes out on election day, whereas we do know Warnock, if you look at the early voting data and the analysis of it, it did seem like he came into Election Day with a little bit of a cushion. So it depends on what happens at polling locations like the one behind me and across the state of Georgia.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And hearing from that voter, I think, says so much. Greg, let me turn to you. On that point, you could hear that voter really wrestling with this final decision and what Herschel Walker needs in order to pull out a win, because by all accounts, as you hear Shaq saying, and if you talk to folks on the ground, it does appear as though Senator Warnock seems to have the closing momentum. Doesn't mean he's going to win, though. So Herschel Walker needs to really have a very strong Election Day turnout, and he's got to get those Brian Kemp voters who didn't vote for him in the first part of this race, right?
Yeah, Shaq, you nailed it. That's exactly the challenge that Herschel Walker has right now. Yeah. Raphael Warnock, of course, he wants big Election Day turnout. He needs it too. But it's really Herschel Walker who has this uphill climb to go right now, because analysts from both parties believe that Senator Warnock has built himself a solid cushion with the 1.8 million early voters who have already cast their ballots. And so it's up to Herschel Walker to overcome that early advantage from Senator Warnock's campaign. And that's why he's dependent on huge Election Day turnout. We anticipate at least 1 million voters to show up. That's big numbers, but it's not huge numbers. We'll see how the afternoon goes. But we are not seeing soaring turnout in that many Republican bastions. And we're frankly seeing pretty heavy turnout in a lot of metro Atlanta precincts, DeKalb County, Fulton County, Cobb County, where Democratic candidates are typically favored. And then add to that extra layer of even some Republican-leaning voters are going to end up voting for Senator Warnock because of that split. We just heard that one voter who ended up holding their nose voting for Herschel Walker, but we've talked to so many others who are going to end up backing Senator Warnock, even though they might reliably vote Republican on other races.
All right. Well, we had a lot more questions, but because of our breaking news, we're running a little tight for time. So Shaq and Greg, we have to leave it there. But thank you so much for your insights on this Election Day in Georgia. We really do appreciate it. And we want to turn to Capitol Hill now, where for the second time in as many weeks, the top Republican in the Senate used his weekly press conference to condemn the actions of former President Trump without using his name. This time it was Mitch McConnell repudiating a social media post from the former president that advocated suspending the Constitution as part of Mr. Trump's delusions about the 2020 election.
First, let me just say that anyone seeking the presidency who thinks that the Constitution could somehow be suspended or not followed, it seems to me would have a very hard time being sworn in as President of the United States.
Really echoed the comments we heard from him last week after, of course, the latest controversy there was basically a straight condemnation and more of a negative prediction based on Trump's remarks. And just like last week again, when Republicans of all stripes condemned Mr. Trump for meeting with a white supremacist, McConnell is not alone in his rebuke of Trump's behavior. Take a listen to Republicans over the last 24 hours.
I disagree with the president. The Constitution can be amended. The Constitution can be interpreted, but the Constitution can't be suspended.
I think it's, to besmirch our dedication to the Constitution is ridiculous.
Certainly not an ex-president. I think that's irresponsible.
You think it's disqualifying? You think it's disqualifying?
Well, it's not clear who's going to run, but I think it's certainly irresponsible.
But he's running.
Well, I mean, I guess he is until he isn't.
All right. Well, joining me now on Capitol Hill is NBC's Julie Sirkin, and also with us is Politico senior staff writer Michael Cruz. Thanks so much to both of you for joining me. Julie, I want to start with you. Again, what we just heard from Mitch McConnell was very reminiscent of what he said last week in the wake of Mr. Trump's dinner with Ye and with that white supremacist. What did you hear in those comments today?
I think it's really important to point out, as someone who's been covering this place for the last couple of years, and I'm sure you know well as well, is that McConnell doesn't say anything unless he intends to say it. And these comments that he made this week and last week, he said on his own. He wasn't prompted by a question from a reporter. He, in fact, started off his press conference by addressing these issues with former President Trump, though not naming him by name. We also spent all of yesterday walking the halls asking reporters, you heard asking senators what they thought of this. You heard some of that there, but others were not as likely or not as willing, perhaps, to forcefully condemn the former president's comments on the Constitution. I want you to take a listen to some of the waffling we heard.
I don't know what President Trump said about the Constitution. I just don't think that's the issue. I don't think that's what you all should be talking about.
But the former president's saying get rid of it. I mean, that's kind of exceptional.
Yeah, I don't know if that's being taken out of context or where it came from. I really just have not taken a deep dive into that whole topic.
Can he credibly take the oath of office after saying something?
I'll leave that to the voters to decide.
Do you think it's a disqualifying comment?
I think the voters get to decide those things.
Look, both Marshall and Hawley, for example, credited former President Trump with their win in the Senate, so that makes sense as far as their answers go. Rick Scott, I was actually in that gaggle, and I had asked him if he disavows these comments, as you could hear there. He wouldn't quite say, but of course he is part of McConnell's leadership team, and you saw him standing right behind him as McConnell disavowed these comments. But all in all, Republicans on the Hill in the Senate and the House becoming more increasingly likely than we've ever heard them before, at least when former President Trump was still in the White House, to publicly criticize the former president and break with him as well.
Yeah, you guys have done just a great job getting reaction there on Capitol Hill, Julie. Michael, let me turn to you. You heard kind of the spectrum of responses from Republicans. On the one hand, as Julie rightfully notes, Mitch McConnell's comments are actually quite forceful when you put them against the broader backdrop of all of the comments that we've ever heard from Mitch McConnell. And then you did hear a fair amount of waffling in addition to the condemnation. Do you feel like this moment is different, though, for former President Trump? There have been so many scandals that have loomed so large over him, but are you starting to notice cracks around the edges that we haven't seen before?
I think we are. I mean, in some sense, it feels nothing if not familiar, but in the broader context, we see things not just certain stronger comments coming from Capitol Hill, but polling numbers from around the country that suggest that Republican voters are tired of this. Enough of them are tired enough to make a potential difference. But for all the waffling, some of what Rick Scott said, Josh Hawley said, it's up to the voters to decide, it might be not forceful enough, but it's also not totally wrong. I mean, this is ultimately up to the voters to decide. And if former president continues to run and starts running in earnest and is still running when it comes to Iowa in more than a year from now, it will be up to voters to rebuke these sorts of comments.
Michael, let me ask you about some news that was made on this show yesterday, which is Trump's former national security advisor and former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, said here that he is considering getting into the presidential race if he feels as though other presidential candidates do not come out and strongly condemn the former president strongly enough. What do you make of the fact that John Bolton is yet another former administration official, another former Trump ally who's now willing to take him on to try to stop him?
Yeah, on the one hand, makes some sense. On the other hand, from a math standpoint, it helps Donald Trump. The more people, the more John Boltons get into this potential 2024 GOP field, the more it helps Donald Trump. I mean, really, I don't know if I can predict this, but the more people, I feel fairly comfortable saying the more people who are involved in that field, the lower, obviously, the number needs to be for Donald Trump to get to. I think there's going to be a set of the Republican electorate, a certain portion of that electorate that will vote for Trump no matter what. I don't know if that's 30, 20, 15, but obviously the more people who get in, the lower that number can go and still have the former president come out of that nomination process as the nominee.
Yeah, I think that's a really important analysis. And of course, Julie, there was other news there from Capitol Hill, which is the January 6th committee says that they are preparing possible criminal referrals to send to the DOJ. So I know you're tracking that angle as well there on Capitol Hill. Julie Sirkin and Michael Cruz, thank you both so much for joining us. Well, this morning, congressional leaders honored some of the police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. awarding them congressional gold medals, Congress's highest honor. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi presented the medals, one of her last formal actions as Speaker of the House. She called the attack on the Capitol the most staggering assault on democracy since the Civil War.
January 6th was a day of horror and heartbreak, yet it's also a moment of extraordinary heroism. Staring down deadly violence and despicable bigotry, our law enforcement officers bravely stood in the breach, ensuring that democracy survived on that dark day.
Now, we should also note during today's ceremony, the family of fallen Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick refused to shake hands with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell or House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Sicknick family told NBC News it was not by accident. They discussed it ahead of time, they say, citing the family's frustration with the two Republicans for continuing to embrace Trump. Coming up, we're digging deeper into how the GOP is responding to Mr. Trump's latest constitutional controversy as more Republicans eye potential 2024 bids. My panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Joining me now is our panel, Mariana Sotomayor, congressional reporter for The Washington Post, Democratic strategist Adrian Elrod, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. Let's start with this breaking news. A jury in New York found the Trump Organization guilty on 15 counts of tax fraud. Now, did not find former President Trump guilty. We want to be very clear, but this is his family business. Mariana, kick us off. How big of a deal is this?
It's a pretty big deal. I mean, from the congressional perspective, Republicans don't want to be talking about Trump. They don't even want to talk about 2024. You had a good collection of quotes from a number of Senate Republicans, even on the question about, Trump trying to say the Constitution doesn't matter. You can see them trying to weave in and out, not wanting to discuss it. Reporters doing a good job of pressing them, as we will continue to do. But really behind the scenes, I mean, it's just one thing after another. And Republicans have been pretty open about saying, as you heard Cornyn say, oh, well, he may or may not be running. And there may be other people who jump in. And I think Republicans privately very much hoping that's the case because there's just so many things that they have to answer for.
Yeah, Doug, weigh in on that point in this broader context. It's the constellation of issues swirling around this former president and now yet a new data point.
Yeah, Republicans want to put Donald Trump in the rearview mirror. They just don't want to be the ones who do it because they'll get the blame. So any bad news is sort of good news, even if they don't want to talk about it. And these may not always be profiles in courage, as Republicans say. I didn't see that tweet or that Truth Social or the indictment or whatever it may be, the guilty verdict, because it's a rolling disaster for Trump. But all of it is relatively good news for Republicans if it puts him in that rearview mirror.
Adrienne?
Yeah, I completely agree with Doug and Mariana. I mean, look, I worked on Hillary Clinton's campaign. We've been waiting for this day since 2015. There were so many questions that we had about his business dealings. Obviously, a lot of the media got involved too and try to look into this. But it feels like in a lot of ways justice has finally been served, even though it wasn't Donald Trump, but it was still his business. And I think you're guilty by association. I mean, whether or not he, is ever convicted in this situation, I think his name being on the family business tells you all you need to know. He's already polling so low, or sinking rather, among Republican voters in polls. I'm not sure this is really going to do anything to help them.
I want to get to what's happening in Georgia, but since you all brought it up, let's talk about the Republican response to the latest Trump controversy. I want to play Mitch McConnell from this week and last week and just kind of compare the responses that we're hearing and let you guys respond.
First, let me just say that anyone seeking the presidency who thinks that the Constitution could somehow be suspended or not followed, it seems to me would have a very hard time being sworn in as President of the United States. First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected President of the United States.
Doug, forceful words, but also very careful, and we didn't hear the name Donald Trump.
Look, Mitch McConnell is probably the most careful speaker that you have on Capitol Hill. But what's striking is this was not a response to a question. This was proactively in both those statements. He said, first, let me say. So I'm going to put this out there and provide some cover for Republican colleagues to do that as well. But here's the challenge Republicans face. As you said in teeing this up, the latest Trump announcement and what we saw are troubles. And what we saw in just the past half hour was there was another one. And if we have the same conversation a week from now, it may be two more things that come about Donald Trump. And that's the constant chase that Republicans have with this, is there's always another shoe to fall when it comes for Donald Trump.
We're talking about the fact that Ambassador John Bolton yesterday, Adrienne, said he would consider running. He would consider getting into the race to stop Donald Trump. And yet we were discussing the fact that in some ways, the more candidates that get into the race, the better it might be for former President Trump in terms of winning the primary. What do you make of an Ambassador Bolton saying he's considering it? Again, one more formal official who's saying he might move to try to stop his former boss.
Well, good for Ambassador Bolton. I'm not sure how many people are going to actually support him. I mean, I look at people like Governor Asa Hutchinson from my home state. I mean, it goes back to your point, Kristen, about the fact that the more people who run, the better Trump does. That's exactly what we saw happen in the 2016, or rather the 2015 going to 2016 presidential primary on the Republican side. I think someone who's going to be able to take him on effectively is somebody like Ron DeSantis, who has a strong fundraising base, who has a proven electorate record, who's been elected several times. I'm not sure, again, that John Bolton, the guy who can't decide if he likes Trump or if he's going to criticize Trump, is really the right one to take on this mission.
Mariana.
Yeah, and this is also coming at the backdrop of just the midterms wrapping up, and on the day that obviously the Senate is really looking at, do we have a 51 majority or a 50 majority given the Georgia runoff? And Republicans really having this internal debate of who are we as a party? We shouldn't continue to embrace Trump because we've seen what happened to Trump-endorsed candidates. They lost, and Democrats were able to win, especially in Democrats who did not think that they would win in House swing districts, simply because people know them, and also because they were rejecting those extremes. And that is all happening. And I think McConnell's also taking that into consideration, being proactive and bringing it up himself and saying, this is not the kind of Republican Party I would like to lead in the Senate.
Well, you bring us to Georgia perfectly, Mariana, so thank you for that. Look, you have obviously this very strong early turnout, Doug, but it really comes down to what happens today. Does Herschel Walker get enough votes to overcome what we believe is probably a stronger Democratic turnout in early voting?
Look, it looks like it's a tough road for him, and in part because what Republicans have done over the past few election cycles is they've eroded their own voter confidence in not just early voting, but also Election Day voting. They've sort of suppressed their own vote, as we saw 2 years ago with Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. And so, Mitch McConnell, if we want to talk about McConnell statements, when he said that candidate quality matters, he was talking about Herschel Walker. And, as we've seen just in these past few weeks, Herschel Walker has been on defense. Time of possession matters in football. It matters in campaigns. And that's why he struggled.
One thing he does have is the help of Brian Kemp, though, who did not, of course, support him the first, or he supported him, but he didn't come out for him in a really robust way the first time around. This time, Brian Kemp is, giving him his full might to try to help get him over the finish line.
Well, I think if you're Governor Kemp, you're sort of looking at this calculus as you can win either way. If Herschel Walker doesn't win and you heavily backed him, you can blame it on Herschel Walker. If Herschel Walker does win, then he can go out there and say, I should run for president because I delivered a Senate seat in a very tight Senate construct from Georgia. So for him, he wins either way. The calculus is pretty smart, I think, on his part. Yeah. But look, I agree with everything Doug said. I mean, this does not look great for Walker. We haven't really seen him out on the campaign trail that much, especially compared to Raphael Warnock. We've seen strong early vote in Democratic counties. And for the life of me, I cannot understand, maybe Doug, you can explain this to me, why Republicans are saying don't vote early, wait on election day. It's like pouring down rain in Georgia today. So a lot of people are probably not going to turn out. And the numbers say, what if the weather was, 60 degrees and sunny?
That is a big question. Will the weather impact these final results? Mariana, put this into broader context, though. I mean, one of the things that's so interesting is you have now former President Trump, who has not been on the campaign trail with Herschel Walker in this runoff. President Biden has not been on the campaign trail with Raphael Warnock. And we saw that during the first go-round of this race as well. But really sticking to that strategy, underscoring how controversial they both are. What are you going to be watching for? And just help people understand the difference with this single Senate seat, given that Democrats already control.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the surrogates going out there trying to explain the difference, because it's not the most interesting issue or something that voters are thinking about, like, oh, committee assignments. That's why I'm going to turn out and vote.
Process is sexy.
Exactly.
Matters to Joe Manchin.
Exactly. But that's the thing. They're going out there and saying, look, Obama made this point, too. Yeah. With a 51 majority, we don't need to ask Republicans if we can subpoena whoever we want. Senate Democrats really looking at, okay, House Democratic investigations are going to end with the Republican majority. We can take up that mantle, and we could do it even strongly with more Democrats sitting on the committee, that subpoena power, hoping that could be an enticing thing to talk about. Ted Cruz out there saying we need to keep it 50-50 so that they don't have that much power. Yeah. But again, it might not be an issue that necessarily riles up voters, but it could for Democrats who have been going out early and may know a little bit more of what's at stake on that front.
Absolutely. For Democrats and Republicans, a whole lot at stake in Georgia. Thank you so much for a great conversation on a very busy Tuesday, Mariana, Adrian, and Doug. Appreciate it. After the break, Ukraine strikes back. According to Russia, the Kremlin saying Ukrainian drones hit military air bases far from the front lines amid new reports of more drone attacks on Russia's border. We are live in Kyiv next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Russia believes Ukraine appears to be trying to open up a new front in its war. Strikes have been reported deep inside Russian territory, apparently from Ukrainian drones. It comes as Vladimir Putin may be facing dwindling support for the war at home. The Times of London is reporting that leaked Kremlin polls show just a quarter of Russians want to see Russian troops remain in Ukraine. That is down from 57% in July. Significant drop there. NBC's Ellison Barber joins us live now from Kyiv. Ellison, thank you so much for being here. I want to start with the reports of those strikes inside Russia. What are you hearing? Ukraine has not taken responsibility, but Russia's pointing the finger at Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine is not publicly claiming responsibility for these strikes, though there was one tweet, one comment from a Ukrainian official saying something like, what comes up must come down, seeming to allude perhaps to Ukraine having some involvement in this. But look, we're talking about two different drone strikes here, two that took place yesterday morning, hitting two different Russian airfields very deep inside Russian territory, about 300 miles beyond the border with Ukraine, and then another strike that took place this morning hitting an oil depot in Russian territory, but a little closer to the border. Those two that took place yesterday morning are really notable because they are so deep in Russian territory. Russia's Ministry of Defense is saying that the attacks on these two airfields were carried out by Ukrainian forces and that they were using Soviet-made drones. So the reason why these are so significant, this is so significant, is because it seems to suggest kind of a different direction for Ukraine here, right? We really haven't seen them be able to target this far into Russian territory. So much of what we've seen them doing is just defensive moves inside Ukrainian territory. But this seems to imply that, one, there's a willingness among Ukrainians to try and take this fight directly to military bases in Russian territory, and also perhaps that they are becoming more efficient that with the weapons that they have and able to use them to strike Russia with a much longer distance, right? The weapons that have been provided to Ukraine by Western allies, the U.S. in particular, they don't travel this far. They're high-tech but medium-range ballistic missiles and weapon systems for the most part. Ukraine has asked for long-range missile systems to carry out strikes like this, but NATO allies, Western allies, they've been hesitant to provide those because they're afraid, they say, that it'll expand this conflict and perhaps drive or bring NATO into it. This seems to be, if what Russia is claiming is accurate, this seems to be a situation where perhaps Ukrainian forces were able to use drones, weapons that they already have to target Russia inside their own territory.
And Nelson, we have less than a minute, but we understand there was a prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we've seen this happen back and forth, and it's a significant morale boost for Ukrainians. It's something that when we're out having conversations with people, anytime it happens, they will talk about it. They talk about on this, earlier today, someone was talking about the number of female prisoners that were swapped within this exchange. This happens every now and again, frequently, but there are a lot of people still being detained in Russian prisons. Obviously, for Russia, this is a morale boost for them as well. They'll post videos celebrating the return of soldiers when they have these sorts of exchange. But really, a lot of the focus here has been on the missile strikes, the threat of more coming and targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. It's really cold here, Kristen, and it just keeps getting colder. And any time we see these barrage of missiles like we saw yesterday, it stresses people out. They're worried. They're dealing with this constant threat of rolling blackouts, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be getting any better.
No, it does not. Ellison Barber, thank you so much for joining us. Please do stay safe. And still to come, one-on-one with a key NATO member that borders Russian territory. My interview with the Prime Minister of Lithuania on the future of the alliance and the war in Ukraine next. But first, as we celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press, we're sharing key moments from the best archive in news. Here's then UN delegate Eleanor Roosevelt speaking about NATO on Meet the Press in 1949, just 4 days after the North Atlantic Pact was signed into order.
Mrs. Roosevelt, don't you think that the North Atlantic Pact is an admission of a major failure of the UN?
No, for the reason that the UN is not completely organized. When the UN has force, it can't have force till we and the Russians have some kind of a better understanding. When the UN has force, the North Atlantic Pact will not mean as much and will not be as necessary. It is a makeshift,
Well, you think
which
there's
at
any...
present is necessary.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. How long can Ukraine hold out against Russia? Well, you can't answer that question without answering another one. How enduring is NATO's support for Ukraine? Joining me now is the Prime Minister of Lithuania, a NATO member, Ingrida Šimonytė. Thank you so much for being here, Madam Prime Minister. Appreciate it. I want to first get your reaction to the latest news that we're getting from Ukraine and from Russia, which is drones apparently striking targets deep inside Russia. What is your reaction to that, and how concerned are you that that could lead to an escalation?
Well, I think that it's something that is very hard to comment, because what happens in Russia not necessarily is something it appears to be. Because this is a territory or a country where it's quite complicated to find out the truth. So I have my deep doubts in the possibility of real investigation of what is going on, whether that's a false flag operation, whether that's something, partisan, whether that's something different. So these sorts of incidents happen across the territory of Russia, I think, throughout all the period of this invasion, usually in territories that are closer to the border, but not necessarily. But I find it hard to comment.
So just to be clear about what you're saying, Russia is saying that Ukraine is responsible for these attacks. You're saying you're not ready to say that yet.
I will not be commenting or claiming something before Ukraine says something about that, because I think this is the right way to do, given that we have very limited possibility to investigate whatever incidents are happening on the territory of Russia.
Regardless of who is behind it, to your point that this could be a false flag operation, how concerned are you that this could lead to some type of escalation, potentially an escalation that would lead to Lithuania in some ways seeing the product of that?
Well, we've seen along the way of this invasion, Russia in numerous times, by numerous ways, propaganda channels, some politicians, some ex-politicians, threatening countries, including NATO countries, capitals, with strikes, missile strikes, their fantastic weapon that they claim they possess and everything. And if you ask me a question whether Russia needs a pretext for doing something, we all very well know that this is not the case, because basically there were no pretexts for many things that Russia was doing throughout the period. So can something happen? Well, the war is happening for a 10th month in a row now. This invasion, the war is happening from 2014. So I would say that, we should remain calm and concentrated on what is the most important thing to do for us now, is to support Ukraine to defend its territorial integrity.
You talk about the fact that Russia doesn't necessarily need a pretext for its actions. Given that and within that context, how concerned are you right now about the possibility that Russia has threatened to use a nuclear weapon? Have you assessed how serious Vladimir Putin is about that potential threat?
Well, I know that, Russia is a country that constantly bullies others, especially when others tend to show signs of appeasement or are looking for some sort of concord for whatever reason. They take it as a sign of weakness, and they bully even more. So I think what was done in the previous episode, when Russia was actually talking a lot too much about a nuclear weapon, the statements that were made by the most important players were that this will not be without answer, and the answer will be strict and adequate. So the details most probably have also been passed to Russia via some channels that still exist, and I think that was taken very seriously.
You're going to be meeting with Vice President Harris tomorrow. What is your message going to be to the Vice President?
Well, I think we will be able to discuss the situation as we see it now, because it's the 10th month of the war, of this invasion. That would be more correct saying, because for us, this war started not on the 24th of February. We think it's going on for the 8th year, for the 9th year in a row.
Will you have a specific ask of the Vice President?
I think the most important for us, for all of us, is to remain united around the idea that we need to support Ukraine. And it is the most important, regardless that, it's a continuous effort. There are side problems that happen because, well, people sometimes lose the focus on what is going on in Ukraine, because it's a long story. There are impacts on economy, on energy, on everything, on food supply. But I think what is very important for us to understand that this is because of war. And so we do not have any solution but to end this war.
I want to ask you, Madam Prime Minister, your name has been floated as a possibility for the next NATO Secretary General. Is that something that you would be interested in pursuing once Secretary General Stoltenberg steps down in September?
Well, I have no comments on that. I can just say that, you know, in a situation where some high-ranking official finishes his term, then you usually have all sorts of the names that are floating around. And I don't think I'm in the position to comment on that much more.
You don't rule it out, though?
Well, you know, this is not something I would rule out, or I would say that this is true, because this is just, you know, naming of different people that will be there until the new Secretary General is there.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It is really appreciate your being here in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Prime Minister Ingrida Shimonita, really appreciate your being here and answering our questions. And we will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues.
We're coming on the air with that breaking news. Guilty on all counts for the Trump Organization in this big tax fraud scheme. You got the Manhattan DA saying no corporation is above the law. This is all developing in just the last couple of minutes. We'll take you live to the courtroom. We could also see criminal referrals from the January 6th committee any day now, with the panel meeting tonight to talk it out. We'll talk about those details, plus what we're learning about new subpoenas from that new special counsel at the DOJ. And in Georgia, the last voters online right now in the Warnock-Walker matchup. We'll take you live to Atlanta, where one poll worker is telling our team how the state's new voting laws mean a little bit of last-minute confusion. And a new report talking about massive missteps by the FDA, calling for new leadership, maybe even a total overhaul, why it's all got to do with that nationwide baby formula crisis. Plus, an NBC News exclusive look at how one company in Canada is using the ocean to help fight climate change. And did you drink your 8 glasses of water today? Maybe you don't have to anymore. We're breaking down a new study that basically upends like 70 years of medical advice. Get your hydro flasks ready. We'll have that later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that breaking news out of New York. A jury late today has found the Trump Organization guilty on all charges in that tax fraud trial. The counts were like criminal tax fraud, falsifying business records, scheme to defraud, conspiracy, and what prosecutors said was this 15-year-long scheme to basically pay top executives off the books and give them perks. You're looking at the prosecution's star witness, Alan Weisselberg, the company's former chief financial officer, who pled guilty to 15 felony charges a few months ago in exchange for a shorter prison sentence. Now, keep in mind, right, we're talking about the Trump Organization as an entity, not Donald Trump himself personally. He has not been named here, just his business. So the penalties will be just on the business's ability to do just that, do business. You've got the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, writing in a statement, in part, this verdict sends a clear message that no one and no organization is above our laws. And we just heard from Mr. Trump's team. They say they disagree with the verdict, and they do plan to appeal. Mr. Trump himself has long railed against this investigation and others, calling this one a witch hunt. His company, Trump Org, now faces something like $1.6 million in fines, sentencing set for next month. Let me bring in Ron Allen. Ron, the jury deliberated for something like 10 hours here, just shy of that. Guilty on all 17 counts. This was kind of a slam dunk for the prosecution here.
It was, and it's significant. Donald Trump, as you say, was not named himself in this case. But this is his family business. This is Donald Trump, everything that his reputation was built on. This is a huge, stunning sign that and flag that, in fact, his family business was running a criminal enterprise of sorts. Tax fraud, conspiracy, falsifying business records. That is a stunning rebuke of what Donald Trump's business was all about, although, again, he was not named personally. There's been a statement released by Alvin Bragg, who was the Manhattan DA who brought the case, that reads in part, for 13 years, the Trump Corporation and its Trump Payroll Corporation got away with a scheme that awarded high-level executives lavish perks and compensation while intentionally concealing the benefits from the taxing authorities to avoid paying taxes. Today's verdict holds these Trump companies accountable for their long-running criminal scheme. In addition to the chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, who was pled guilty, testified at trial, and will now be sentenced to serve time in jail. Weisselberg, of course, was the key witness in some ways for the prosecution and the defense, because the defense claimed that these were the acts of an individual, that these were the acts of Weisselberg, that these were his personal tax returns that were in question. And in their statement afterwards, they said that these were the acts of an individual, that a corporation couldn't be found guilty of these kinds of crimes. But of course, the prosecutor convinced the jury otherwise. They said that this was part of the culture of this company, that this was part of the way the Trump organization did business. That's why this is so damning, because again, it was not just, it was a corporation that was found guilty of a crime, but again, this was very, very close to finding Donald Trump himself, because this is his family business, and this is everything that Trump built, saying that he, in fact, was guilty of these same crimes. Allie?
Penalty-wise, Ron, you touched on it, $1.5 million in fines, right? It's not like anybody's going to prison here, but the idea is that this would make it a little harder for the Trump organization to actually be able to do business. It would potentially, you know, and then there's the other part of this, the sort of branding of it, right, for an organization that has now been found guilty on these significant charges.
Oh. Exactly, and the Trump business is all about brand. It's all about the big name Trump on the sides of businesses that we see here in many places. It's about his golf clubs, his real estate empire. And yes, that's what the state, the prosecutors have been trying to do, is to get at that, since they couldn't get at Donald Trump himself. This is also one of many other cases against Donald Trump and his businesses. Remember, there's the Attorney General's of the state of New York's civil case that was brought against Trump that essentially lays out a similar case against the organization of shady business practices, you might say. That is a civil case as well. That's ongoing. There are negotiations, we understand, and there were before the case was brought to try and resolve that. Donald Trump himself testified in a deposition where he pleaded the Fifth Amendment multiple times, as did members of his family. So what's happening is that the walls are closing in on him. And again, this was a case that was brought in New York City by a Manhattan district attorney, and the jurors were all residents of the city of New York. This is not Donald Trump's power center, and that's why the defense felt that they tried to do everything they could to keep Donald Trump out of the room, to try and keep this on Alan Weisselberg and say it was him, not Donald Trump. But they were not able to do that. The prosecution was able to convince the jury that, yes, this was the Trump Corporation, and that they made the point in their closing arguments that Donald Trump, they said, was aware of everything that was going on in this company.
Ron Allen, live for us there outside that courtroom in New York City. Ron, thank you very much for bringing us that developing news late tonight. Also developing tonight, the clock ticking down for the January 6th committee. They are meeting this evening to talk about what's up with this final report and, critically, whether they're going to issue any criminal referrals. That is the big question for this committee. And members today say, okay, there's not been a final decision. However, the chair of the committee said there's general agreement that, yeah, they are going to issue criminal referrals. He didn't say how many, who they'd go to, what for. It comes as Congress today awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest honor they can give, to U.S. Capitol Police and the Metro Police Department, who saved their lives on January 6th. I want to bring in Ryan Nobles now. So, Ryan, what's so interesting here, and the sort of drama that we've seen on this front today, has been the suggestion that, you know, yes, they're going to do criminal referrals. There was a bit of a walk back, but there is now this on-the-record conversation from Chair Benny Thompson that there is general agreement they'll move forward with criminal referrals. The question is it going to be 1? 3, is it going to involve former President Trump? We'll talk more on the DOJ piece of it here in a second, but like, there are real implications to this, and the decision is going to have to be made sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And to your point about the universe under which these criminal referrals could happen, it is large. And it really isn't that big of a surprise that Benny Thompson told us today that the committee has kind of settled on the idea that they're going to refer something. Really, the bigger question is what that something will be. They could offer up more criminal contempts of Congress from members of Congress and others that have ignored their subpoenas. They could offer up information about what they believe were witnesses that lied to Congress, perjured themselves as part of this investigation. They could offer up instances of witness tampering. Those are all possible scenarios that they could send over to the Department of Justice and ask them to prosecute. And then, of course, there is the idea that they come right out and say they believe Donald Trump committed a crime when he attempted to stand in the way of a peaceful transfer of power, and that the Justice Department should prosecute that. All of that is on the table. Hallie, it looks as though they're going to do something, but they haven't settled on exactly what that something is.
The other question, too, and I'm going to get into this with Ken Delaney, who's joined me here to my left, about the symbolism here. It is symbolic. The committee would be hoping it goes beyond the symbolism here, and the timing is critical.
Yeah, both are. They have got to, by statute, wrap up their work by December 31st. And there's not going to be any leeway in that regard because Republicans are going to take control of the House on January 3rd, and there's no way that they're going to offer an extension for them to complete their work. So they've got to get it done by December 31st. When you take the holidays into account, that really means that we're looking at the week before Christmas for them to get this finished and out on the table. And you're right, the symbolism is important. It is only a symbolic gesture by the Congress, but it does carry weight. It's not as if you or I said to Merrick Garland that someone should be prosecuted for something. He wouldn't have to even pay attention to that. But when it comes from duly elected members of the United States Congress, that's something he has to pay attention to. But members of Congress have got to be careful because if he takes a look at what they suggest and then ignores it and goes in the opposite direction, well, then future opportunities for Congress to make these suggestions are just not going to carry the same weight. So there's a lot on the line here for this committee.
Before I let you go, Ryan, we talk about all the January 6th related things that have been going down on Capitol Hill today. We'd be remiss not to talk about the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony, an emotional and somber ceremony to honor those fallen officers. And there was this moment here. Look at this. Do you see these people walking by? The family of Officer Brian Sicknick walking past Mitch McConnell, who has his hand out, declining to shake his hand. They did the same thing with Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy as well. This was intentional on their part. They are feeling frustrated that McConnell and McCarthy had been there at all to honor the life of somebody who was taken from them in this violence.
Yeah, and our Frank Thorpe caught up with the family afterwards, and they made it clear to him this was not by accident. It was intentional. They just don't feel that Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell have done enough to rectify the wrongs of January 6th, specifically as it relates to Donald Trump. And among the many things that they refused to do was the formation of an independent
Hey, Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. Sorry about those audio issues before the break. Sometimes the tech gremlins get a hold of us and will not let go. Luckily, we have fixed those issues. Let's stick with January 6th news because late this afternoon, we're finding out the top elections officials in 4 key swing states, really important to former President Trump's push to overturn the legit 2020 election, got hit with subpoenas today. They were subpoenaed for anything, communications, et cetera, related to the former president. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, county officials in those states. Keep in mind, these are all states that President Biden won. And you know who's issuing these subpoenas? The brand new special counsel for the Department of Justice, Jack Smith, the guy who was brought in last month by Attorney General Merrick Garland. Ken Delaney is with us now. And Ken, what's so interesting here is so much of the special counsel's work is done sort of under cover of secrecy. This has now become public. These are the first significant moves that we know of by Mr. Smith.
That's right. So that makes it really interesting. Also interesting, they asked the public officials not to talk about these subpoenas. It was right there in the subpoena. Please don't discuss it. But of course, things leak out and now they're all confirming it. And what this shows is that the Justice Department, the special counsel, is seeking all communications between these local election officials and Donald Trump, his campaign committee, and a host of people, like 19 individuals, including Rudy Giuliani, Cleta Mitchell, all these lawyers and aides, Boris Epstein, who are working on efforts to try to overturn the election, to try to convince these officials to find votes where there weren't votes, et cetera.
One of the central questions had been, how far along is this investigation at all at the DOJ? The issuance of these subpoenas, what does that tell you? What tea leaves are you reading from the issuance of these subpoenas that tell you how far along the investigation actually is?
Well, it tells you that there's a long way to go.
That's right, because this feels kind of like an early days thing that you would do.
I mean, they've been investigating for some time. They have a lot of records. They've already subpoenaed many of these people on this list to get their own personal records, but now they want the other side of the conversation and everything. And, you know, when they send out subpoenas like this, it takes weeks to get them back. Then they have to process.
Yeah, totally.
And it's electronic information. So we're talking months before they really understand what they have. So you can read into that this investigation has a ways to go.
And even once they do get that information, once the special counsel gets it, it's not like you're getting it. Ken Delaney is a justice correspondent, right? I mean, we might not know what comes out of that for even longer. We're talking potentially, right, if let's say this investigation stretches on a year plus, you could be in the thick of the next presidential campaign.
That's absolutely right. And we remember all too well from the Mueller investigation that there are a lot of leaks because people see through a soda straw certain things like these subpoenas, but we don't know what's going on until the prosecutors are ready to say we're charging or we're not charging. We may not know for some time.
Ken Delaney, I'm glad to have you with us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We are talking a lot about politics today. We got to talk more about it because it is election day. Voters are voting in Georgia with us just hours away now from polls closing. On a rainy day down south, they'll close not too long from now, 7 o'clock Eastern. We think we could get the first results not too long after that, according to Georgia officials. The Secretary of State says wait times there are super short. It's not clear why that is. It could be lower turnout. It could be high efficiency. But the big question is this. Can Herschel Walker get the massive election day turnout he needs to overcome what is expected to be a big early voting advantage for Senator Raphael Warnock? This race is neck and neck, right? The margins are really close here. And you might be thinking, listen, Hal, I don't live in Georgia. Why do I care? Well, are you one of our American viewers? Because this matters for the Senate, right? This matters for everybody in the country because, listen, no matter what, Democrats will control the Senate next Congress, right? 50-50 at least. So what does it matter if they get one more Democrat and make it 51-49? Well, first, they can do stuff like confirm judges a whole lot faster. You've got Vice President Kamala Harris, who wouldn't have to hang around Capitol Hill quite as much. Democrats can take a sick day, one of them, and not worry they'd sink a whole vote, right? That's not the case now since she is the tie-breaking vote. And then no one Democrat would have a ton of power. Like right now, Kyrsten Sinema, Joe Manchin, the two centrists you see on screen, they've had a lot of it over the last couple of years, right? The ability to say no and potentially sink a piece of legislation. Speaking of Manchin, he's a part of the big reason, too, why Democrats want this seat. A little bit of breathing room. Don't shoot the messenger for talking 2024 already, but Democrats have a lot of seats to defend in the 24 Senate cycle. 3 are in states that usually go for Republicans: Montana, Ohio, and yes, Joe Manchin's West Virginia. Republicans would love to lock in a Walker win now to make it easier for them 2 years from now. Shaquille Brewster's posted up at a library in Atlanta Forest where folks are voting. And Shaq, we found out today that the Justice Department is saying it's going to look at 4 counties. I'm going to pull up the map: 3 around Atlanta, 1 near Macon, looking at compliance with federal voting rights laws. What's up with that? What do we know?
Well, Hallie, it's not as if there are any red flags that they know about, or at least that they're telling us. But this is something that we saw even ahead of the general election back in 2020, when then it was about 23 states, about 64 jurisdictions. They sent election monitors to different counties just to make sure that federal election law is being complied with. I think a good analogy I thought of at the time was, it's as if when you were younger, your parents said, go upstairs and clean up your room, and then they kind of come up 10 minutes, 15 minutes later and just poke their head in to make sure everything is going okay. It's that kind of similar sentiment, just to make sure that what those rules are being followed.
My parents never checked on my clean room, Shaq, because it was never clean and they knew it. You talked with a poll worker because part of the backdrop here too, beyond just the turnout question that we laid out at the top of this discussion, is Georgia's new voting laws. And you talked with one poll worker who said, yeah, that's another factor at play here. Explain that and how that's affected voting today, if at all.
Yeah, we're seeing that confusion play out at this voting location behind me. I'll tell you, most of the people who have gone in to vote, they've come out quickly and without that I voted sticker. Instead, they have instructions on their correct voting precinct. And the reason why that is because this was a popular early voting location. So this was one of their early voting locations. But for Election Day, they have a different location to go to. And according to election officials, it's not just 1 or 2 voters they're talking about, but it's the vast majority of them, at least at this precinct. Listen to what the assistant branch manager told me a little bit earlier this afternoon.
Of the people who've shown up today, we've probably turned away 2 to every 1 person who could vote here electronically. It's frustrating for the voters. It's frustrating for us because we want everyone to vote.
Earlier this afternoon, she said her team has been taking a tally, and that was about 400 voters that were turned away to go to other polling locations. But it's important to know, outside of that, and many of the voters have said they're going to that voting location a couple of minutes away immediately. Outside of that, across the state of Georgia, we're hearing from state officials that things are going smoothly. The average wait time is about 1 minute, according to the Secretary of State's office. They're attributing a lot of that to the fact that we saw that record-breaking early voting in the state of Georgia. So this is all stuff that will be watched very closely as we watch those results come in a little later today.
Before I let you go, as we watch the results come in, we will all be watching them. We will be watching them on News Now and beyond. What's the vibe check from the candidates, right? We know Walker's team. I'm going to be a total cliche and say it comes down to turnout, but it does on Election Day. Duh, we know that. But especially for Walker on Election Day, he needs people to show up to counter what is expected to be a big early voting lead for Senator Warnock here. What's the sense you're getting from talking to these campaigns?
Well, we heard from both of the candidates, and both of them said that they are expecting to win the election when we get results tonight. I'm sure that's not surprising. You hear a lot of that optimism coming from Warnock and his campaign, and you hear the same coming from Walker. But you mentioned it depends on what happens on Election Day. We know there's that record early voting. So many people came in and voted early, so it depends on who shows up and whether that gap that Warnock has right now, whether that closes.
Shaq Brewster, thank you so much. Good to see you. We'll be seeing you all night long, and I'm sure tomorrow, too. Appreciate it. A damning new report from an independent nonprofit says the FDA needs a stronger leader at its food safety program because right now there's no clear vision, and there's a need for a huge restructuring. The FDA asked for this review by the Reagan-Udall Foundation back in July because of something we talked about a ton, that nationwide baby formula crisis, a shortage that, by the way, hasn't stopped. Right now, the U.S. is down 12% of the formula it should have. Now, that's down from the 31% peak in July, but kind of similar to where we were in February during a recall that started then because at least 2 babies died from drinking powdered formula made at Abbott Labs plant in Sturgis, Michigan. They had to shut that factory down for months, a massive problem because it is the biggest formula plant in the country. And now this new report, well, it doesn't hold back, saying the agency made clear mistakes
because there was little motivation and apparently no requirement to share information that could be helpful in a crisis. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. Dr. Natalie, you know, what seems clear here from this report, the FDA's got a lot of work to do in terms of how it runs safety checks, not just for baby formula, but a whole lot of the stuff that we consume. Talk me through your takeaways from this.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. And I think this reads as a pretty scathing indictment of the agency. And, you know, to me, it was a little bit reminiscent of the CDC's own analysis or postmortem that it did on itself. It reads much the same way. And I think what lends it credibility is the fact that this review, this examination was commissioned by the FDA itself, as it recognizes that it has an issue. And I think you can sum it up by saying that they found issues in the structure and the function of the agency. At the end of the day, they really felt like it came down to leadership and a breakdown in communication. And yes, of course, there's always issue with staffing and with funding, but they really also felt that there was such a bias towards the medical side. Remember, the FDA handles food, it handles tobacco, and it handles pharmaceuticals. And the food program has clearly been a deficient area, Hallie, and that's really what they highlighted in this report.
And when you look at what the FDA can do to actually make food safety more of a priority, is it stuff like this, a spotlight shining on the issues here? I mean, is that what it's going to take?
Yeah, I mean, and they really do, again, talk about having, you know, a deputy commissioner just for food that will be accountable to the FDA commissioner as a whole. And they really talk about, you know, transparency, these catchwords a little bit, but transparency and timeliness. You know, it took 4 months for them to act once they recognized that there was a problem in this plant, and they didn't foresee what shutting down the plant would do. I mean, things that really shouldn't have happened that happened. So, you know, they offer up some solutions, but at the end of the day, I think it will require a massive restructuring of the program and really very well-defined leadership roles so that they know, the leaders know how to communicate effectively to everyone in the agency.
Dr. Natalie Azar, good to see you. Thank you for helping us understand this significant new report. Appreciate it. Let's take you down to Moore County, North Carolina, where the number of people out of power has actually gone up since we were last on the air. It's now at 35,000. And in just the last hour or so, we're finding out that students are probably not going to get back into school until Friday. And a curfew is still in effect. Why? Well, you're looking at it. Traffic lights don't work. No motive or suspect for what police are calling a targeted attack on power stations. With Duke Energy saying today they hope power will be back up for everyone by midnight tomorrow. But now there's these new questions about security at these facilities. One company official telling our Blaine Alexander that the plants are strong enough to prevent huge outages, but there's only so much they can do.
We maintain hundreds of thousands of miles of overhead lines, equipment that's all around. It's impossible to protect everything from any type of interaction.
Antonia Hilton is live for us in North Carolina. Antonia, you talked with a mom and a daughter who live in the area, and they are talking to you about what some in the community are saying. They wonder about the connection between this attack and an LGBTQ plus drag show in the area. Again, officials have not determined any motive here, but tell us more about what you're hearing from folks, as this is now having a continued significant impact on the community. I mean, kids out of school till Friday. That's not nothing.
Absolutely, Hallie. And, you know, that connection or the question of a connection there is really important to address head on, because there have been a lot of rumors here. You know, keep in mind that when people lost power, a lot of people who live here haven't actually been able to see these news broadcasts. They haven't heard updates from law enforcement here. And so it's created this situation, this sort of vacuum of information. So, again, it's important to emphasize we have no motive, no suspect here. The law enforcement on the scene has been very open and honest about that. But we also have a situation in which this community in the days leading up to Saturday was in the midst of some really controversial and difficult conversations leading up to a drag performance show that was set for 7 p.m. that night. And the power went out in the midst of that drag show, and the performers continued on that night. But it's really about a pattern, or in the words of many residents that I've spoken to, an escalation of tensions here between right-wing activists in the area who made unfounded and harmful remarks about LGBTQ people broadly, who were very aggressively protesting their ability to host this community drag show event. And you know, when you look at the conversations, what was being said about people on social media leading up to Saturday night, it's understandable that there was this concern here. And so while we have to acknowledge that we do not have evidence, we do not have facts about motive or suspect yet, that it appears that what's happened here has really shed a light on some community divides. Take a listen to a conversation that I had with a family here.
I grew up here. I've been in the Moore County schools. I know that there are plenty of students and teachers and parents in this community who are LGBT, and they deserve to be here.
You can hear the anxiety in her voice there, and that kind of anxiety has been reflected in a lot of the conversations that I've had on and off the record here, Hallie. You know, people are anxiously waiting not just for the lights to get back on and for life to feel like it's back to normal, but for authorities to really address what happened here so that they can get a better understanding of the threat and feel safe in their community again, Hallie.
There's that piece of it, that sort of really significant piece of it. Talk to me about the more nuts and bolts piece of it, right? Like, when will life get back to normal, at least from a very logistical perspective? Being able to see a red light at a traffic stop or turn your lights on or your heat on.
Well, what we learned at a press conference just moments ago, really, is that they are hoping that the lights will be back on, the heat will be back on around midnight going into Thursday morning. And so people have basically one more full day of this to get through. And while that might not sound like a lot of time when you're talking about it being hard driving through your own community because the lights are down, you know, there's this curfew at 9 p.m., people are asking for blankets, for food, for diapers. People are going to churches for supplies. There are some families that have been hungry these past few days because their food has perished. You know, this has wrought chaos on this community. And so while they may be getting very close to that day when the lights come on again, being here, you know, we really can't diminish just how hard these last few days have been.
Antonia Hilton, live for us down there in North Carolina. Thank you for being on top of this story, Antonia. It's good to see you. The number of people hospitalized with the flu right now is the highest it's been in 10 years. It's the peak, obviously, of the season for flu and colds. But today we're finding out more about why this gets worse always this time of year. New research says it's not just because it's cold outside. We've all got cells in the front of our noses that fight viruses and bacteria to try to stop us from getting sick. But when the temperature drops, about half those cells die. So you've essentially lost a lot of immunity protection just by even a small drop in temperature. We're all learning this from this new study out in the Journal of Allergy and Clinical Immunology. Perry Russum joins me now. And Perry, wouldn't normally be talking about like an allergy study, right, on the national news, but this one is super significant because it helps us explain why every year right around this time I'm getting texts from people with laryngitis, my kid's getting sick, I'm getting a cold. Explain more about this.
Well, things are starting to make sense for me because I was in Dallas a week ago where it was 70 degrees and got back to Chicago where it was 20, and then my nose started acting up. So the whole belief behind researchers were saying that the old belief was that we get sick when it's cold outside because we're not outside, we're inside. But they're now saying there's this mechanism in our nose that not only attacks bacteria, but also viruses. And they say when it gets to 40 degrees, that mechanism goes down 42%. So once we get to that 40-degree mark, that study found we can get sick much easier than expected. In terms of this whole runny nose thing, which is always pleasant to see, that is mucus in our body that is essentially getting rid of that virus, Hallie.
Nothing wrong with bodily functions, Perry. It happens. But I have to ask, and I know that's like a ridiculous hypothetical, which is, then is the solution to keep our noses warm? And I'm not suggesting like clown faces, but I'm saying masks in the pandemic, right? Like, regardless of how you feel about masks, they would obviously protect your face a little bit from some of the temperature drops. Maybe, is that something doctors are talking about?
I'll tell you what, if a clown nose kept me from getting sick in the winter, I would wear one every single day.
Anchoring tomorrow,
I would look like
Perry.
Rudolph if I have to not get sick. Yeah, right.
I love that.
So researchers are specifically, researchers are just looking specifically at this temperature. There's no direct correlation with masks just yet. Doctors are always saying make sure you stay vaccinated, wear a mask. But this study only really looked at temperature. And going forward, they're trying to figure out some type of nasal spray that we could use in the winter so we can stay healthy all year round, Hallie.
I know people are eager, I am sure, for that. Perry Russum, thank you very much for that reporting. Good to see you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, another apparent Ukrainian drone attack in Russia today at the top of the headlines. It happened near an air base near the Ukrainian border. There were some similar explosions yesterday about 125 miles southwest of Moscow. Now, Ukraine has not directly claimed responsibility.
Russia's military blamed Kyiv forces for the blasts earlier this week, which they say killed 3 maintenance personnel. Number 2, the suspected shooter accused of killing 5 people at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs, in court today, now formally charged with more than 300 counts, including murder, assault, hate crimes. The suspect appearing in person for the first time. And today, the judge says there may be even more charges to come on top of the 305 from today if more victims come forward. Number 3, people in Beijing were allowed to walk into parks and supermarkets and offices and airports without having a negative COVID test today. And if you're thinking, well, wait a second, I do that every day. Why is that a big deal? For China, it is, because this is a place that had some of the world's toughest COVID restrictions. These new changes come after major protests there against China's zero COVID policy. We're going to have more on what's happening online there later on in the show. Number 4, hurricane season is technically over, but looks like nobody told the Atlantic Ocean, because this rare subtropical December storm could form there this week. If one develops, it would be the first named December storm in nearly a decade. If it gets a name, the next on the list is Storm Owen. Number 5, a judge in Los Angeles has granted Kim Kardashian a restraining order against a man claiming to speak with her telepathically, according to court documents obtained by Today.com. The man's been ordered to stay at least 100 yards away from her and not to contact her in any way for 5 years. According to these documents, Kardashian said he tried to get into her home 3 times last August. When we come back, when people in China try to look for Twitter posts about those COVID protests we were talking about, they're seeing a ton of spam instead. We'll show you coming up.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
So have you had enough water today? And like, what do you consider to be enough water? Because there's a new study that says it may not be 8 cups like you're always hearing about. We're talking to a doctor about this later on this hour. But first, Twitter's gutted staff is struggling to keep up with a flood of spam accounts targeting info about China's zero COVID policies. Internet researchers say that people looking for the names of big Chinese cities are coming back with posts that include sexually explicit images and links to escort services instead of info about the protests. A digital security company not too far from Washington, D.C., says it's tracking a dramatic increase in Twitter bot activity starting in late November when the protests began to spread across China. And you know these protests. We've talked about them on this show. Extraordinary, unprecedented, some of the biggest displays of public unrest that China's seen in decades. Researchers say that Twitter's ability to contain this spam campaign, to get a handle on it, has been slowed down because of all those layoffs under Elon Musk. Kevin Collier joins us now. So it's, you know, it sounds kind of complicated, Kevin, but it's super interesting, right? This idea that Protests happen in China. People go online to try to search for information on social media about these protests. Instead, they're getting a bunch of, like, crap, let's call it, right? And Twitter can't get a handle on all that because a lot of them are laid off because of Elon Musk. I mean, it's kind of a mess.
It is. It is. There were, according to one of the researchers I spoke with, thousands of posts an hour just flooding the zone. It's kind of, as another researcher put it, it's almost funny. You can picture it as kind of China saying, assuming it is China, this is an allegation. China has denied that they are behind this campaign, though it's difficult to imagine who else would have commissioned it. But it almost seems like break glass in terms of emergency. Oh no, we need to bury this protest footage, and so let's put a ton of not safe for work imagery along these hashtags, so that people will be distracted or maybe embarrassed and want to keep scrolling or stop looking up
And you're saying
information.
You're saying it's like not super sophisticated.
No, we've even seen from, again, pro-China influence operations that were relatively sophisticated before, and this is not. This is, oh my gosh, there is this footage we don't want people to see, and so we're going to put a lot of explicit images out there in hopes it will deter people from being able to see the protest footage.
What happens next then, right? Like, because I mean, what changes, if anything? I mean, that seems like part of the issue.
Right. I mean, Instagram has blocked it. This is happening on all the major platforms. Twitter seems to be worse than others. This might be the future of how you try to obscure protest footage. I mean, at the same time, we're able to see it. We have seen it. It's kind of putting more junk on the internet.
Kevin Collier, thank you much. Appreciate you being with us and bringing us that new reporting. Coming up, a team of scientists says they think they've found a way to fight global warming by basically helping the ocean get rid of its heartburn. I promise we're going to explain that. Plus, something sticking out from the sand on a Florida beach. What do you think it is? Take a look. We've got that in the local.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you lug around a water bottle with you like an oversized baby doll everywhere you go? I do. Because everyone's like, hey, you got to drink your water. How close are you to finishing your 8 cups of water for the day? I never hit 8 cups. But you know what? If you, like me, are behind, maybe you don't have to worry. That is because there's a new study out today that found that drinking 8 cups of water a day maybe isn't necessary. 64 ounces of water, 8 cups, has been considered the gold standard since 1945 when this recommendation was made. But it turns out researchers say, look at the science. How much water you need differs based on all these things you see on the screen. How old you are, what sex you are, how big or small you are, your activity level, climate even that you live in. Let's bring in Dr. Akshay Syal. It's like an Instagram influencer thing, right? To have these huge water bottles that's like marked off, like 10 a.m., noon, 2 p.m., you know what I mean? To make sure that people are drinking enough water. It's obviously important to stay hydrated. It sounds like we should be less focused on the number of ounces and more tuning into our bodies and what we need.
Yeah, good evening, Hallie. That's exactly it. You know, there's no magic number here that you have to hit 64 ounces of water. And, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, like you said, we know so many people, myself included, who are walking around with these, you know, these big water bottles, just carrying them throughout the day. You know, the gym bros in my hometown of Scottsdale who would walk around with gallons of water just going through them. And, you know, this study looked at over 5,000 people and how often the water was being what they call turned over in their body, meaning they tracked the water from the time you drank it and from the time it left your body in urine. And, you know, what they found is there's really no magic number here. The key is to listen to your body. You know, if you're thirsty, have a drink, but don't go running for the water, you know, just because you think you need it.
That said, it's good to be drinking water, right? Like that's a net positive drink if you're going to drink something. I thought it was interesting that one of the factors mentioned here was climate. It is obvious that we need more water when it's hot out, but talk through more of how climate is a factor here.
Yeah, and so that's really it. You know, what you just said is as it gets warmer outside, you do tend to exert more activity.
So it's the obvious then, basically.
Well,
if you're sweaty in Scottsdale, you're going to need more water than if you're shivering in New Hampshire.
Exactly, but I should add, you know, the authors on the climate note point out that the one thing they're really watching for is as temperatures start to rise, those who don't have access to water, you know, the 2 billion people around the globe who are, you know, have trouble with water security, how are they going to handle this intake need?
That's such a good point, Dr. Akshay Syal. Dr. Syal, thank you so much. It's good to see you. As we talk about water and the climate, let's talk about how reducing the carbon getting pumped into the atmosphere to slow down global warming has been a challenge around the world. We know this, right? But did you know that the ocean absorbs more carbon than every rainforest on Earth? Well, one group of scientists is now working with and in the ocean in a brand new way to try to boost the amount of carbon it can pull from the atmosphere. Our Cynthia McFadden headed to Canada for an exclusive look at how one new company thinks it can help fight climate change in really innovative ways.
It's a little boat on a big mission. Here in Halifax Harbor, this team of scientists believe they can make a real contribution in the fight against global warming. Oceanographer Will Burt sure does.
Every scientist here on this ship has had a sense of like, now this is why I got into this.
This is the real thing.
Yeah. I mean, what more motivation does one need, right?
Here's the concept. The ocean is the world's largest absorber of carbon dioxide, but it's sucked up so much it's now too acidic. And that's a problem. Think harmful algae blooms and bleached out coral reefs. It also means the ocean can't keep up with all the carbon humans continue to pump into the air. So what to do? Give the ocean a giant antacid. That's right, add magnesium hydroxide powder to existing pipes like this one at a Halifax energy plant so it can absorb more greenhouse gases and perhaps even get healthier at the same time.
So a giant Rolade goes into that pipe, pumps it out, makes the ocean less acidic so it can absorb more of the bad carbon and suck it up.
More or less, yeah, that's about right.
Bert's job is to make sure it works. But he and his colleagues at Planetary Technologies are also determined to make sure it does no harm. A better safe than sorry approach with a range of research being funded by the company. Dalhousie University professor Hugh McIntyre is studying something he's an expert on, teeny tiny plankton.
What we're going to do is add the magnesium hydroxide to them, and then we're going to monitor what happens. So far, we have not detected any change in the growth rates, and we have been testing 10 times higher concentrations than Planetary actually intends to use.
With respect, phytoplankton ain't the only thing in the sea.
They're not, absolutely not. So we have to start somewhere, and the logical place to start is the base of the food web.
To those worried about messing with Mother Nature, Planetary's co-founders say they're just trying to amplify what rainwater and rock erosion have been doing for thousands of years.
The natural process that we're trying to replicate is something that happens all day, every day in nature.
Not fast enough to save us.
Not fast enough to save us at all. So we need to crank it up a bit.
Before they can trap a gigaton of carbon, that's 1 billion metric tons, 9 zeros, they have to figure out where to get a lot of antacid.
In order to remove a gigaton of carbon from the atmosphere, we're going to need gigatons worth of alkalinity.
One source, the leftover toxic mine waste from this shuttered asbestos mine in Quebec, which, needless to say, has to be carefully handled.
What comes out of the process is essentially this white powder here, which is magnesium hydroxide.
Why not just buy it?
The way that they're produced today produces more carbon than we would ever take out of the air. The other reason, there's just not enough of it.
We've talked to a variety of experts, a couple of whom said a gigaton of carbon reduction is just over-promising, that they don't believe that you can really do it.
For me, gigaton ambition is required. We can't look at this problem and say, oh, we're only going to do a little bit, because that's not going to make the kind of difference we need to make in the world. Ultimately, it's going to be up to society as to whether we want to solve the climate crisis and how bad we want to let it get. That's it.
I mean, do you believe in your heart of hearts this can solve the carbon problem in the atmosphere?
I think that we're going to need a whole lot of different things to solve the carbon problem. And frankly, all of the carbon removal in the world is not going to make any difference if we can't reduce our emissions first.
So this doesn't get us off the hook.
Not at all.
Hugh McIntyre agrees.
What keeps me up at night is the idea that the next generation is going to be facing a climate where massive fires, massive floods, hurricanes is just another Tuesday.
It makes the work more important, I would say.
Yes, it does. We have to find a solution. This one has the potential to be big.
Cynthia McFadden, NBC News.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, a man suspected of a shooting spree in New York City that killed 2 people yesterday has been taken into custody, according to police. At least one other person was hurt. It's not clear what the motive was. The shootings led to an all-out manhunt overnight. Officials say the 2 people who died were associates of the suspect. Out of our Southeast Bureau, archaeologists today began excavating something mysterious found buried in the sand. Look at this, in Daytona Beach Shores, Florida. There was erosion from a couple of back-to-back storms that ultimately revealed this piece of debris. Officials don't really know what it is. It's like maybe 100 feet long, a little less. There's some speculation that perhaps it's the remains of a very old ship. Over the summer, erosion on another beach about 40 minutes away exposed a ship anchor that's probably from the 1800s. Also from our Northeast Bureau, this Pennsylvania man may be one of Santa's top helpers. You see him there. He's there between the troopers. He's 96 years young, and state police say he made and donated 700 wood toys like you see there for kids. Officials say he's been giving away homemade gifts since the 1980s. I do think that should win an award for Santa's best helper. Still to come, some new controversy for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle as they get celebrated in New York City tonight. We're getting reaction from a Royals watcher on what this all means, and the latest on that. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. Right now, Prince Harry and Meghan are in New York City here in the U.S., gearing up to be honored at a big award ceremony named for Robert Kennedy. It's a big deal. They'll be given the Ripple of Hope Award for what RFK's daughter, Kerry Kennedy, called a heroic step for speaking out against the structural racism in the British monarchy. But for the couple, it's coming as there's also new controversy around them today because of an image from their new Netflix trailer. Take a look. This is the tease video that came out. This shot is put up. Under Prince Harry speaking. It's suggesting this invasion of their privacy. It's the two of them, a camera pointed to them from above as Meghan holds Archie. But a reporter who covers the royals says, no, this is not really an invasion of privacy. This was actually an open press event with the couple, with this journalist tweeting out that this photograph used by Netflix to perhaps suggest some sort of intrusive thing is a travesty. Royals expert Hillary Fordwich joins us now. And Hillary, we're seeing Harry and Meghan get celebrated with the award tonight. It feels like it's less about it's this particular image, but it's also generally the idea that they're getting this award as they're being very public and visible as this trailer, as this docuseries is about to drop in 48 hours. Talk us through the reaction in the UK, what it means for them here in the US.
Yes, actually, Hallie, well, thank you for having me. There's actually been horror expressed in terms of the falsehoods. Most unfortunately, you just mentioned, you are absolutely correct. Now, that photograph, Robert Johnson tweeted it out. That's when they went to visit Archbishop Tutu in Cape Town, and he was an accredited member of the press given access, accredited. Then also in that same trailer that you referenced that this photograph is in, there's also another photograph of a press corps, a massive press with so many cameramen, and it looks like it's an actual invasion of privacy. But guess what? It was a reporter, Doug Seberg from The Sun, recognized himself in it. It was of another Harry. It was of the premiere for the Harry Potter 2, the second movie, and it was the premiere in Trafalgar Square, and they were photographing the cast from that event. So that, again, was a visual misrepresentation of press hounding when it wasn't. So this is visual deception, and it's very sad. It's either total and utter laziness by Netflix, or it's extremely dishonest, but it comes across, unfortunately, Hallie, as the latter. So the response in the UK, to answer your question directly, has been that of people being aghast in the media and online as well.
I'm sorry, Hillary. Yeah, no, we have a bit of delay, so I thought you had been finished your sentence. What's interesting here is the reason why Harry and Meghan left in the first place, right? Tying into this award tonight. You look ahead at this book coming out in January, what seems to be like a tell-all from the prince here. There is clearly a sense of them looking to position themselves now that they've stepped away from the royal family for their next chapter and their next step. This all feels like part of the rollout plan this next couple months.
Well, actually, you say that it looks like, Hallie, that's the understatement of the year, yes. Because, look, they claimed they wanted to have a private life. Okay, if you want a private life, do you remember the photograph of Harry on the lake up in Canada? He looked so happy with Archie in his arms. I think everybody would have totally been supportive. I covered the royal wedding when they were married back in 18. The British public was so supportive, welcomed them with open arms. And I think everyone, well, I can't speak for everyone, but most people would have understood if they did want a private life by a lake in Canada. If one wants privacy and one does want to protect one's family, you shouldn't go to LA, hire 3 press firms, now all of this media taking nearly $100 million to do what? To actually have photographs of your private life. And with regard to the trailer, Hallie, that you've referenced and you're showing now to our audience, a few things. When anyone has a private crying moment in their home, do you say, oh, excuse me, wait, let's find a neighbor, let's find a friend, or the press to come in and take a photograph of us? Were these private moments or were they stage moments? We all remember when Meghan Markle claimed on air that she could cry in an instant, and this looks very much staged, to say the very least.
We will see when this docuseries comes out beginning on Thursday. Hillary Fordrich, thank you very much. That does it for us for this hour. We'll have more for you here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Good to have you with us as always. Thank you for being here. More coverage picks up right now.
We're coming on the air with that breaking news. Guilty on all counts for the Trump Organization in this big tax fraud scheme. You got the Manhattan DA saying no corporation is above the law. This is all developing in just the last couple of minutes. We'll take you live to the courtroom. We could also see criminal referrals from the January 6th committee any day now, with the panel meeting tonight to talk it out. We'll talk about those details.